Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here one of my writers, in this case Matt. Thank you Matt, it's written to be a script. Religion over love. The American honor killings. Oh good. Didn't I just do a video about an honor killing in the UK? I mean like a couple of months ago. Why do people do this? Why do we have to be like, why are humans so stupid? Anyway, let's jump in. The format of the show, I've never read this before. That's how this show works. If you're new, welcome. Subscribe. Make sure you give a review to the show. Or a comment if you're watching on YouTube. Hello. Let's talk about tradition. Every culture in the world has its own customs and ways of doing things. It dictates how they go about life, who they choose to marry, how they raise their children, and how they celebrate important events. In the so-called Western countries, these customs overlap, so it's easy for us to understand why a person acts a certain way. The problem comes when two vastly different cultures meet up with each other, like when immigrants move to a new country whose customs and beliefs clash with their own. Ideally, they'd learn to adapt to their new surroundings while doing their best to keep on practicing their customs and beliefs, watching on with pride as their children flourish in a new country. Yeah, ideally. I think that's great. Like integration, like immigration and stuff, and then I think it's important to like integrate people into you know, the culture and stuff. The problem is like when it's really diametrically opposed or whatever, it's like you got to be careful. Like if I went to live in, I don't know, Iran or something. Wait, where do they have Sharia law? Like one of those places where they're like, chop your hands off if you steal something. It's like, amount of stealing I'm going to do? None. Because I'm like, well, here, they'll chop your hands off. And it's like, oh, if you're an adulterer, they'll stone you to death. So no adultery. You just be like, okay, better adapt to that. Because that's how they do things here. And I live here. I mean, I don't live in Iran. Just to make that absolutely clear. And then also, why? And then also, if you come from like Iran and you go to somewhere else, you can't like chop someone's hands off because they steal something for you. It's not how it works. You go to prison. Ideally, their new home country would be welcoming and tolerant of their differences, accommodate them wherever possible, and provide them with the support they need to settle into life in their new country. But we don't live in an ideal world, and in some instances, the immigrants grow to hate their new countries, seeing them as prime examples of everything that's wrong in the world. In other cases, the parents watch on as their children abandon the customs and beliefs of their old countries and start to live in sin. In some of these cases, the parents are willing to go to extreme lengths to ensure that their children go back to living a good and pure life, even if their methods are considered to be illegal in the country they now call home. We are, of course, talking about honor killings. Yeah, this I think is what basically happened in the UK case. Like, there was a daughter of a couple of immigrants, and she was like living her Western life, having a good ass time, and then they're like, You've brought shame on our family or some bull like that. It's fucking stupid. Just stop it. Just stop it. What did you expect? You like immigrated to a new country, you had a kid, and you brought them up in that country. Of course they're gonna, you know, adopt those traditions and such things. I have been thinking of writing about this topic for quite a while. I had it on my list for a very long time, and I was just working up to actually getting to it. But then George came out with this incredible script covering the honor killing of Shafilia Ahmed over in the UK, and it gave me the incentive I needed to finally tackle this one. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the name I had in my mind, but I wasn't 100% sure, so I didn't want to say it. It's a recent episode. Now, George made sure to bring it up in his script before, and I must say, it bears repeating here. This script is not a condemnation of the religion of Islam or the Arabic people. In fact, I've been told that one of the 5 pillars of Islam, aka the donation of alms, is the very definition of love thy neighbor and being a good Samaritan, which shouldn't come as a surprise since the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims all believe in the same God. Yeah, I mean, this is, I feel like, okay, fine, put the disclaimer in there, but people who do honor killings, it's like saying, oh yeah, and the KKK, super representative of Christianity. No, it's a tiny fucked up segment that shouldn't exist. And because it's like religious extremism. Just can stop. It's nonsense. We shouldn't have to live with this in our lives. And I shouldn't have to live with that drilling sound. Can you hear that? I was like, there's been non-stop renovations in my office and it's driving me potty. And I really thought that they weren't doing it today. And it just started up literally 30 seconds after I started recording. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's giving me a headache. But every culture and religion has its bad apples who take their religion to the extreme. With that said, I've got not one, but 2 stories to tell you today. For simplicity's sake, we'll be going in chronological order with our first story, taking us all the way back to 1989, and the more recent and arguably more well-known of the two in 2007. So, As the darkness swallows us once again, let's get into the stories of a horrid, hypocritical couple and a selfish and vile father who ended the lives of those they should have loved more than anything in the world, their daughters. This is the heartbreaking story of Tina Issa. This is the gut-wrenching story of Amina and Sarah Saheed. Part 1. Dishonor from happiness. Let's start this first story by getting to know Tina a little better. Oh no. I mean, yes, but you're going to humanize her and then I'm going to feel even more bad about honor killings, pieces of shit. Palestina Zain Issa, better known to all as Tina, was born on the 3rd of December 1972 in Mato Grosso, Brazil, the youngest of 7 children. For the first 14 years of her life, her family moved around quite a lot between Brazil, Puerto Rico, Palestine, which she was named after, the West Bank, and the United States, before permanently settling in an apartment complex in the southern portion of the city of St. Louis in 1986. By then, the 14-year-old Tina was already fluent in Arabic, Portuguese, and Spanish, thanks to her parents and her time living in Puerto Rico. I can only imagine how difficult it was to constantly move from place to place, but Tina did her best, and she wanted so much to make friends in her new home that she made a concentrated effort to learn English as quickly as possible. It's safe to say that Tina was a success story as well. She attended Roosevelt High School, where she excelled, becoming an honor student. She played soccer, which her father didn't like. She listened to hip-hop, rap, R&B, and rock, which her father didn't approve of. She wanted to become a pilot and study at Parks College of Engineering, Aviation, and Technology, which was part of St. Louis University, against her father's wishes. I don't know. God damn. And she went to and enjoyed her junior prom after her father said she wasn't allowed to. Are we starting to see a pattern here? Yeah, I'm seeing a pattern that her father's a kid. How about you support your kid who clearly has ambitions? For all intents and purposes, Tina simply wanted to be a normal teenager, a regular American teenager, something that she had every right to be. In other words, she simply wanted to be herself and simply wanted to be happy. And perhaps to her family, that was her biggest crime. Now, Ellen Harris is an author, and she wrote a book on this case titled Guarding the Secrets, Palestinian Terrorism and a Father's Murder of His Too American Daughter. Too American, like too much American, like rather than TWO. According to Harris, the problem was that Tina thought of herself as American or hyphenated American, not as Arab. Well, yeah, because you brought her up in many different places and then settled in America. That's what she's going to see herself as. So now let's talk about the utter wastes of skin known as Tina's parents. Zain al-Abdin Hassan Issa was born on June 3, 1931 in Mandatory Palestine, the British colony that controlled today's Israel and the Palestinian territories between 1920 and 1948. He was the third son of a farmer, lived a simple life, and was raised to be deeply religious in the Islamic faith, brought up on tradition, and led to believe in the concept of family honor beyond all else. That a woman should be subservient to her husband and her family, and that the daughters should do as their family, especially their fathers, ask. As was customary in the area, teenage Zain married his first cousin, a woman by the name of Foizia. From what I can find, they never had children of their own, but they never divorced and they got separated. In 1950, Zain wanted to spread his wings, so he left Foizia and traveled with a group of others to South America. The first place he moved to was the southern region of Brazil, and while on a trip to Rondonópolis in the Brazilian state of Mato Grosso, he met someone special. That was Maria Matias, a young native of Mato Grosso who was also 12 years his junior. Most notably, she was of German, Italian, and native Brazilian descent and was also a Roman Catholic. The two of them hit it off very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to start a relationship. Understandably, Maria's Catholic parents didn't approve of their daughter marrying a Muslim, but that didn't matter to the young couple. Zain and Maria were married on February 6, 1963, and it wasn't until after they tied the knot that he revealed to his new wife that he was already married to his cousin back in Palestine. Surprise! I'm married to my first cousin! Did this bother her? Well, it's hard to say, but instead of dropping him like a bad habit, she stayed by his side, and they remained married until the very end. After they were married, Zain and Maria moved all over the place, first to the US and then back to Brazil. Their 6 daughters were born all over the world, but Tina was born in 1972 in Mato Grosso. It wasn't until 1980 that Zain became a naturalized citizen in the US, and after moving his family to St. Louis in 1986, he opened up a rather successful grocery store on the corner of Shaw Boulevard and Clem Street. Zain was very religious, very customary, very traditionalist and set in his ways, so much so that his behavior and strictness had rubbed off on Maria as well, who became just as bad. I mean, he's sort of super religious, but then he just marries someone outside of his religion. Is that, like, chill? Like, I don't imagine he seems like the sort of dude who would not be okay with his daughter doing that, but he's totally chill with himself doing that. So we can just add being a hypocrite to being a dickhead. Things were difficult, especially since both Zane and Maria only knew some English, and they were just as hard on their daughters, doing all they could to make sure that they stuck to their strict rules and traditions. Tina, now attending an American school and wanting to make friends, made a concentrated effort to fit in, despite her parents' constant supervision, and that's when things started going downhill. Tina wanted to fit in. She wanted to be accepted. She wanted friends. She wanted to be a typical teenager, and she wanted to be happy. Yet her efforts, at least in her parents' eyes, spit in the face of their traditions. They hated how she dressed. They hated the music she listened to. They hated her going out shopping and doing as she wished, and they hated that the friends she was spending time with weren't of the same culture or Islamic faith as Zane. Her mother's a Roman Catholic. Fucking chill, you asshole. I hate this guy already. I hate hypocrisy. I really don't like hypocrisy. Like, just say what you mean. Just do as you say. Like, come on, it's not... I mean, I guess it's quite hard. But, like, just come on. And you're not different because you're a man. It's exactly the same, you cock. They heard Tina wanted to be a pilot and vehemently opposed it, believing that she was meant to be married off so that she could take care of her husband and family. I don't understand. They didn't even want her going to her own junior prom, seeing it as both indecent and unnecessary, and when she snuck out to attend, they sent someone to drag her back home, humiliating her in front of everyone. So yeah, safe to say that the relationship between Tina and her parents was strained by this point. Tina wanted the freedom to be a teenager in America. Zane and Maria wanted her under their thumb, doing what they wanted her to do, doing what Zane's culture and religion demanded that she do. They seemed to fail to realize that they weren't in Palestine or Brazil anymore. They were in America, and it was only natural that she became a product of the environment she was in. She was Americanized, and she was happy, healthy, and ready to spread her wings and live her life. But her parents did what they could to force her back onto the right path. Hell, they even started turning some of her older sisters against her, telling them how much the rebellious Tina was an embarrassment to the family, that she wasn't following the traditions that they had been made to follow all their lives before she was born. Not all of them were against her, though, and some of her siblings and relatives, namely her older sister Sarah Salem, even sought out help from the authorities. They wanted Tina to be put in foster care for her own protection, as they feared what Zane might do to Tina if things continued as they were. Dude, if you're thinking about sending your own sibling away to foster care when there are two parents in the picture, it's is bad at home. That's crazy. She's in real danger. But then Tina got herself a boyfriend. This was 20-year-old Cliff Walker, the most American-named dude ever, and he'd been dating Tina since January 1989. The two of them loved each other, and they had a beautiful relationship. And that was the problem. You see, young Muslims don't date, at least not like we do. They date with the intention of marrying that person, and it's only in recent years that young Muslims have been allowed to choose their own spouses. For centuries now, all of their marriages were arranged because, apart from their family members, men and women of marriageable age aren't allowed to talk or touch persons of the opposite sex, making it near impossible to meet someone they'd like to marry. In some communities, couples are not allowed to hold hands or kiss, and premarital sex is forbidden. If they do socialize together, it's during supervised events and get-togethers, and the couple has to be accompanied by a chaperone at all times. And that's in lenient communities. In some Muslim communities, an unmarried girl can be completely rejected by her family for having a sexual relationship with a boy. In other, more conservative communities, where Islamic or Sharia law is followed to the letter, the girl can be imprisoned or lashed 100 times. Sharia law is up. I know people are like, Simon, you've got to respect other cultures. Yeah, but how about no corporal punishment? And in the more religiously extreme communities, let's just say that in a world where a woman can be doused with acid for attending school, the punishment for fornication is harsh. So when Tina introduced her family to Cliff, Zane was enraged. First of all, if it had been up to her parents, Tina would marry a Palestinian boy of Zane's choosing and move to the West Bank village of Beitin. Can you imagine moving? Where was she in America? Or moving from the US, where she's in a relationship with a dude called Cliff, to having to just move halfway around the world and live in Palestine with some dude that she doesn't know and just take care of their family. That's insane, Zane. Don't you see how insane that is? Also, don't you see how insane it is that you did the exact opposite of this? The hypocrisy is real, my friends, yes. Remember, Maria, his second wife, was born and raised a Roman Catholic and still practiced her own faith. Pot, meat, kettle. And secondly, Cliff was an African American. Zane hated all African Americans since he believed that Palestinians had been targeted, abused, and taken advantage of by African Americans in the US. So for his daughter to have fallen in love with one, that was to him the true betrayal. Throwing some racism there as well. Way! The Issa household was like a house of cards, but every time Tina did something wrong, one of the cards would tip over. Every single perceived infraction, every single dishonor to the family name was a card being pushed over, falling one after the other. When her parents came to the conclusion that Tina was fornicating with her African-American, non-Muslim boyfriend, the house of cards collapsed, and Zane and Maria hit their breaking point. It's November the 6th, 1989, the middle of the fall semester, and Tina had just started her first day of work at a new part-time job at Wendy's. This too was seen as a slight to the family, since Tina didn't want to work in their grocery store. Why the would you? If this is the situation you're living in, it's like, oh yeah, you know who I'd really like to spend more time with? My hypocritical asshole parents. They wanted to keep her as close and as isolated as they could, and everything she did was in defiance of that. That night, Cliff waited for her to finish up her first shift, and he walked Tina to her home at the Della Park Apartments. Tina was annoyed, knowing that once she stepped inside, she'd have to deal with more of her parents' nonsense. The two lovers said goodbye to one another, and then Tina made her way upstairs. She'd be dead before the stroke of midnight. Die, my daughter, die. That night, Tina's parents were already waiting for her when she arrived home from work. And what was the first thing Maria said to her daughter as she walked in the door? "Where have you been, bitch?" What the fuck? "Oh, hi, Mum." Tina told them that she was at work, but that she'd left them a note saying she'd be home late. Perhaps it was because they were still enraged that Tina had the audacity to want to stand on her own 2 feet and wanted to make her own spending money instead of working at their store like they wanted. Perhaps they fully believed their own sick and pathetic delusion that she had been out doing something she shouldn't have. But either way, they were angry. They saw her as an embarrassment. She was constantly going against what they wanted and breaking the rules they set for her, and she needed to be punished. Things began to get heated, as they always did, and soon the argument turned to Tina's behavior and her relationship with Cliff. Then Zine simply looked at Tina, his youngest daughter, and told her, "Here, listen, my dear daughter. Do you know that this is the last day? Tonight, you're going to die." Tina was understandably taken aback. I mean, this was her dad. This was the man who helped give her life. The man who was meant to always love and protect her no matter what, telling her that she was going to die that night. Sure, things had gotten rocky, and their relationship of late hadn't been the best, but there's no way that he was seriously going to kill her, right? But they had planned this. Zane and Maria. To them, their daughter was too rebellious, too much of a disgrace, and she had brought too much dishonor. To their family, she had to die. While Maria continued to question Tina about what she'd really been doing that night, Tina stared at her parents in horror. She began to scream and back away when her father picked up a boning knife and walked towards her, demanding that she hold still. Tina begged her mother to stop him, to help her, but Maria just started lambasting her again, saying that she deserved what was about to happen. Together, Zedin and Maria grabbed Tina and forced her to the ground, all the while Maria, almost mockingly, continued to ask her youngest daughter if she was ready to be obedient to them now. "Are you going to listen? Are you going to listen?" Yes, I am. It was too late, though. Nothing Tina could have said or done would have stopped these two demons in human skin from committing this atrocious act, without any hesitation or trace of love or regret in their eyes. In his eyes, Zain Issa brought the boning knife down again and again on his daughter's body. Tina continued to scream in fear and agony, but with each stab, her cries got weaker and weaker. She let out one last cry, one last screaming plea for her father to stop. But Zane refused to listen. He simply put his foot on her mouth to muffle her screams, looked into her eyes and sneered, "Die. Die quickly. Die quickly. Quiet, little one. Die, my daughter, die." And just like that, it was over. With one final stab, Tina Issa left this world, all at the hands of her parents, two abhorrent monsters who were supposed to love her, to take care of her, but they were too blinded and obsessed with their own religious beliefs that they simply couldn't allow her to continue living, continue being her own person, continue to simply be happy. Zane and Maria were still covered in their daughter's blood when the police and the FBI burst into the apartment and arrested the couple for Tina's murder. Now you might be asking, well, what's the FBI doing there? Why were they so quick to respond? I was like, wait, who called the police? Wait, who called the FBI? And this is where the twist in the story comes. You see, Zane was a proud member of the Abu Nidal Organization, or ANO. Established in 1974, they were a now-defunct Palestinian militant group founded by Abu Nidal and was an offshoot of Fatah and the Palestine Liberation Organization. In short, they were terrorists. Sadly, they were also very busy terrorists, committing dozens of terrorist attacks in 20 countries over 2 decades, with their activities ranging from assassinations to hijackings and kidnappings. For almost 3 decades, they were responsible for killing or injuring about 1,650 people across the US, the UK, France, Israel, Palestine, the PLO, and various Arab and European countries. Thankfully, they're no longer active since the organization shut down following the death of Abu Nadal in 2002. But back in 1989, Zayn was actively aiding in a plot to bomb the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., and the feds knew about it. So they had wiretapped the Issa household months earlier, and the entirety of Tina's murder was captured on tape. That's why I'm like, who's reporting on this? How do we know? Because the parents surely would shut up. So I'm like, how do we know? And it's because it was all being monitored. Unfortunately, by the time the FBI had actually gotten around to listening to the recordings, it was far too late to save Tina. But they could ensure that her parents were brought to justice. Justice for Tina. Tina Issa was laid to rest at Sacred Heart Cemetery in Florissant, Missouri. From all reports, it's believed that she was buried in a wedding gown, as was tradition for unmarried girls and women in Brazil. When it came to the funeral and burial, Tina's family was very adamant that it be a private affair, keeping information of it very quiet in order to ensure that only people from the family, the local Palestinian community, and people from Beitin attended the ceremony. Her obituary wasn't even put in the local papers. A real kick in the teeth. Cliff was barred from attending. All of the insistence of the family. I think all of us can agree when we collectively say these people. Yes, as I said, hypocritical heads. They can right off. Oh, if the audio sounds different, audio listeners, it's because I'm at home. Everyone on YouTube has probably seen this. The drilling sounds were too much. And so I drove home, and I am doing this from my home studio. So welcome to my home studio. I hope everything is all right. The trial began in 1991, almost 2 years after Tina's death. The entire time, Zayn and Maria's lawyers were adamant that their clients were innocent. Bro, the FBI literally have a recording of you saying, "Die, die quickly, die. Quiet little one, die my daughter, die."
I'm innocent, Your Honor.
What the are you doing? Strap him in the chair and set it off. Let's go. And that everything that happened was an act of self-defense. I repeat, die, my daughter, die. What? No. According to Zayn, Tina had come home and demanded $5,000 from them. When they couldn't give it to her, she simply grabbed a boning knife nearby and came at them both. Zayn got the knife away from her and retaliated, resulting in her death, while also stating that Maria had no part in any of the carnage. Yeah, sure, Zayn, and I am Selena Gomez. All of that was, of course, total hogwash. The entire confrontation was caught on tape. The FBI had heard the whole thing, and their geese were royally cooked. Even if... dude... they've got you on tape. Surely at this point, you've got to plead guilty and hope that you can get life with the possibility of parole or life without parole instead of the death penalty. Surely that's what you've got to be hoping for at this point, because you are fucked. And even if there wasn't a tape of the incident, none of the evidence pointed to the scenario they implied, namely the lack of defensive wounds. Of course, the question came up as to why the FBI didn't intervene before things got bad. Well, I mean, they can be listening, but it doesn't mean they're close by. There's this thing called electronic communications. During the trial, it came out that the FBI was privy to a number of family arguments in the past, but that all they thought of Zayn's past threats were nothing but hot air, which is why they didn't step in before things turned deadly. In a quote from a 1991 article from the New York Times, "Since the FBI has refused to discuss the tapes, only some of which were used at the trial, it's not clear whether the authorities could have intervened to prevent the killing." Well, I mean, they could have intervened, of course, but not in this. They just didn't get the chance. They didn't, I don't blame them for this. I think them not intervening is completely reasonable. The insanity of this man killing his daughter with the mum, is like something that even the FBI would be like, whoa, did not see that coming. At the end of the trial, Zayn and Maria were exposed for what they were: hateful, mean-spirited monsters who wanted to control their daughter and force her to live the life they wanted. And when they couldn't get her to conform, they killed her. Simple as that. And even when she was dead, they wanted to discredit and shame their daughter in any way they could, as long as it meant that the two of them could get off scot-free. Some people simply don't deserve the privilege of being called parents. Some people just don't deserve the privilege of sharing oxygen with the rest of us. They're just stealing that oxygen. On the 25th of October 1991, Zayn and Maria Issa were both convicted of first-degree murder. Yay! The sentence the jury recommended? Death! Yay! And so on December the 20th, the judge agreed. Yay! And sentenced both of Tina's parents to die. Yes! That's what happens when you kill your daughter because she has a boyfriend who you don't like and is adapting to the culture that you brought her up in. You douchebags. The verdict seemed to not sit well with a certain friend of the family, as after it was read out, a woman simply known as Mrs. Abraham made her thoughts very clear to the courtroom when she explained that this was the only proper way in which Zine and Maria could go about disciplining their daughter. What, by murdering them, Mrs. Abraham? You need to be on a list, Mrs. Abraham. The judge should be like, bang, bang of his gavel, and it's like, and now we begin the trial of that woman, bailiff. Take her into custody. She's done something. I don't know what it is, but she's done something. Tina had to be killed in order to restore the family's honor. To quote her, I feel it's not right. We follow our religion. They'd be embarrassed in front of everybody in the country, like somebody when they'd go without their clothes outside. Hell, in response to the case, it's been reported that a number of Palestinian families moved back to Palestine for the simple reason that they didn't want their children to be as completely Americanized as Tina had been. I mean, you do what you gotta do, I suppose. The murderous married pair were then sent to death row and were housed in separate prisons in Missouri. Zine was sent to Potosi Correctional Center and Maria to the now abandoned Rennes prison. Zine's troubles were far from done, though, since he was indicted by the FBI in 1993 in connection with his terrorist activities within the Abu Nidal organization. Hell, there was even talk of Zine killing Tina for fear that she could expose his dark dealings with the group. In the end, though, with him already being on death row, the charges were dropped. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you got him. You got him. He's already going to be killed. Woo! Sadly, the state never had the opportunity to end this waste of skin. Zine Issa passed away in prison on February the 17th, 1997 as a result of complication from diabetes. Oh, okay. Well, 1993, 1991, 6 years on death row. I mean, fine. Like, I really thought it was going to be because whatever state they were in, decided to abolish the death penalty. It's like, no, come on. Grandfather him in, for God's sake. Not a fun way to go, so I'll take it. Maria held on a little longer, especially after she got a little bit of a reprieve. Her death sentence was eventually commuted to life in prison with no possibility of parole, and behind bars is where she spent the rest of her days. Ah, I feel like we should have killed her. She survived until April 30th, 2014, and at the age of 70 died from natural causes. It's kind of a bummer, isn't it? She got like 14 years in prison when she should have just been like, needle in the arm, baby. I'm not the most well-versed in the Islamic faith, but I'm fairly sure they have their own version of hell. And if a thing actually exists, I can rest easy knowing that Zine and Maria Issa will suffer Allah's wrath forevermore or for what they did to their daughter, as one of the jurors put it, just because she wants to be an American teenager. Part 2. Father from Hell. So now, with that heartbreaking story concluded, let's get started on the second, more recent case, and arguably the more famous of the two. Yasser Abdul Said was born on January the 27th, 1957 in Sinai in Egypt. While in Egypt, things were going well. His parents were very well off and very affluent in their hometown, and so Yasser and his two older brothers wanted for nothing. Things took a turn after his father and mother got divorced. Upon his father's remarriage, one thing became clear. It was up to Yasser and his brothers to make their own way in the world. Their father wouldn't support them any longer, and so they had to get jobs of their own. I mean, so far, so reasonable. It's like, guess what, kids? Yes, I might have money, but you've got to go make your own. Go. I think that's healthy and good. Over time, Yasser's older brothers made their way over to America looking for a fresh start. Soon enough, Yasser would follow in their footsteps, and in 1983, he received a student visa which would allow him to travel to the United States, after which he moved to Texas. He lived there for several years, but by the time 1987 rolled around, he had just turned 30 years old, and his visa was close to expiring. It was then that he found true love, or at least his meal ticket to staying in the country. It's like, oh, what a convenience. Your visa was expiring, and now you found someone who can extend your visa for you. Oh, this was 15 years? What? It's like, no, visa officer. I'd love to stay in the country because this is my girlfriend, Patricia. She's 15. Be like, hold on a second, sir. You've come to the wrong government office. You need to go to the prison. 15-year-old Patricia Tissy Owens, and if your skin just started crawling, there's a good reason for that. Remember that Yasser was 30 when they met. You want me to make it even worse? Well, how about the fact that Yasser's older brother had been in a relationship with her, but broke it off, only for Yasser to swoop in and ask her out, which she accepted. Or how about this? After only a week of dating, this man proposed to her, and she accepted. Can you say grooming? Can you say predator? Yes, I can. Grooming predator. Oh god, the video just got totally demonetized. Well, apparently things were pretty f***y at that time in Texas, because the marriage was actually allowed to take place. She's 15! When is this? 1987? That's the year I was born. What you doing, Texas? She's 15, he's 30. What? He's not even got a valid visa, or it's going to expire or whatever. What the f***'s going on? From what I can gather, as long as Tissy got the okay from her parents, then everything was perfectly fine. even if Tissy was only 15. I do remember there being like some laws where it's like you can get married at 16 with your parents' permission, but it's like 15? That should just be straight illegal, my dude. I think it should be straight illegal till 18, and then the people can make their own big boy and big girl decisions. Even at 18, I'm like, if you're getting married at 18, I'm like, is your brain really like... I mean, your brain's not done cooking yet. Let it cook a little bit. I don't know what's worse, the fact that the law actually permitted that at the time, or the fact that Tissy's parents gave their consent despite having some reservations. Thankfully, it appears that law no longer exists, and you now must be 18 in order to legally get married, but I mean, good Lord, Texas. With regards to Tissy's family, none of them seemed to have any qualms about this pairing in the slightest. Tissy's mother was no more... Wait, didn't they just say they had reservations? Tissy's parents gave her consent despite having some reservations. None of them seemed to have any qualms about this pairing. Which one is it, Matt? Tissy's mother was no more than a year or two older than Yasser at the time. It's so fucking weird. And had also been married as a teenager. Ye fucking are, Texas. Good Lord, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, it seems. And Yasser, from what they could tell, was a fine and polite gentleman. But he's weird. He's 13. He's with a 15-year-old. She's half his age. And it's not like some, like... I don't think that's it. Is there any example of that? I'm like, it's not like he's 80 and she's 40. That's still weird. Not as weird as this. And also not as illegal, allegedly. Although apparently not in Texas. What the Texas? It probably helped that Yasser lied and said he was very wealthy, owning a bunch of land over in Egypt, which of course he didn't. To quote Tissy's sister, Connie Mogio, he was really nice, but you couldn't understand a lot of what he was saying. He didn't speak very good English. Tissy's cousin, Cindy Cavado, believed that this was a very bad idea and knew that Tissy was making a big mistake, though she seemed not to care in the slightest. Quoting her, "I think it was just a way out of what she was living in. She grew up extremely poor. I think she had a fairy tale idea of marriage. I know she wasn't in love. It was ignorance and being naive." The two of them got married on February the 7th, 1987, and in a Christian church no less. Also, if it wasn't clear and obvious enough that this was a marriage for residency, after the ceremony, a number of women from Tissy's family who had been in attendance would later claim that they were approached by several men from Yasser's family and friends in the parking lot, all of them asking for their hands in marriage. You really can't make it up. Super weird. Speaking of family, though, as soon as the I-do's were exchanged, Yasser was determined to start a family of his own and insisted that they had to be raised in the Islamic faith. So by the time Tissy turned 18, she already had 3 children with Yasser to take care of. Wait, didn't we just say that it was like just for a visa? But they're actually like going through with it, like full on? Having 3 kids before she's 18? Texas, what's going on? The first child was named Islam Saeed. He was born in 1988, and then there was Amina Saeed, born in 1989, and Sarah Saeed, born in 1990. All very close together. In order to provide for his family, Yasser made a living as a taxi driver. Reports vary, but from what I could gather, most of the local taxi companies had their issues with him, mostly due to his big mouth and his bad attitude, with his co-workers calling him crazy and unpredictable. If your co-workers describe you as literally crazy, it's like, oh yeah, no, he's crazy. That's really worrying. It's not like, oh, he's a bit weird, which is just like, oh, okay, people could be a bit weird, but crazy? It's like, he's crazy. We call him Crazy Yasser. You see, Yasser had an ego, a very big ego, and he believed that he should be living a high life like he did back in Egypt. Sadly for him, he wasn't exactly the most accomplished academically, which stifled any real opportunities of getting those higher-paying, high-flying jobs that would have enabled him to live the American dream. This only added to his bitterness and feelings of inferiority, especially in comparison to his much more successful brothers. They were flourishing, they were making a lot of money, and yet here he was working more and more insane hours all throughout the day and night just to keep his family afloat. And on top of being terribly narcissistic, Yasser was also unbelievably paranoid. He thought the people around him were always watching him, always judging him, always out to get him, that they all wanted him to fail and watch him fail. And so, what does an egotistical man with severe paranoia do to gain as much control of his life as he can muster? Well, he exerts as much control over the only thing he can, his family. Oh, what a big man. It's like bullying people who are smaller than you, like... What the... Well, to be more specific, he tried to take control over the lives of his wife and daughters. His son, Islam, was clearly his favorite, mostly because he was the only other man in the house. Thus, he clearly had more importance to him than any of those lowly women. Of course, because sons are better. They're the best. I don't understand how some people are. I just don't understand. I've got a boy and a girl. And it's like the idea that one's better than the other's just insane to me. I mean, one's older, so obviously like more skilled and could talk to you more. But it's like the idea that it's like, oh yeah, no, I love that one more because he's the boy. It's like, what the is going on? Islam was showered with praise from his father, placed on a pedestal above his mother and sisters, and was allowed to act as their superior, even being allowed to call his mother by her first name and cuss her out if she tried to discipline him. Let me tell you something, if I ever called my mum by her first name at his age, let alone swore at her, I wouldn't be able to feel my cheek for about a month from how hard she would have slapped me. And yet this was allowed, and it just goes to show how Yasser demanded control over the women in his house. Yasser belittled his wife on a daily basis and abused her mentally and emotionally to no end. He forced her to conform to his culture, insisting that she should stop wearing makeup, give up pork, and fast with him on Muslim holidays. She also had to ask her husband's permission in order to go out or even talk to her friends after they were married, which was a far cry from life the way she was used to. What have you done? You gotta get divorced. Come on. It's the 1990s. You can do it. Yasser even went so far as to threaten... It's not her fault, obviously. This guy's a... But she needs to get out of there. This guy's crazy. They call him crazy for a reason. Connie Mogio recalled one occasion when she went to visit the family and left with a shocking surprise. I went over to see the kids. I was leaving, and he blocked me in. Yasser told me, I can hurt you right now, and nobody would ever know it. And don't ever go to his house and get his family. What? What? Crazy Yasser. Come 1997, Yasser officially became a US citizen. Ironically, this was also when Tissy left him for the first time. She'd had enough. She'd reached her limit, and so she gathered up the kids and left. Excellent decision. Sadly, it would only be temporary. Yasser refused to let her leave. He refused to be humiliated by a woman in such a way. After picking up the children from school one day, he proceeded to drive all the way to Virginia and said that if she didn't come home, he'd take them all to the Middle East and she'd never see them again. I don't think you can just do that. I don't think you can just go to the airport with your kids and be like, where are you going? Egypt? And it's like, yeah, we're going to need to hear from the mother of this one. You can't just be leaving the country with your kids like this. Come on now. Right? Wait, now I'm wondering because I'm from the UK and I live in Czech. If I went I'm going to the airport with my kids in August. Next month. Wait, 2 months. If I go to the airport with my kids, are they going to be like, we need to make sure you got permission from the other party? Is that a thing? It feels like it should be a thing. Because people would this dude could kidnap the kids and take them to the Middle East. And then what are they going to do about it? It's going to be really hard to get those kids back. And so she returned to him, heartbroken and defeated. And of course, with this victory, it only solidified in his mind that he was better than her. He was still domineering. He was still controlling. And he still wasn't making any real money. What a loser. The family ended up moving to a new home in Covington, Texas, and Yasser took up a job at a local convenience store. I say new home, but it was pretty much an old shack on the property of one of Yasser's family members. It was so squalid and run down that his family had to use a bucket to go to the toilet. Bruh, it's the 1990s in America. People go to what the... You're not homeless, dude. It was after the family had returned to Yasser, with Amina and Sarah being 9 and 8 respectively, that dear old dad began having fun with the behind closed doors and touching them inappropriately. This was a twist I didn't expect. Which, according to Sharia law, means that if he was found guilty of molesting them, his community would be allowed to stone him to death or give him 100 lashes. Can't say I'm against this one. Nah, stone him to death. That sounds brilliant. Let's send him back to Egypt to be stoned to death. Let's fucking go. But when Tissy found out what he was up to, she left Yasser yet again and went to her cousin to file a report with the sheriff. Just deport him to Egypt. File a report with the Egyptian sheriff. Bury him in the sand so his head's sticking out and then throw rocks at his head until he's dead. Quoting, the girls were staying with their grandmother and were afraid to go to their father and told the grandmother that their father had put his oh my god, I do not want to... Oh my god. Okay, so he did horrible things to them, which I'm not going to read, but I feel unpleasant for having read. When the girls were interviewed, they confirmed all of what they had told their mother. Child Protective Services, CPS, got involved and Yasser Saeed was charged with sexual penetration of both girls and felony retaliation in December 17th, 1998, after he threatened to kill Tissy and take back the children. Did this go anywhere? Of course not, because consequences don't seem to exist for Yasser Saeed. Amina and Sarah recanted their allegations, claiming that they made it all up because they wanted to live with their grandmother and because they hated the school in Covington, resulted in the charges being dropped on January the 12th, 1999. Can you say bullshit? Bullshit! Bullshit. Clearly, the girls have been forced to take back what they said, not only by Yasser, but by Tissy too. The cycle continued, and with that, Yasser and Tissy got back together once again, with the family bouncing from home to home in the Dallas and Tarrant areas. Bro, what the... Yasser continued to drive his taxi and continued to make little money, and the family managed to get by to disability checks that they received after Islam was diagnosed as being mentally disabled. And so the years passed, and the physical, mental, and emotional abuse continued, though thankfully it seemed Yasser at least got the message since the sexual abuse stopped completely. Over the next few years, Tissy would leave with the kids more than once, only to return to Yasser after he threatened them with either assault, kidnapping, or death. Oh my god, is it possible I hate this dude more than the previous dude? I mean, let's not rank evil fucks, but like, god damn. Initially, Islam was angry at his father for how he treated his sisters, but as he grew older, Islam not only accepted it, but his behaviour towards them and his mother became worse and worse, and he soon joined in their abuse. Soon enough, though, Amina and Sarah became teenagers and things only got worse. Building to tragedy. From what I could find, both Amina and Sarah were kind, they were bright, they were friendly, outgoing. According to their aunt Connie, Amina was bubbly, happy, and very smart, a great girl, while Sarah was headstrong, but happy as well, energetic, and pretty. They were excelling in their studies and athletics, and Amina was already getting scholarships. They wanted to be independent and successful. They wanted to live their lives to the fullest, and that might have been their biggest crime, at least in the eyes of their father. They were becoming too independent, too westernized, and he hated every bit of it. Bro, you literally chose... This is the thing. You got to be careful. Like, I feel like in the last one I didn't really know their backgrounds, right? Because then you can be, you can be wrong by saying, oh, this person chose to move to America and have their kids there, and so it's their fault that they think it's weird that their kids are growing up in an American lifestyle. Maybe they were refugees. Maybe they were fleeing persecution. Maybe they really didn't want to move to America, but they had to. This dude was rich in Egypt. His dad was like some big high-flying dude. He had a good-ass life. He chose to move to America. No fucking two ways about it. Yasser's paranoia went into overdrive as his girls got older. It became an everyday occurrence for him to vigilantly monitor his wife and daughters nearly everywhere they went, videotaping them, making audio recordings of their conversations, you name it, he did it. Going to school, Yasser was close by. Heading to a friend's house, Yasser had a camera ready. All of it without their consent or knowledge, at least at first. It's even reported that Amina and Sarah were too scared to even take calls from their friends for fear that their father was listening in close by, saying that he gets in everywhere. He knows everything. You want to know the real crazy part of all of this? Soon enough, Sarah got a job at a local convenience store. We all remember our first job as teenagers, right? Yes, I indeed had a job at a convenience store. My first job was picking raspberries. I went to a field and you get paid like £3 or something for like a whole punnet of raspberries you'd picked. And it was me, a bunch of other teenagers, like, 14, 15-year-olds, and many, many immigrants just sweeping through this field. And these guys were obviously pros because they were whipping through those raspberry bushes. And me and the rest of the teenagers like,
oh, they're prickly.
More than likely it was some sort of convenience store or food service establishment. And what's the number one rule when dealing with customers? Always smile. Yeah, maybe in America, in Britain, we're just like, good morning. No need to smile, just be polite. Do your best to look happy and put a smile on your face when dealing with a customer. And what did Yasser do? Well, not only did he videotape her from the outside while she was on the clock, but got angry for the fact that she smiled at the customers, especially the male ones. Something that was literally part of her job, something that is simply courteous in everyday life, and he punished her for it because he's a fucking psycho who deserves to die. I mean, does he deserve to die yet? Well, I know where he's going, so let's just say yes! Or how about this? Every car has an airbag in the steering wheel. Okay, wonder where we're going with this. It's a basic feature, and one that saves lives every day. Well, what if I told you that Yasser, in his paranoia and incessant need to monitor his daughters, had replaced Amina's airbag with a listening device? The fucking psycho. Bro, what's going on? This makes no sense. Just, why would you need to put it where the airbag is? Just put it under the seat. Put it in the headlining. Just pop off a piece of trim and just hide it under there. Why'd you hide it in the airbag? It also didn't help that wherever he was staking out his daughters, Tissy was there, all the while not lifting a finger to stop him. And when she voiced her concerns, they were so nonchalant and blasé that she might as well not have said anything at all. She was so scared of him, so scared of what he could do, that she was as submissive to him as possible, having been browbeaten for years on end. He screamed at Tissy, he screamed at his daughters, and he continued to physically abuse them to the point where Sarah Sarah and Amina futilely had to attempt to hide the bruising on their arms and bodies when they went to school. Yeah, I don't blame the wife for this one. Like, in the previous one, she kind of seemed to be like, there wasn't a lot of pressure on her. She just seemed to also be a psycho. Whereas this dude, his wife is, like, abused as well. Amina and Sarah feared their father. No fucking shit. And it was clear for all to see. Amina herself even spelt it out in an email once to one of her teachers saying, he will, without any drama or doubt, kill us. Oh my god, that is a chilling ass sentence. Like, it's very well constructed, like with those commas and stuff for like a young person, and without drama or doubt. Oh my god, that's chilling. And here's where we get into the reasons many to this day consider this to be an honor killing. Yasser Said wanted full control over his family, every single detail of their lives. Hell, the man even refused to go out and work unless his daughters were sleeping or being watched like a hawk by their brother. Part of controlling every aspect of their lives included, of course, who his girls were meant to marry. Unbeknownst to his daughters, Yasser had arranged for Amina to marry a much older man back in Egypt. He had even arranged for Amina and himself to fly over in order for her to meet her husband-to-be. But as soon as they arrived and Amina found out what was going on, she flat out refused in anger. This enraged Yasser. He had been counting on marrying Amina off. He had planned for it to go off without a hitch. Ellie was depending on it. You see, along with the marriage would have come the sizable dowry that her husband would have paid Yasser in order to have her hand in marriage. The vile, lazy bastard was basically selling his daughter in order to support himself for the foreseeable future, and with her refusal, all that money had gone up in flames. God, what a fucking colossal douchebag. From there, his paranoia worsened, and he dug even deeper to see if there was something going on that he didn't know about. And there was. Amina had a boyfriend. This was Joseph Marino, a boy that Amina had met during her taekwondo class. At first, they were simply friends, but soon enough it blossomed into something more, and the two of them began having a romantic relationship that even included having sex. Again, nothing wrong or out of the ordinary here for a regular American teenager, but it is absolutely forbidden in a Muslim household. As such, the two knew that they had to keep their relationship as secret as possible from her father. Worse still, Amina hated her father and wanted nothing to do with him, his culture, or his religion. To quote Amina from a statement she made to her boyfriend, "I don't believe any of it because I see how their women are treated. I have to walk behind the men. They beat up their wives." But Amina knew that it wouldn't be long before her father found out about Joseph, and she became more and more frantic. She didn't want her dad to hurt her or Joseph, and she knew his reaction would be severe. She did everything that she could, even trying to get rid of the family phone bill so that Yasser couldn't tell who she was talking to, but it was not enough. Yasser eventually found out, and he was furious. He believed that she had dishonored him and their whole family, and that she had cost him too much. It got so bad that after he took the time to move the family to a new house in Louisville, Texas, Yasser even threatened Amina with a gun on Christmas 2007. And with that, Amina and Sarah had had enough. They ran away to the local Kruger school where Tissy worked. Upon hearing that Yasser was threatening her daughters with a gun, saying he would kill them, her co-workers said she had to get out and that she had to leave him. Tissy agreed, and Amina texted Joseph asking if he would marry her, to which she agreed. After that, Amina, Sarah, and Tissy all fled with $9,000 that Tissy had taken from a stash that Yasser had hidden away. Good. They went to stay at the house of one of the girls' friends, only to flee once again on December the 27th, 2007, with the help of their aunt, Connie Mogio. From there, the girls went to stay with Joseph's family in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They wanted it to be over, and Amina and Joseph made plans to get married in Las Vegas. They were ready to move on with their lives, move on from Yasser, and be happy. But of course, Yasser couldn't allow that. Mere hours after the girls initially left to go into hiding, Yasser called the police to report them missing. Tissy called the police herself as soon as she heard, informing them they only wanted to escape, that they were fearing for their lives, and so the police backed off. Good, but Yasser didn't, and Tissy was about to prove that she wasn't strong enough to escape him. The girls had been safe only for a few days, and it was then that everything started to crumble. On December the 31st, 2007, Tissy told the girls that they had to drive to East Texas since it was their grandmother's birthday, and they had to go put flowers on her grave. This was, of course, a lie, and she soon admitted as much. Tissy, in her weakness, had given up and decided, "Oh no! Oh god damn! She was going back to Yasser." If it sounds like I'm dunking on Tissy at this point, it's because I am. For much of this story, I've given her leeway. I've treated her as a victim of Yasser, and I know she is even now. But the fact that she simply wasn't strong enough to stand up for herself or her children, she was weak, and in the end, it cost her everything. She promised that Yasser would change, that he said things were okay and all was forgiven, and asked the girls to come home with her. Sarah agreed, but Amina was having none of it. She reached out to her Aunt Connie on New Year's Day 2008 to take her back to Joseph's. According to Connie, Amina sounded frantic, so she picked her up right away and drove her back to her boyfriend's house, telling her to get a restraining order against her dad. Tissy called repeatedly, begging for Amina to come home, that everything would be okay. In the end, she went to Joseph's home around 5 p.m., stood in the driveway, and refused to leave without her daughter. In response to Joseph's hesitation in letting Amina go back home, citing Yasser's abusive behavior all her life, Tissy was quick to counter, promising to protect her girl, saying, "I thought about it. Y'all in Islam are gonna get married, and I don't want to be all alone. Nothing is going to happen to Amina with me there. I really want them to finish high school, then you can run away." Amina was adamant about staying with Joseph Good, begging to go back with him to Tulsa, but Joseph was sadly swayed, believing it wouldn't hurt to hear what Yasser had to say and that Amina would be safe as long as her mother was there with her. Oh no, dude, she's not though, dude. Quoting, Amina was crying and didn't want to go, but her mother made her. I trusted her mum to take care of her. Amina was heartbroken. She knew there was no reason with her dad. As she was forced to leave the house, Tissy dragging her by the hand, she spoke to Joseph for the last time. "You're letting me down. It's over. He won't let me see you again." If only she knew how right she truly was. Later that same night, she and her sister would be no more. FBI's Most Wanted. Later that night, after Amina was dragged home by her mother, Yasser made a suggestion. He said he wanted a clean slate, to make things right from that moment forward, so he gave them kisses and suggested he take his girls out in the taxi to go get some food and talk things over. Not the worst suggestion in the world. It sounds almost wholesome, if not for the fact that we know precisely how this story ends. Tissy even asked if she would go with them. Yasser said no, that he wanted to hash things out with the girls alone, and Tissy obediently listened. I'd like to think that she regrets that decision, and every decision leading up to that moment to this day. At 7:35 p.m., a 911 call came to the Irving Police Department. On the other end, the heartbreaking final moments of a bright young lady who did nothing wrong besides wanting to be happy. "Help! My dad shot me. It was Sarah Saeed, and she only had mere moments left. I'm dying. I'm dying." The sound of a car door opening could be heard. "Oh my God, not again. Stop it. Stop it. Stop." All the dispatcher could hear from then was the sound of a struggle, the slamming of a car door, and then the final gasps and desperate whimpers of a scared and pained young girl before the line went dead. Yasser Abdul Saeed, in all his anger and blind hatred, had taken his daughters, his two youngest children, in his taxi, out for a drive. Amina sat in the front next to her father, and Sarah was seated in the back. Yasser made his way to Irving, Texas, specifically to a park on Riverside Drive, where he parked the car. Then, without warning, Yasser drew his 9mm pistol and opened fire. He shot Amina twice, hitting her point blank in the chest and severing her spinal cord, killing her instantly. Sarah was next. She tried to fight off her dad when he turned back to her, but he unloaded on her with 9 shots to the abdomen. It was afterwards that Sarah managed to call the authorities, but it was far too late by then. By tracing the phone, the police were able to identify the phone's owner as Islam Saeed, who had loaned it to Sarah for the time being. Officers went to the Saeed residence to pick up Islam and Tissy, since they wanted to ask them about what was going on. The two of them explained that Yasser had taken the girls out for food, but they were running late. Soon, though, another call came into the police, this one from the Omni Mandalay Hotel in Las Colinas, Texas. It was 8:30 p.m., and a cab driver had pulled in behind another parked taxi. When the taxi didn't move for a period of time, the driver took a look inside and saw the bloody and discarded bodies of Amina and Sarah Saeed inside. Yasser Saeed was long gone. After killing his daughters, Yasser had taken what he had on him, including his Egyptian passport, and vanished into thin air. For a long time it was believed that he had fled back to Egypt to escape his evil deeds, but there were no records of his passport being used or him getting on and off a plane. Soon after their bodies had been discovered, both Amina and Sarah were given 2 separate funeral services, one Christian, one Muslim, with Islam Saeed voicing his insistence and anger that the boyfriends of both girls should be barred from the proceedings, acting as if they were dead, simply because of their love and association with the boys. If that isn't outrageous and delusional, I don't know what is. The search for Yasser was on, and the authorities never stopped their pursuit, even as the years dragged on. Years? Bruh, go out and catch him already. That's not... Get him! Catch it! It's double murder! Sarah and Amina's family, especially their aunts, did everything in their power to keep the search for Yasser in the public consciousness, telling anyone who would listen to keep their eyes peeled and their ears open for any sign of the murderer's father. They even offered up a reward, which would total up to $21,125. And what did Tissy do to help in the efforts? Diddly squat. Aside from filing for divorce in the year 2009, this woman did next to nothing in regard to the case. Hell, a mere 2 days after the murders of her beloved youngest children at the hands of her husband, she and Islam returned to the house at Lakeland Drive. By that time, it had already been torn apart by the SWAT team in search of Yasser, and Tissy simply said that everything inside, including all of her daughter's possessions and the house itself, belonged to Islam now, as was his right. And when it came to the press, the woman never said a word, all except to repeat one phrase over and over again: Yasser is a good man. You are just absolutely delusional. You're just completely just off it. Yes, sure, Tissy, and I'm DJ Khaled. From the word jump, the news circulated the story that Amina and Sarah were killed by their father in what could be seen as an honor killing, a belief that is still held and accepted by the world at large to this day. Amina and Sarah were scoffing at their Muslim heritage and refused to obey their father, refused to do with their lives as he wished, and so they had to die. Yasser's brother, also known by the alias of Ahmed for his own protection, says otherwise, though, condemning his brother's action, saying that it had nothing to do with honor. Only a monster could do that. That is a tribal, backward thing. They were stars, special. They were going to be doctors. Wajiha al-Huwaida is a female Saudi writer and activist, and she also dismisses them as honor killings. Honor killings have nothing to do with Islam. It's only tradition. It's the mentality of women as property. For years and years, the search continued for Yasser Saeed, with various reports of sightings of him coming from places such as New York City and Newark, New Jersey, none of which panned out. It got to the point where, as the title of this chapter suggests, Yasser Saeed was put on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitive list since December of 2014, with a reward of $100,000 for any information leading to his arrest. And so, Yasser was simply a ghost in the wind. Until August the 14th, 2017, that is. On that day, a call came in from a maintenance worker at an apartment complex in Bedford, Texas, and he had seen quite the sight. He'd gone to fix a water leak, and he used a key to unlock the door, only to find the deadbolt holding it closed. After knocking and announcing his presence, a tall, middle-aged Muslim man, matching Yasser's description, let the worker inside to fix the leak, after which the worker alerted the police. Who was renting the apartment? I hear you ask. Why? It was Islam Saeed, of course. The worker was shown a picture of Yasser Saeed and said that it was definitely him. There could be no doubt. When an agent went to interview Islam about it, he was hostile and uncooperative, but he also let something slip. As he was re-entering his apartment, he was heard calling out to someone inside, "We have a problem," which is not suspicious at all. Dude, what are you doing? Hello. Use the brain. Use the brain. Well, the police certainly thought it was, and at 1 a.m. that same day, a search warrant was executed on Islam's apartment. At that point, it was of course empty, but the sliding glass door leading to the patio was conveniently left open. After examining the area, it was clear that whoever had been inside the apartment had leapt from the patio, landing in and crushing a bush. The authorities didn't leave empty-handed, though. The fool had left some evidence behind, namely a pair of eyeglasses, several cigarette butts, and a toothbrush. Everything was bagged up and mailed over to Quantico, Virginia for DNA testing. They ran it against DNA taken from Amina and Sarah Saeed, and they got a match. It belonged to their father, Yasser. Unfortunately, the boss was in the wind once more. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be for very long. It was in August 2020, right in the middle of the global zombie apocalypse, that everything came crashing down for Yasser Saeed. He had been spotted alongside Islam entering a house in Justin, Texas, and that he had purchased in the name of Dalal Saeed. Now, who is Dalal Saeed? Well, she just so happened to be Yasser's niece, the daughter of his older brother, Yassin Abdul Fattah Saeed. Another man was seen helping them unload groceries, and he was identified as Yassin Saeed. The FBI placed the home under 24-hour surveillance, and on the 17th, and 2 days later, on August the 19th, 2020, they observed the shadow of a person inside while Yassin and Islam were away. It's literally been years. Years and years and years. Why haven't you fled the country? You're on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Just work a way out. Get back to Egypt or something, my dude. Like, what are you doing hanging around? Go to Lebanon. Go to Mexico. I don't know if Egypt probably doesn't have extradition. Go to Egypt, go back home, come on! You gotta leave, what are you doing? Then, on August the 25th, the FBI watched as Islam and Yassin exited the home with 2 trash bags in hand. After following the pair to a shopping center in Southlake, Texas, approximately 19 miles from the house, they observed as Islam got out of the car and Yassin pulled over to the side of the mall before exiting the parking lot altogether. While searching the trash cans, they found the bags which contained used cigarette butts, and a search warrant was executed on August the 26th, 2020. Why are they driving 19 miles away? Is it just to hide, evidence just in case? Being super careful? It doesn't seem like they were super careful generally. So why the super carefulness with the trash? Yasser Saeed was inside the house and was arrested on charges of capital murder in relation to the deaths of Amina and Sarah Saeed. Yassain and Islam were arrested at a separate location in Euless, Texas, soon after. Finally, there was some justice to be found for both Amina and Sarah. After the arrest of her ex-husband, a tearful Tissi told the media, "Now the girls can rest in peace." And no, I'm not letting her off the hook there. Victim or not, she did nothing to help track down her husband and only defended him while he was on the run. And now she wants to act sad about it? I don't think so. I mean, I am also giving her a little bit of credit, because maybe she's still afraid. She could still be absolutely afraid of him. He is in the wind. And if she starts saying shit, he could come back and kill her. But now he's in custody. She can be more honest. I don't know. I've obviously not done as much research as Matt has because he wrote this and I just read it, but I do feel like she is very battered. The trials of Islam and Yassain Saeed came first. On January the 19th, 2021, Islam pled guilty to harboring a fugitive, conspiring to harbor a fugitive, and 1 count of conspiracy to obstruct justice, and was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his crimes. As of today, serving his sentence at a federal correction institute, Big Spring. Yassain tried to backpedal on his actions, saying he hated his brother and would never have helped him if he believed what he did. But it didn't help his case, as on February the 4th, 2021, he was found guilty of conspiracy and harboring a fugitive. On June the 4th, 2021, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison and is currently serving his sentence at federal correction institution Bastrop. Good. But what of Yasser? Needle in the arm, let's go! Well, upon his arrest, he was transported and held at Dallas County Jail, North Tower, and his trial would commence on August the 2nd, 2022. The defense tried to say that Yasser never would hurt his girls, that he hadn't killed them. So, who did he claim did? Well, an unknown shadowy assassin, of course. Yasser claimed that while driving his girls to get dinner, he had spotted a dark figure stalking the taxi. Fearing for his life and thinking he was about to be the target of murder, he fled the cab, leaving his 2 teenage daughters to fend for themselves. Yes, it's as stupid as it sounds. As why he never came forward after the fact, he simply believed he wouldn't receive a fair trial, and that everything around the case, from the media to the prosecution, had been skewed against him, his culture, and his religion. I mean, dude, you've only got to get reasonable doubt. It's this is not reasonable doubt, my dude. You're going away forever. To quote the closing argument of Yasser's defense attorney, Braharan Muse, everybody has a preference in how they discipline their kids, just like they have a preference for what kind of food they eat, what kind of people they date, what religion they want to practice. Discipline does not mean you murdered your children. Your culture does not mean you murdered your children. No, but Yasser did. I think we can all smell the bull from here, and so did the prosecution. To quote prosecutor Lauren Black, who seemingly could read Yasser like a book, he controlled what they did, who they talked to, and who they could be friends with, if they and who they could date, and he controlled everything in his household. And to echo a closing statement about the nonsense the defense was spewing, quoting again, "If you inherently or knowingly cause the death of another in Dallas County, we are coming for you. Period. You will be prosecuted. Period. It has nothing to do with your race or religion." The trial lasted all of 6 days, and it only took the jury 3 hours to come to a conclusion. Yasser Abdul Saeed was guilty of the capital murder of Amina and Sarah Saeed. For his crimes, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. No, the prosecution didn't seek the death penalty for some reason, so not as yeehaw as I would have liked, but I'll take it. Yeah, I'm also come on, get a little more yee. It's Texas, baby. Come on. Yeehaw. Currently, Yasser is 67 years old and being housed at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice McConaughey Unit in B County, Texas, where he will spend the remainder of his pathetic and miserable life, all because his girls wanted to be happy. Him. Yeah, agreed, Matt. That hypocritical bag. Wrap up. And there we have it, dear audience. We've reached the end of both of our tales today. Full disclosure, this is probably one of the saddest scripts I've ever written, and I know it will stick with me for quite some time. These cases have been on my personal to-do list to cover for a long time, and for good reason, but that doesn't make them any easier to write about. Tina Issa, Amina Saeed, Sarah Saeed, these 3 young ladies did absolutely nothing wrong. They only wanted to live their lives the way they wished, be happy with the men in their lives, and just be normal, everyday American teenagers. And unfortunately, to their parents, that was the worst thing they could possibly be. Zayn and Maria Issa couldn't accept their daughter was the product of her environment, that she was happy, and that they couldn't control her. Everything she did was wrong in their eyes, no matter how small, normal, or mundane. Her music, they hated it. Her clothes, they hated them. Her friends, they hated them. Her job, hated it. Boyfriends, well, they really hated him. And in the end, her life meant less to them than their culture, their religion, and their so-called honor. Yasser Saeed Well, where do I even start? A petty, controlling, manipulative, vindictive, greedy, vile, reprehensible human being. He cared about nobody beside himself, and in the end, he destroyed his own family. He destroyed any free will or sense of independence in his wife, corrupted his son, and turned him into a convict. And worst of all, gunned down his own daughters simply because they wouldn't kowtow to his wants. He dominated them, tried to control them, sexually assaulted them, and then tried to marry Amina off like she was something to be sold. In the end, he stole their lives away, just because they wanted to be their own people, away from him, and away from his paranoid and controlling behavior. So I suppose the lasting question is this: do I count the murders of Amina and Sarah Saeed as honor killings? Admittedly, I see where the doubt has come from. So many other cultures have had honor killings, which is true, and on the surface this seems to be a couple of murders based on greed and building frustration. But I do believe these count as honor killings, as at the core of it all, it has all the signs. Amina and Sarah wanted nothing to do with their father's attitude or his religion. They refused to conform, preferring their American lifestyle. They fought against his control, and they refused to marry who he wanted them to marry, choosing American boyfriends instead. But no matter how you look at it, I think we can all agree that Zayn and Maria Issa can rot in hell for what they did, and that Yasser Saeed deserves to wallow in his lonely, tiny cell until nature runs its course. And with that, I'd like to wrap up with a poem that Amina wrote in her diary, showing just how she felt while under her father's thumb, wanting nothing more than to escape and be free, something that sadly, he never allowed her to do. My heart is an open wound. I can only cry. Don't try to understand. Make me a bird. Let me fly. I hate you. I hate your land. You've frozen my heart. Let me die. Make me an angel. Let me fly. Endless tyranny round and round. Let me go. Where can I be found? My pain you will never know. Make me a leaf. Let me fly. Let me blow. You hang on. You think you want me. You don't want to know. You don't know me. And here, I don't want to be. Dismembered appendices. With all that said and done, I want to take the time to give a special and loving shout out to fellow writer and dear friend Emma. First of all, we know how awesome of a writer she is. She writes for this channel regularly, but she has also been helping me edit my scripts, going all the way back to the piece on Panzram. That was a while ago, my dude. And with that said, she has also made numerous contributions to this script in particular, namely when it came to the Muslim religion, which she is surprisingly quite knowledgeable about. So thanks again, Emma. I honestly couldn't do this without you. Brilliant. And thank you, Matt, for putting this together. Appreciate it. And on that, it's a grim episode, wasn't it? Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon Wambers here, one of my writers. Thank you, David. It's written me a script. Samuel Little, America's most prolific serial killer. I remember when David pitched that to me, I was like the little mouse. I was like, no. That's Stuart Little, Simon. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so Samuel Little, bit of a different game here. How have I not heard of this dude if he's America's most prolific serial killer? Like, I feel like I'm au fait with America's most prolific serial killers, like Gacy, Bundy, all of these dudes, famous names. Samuel Little, not quite so famous. I don't know why. We got 38 pages today, so we're going to be getting into it, aren't we? Let's jump in. The format of the show, never read this before. We're going to read it together. I mean, I'm going to read it. You're going to listen, but you get the idea. It was the night of the 27th of September, 1984, in the city of San Diego, California. Been to San Diego, actually. Very briefly. Don't even remember what the city's like. I think I went there for like a day, and then I crossed over the border into Mexico, crossed to Tijuana. And Tijuana is a very, very strange place. A car pulled up and parked on 10th Avenue and C Street in a sketchy part of downtown. Out climbed 22-year-old Lori Barros, clad in a black dress with white polka dots, a red belt, stockings, and white heels. She immediately caught the attention of a man driving a black Ford Thunderbird. He turned off his headlights and slowed the vehicle to a crawl. He had found his target for the evening. Lori Barros was going through a rough time. She'd recently separated from her abusive husband and started the process of filing for divorce. Her past had not been easy, full of regrets and trauma, and she'd previously made the mistake of getting into sex work for some extra cash, a decision which she was now deeply and irrevocably ashamed. But the money came in handy for buying drugs to numb the pain of her existence. Indeed, that is why Lori Barros was downtown that night, heading to a drug dealer's apartment to purchase some meth. Barris walked down 10th Avenue as far as the block between B Street and A Street. As she walked, the man following her pulled his car up to the curb and got out. A few moments later, Barris stopped dead in her tracks, listening intently. Frozen in fear, she did not dare turn around, but she was almost certain that she was being followed. And she was right. Suddenly, the man grabbed her by the wrist and neck and began dragging her the distance of approximately 25 feet towards his Thunderbird. The door of the car was already open. The keys were still in the ignition. Laurie Barris struggled fiercely as the man dragged her along, but she didn't dare scream. There was no one else around and the street lighting was virtually non-existent. I mean, why wouldn't you scream? It's like one of those things though, isn't it? Like she freezes and it's like, but people freeze. And I don't think I've really ever been in a situation where I've been like in this situation of like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. And you just freeze. Like I've never been in the car and like a deer jumps out in front of you. Apparently people just freeze and just smash into the deer or something. Or like, I guess swerve off the road would be a reaction. But people do freeze in situations. I was recording a video about like airline safety or whatever. And apparently one of the main problems on planes, and it's why that like when you've seen those videos of like, you know, onboard mobile phone recording of like a plane having a problem or whatever, and the flight crew are like shouting like, brace, brace, brace. It's like, why do you need to shout? We're all in the brace position. Apparently it's because people freeze. And they're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. And so they have to be told what to do. And so the flight crew are like trained to like hammer it home to people. Like, this is what you have to do. Keep doing it. This is what you have to do. Keep doing it. Because people do freeze. It's quite a fascinating phenomenon, isn't it? I wonder what the evolution behind that is. Why we freeze. It was just Laurie and her assailant in the darkness. Laurie feared that if she did scream, all it would accomplish was the man hurting her worse. Her only hope was to struggle free and get away unaided. But the man's 6'1" and 240-pound frame rendered this a forlorn hope. Siri, what's 240 pounds in kilograms? 108 kilograms. This is a big boy. Barris was shoved into the driver's side and pushed toward the passenger side of the car. The man climbed into the driver's seat and pulled Laurie into a headlock using his right arm, placing his hand over her mouth. The man used his left hand to slam the car door and then reach past the steering wheel to flick the automatic transmission into drive before tearing away from the curb and down 10th Avenue. The man would later claim that such awkward maneuvering wasn't necessary. He hadn't dragged the victim to his car, he had lured her into his vehicle with a sweaty wad of $20 bills, just like he had done with most of his other victims. Wait, so I get the feeling old Laurie here survives. Because there's two sides to this story, obviously one told by the perpetrator and one told by the victim. Interesting. Either way, the Thunderbird sped down 10th Avenue and onto Market Street. Then Barros and her captor headed east until they reached the 3600 block of Market Street, whereupon the vehicle turned into an unlit gravel road and headed up a hill towards an illegal dump site and pulled to a stop amid the mounds of trash. Then the man quickly turned. I hate illegal dumping. I hate this. I've got a little house in the countryside, little cottage, and I went there the other weekend, and I look out into the forest, and there's a little road that runs like up the hill and just along the side, and someone had thrown out like 2 bags of rubbish just out of their car into the forest, and I'm like, well, now I've got to go pick that up. It's just fucking selfish. Just throw your trash away like a normal person. Probably find a body in there or something, won't I? Jesus. It's in the middle of nowhere. And if you were like driving by this road, you would not see the house down below, so you could just throw something out there and think it's not going to get discovered. Oh God, I haven't thrown it away yet. It was just sitting there. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that today. So it's going to sit there and get nasty, and then I'm going to have to do it another day. Oh God, why? Stop fucking tipping. The man quickly turned off the engine, momentarily got out of the driver's side door, flung the driver's seat forward, and then reached into the car to grab Laurie Barris by the neck and throw her forcefully onto the back seat. The man climbed into the back with her and tried to kiss the victim on the mouth. She struggled. In retaliation, the man grabbed Laurie's neck with his right hand and began choking her. The assailant was large enough and his victim small enough that he could cut off her airway with a single hand. Indeed, using the same hand, he threw the victim down into a lying position on the back seat. He continued to asphyxiate the terrified woman for the next 60 to 120 seconds before releasing her neck. Gasping for air, Laurie Barris begged the man not to hurt her and promised to comply with whatever his demands were. The man replied, "Trust me, I'm not going to hurt you. I love you, bruh." That's fucking weird. If you heard that, you'd be like, I'm dead. Oh no, this is worse than him saying he was going to kill me. No, he's just a pure psycho. I don't know you, dude. He proceeded to lift up the victim's polka dot dress and rip off the woman's nylon stockings and her panties, getting slightly frustrated as they temporarily caught on her white high heels. Wrenching the stockings and underwear free, the assailant pushed Barros into a kneeling position on the car floor and used the nylon stockings to bind her arms tightly behind her back. He then flung the victim onto the seat once more, with Barros lying on top of her hands. It was now that the man resumed choking her. At one point, he said, "Swallow for me. I love it when you swallow, bruh." The assailant removed his trousers and attempted vaginal penetration, but his penis was flaccid, so he just wound up rubbing his genitals against the victim's crotch and pelvic region. "Oh, I don't like this already." Then the man climbed on top of the victim and spent the next several minutes attempting coerced fellatio. Again, the assailant's penis remained flaccid. I'd not to get too grim here. Oh God, we're going to get so grim. But do you really want to do that? Because you know what's in the mouth? Fucking teeth. Does that seem like the brightest idea, mate? I've seen TV shows and stuff about prisons. It's you don't want to do that, bro. Again, the assailant's penis remained flaccid, and so he moved back down and resumed choking Barros, releasing her every so often to prevent her from passing out. It was only now that the assailant became erect. The lack of air diminished the victim's senses as she teetered on the edge of consciousness, and the fight went out of her. The assailant said, "Take some of my breath," and kissed her on the mouth. The man moved in for the kill. He choked the victim till her head fell to one side and her body went limp. It was during this process that the man climaxed. He recovered for a moment while lying on top of his victim. Then the man pulled up his pants and sat on the back seat next to the young woman's body. It was at that moment that Laurie Barros regained consciousness. Luckily, there was no loud gasping for air, but just a slow, silent reinflation of the lungs. Half conscious, Barros was dimly aware that the man thought he had killed her. And so Laurie Barros wisely played dead. Excellent. She's definitely surviving, right? We know that. There's two sides of this story. And so, I don't know if that's a spoiler or whatever. David knows what he's doing. He wants me to know this. After a few tense moments, the man pushed Barros out of the driver's side door and onto the ground amid the rats and refuse of the illegal dump site. He then got out of the car, snapped the driver's seat back into position, climbed back into the vehicle, started the engine and drove off, having discarded a human being like a piece of trash. And bro, you're not worried about trace evidence? Oh, this is the 80s. They didn't quite have DNA yet, did they? Still, this is sloppy criming. Laurie didn't dare move until she was sure the car was gone. Then she got up and staggered uneasily down the gravel path onto Market Street. She kept walking until she reached a payphone. She called a female friend who picked her up and took her back home to safety. Laurie Barros then spent the next several hours curled up in the bathtub crying. Why wouldn't you call 911? I guess people don't trust the police or something, but goddamn. As far as the man was concerned, Laurie Barros was dead, just like the other 11 victims he'd murdered in the past 9 months. Quote, 1984 was a real busy year. I squeezed in a lot of stuff. And indeed, this furious spasm of activity wasn't unusual during the man's 4-decade-long reign of terror as the most prolific serial killer in the history of the United States. Good lord. In fact, given the monstrous size of his list of victims, one of the most startling things about this man is how little known he is next to the likes of Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy, and how seldom his horrific story is told. Those are exactly the examples I brought up in the beginning, aren't they? It's how 44 decades, 40 years? But as we shall see, the media's neglect of this man's story is reflected in law enforcement's neglect of his highly vulnerable and extremely marginalized victims. Oh, what? The police pay less attention when a sex worker is murdered compared to a normal person? What? Who would have thought this? It happens every fucking time. It's every casual criminalist. This happens, and then the police just do a shitty job because they value some human life more than others. Goddamn police. Come on now. Meet Samuel Little. A bastard child who was not even given a name was born on June the 7th, 1940 in Reynolds, Georgia, a tiny African-American village of just 817 people. The child's mother was 16-year-old Bessie Mae Little, who had fallen accidentally pregnant after a teenage tryst in the Reynolds graveyard with 19-year-old Paul McDowell. Bessie Mae's own mother had died giving birth to her in 1924, and in turn, Bessie Mae nearly died giving birth to her son. Bessie Mae delivered the baby at home, with her grandmother, Josephine Little, acting as midwife. Josephine was scandalized that Bessie Mae had gotten pregnant out of wedlock and hoped that the child would be born stillborn. Fucking hell. That is some dark-ass shit right there. When that turned out not to be the case, Josephine reputedly leaned in and whispered to the wailing newborn, "I curse you." What the fuck is wrong with you? Was this her mum? Jesus Christ. Wait, sorry, is Josephine Josephine is her grandmother, so the baby's great-grandmother. It's not important, but it was her grandma, not her mum. Josephine would not allow the infant to be given a name. Indeed, Bessie May's attitude toward the newborn baby wasn't much better. Decades later, when Bessie May's son was an old dying man, he recounted, "My mama later told me that she didn't want me. She was but 16 years old. She said she'd tried to kill me in the womb. She took a rope and tied it around her belly, and she and her girlfriend pulled it tight until she couldn't stand it no more and she stopped. Then she said she drank turpentine. Her girlfriend gave it to her, and the room was smelling so badly of turpentine they couldn't stay in the room. That didn't work out, and so I came out of her. I just survived in some kind of way." And that's like, doing that kind of stuff is like, that's going to damage a baby. Like, that is super fucked up. This episode's super fucked up, and we're 3 pages in. But after the child was born, Bessie May actually took to raising the child as best she could. That is until one night, 6 months later, when Josephine threw Bessie May and her baby out of the house, telling her she was not welcome back until she'd gotten rid of the child. Josephine made no suggestions or stipulations as to how. Paul McDowell had impregnated Bessie May as part of a contest with his friend to see how many of the village girls they could seduce. He wanted nothing to do with the baby. So this put Bessie May in a predicament. Again, to quote her son, "My mother told me that it was raining out and she didn't know where to go. She kept me under her breast and she walked around in the rain." After wandering the village and the surrounding countryside for several hours, soaked through and exhausted, Bessie May collapsed onto a dirt road. Holding her baby in one arm, she crawled underneath a nearby house, which, due to the region's propensity for flooding, was built on stilts. There, Bessie May fell asleep. Waking up a few hours later, she got up, walked back to the road, dropped the infant in the mud, and trudged back to her grandmother's house. The abandoned baby was almost certain to die. An hour later, a small merchant's cart pulled by a goat came upon the infant by the side of the road. It was driven by a man named Quint, a local peddler of sundry goods. Quint swung himself down from the cart and used his knuckles to drag himself across the ground, for Quint had no legs. Given that Reynolds was a small village, he immediately recognized the child as Bessie May's. He also knew who the father was. Doing the mental arithmetic that Bessie May had abandoned her son, Quint reasoned there was no point taking the child back to her. So Quint lifted the baby into his cart, used his arms to hoist himself back aboard, and took off toward the house of Paul McDowell's parents, Fanny and Henry. Quint arrived and explained what he thought had happened. Fortunately, Fanny and Henry immediately took a shine to the child and took him in. Fanny and Henry, even though your son sounds like a bit of a prick, you sound like really good people. They named him Samuel and called him a blessing from God. Paul McDowell had little to nothing to do with the child, and soon enough he listed in one of the colored battalions of the US Army in order to escape the poverty of village life. Thus, Samuel, or Sam as he was called by Henry McDowell, was raised by his paternal grandparents. Here seems like a tactic. Oh, David would like me to plug his book. All right, David. All right. David's written a book. It's called Sex, 2 Billion Years of Procreation or Recreation. In here it says it's called The Shortest History of Sex, and I believe that's because the Americans decided to have a different title. I wrote not the prologue, the preface? What's it called? What is this called? I've forgotten what I wrote. The foreword. It's called a foreword. Of course it is. I wrote the foreword to this book, which was a privilege. It's a fantastic book. You should absolutely get it. Where's it available? I assume 7th of February in the US and the UK. So, it's past that already. It's the 14th of February, Valentine's Day today. So this is already out in the US and the UK. Congratulations, David. Pick it up wherever you get your books. In December 1941, war came to the United States, and in 1942, Henry McDowell seized the opportunity to leave his impoverished village in Georgia to head to Ohio and find some wartime factory work. After 2 years, in 1944, Henry had saved up enough money working in the steel factory to send for his wife, Fanny, and his grandson, Sam. They settled in the town of Lorain, Idaho, in a house on 33rd Street in a predominantly white middle-class neighborhood. Fanny and Henry told their neighbors that Sam was their youngest son. When Paul McDowell returned from the war in 1945, he posed as Sam's brother. Paul quickly got married to a woman named Betty, and over the next decade, fathered 7 children. The McDowells were soon joined by their extended family from Georgia, all of them coming to Ohio in search of better economic opportunities. Sam, meanwhile, was raised to believe the fiction that Fanny and Henry were his parents. All told, as he grew up, Sam's grandparents were very loving, but neglectful. They did not keep track of where their child was, and sometimes they even forgot to give him regular meals. Yeah, this is the thing. They seem like good people. They just don't seem... It's like there are good people who are just incompetent. And I think that must be you, because when you imagine like Child Protective Services or social services coming to take someone's kid away, you're always like, yeah, because the parents must be abusive or terrible. And so sometimes I'm sure the parents love the shit out of their kids. They're just not able to be a parent. I would imagine that's a more common situation. I don't actually know. According to Sam, when he was 5 years old, he was molested by an uncle who bribed him with money in exchange for fellatio. Bruh. At age 18, Sam wandered into the town in the evening with a little handcart, quietly lifting the hoods of people's cars, removing the car batteries, and selling them at the dump for 75 cents apiece. Also at the age of 8, Sam became infatuated with a little redhead girl in his class named Carol Messenger. According to Sam, he got erect thinking about her. Meanwhile, Sam took notice of his teacher, Mrs. Harris. In particular, Sam grew fascinated with how she'd occasionally adjust her scarf and touch her long, elegant neck. Sam was something of a class clown, didn't do very well with his grades, and was often teased by the other students, particularly the girls. Oftentimes, the girls would pick on him, and so Sam would tease them back. But it was Sam, not the girls, who would always get into trouble. Sam reports that even from an early age, he felt a sort of erotic frustration from this. To quote him, "I grew up different from most kids my age. My grandma didn't really watch over me. I just ran the street. I would go to school with dirty, raggedy clothes, and I was ashamed for them girls to see me. They would all laugh at me. I wanted to hold them and feel them, their hair, and touch them, but they didn't want me. My dick got hard, and I knew then that something was wrong with me. Desires became drives. I'd be looking at a woman's throat. The older I got, the stronger the sensation. A lot of my childhood was really mixed up with females. I loved them so much, but I was hurt by a lot of things that they did. A lot of disappointment." Alright, dude, chill. It's like, yeah, plenty of people have been in a situation where you're like, oh, I like girls, I just wish girls liked me back. Why? I mean, it's a bit weird that you're looking at their necks and shit like that. It's like, also, you're very young. How old were you? Like 8? Chill out. By 1950, when Sam was 10 years old, his fetishization of women's necks developed a sadomasochistic component. He would buy detective comics and grow aroused illustrations that depicted men choking women, a frequent enough occurrence in the 10-cent trash produced in those days. Sam connected with those images because the accompanying stories often involved the women being unfaithful to their husband and being murdered in a jealous rage, or else the women being choked by a spurned lover or being throttled by a villain whom she despised, and so forth. Wow. Comics just had a lot of violence towards women in the past, apparently. It was a combination of sexual frustration, rejection, and a feeling of inadequacy that was suddenly offset in Sam's mind by a brutal, violent act that ensured domination and reasserted control. Bro, if that's where you go to from that, it's because your brain is broken. Like, of course we know this. The title of this episode is the most prolific killer in American history. So, yeah, we know his brain's fucked up, but it's interesting to see this, element of it, which I assume comes from, court documents or confessions later. Is really weird. It wasn't long before Sam started masturbating to the idea of doing that to a woman, but for many years, he only considered it a secret fantasy rather than something he planned to enact in real life. If that's your secret fantasy, let it be your secret fantasy and never tell anyone and never do it. All right? Save everyone a lot of trouble, Sam. In the spring of 1953, when Sam was 12 years old, he and 2 other boys named Jimmy and Billy hopped on a train and ran away to the college town of Oberlin. Soon after arriving, the 3 boys stole some bicycles parked in front of a lecture hall. A local gas station attendant saw them, called the cops, and within 10 minutes of taking the bike, Sam, Jimmy, and Billy were arrested. Some pretty bad criming. Being convicted for theft as a juvenile, Sam was sentenced to an indefinite period at the Ohio Boys Industrial School, 5 miles south of the town of Lancaster. It was a reform school where delinquent boys were subjected to military-style discipline, grew their own food, made their own clothes, and were given intensive vocational training so that they would be transformed into useful members of society. Cooks, carpenters, factory workers, farmers, tailors, and even stenographers. I was watching videos on YouTube about stenography. It's incredible. I don't know, it just came up on my shorts feed. And it's just stenography is people in court who take, or in meetings who write down what people are saying, super quickly so they can type as fast as people speak. And they have these weird special keyboards where they press multiple keys at once and it sort of predictive texts the results. It was fascinating. If you want to look up people stenographing on YouTube, it's pretty fascinating stuff. And I also think this is a great idea, an industrial school where they send people who've been a bit naughty, stealing a bike, to have some military discipline and do all this kind of stuff. And this is obviously way better than just going to child prison, which is just going to make you more of a criminal. I like this. Does this still happen? This should happen. One of the previous inmates of the school was the famous mid-century comedian Bob Hope, who had grown up and become an avid donor to the place. Sam McDowell arrived at the boys' industrial school in February of 1954. He would be held there until it earned enough merit points for good behavior and the staff was ready to return him home. The dormitories were segregated into white and black kids. It's the 50s, of course. Sam was subjected to a variety of punishments. Flogging was common. There were also more creative punishments, like being forced to stand in the corner, shackled with a ball and chain. Jesus, I thought that only happened in cartoons. You had to hold the 30-pound iron ball in your hands for 10 to 30 minutes. If you dropped the ball, you had to start the time all over again. Occasionally, teachers would beat the kids, purposefully forcing them to drop the ball and restarting the clock. Because the boys' industrial school operated like a sort of open-air prison without the presence of girls, it became common for the older and stronger boys to sodomize the younger and weaker ones. Jesus. I mean, wait. Why? That's not necessary. It was like, it was an all-boys school, so they sodomized each other. What? Like, I went to a school that used to be an all-boys school, and then it was a mixed school, but there were my sisters went to an all-girls school. There's plenty of all-boys schools. Is this just a British thing? Whenever I watch American TV, all the genders go to school together, but in the UK, it's not uncommon for them to be separated into different schools. And I don't think it's natural that it's like, no. And then the older ones sodomized the weak ones. What? I'm sure it happens, but it's not like David states it, and of course. To quote Sam McDowell, when they were fucking you up there, it wouldn't just be one. It would be a whole bunch of them. They would all gang you, and they would rip you. That is the place that I learned how to take care of myself. Started getting rough like they did. Started fighting back. Good fucking Lord. I was like, this sounds like a great idea. It turns people to productive members of society. It sounds like it fucking is going to break their souls. Why did Bob hope he had a good time at this school? Jesus. Sam spent a total of 19 months at the industrial school, being released in September 1955 at the age of 15. His family didn't bother to pick him up. He had to ride the bus 3 hours back to Lorraine. From that point forward, Sam's grandparents had a change in attitude toward him and started punishing his bad behavior more severely. For one thing, they'd call Paul McDowell over to the house whenever Sam was in trouble so that Paul could beat the shit out of him. Okay, I take it back. I thought these people were good and just incompetent. No, it turns out that you're... It's so fucking weird. That's his dad, who he thinks he's his brother, and the parents are like, yo, come home so you can punish our son, adopted son, whatever, by beating the shit out of him. The fuck? It wasn't long before Sam asked one of his cousins why it was his brother Paul who'd come over to administer a beating. It was then that his cousin, in reality half-sibling, told him that Paul was actually his father. When Sam asked Fanny and Henry whether this was true, his grandmother confirmed it, and Sam flew into a rage. Henry took a fire poker and hit Sam in the head with it. Sam put his grandfather into a headlock, asphyxiating him, while Fanny begged for her husband's life. Sam released Henry, burst into tears, and apologized. Oh my god, bro, you just hit your, adopted son in the head with a fire poker? What the fuck is this family? His grandmother also burst into tears and told Sam the story of how he was abandoned as a baby by his mother, Bessie May. Just one more woman to have rejected him. You are breaking his brain, guys. Shortly thereafter, Sam began regularly purchasing true crime magazines in order to masturbate over the real-life photographs of dead women. Fucking hell. In particular, Sam was enamored with the post-mortem photograph of Gloria Ferry, a young blonde woman who had been strangled to death and dumped naked in a public park in Cleveland, Ohio. Her throat was bruised, her eyes were wide, bloodshot and lifeless. Sam McDowell lost track of the number of times that he'd masturbated to her photograph. Jesus. All kinds of f***ed up. In September 1956, when Sam McDowell was 16 years old, he broke into a dry cleaner's and stole 2 suits and a fedora in order to look sharp in front of the ladies. But 2 days later, after being told by a friend that nobody would believe he'd bought those suits, Sam was overcome with fear of being caught and sent back to reform school. He decided to return the suits and throw himself on the mercy of the owner of the dry cleaners, hoping that his act of contrition would be enough. But no such luck. The owner called the cops anyway. If I was in this situation, I'll just throw away those suits and be like, hopefully nothing will ever come of this. Sam McDowell was arrested and charged with breaking and entering and petty larceny. At his trial on the 27th of May 1957, Sam was sentenced to 17 months at the Ohio State Reformatory, a decidedly more prison-like institution than the boys' industrial school, where its 3,000 inmates slept in cells with iron bars. As part of the induction process, Sam was written up with the name of his birth certificate, Samuel Little. His father, Paul McDowell, recorded as living in Lorraine, Ohio, and his mother, Bessie May Lee, had her whereabouts listed as unknown. Sam described the state reformatory as, quote, a terrible place. Several guys committed suicide. I got used to it and fought my way up. Indeed, by the time Sam entered the reformatory, he was already 6 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds. He's a big boy, and he's still growing. His time in the industrial school had toughened him up. Sam quickly established himself as a menacing fighter, and the other inmates learned not to with him. He also got himself a prison bitch as a lover, a man named Betty, whose real name was Wilbert Taylor. In fact, Betty had known Sam in the boys' industrial school 3 years earlier before Betty was sent to the reformatory, immediately gang-raped by 4 men on arrival, and decided to become a prison sissy in order to survive. While in fucking hell, this is like prison from like. This is what they do when they want prison to look bad in movies. And I mean, I assume like there's some degree of reality to it, but god damn. While inside, Sam learned how to draw from another inmate, a man who coincidentally was known as Don Draper. Really? In exchange for teaching Draper how to fight. Sam's preferred subjects for his drawings were women. Also, whilst in the reformatory, Sam's mother, Bessie May, wrote him a letter, having been informed that Sammy was now aware of his true parentage. She told Sam that she now lived in Miami. They wrote each other sporadically for the next several years. Perhaps most significantly, Sam learned how to box from the other inmates, including his bitch Betty, who knew a trick or two and had once knocked out an inmate, and then in order to humiliate the man, Betty had yanked down his pants and filleted him in front of a full prison yard. As odd as it may sound, the humiliation of an involuntary blowjob lowered the man's status among the other prisoners, and he was forced to become a prison bitch himself in order to constantly avoid getting beaten up. Prison. Never do crimes. Never do crimes, because you'll end up here. Meanwhile, Sam Little regularly trounced his opponents in the boxing matches held by the inmates and on which the guards placed bets. What the f*** is happening? This is insane. Several famous boxers had previously come up through the reformatory and gone on to become champions on the outside, so the fact that Sam Little was dominating the competition was promising. Upon finishing his sentence at the tail end of 1958, Sam could have immediately begun competing as a professional boxer. However, he was arrested for yet another breaking and entering offense and was tossed back inside the reformatory for a further 2 years. In 1960, Sam Little, if I got out of that place, I'd be like, I'm never going back there. I'm going to be very good forever. Although it's obviously not as simple as that, because prison's not a nice place and plenty of people end up back in prison. In 1960, Sam went on to become the reformatory's middleweight champion. He acquired a number of nicknames as a result of his boxing: Big Daddy, Bad Daddy, Mad Daddy, Mechanical Man, Machine Gun, and so forth. However, to quote Little, I didn't like all them things, made me feel like I was different, like I was crazy. I don't know, having the name Mad Daddy or Machine Gun in prison's probably like a good thing. Especially if you're a big dude, it's like, don't mess with that guy. That's Machine Gun. That's Bad Daddy. He's gonna f*** you up. And then he'll fillet you in the prison yard. Ah! Sam was released yet again in the start of 1961, but he was arrested once more in May for breaking into a furniture store via the skylight. In June, he was back in the reformatory for a third time. In 1962, boxing matches were briefly banned because a man had died in the ring. But in both 1963 and 1964, Sam Little again won the title of middleweight champion. He was released from the reformatory for a third time in January 1964, now 24 years old, having spent most of the last 8 years on the inside, surrounded only by men. In fact, when Sam Little walked out of the reformatory gates for the third and final time, he wasn't exactly a virgin, but the 24-year-old had never even so much as kissed a girl. Sam Little returned to his grandparents' house in Lorraine. Henry McDowell got Sam a factory job fitting steel pipes. In his off hours, Sam went to the YMCA to box, keeping his eye on going pro. That opportunity soon came. In May 1965, Sam was slated to fight an opponent in Columbus, Ohio, but he lost. Rather than take the defeat in his stride, Sam tossed his boxing gloves in the trash after the match and gave up boxing altogether. He returned sullenly to factory work. Bro, you can't give up on your first one. It's like you've gone pro. You're going to have to step things up. You're not fighting in the prison yard anymore. It's like, you got to just practice. Don't give up. That same month, he met a receptionist named Jackie Pellerin, and the two started dating. She was head over heels in love with him. They got married a few months later in August. That night, Sam Little had sex for the first time, but later reported that he was only able to climax by imagining that he was strangling his bride. If that is you, get some fucking therapy. Nevertheless, things went reasonably well for the first few months of their marriage. It's not a great sign, is it? It's like, nevertheless, their first few months of marriage was great. Months of something that's supposed to last a lifetime? Oh my. With the newlyweds living in the basement of Jackie's mother, they even bought a puppy together. However, by the autumn, Sam had lost interest in having sex with Jackie altogether and started staying out at night, bar hopping. Around Christmas, Sam was drinking at a bar called the Pink Elephant when he met a barmaid named Diane. They went back to her place and Diane asked him for $20 for sex. Oh no. Oh no, Sam, no. You don't... Whoops. This offended Sam, and he punched Diane so hard she went flying across the room. Then Sam climbed on top of Diane and started choking her. But he released her neck before he killed her. A terrified Diane offered him sex for free, but Sam refused, saying that he, quote, didn't want the clap for Christmas. With that, Sam got up and left. He drove around for a little bit before stopping his car to masturbate over what just happened. I don't like this. He had acted out his fantasy of strangling a woman. Sam went home to find that Jackie was still awake. She told Sam that the police were looking for him. Apparently, Diane had called the cops, claiming that Sam had broken into a house and sexually assaulted her. Sam told Jackie to grab her things, grab the dog, and get in the car. Jesus. At 2 a.m., Sam Little and his wife fled the state. They drove southeast for the next several days and made it as far as North Carolina before the car's transmission broke. They sold the car and the puppy and bought bus tickets for Miami. The plan was to stay with Sam's mother, Bessie May, who ran a boarding house in the suburb of Coconut Grove. When Sam and Jackie arrived at the boarding house, Bessie May came running out the front door, ecstatic to be reunited with her son after all of these years. She was so proud of the strapping young man that Sam had grown up to be. She dragged him in after he's been in prison for since he was 16 to 24, got married to someone that he only thinks about strangling, and then hugely assaulted a woman and is now on the run for the police. Oh, your life is so fucked up. But the crazy thing is, David told us in the beginning that this goes on for 4 decades. What the This guy should be on every list. She dragged him around, introducing him to all the neighbors. Then Bessie May got Sam and Jackie settled into one of her best rooms next to the kitchen. But as the weeks passed, it soon became clear that Bessie May wasn't right in the head. Sam discovered that she'd drilled a spy hole in the wall between the kitchen and her son's bedroom. When Sam confronted her, Bessie May said it was because she wanted grandchildren and was confused why Sam and Jackie never had sex. A week later, Sam got back from bar hopping and found his mother drunk and waiting in the hallway. Bessie May invited Sam into her bedroom, disrobed, and they crawled into bed together. They spent a couple of hours in each other's arms, with Bessie May asking Sam to suck on her nipples. The f*** is going on? Sam complied. As the grown man suckled at his mother's breasts, he was suddenly struck by a vision of him biting Bessie May's nipples clean off and eating them. Sam then imagined that he was eating the rest of his mother until nothing was left. How does this get more f***ed up? This is how! What the f*** is happening? After another several minutes of bizarre, incestuous intimacy, Sam got up, went to his bedroom, climbed into bed with his wife, who was already asleep, none the wiser. In mid-February 1966, one of Bessie May's friends visited the boarding house. Sam and Jackie were in the kitchen. Jackie was cooking gumbo. Bessie May's friend was drunk and made a comment implying that Jackie must be one hell of a cook, because otherwise there was no way she could have snagged a man as handsome as her husband. This sent Sam into a rage. He accidentally knocked over the entire pot of gumbo, scalding Jackie's legs, while he grabbed a butcher's knife and pinned Bessie May's friend to the wall and beat her with the knife handle. Sam nearly, oh God. He nearly ejaculated, the look of sheer terror on the woman's face. Eventually, Sam dropped the knife and released her. The woman immediately ran out of the house, declaring that she was going to call the police. As a precaution, Sam and Jackie packed up their things and left, with Sam promising a distraught Bessie May that he would soon return. Sam took Bessie May's car and drove with Jackie all the way back to Ohio, where they stayed with Jackie's aunt in the city of Cleveland. But the older woman thought that Sam Little was trouble. The morning after the couple arrived, Jackie's aunt called the cops, who promptly arrived and arrested Sam for the rape of Diane, the barmaid, in the town of Lorain the previous December. However, the district attorney refused to take the case to trial because Diane had shown no physical signs of sexual interference when she was examined by doctors on the night in question, and because Diane had claimed Sam Little had broken in through a window, but no window in the house was broken, and there were clear footprints in the snow of a man entering and leaving through Diane's front door. The charges were thrown out and Sam walked. But while Sam was in jail, Jackie's family had whisked her away, talked some sense into her, and initiated divorce proceedings. Sam would never see her again. Thank God. Jackie, honestly, starting this, I expected you to die. So it's fucking great that your family seemed top-notch and they realized what was going on and that this guy's big trouble and got you out of there. Congratulations. A week later, in March 1966, Sam Little stole a car and robbed a liquor store for some money in order to travel back to Miami. As he was making his getaway, he ran a red light and got T-boned by a van at an intersection. In the 1960s, that's an intense car crash today. That's going to be really bad news. He abandoned the stolen car and fled on foot to a Greyhound station. Never mind, apparently he was fine, getting T-boned in a 1960s car. Did those things even have seatbelts? He boarded the earliest bus to depart and wound up traveling to Baltimore. After arriving, Sam tried to rob another liquor store, but this time, the owner pulled out a .38 caliber pistol and shot him 5 times. He collapsed to the ground. Sam woke up in hospital to discover that he was handcuffed to the bed. Excellent. After Sam recovered, he stood trial for armed robbery and was sentenced to 4 years in the Maryland State Penitentiary. Doesn't he have an incredible record? Why is he only getting 4 years? It's armed robbery. That's a proper crime. He was paroled for good behavior in February 1969 at the age of 28, having served roughly half his sentence. He spent 2 years in prison for armed robbery with a prior record? What were you thinking, Judge? Since the age of 13, Samuel had spent roughly 12 of the subsequent 15 years in one correctional institution or another, including the overwhelming majority of his adult life. And so it begins. After his little detour to Maryland State Penitentiary, Sam Little hopped on a bus from Baltimore to Miami, arriving nearly 3 years behind schedule. Bessie May was delighted to see him, installed him in the same room next to the kitchen, stuffed him with plate after plate of barbecued ribs. I love barbecued ribs, and immediately launched into the subject of Sam giving her grandchildren. Bessie May, now in her mid-40s, had fallen headfirst into a whiskey bottle and was in the process of slowly drinking herself to death. As for grandkids, after 2 days in Miami, Sam started sleeping with a woman named Yvonne, and Bessie May made a point of observing their nights together via the spy hole drilled in Sam's bedroom wall. Bessie May, you are a f***ed-up individual. Meanwhile, Sam got a job working as a garbage man to make ends meet, and from there, things settled down with some measure of regularity. Sam would work during the day, go bar hopping at night, and then return to Bessie May's boarding house once he'd drunk his fill. Yvonne didn't last long in that equation. Sam wasn't particularly interested in sex with her anyway. His mother renewed her entreaties to give her grandchildren, and then, one night, Sam claims that he woke up to discover that his mother had crawled into bed with him. Quote, "I woke up and she was lying next to me in bed. She looked at my dick and said, 'Oh, look at how big my son's dick is. I be your mother. You want to get back where you came from?' I felt sorry for her. I go, what the hell? You want to go back where you came from? That is so fucked up. This is like the most fucked up that I've ever read. And I've read some fucked up shit. Nevertheless, according to Sam, these bizarre incestuous incidents would continue on and off for the next few years. Now, one might be tempted to think that they were just the disgusting claims of a depraved serial killer, but throughout Sam's confessions, as we shall soon see, he was proven to be fairly accurate and truthful in almost every other aspect, which makes it all the more disturbing to think that these claims might also bear a glimmer of truth. I believe them. Obviously, this dude gets caught later on and has a confessional run or whatever. So why would he lie? I mean, maybe to illustrate that he had a super fucked up upbringing, but it's bro, that's not getting you off. So why would you lie, especially about something like this? It's so fucking weird. Nearly 2 years passed. Then, on New Year's Eve, 1970, Sam Little was drinking at a tavern in the party suburb of Overtown, Miami, when he spotted Mary Jo Brosley, a 33-year-old white woman, drinking alone at the end of the bar. Mary Jo was a manic-depressive alcoholic who had recently left her husband and 2 children in Boston and come to Miami to drink and work as a sex worker. Sam Little bought Mary Jo 3 gin and tonics, making sure that she was good and liquored up before suggesting that they go for a drive. Mary Jo told Sam that it would cost him $50, or roughly $395 in modern money. Sam agreed. They left the bar, climbed into Sam's vehicle, and drove from Overtown. Sam continued to drive until they had left Miami together. Mary Jo soon fell asleep as Sam drove deeper into the Everglades. When Mary Jo woke up, the car was stopped in the forest just outside of Homestead, Florida, approximately 40 miles southwest of Miami. Sam suggested they climb into the backseat. And that's when it happened. Quote, "The first girl I ever did it to took her life. I took her out into the woods alone, just me and her. She didn't realize that I was going to make my fantasy come true. I had to put my hands around her throat and my lips on her mouth. I started squeezing. Instead of me just choking her and leaving her alive, I went all the way. I put my hand around her neck, and that was it. She evidently wanted it to happen, you know." No, Sam, we don't know. She probably didn't want to get murdered, Sam, if I'm honest. Sam later recounted that he was struck by an overwhelming feeling that he now possessed Mary Jo. She was his, only his, forever. He spoke to her corpse, telling her that he loved her over and over again. He kissed the cadaver on the lips. Then Sam was overcome with a sense of panic. He needed to dispose of the body. He dragged the corpse out of the car and attempted to dig a shallow grave with his hands, but the ground was too hard. And so, Sam rolled Mary Jo's body into a thick clump of bushes and drove away. The next morning, Sam returned to the murder site with a shovel. He did a piss-poor job of burying the body, leaving one of Mary Jo's feet sticking out of the ground. It was soon after ripped off the rest of her leg by an alligator. However, the beast discarded it, and several hours later, word reached Miami that a human foot had been found by a hiker in the Everglades. Mary Jo's skeletal remains were located and unearthed several weeks later. Sam was almost certain that he would be caught, and yet he wasn't. Nobody of consequence had been reported missing, and nobody seemed to care too much about a drunken sex worker from Boston. Her remains weren't even identified until 2017. And we see our first glimmers of police neglect, don't we? Sam's first kill was at age 30, somewhat late in the day by typical serial killer standards, but once the deed was done, Sam was immediately struck by a hunger for more. Quote, "I didn't think I was going to make it into reality. I didn't go crazy on it until all of a sudden. Then I wanted more, and I asked the good Lord, why me?" Sam Little would go on to murder approximately 5 more women in 1971. This is amazing. Like, he kills 5 people in 1 year alone. And we know he does this for 4 more decades. Police! What the f***? Years later, Little would make dozens of confessions about every woman he killed, and he even drew startlingly accurate portraits of many of them, courtesy of his jailhouse art lessons with Don Draper. However, his memory for names, dates, and places occasionally left a great deal to be desired. For that reason, sometimes the record of Little's murders is a bit hazy. I mean, if he gets killed so many people, of course it's going to be hazy. It's like, you wouldn't remember it all because you'd done it so much, which is super f***ed up. Nevertheless, I will do my best to reconstruct the sequence of events here based on the available information. And yes, I am privy to much better sources than Wikipedia, so be warned that some of the dates will vary from Wikipedia and other websites that have uncritically pilfered from it. Sometime in 1971, Samuel Little murdered an unidentified white female of unknown age and origin and dumped her body at the same site outside Homestead, where he had also buried Mary Jo Brosley. Except this time, Little didn't bother to bury the corpse. He didn't bother because he still believed that at any moment he would be caught, and thus, why waste the energy? Having exposed the elements and local wildlife, the unknown female's body was never found. When commenting on how he killed her, Sam claimed it was, quote, "the same procedure as last time. I said, 'What would you do if I strangled you?' And she replied, 'There ain't much I could do.' Bless her heart." Not long after, Sam murdered a black female, approximately 22 years old, and dumped her body in the countryside just outside of Miami. Years later, Sam guessed that her name was Linda. That same year, Sam also murdered a woman that he speculated was either named Sarah or Donna, possibly from New England, and dumped her in Kendall, an unincorporated town in the Miami metropolitan area. Also likely in 1971, but possibly 1972, Sam claims that he murdered a 28-year-old black female in Miami who said that she was somehow affiliated with the United States Air Force. But this last part may be untrue. There were no missing personnel of that description at the time. All of these women were lured into Sam Little's vehicle, taken to the woods, and strangled to death. Finally, and more concretely, in May 1971, Samuel Little murdered Karen O'Donoghue, a 25-year-old white woman and nurse from Springfield, Massachusetts, who was engaged to be married but disappeared from Springfield in July 1969. O'Donoghue somehow wound up in Florida by 1971. Sam Little claims that he met her in a bar shortly after she'd been discharged from a mental ward in Miami. He lured the mentally ill woman to the woods outside of Homestead, Florida. As with all his other victims, in 1971, he strangled her and left her body to the animals and the elements. Karen O'Donoghue's remains have never been found, but Sam's confession provided enough information about the woman he killed to verify that it was her. Little said of his victims, quote, "They were just like a herd of cattle, sheep to be slaughtered and make lamb chops out of. You pick the girls that was not important. Lawyers, school teachers, some are substantial in the community and would be missed. So I'd pick up the drug addicts and the prostitutes that fit the description, or lonely women, crazy women, women lost in the world. They tease you by showing you their buttocks, their arse. That's what excites me into that sort of mood. Desires become drives. Like, I want this or else. Like the lion says he wants to get his arse on that zebra. See, it's a strange thing about these women. A lot of them had a death wish. If they were alive to this day, they'd be my friends. They didn't die mad at me. They was my friends. I didn't hate them, and they didn't hate me. I love all the women. When they die, they're all your favorites. They belong to you. Your brain is fucked up. If they were alive to this day, they'd be my friends. You fucking murdered them. You fucking psycho. In March 1972, Sam Little was drinking at a bar called the Pool Palace in Overtown. He would later, in one confession, misremember the location as Liberty City, a district about 10 minutes' drive away. While sipping a beer at the bar, he spotted 3 young women, all around the ages of 18 or 19, singing and dancing next to a jukebox. The names were Giselle, Penny, and Marianne. Sam approached Marianne, who was about 5'7" and 130 pounds, and told her that she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. He was surprised and amused to discover that Marianne was a male-to-female transgender person. Despite the immense stigma of the times, Sam was undeterred. He had, after all, spent years at the Ohio State Reformatory with a prison lover named Betty. He asked Marianne to dance. She had just broken up with a man named Wes and was a little drunk, so she suddenly burst into tears as they danced. She sobbed into Sam's shirt. He responded by kissing her on the dance floor. After the song finished, Marianne asked Sam to bring her back to her apartment. However, as they drove in Little's car, Sam pretended to make the mistake of turning onto the I-27, heading toward Fort Lauderdale. They got about 2 miles out of Miami when Marianne demanded that they turn around. Sam replied that there was nowhere to turn and suggested that they pull over for a little bit and relax. He eventually pulled off the main road and into a forested trail nicknamed Alligator Alley. By this point, Marianne was scared. Yeah, Jesus Christ, of course you would be. Sam slowed the car to a halt. He turned to Marianne and said, "I love you, bruh." In response, Marianne took out a can of Magic Shave, a powdered hair remover, and threw it into Little's eyes. The sting was painful, and it distracted Sam for long enough that Marianne was able to scramble out of the vehicle and start running down the road. She was slowed by the fact that she'd fled the car with a high heel on one foot and was barefoot on the other. By the time the second heel slipped off, Sam had already caught up with her and tackled Marianne to the ground. Sam throttled the victim to the point of disorientation from lack of oxygen, but he didn't kill her yet. He dragged Marianne back to the car and forced her onto the floor next to the back seat. Sam then pulled down his trousers and kneeled on top of the victim, strangling her with one hand while he masturbated with the other. As the victim's body went limp, you can guess what happens. He dragged the corpse out of the car and deeper into the undergrowth, where he came across a patch of muddy ground that was extremely soggy underfoot. He dropped Marianne face down in the muck, returned to the car, and drove off. Nothing was done about Marianne's disappearance. She was estranged from her family, and the local law in 1972 didn't give too much of a damn about a transgender person who occasionally worked as a sex worker. Samuel Little remembered Marianne vividly in his confession years later and drew a portrait of her, but even then it took some time to identify the victim, as she'd been recorded in the missing persons database by her birth name, Curtis Lee. Lower than a serpent. In May 1972, Sam Little drove north to visit his grandmother, Fanny, in Lorain, Idaho. His grandfather, Henry, had died a couple of years before. Before Sam departed Miami, Bessie May went into full-blown hysterics, screaming, crying, and begging for Sam not to leave. Nevertheless, he insisted on going to visit his grandmother. Sam made his way north via Baltimore before swinging east inland. While in Prince George's County, Maryland, he murdered a white female between the ages of 20 and 25, who Sam claimed was from Massachusetts. Decades later, Sam's account of the murder was matched to a Jane Doe case. To this day, the victim remains unidentified. When Sam arrived in Lorain, Fanny was pleased to see him, but warned Sam to stay out of trouble. He stayed in Lorain for several days, during which time Sam met a woman named Lucy Madero as she was staggering drunk down the street one night. They went to a bar and played pool. Sam was planning on killing her. Then Lucy tried to pickpocket him, and Sam slapped her in the face, warned her not to try that again. Lucy's groveling, submissive apology struck a chord with Sam. Here was a woman he could dominate and possess without choking her to death. They got a motel room and worked their way through a bottle of whiskey. Thus, Lucy Madero briefly became Sam Little's new girlfriend. Christ. It's like, how was the date? Oh, well, he picked me up while I was walking drunk down the street, took me to a pool hall, I tried to nick his wallet, he slapped me, and then we became boyfriend and girlfriends. What is going on with some people's lives? From Lorain, Sam and Lucy drove to the city of Cleveland, where they were arrested for trying to rob a gas station in the suburb of Westlake. They were locked up in the Cuyahoga County Courthouse. Lucy's cellmate was a 59-year-old shoplifter named Aurelia Dorsey, who insisted that people call her Jean. Lucy immediately took a liking to Jean Dorsey, and they began talking. Jean secretly didn't think much of Lucy, but she didn't show it. Meanwhile, Sam Little was being held in the cell block on the floor below. After a couple of days, Sam realized that he was directly below Lucy's cell, and he could talk to her through a small hole in the crumbling stone floor. Sam spent hours talking to both Lucy and Jean over the course of the next day, and Jean took an immediate liking to Sam. That evening, Lucy Madero made the mistake of whispering to Jean Dorsey that she'd cut a deal with the cops to testify against Sam Little in exchange for the robbery charges against her being dropped. Oh, God. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Jean passed this information on to Sam. The warning gave Sam's defense lawyer enough time to dig up every bit of dirt on Lucy Madero's criminal past, discredit her in front of the jury. Sam walked. Meanwhile, Jean had beaten her shoplifting charges, and she and Sam became lovers. What is going on in this guy's life? Despite the fact that she was 59 and he was 32, out of gratitude and growing affection, Sam did not strangle her. What a great guy. What did you get me Valentine's Day? I didn't strangle you yet, did I? Did I? Happy Valentine's Day, baby. Fucking psycho. They lived in Cleveland for several weeks, with Sam acting as a getaway driver for Jean as she walked into stores and shopping malls and came out with bags full of stolen jewelry and other merchandise. After about a month, Sam suggested that they travel down to Miami and open a restaurant together. Jean, who was an excellent cook, thought this was a brilliant idea. They trekked south to Miami and stayed with Bessie May in Coconut Grove, who did not seem best pleased that her son had returned with a woman 10 years older than she was. After arriving, Sam and Jean rented a place in a strip mall to set up a modest hole-in-the-wall restaurant they called Samuel Little's Southern Kitchen. Business wasn't exactly thriving, but they sold enough fried chicken, grits, and cornbread to stay afloat. Sam also managed to forbear from murdering anyone during this period of time. Sam and Jean even got a dog together, a German shepherd they named Buster. In April 1973, Bessie May's constant demands for grandchildren were diminished by a swelling in her belly, which the 49-year-old woman interpreted as a miracle child. Turned out, it was just her liver swelling. By May 1973, Bessie May was dead of cirrhosis. Oh my god, April, May, June... Wait, that's like a month. Oh my god, your liver just exploded. Sam later claimed that she'd died in his arms. In truth, Bessie May was rushed to the hospital where she died alone before Sam could get there. Sam took Bessie May's death pretty hard. When Jean failed to show much sympathy, Sam flew into a rage, knocked her onto the ground and began beating her with his fist in full view of the neighborhood in the middle of the street. Concerned neighbors crowded around and Buster began to run in circles, barking in alarm. Eventually, one of the neighbors aimed a shotgun at Sam and told him to get the fuck off Jean, who was now bleeding from her nose and mouth and had broken 2 ribs. Good for you, whoever you random neighbor are. Fucking legend. Sam got up, got in his car and drove away. He didn't stop driving until it made it all the way to New Orleans. There, an agitated Sam Little encountered 39-year-old Sarah Brown. She was a single mother who worked as a waitress at a restaurant on Canal Street. Sam pulled his car up alongside Brown as she walked to a bus stop after her shift. When Sarah Brown did not accept Sam's offer to give her a ride, smart f***ing woman, he forced Brown into the vehicle. He drove outside of New Orleans and stopped in a field somewhere beyond the city limits. Sam could not remember exactly where. He pushed Brown into the backseat, stripped her naked, and began strangling her. He was careful to release the victim's neck periodically so that he didn't kill her too soon. He wanted to savor the moment. To quote, "I fulfilled my imagination and desires through force. I had to take what I wanted. I was lower than a serpent. A snake only kills through fear or hunger. I was killing for pleasure." The quote ends. At one point, Sarah Brown managed to convince Little that she needed to pee. Rather than have her urinate inside his vehicle when she expired, Sam pulled her from the car and carefully watched her as she squatted and relieved herself. Suddenly, Sarah bolted for freedom and ran naked across the field, but Sam caught up with her, tackled her to the ground, and strangled her to death. Sam claims that he left the victim's body where he killed her. He no longer did this because he thought it was inevitable that he was going to get caught. Quite the opposite. He didn't think that these women were important enough for authorities to investigate too closely. To quote, "I didn't waste no time digging bodies." As mentioned, we don't know what field Sarah Brown was murdered in. The humidity in the elements must have eroded away her body before anyone discovered her. Her bones are still out there somewhere, by now probably entombed in several feet of thick, wet Louisiana soil. Only her purse was found shortly after her abduction lying on the street in New Orleans. Sarah Brown was classed as a missing persons case for several decades until Sam Little's confession matched her description. Sam immediately left New Orleans after the murder, not wanting to push his luck in case anyone had seen Sarah Brown's abduction. In a matter of days, he headed through Mississippi, Alabama, and into Georgia, where in the town of Macon, he picked up a mentally ill black woman named Nina. Originally, he intended to kill her, but like Lucy Madero before her, Nina's meek submissiveness saved her life. So Nina became his next girlfriend. Sam also acted as Nina's pimp, occasionally dropping her off on a street corner whenever they arrived in a new city so that she could earn them some traveling money. For the rest of 1973, Sam and Nina traveled through several states together, wending their way back across the South until they reached Texas. Then they drove to New Mexico, Arizona, California, and enjoyed the Pacific coastline before heading north again into Oregon. By the autumn, they were heading west into Idaho, Wyoming, and finally Nebraska. So, oh my god, they're on the weirdest road trip ever. That is where, on November 1st, 1973, in the city of Omaha, Sam Little spotted a 34-year-old mother of 7, Agatha White Buffalo, at a local watering hole called the Happy Bar. Nina was out working a street corner. Agatha White Buffalo was a Native American who had come down from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota to escape her abusive husband. Her children were either in boarding school or being babysat by family members. Agatha was staying with female friends while in Nebraska, looking for work as a maid. Agatha was at the Happy Bar drinking with two women named Phyllis and Diane. Sam Little approached Agatha and asked her, quote, "You're a real Indian? Where are your feathers?" Is that, like, obviously that's completely crazy to say today, but when was this happening? Were people like, was this a time when this happened all the time, when people were super, super racist rather than just regular racist? Agatha dryly replied that she'd left them at home. Fucking legend. Sam explained that he'd never met a Native American before. He brought her some drinks and they got to talking. What a pickup line, Sam. Christ. At one point, Agatha, who was fairly depressed about the breakdown of her marriage and being separated from her children, muttered that she wished she hadn't woken up that morning. That's a bad thing to mention in front of a serial killer. Sam half-jokingly volunteered to murder her, but he was privately intrigued. Agatha said that she didn't really mean it. Then Sam suggested they go back to his motel room and work their way through a bottle of whiskey. Agatha accepted. Her friend Phyllis begged her not to go, saying that she had a bad feeling about this man. Agatha did not heed her advice. Ladies, listen to your friends, please, for the love of it. Look, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not ever in this position because I'm a dude. But here, it's like, if your friend has a bad feeling, please listen to your friends. Please do that. Instead of driving back to his motel, Sam drove her into the woods. If Agatha noticed they were headed out of Omaha, she didn't say anything. Years later, Sam Little tried to justify the murder of Agatha White Buffalo by claiming that she wanted to die. Quote, "Now if she agreed to leave with me in my car and it turned out we were alone in the woods, what did you go out there for? When she let me put my hands around her neck and she closed her eyes and laid her head back, that's a signal of permission. She wanted to enter another realm, another world." If that's true, of course it doesn't excuse shit, but it's definitely weird. And why would he lie? Because he seems to have told the truth about everything. And he knows he's a fucking monster. I mean, does he? Because he thinks they're all his friends. He knows what he's done, and he doesn't seem to lie about it. He just has delusions. Sam Little stuffed Agatha White Buffalo's nude body into a barrel behind a tannery. She was discovered 2 weeks later on November the 17th. Her murder went unsolved until 2018. God was with me. As Sam and Nina drove out of Omaha, they listened to a news story on the radio about a dead woman in a barrel. Sam claims that the expression on Nina's face told him that she knew it was him. From Nebraska, they hit Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and crossed into New York. Arriving in Harlem, Sam ordered Nina to go out and make some money. Meanwhile, Sam parked the car and walked into the nearest bar. He got drunk, smoked some weed while sitting in a booth. At that point, Sam was approached by a soldier in the US Army. They chatted and drank for a bit, then the soldier suggested they retire to his hotel room for a steak dinner via room service. Once they arrived at the soldier's room, they began to kiss. Is the soldier a soldier in the US Army? I'm assuming it's a dude. But we know he's at least bisexual, right? It's complicated, isn't it? I'm just wondering if David said it was a man. No, it could be a woman, a soldier, but I've just in my mind have a man. During the prelude to sex, Sam instinctively grabbed the man's throat, there we go, and began to squeeze. The soldier reacted violently and flipped Sam onto his back. Suddenly, it was Sam who was being choked as the soldier swore at him and called him crazy. Sam fought like hell. At one point, the soldier caught Sam's index finger in his mouth and bit down hard, taking the top part of Sam's finger clean off. Nice. Blood spurted forth, and Sam yelled in pain. The soldier took the opportunity to pick Sam up by the belt and fling him into the hallway, adding a swift kick in the arse for good measure before slamming the door. Yeah, dude, what were you thinking? This guy's a soldier. He's gonna take you, mate. Sam got up, left the hotel, returned to his car, located Nina, and they went to the emergency room to get what remained of his index finger stitched up. Thereafter, Sam and Nina drove on to New Jersey, where a police patrol car caught Nina as giving Sam a blowjob around the side of a gas station. The cops approached, and Sam resisted arrest, assaulting one of the police officers in the process. He got sentenced to several weeks in a workhouse prison in Trenton as punishment. What's a workhouse prison? Is that where you're stamping license plates and stuff? While Sam was inside, he got a letter from Jean Dorsey asking him to come to Los Angeles, where she'd been staying once he was released. In case you were wondering, Buster the German Shepherd had been adopted by one of their former neighbors in Miami. Sam walked out of the prison gates in early 1974 to find Nina waiting for him, standing next to a white Thunderbird. She had passed the time working street corners in Trenton. So, off they went to Los Angeles. Along the way, Samuel Little picked up an unidentified black female prostitute of uncertain age in Cincinnati, Ohio. The trio drove to the city of Columbus, Ohio, where Little strangled the prostitute and dumped her body. Driving south, Sam and Nina... Does Nina know? Sam thinks Nina knows, but does Nina actually know? I feel like Nina would know. Driving south, Sam and Nina took a little detour into Arizona. While in Phoenix, on March 2, 1974, Sam Little abducted 22-year-old Linda Belcher, single mother of an 8-year-old boy, and strangled... Single mother of an 8-year-old boy? She's 22. Good lord, she had a kid when she was 14? And strangled her, dumping her body in the middle of the city on 59th Avenue. Once they arrived in Los Angeles, Sam checked Nina into the Cecil Hotel, a hotel on Skid Row that is the site of several true crime stories on its own. Indeed it is. Done some about that. And then he headed out to meet up with Jean. The last time Sam had seen Jean Dorsey in May 1973, he'd beaten the shit out of her in the middle of the street. But as far as Jean was concerned, all was forgiven. You broke 2 of her ribs! She served him drinks and cooked him a meal fit for a king. They had sex and Sam resisted the urge to strangle her. In fact, Jean treated Sam so well that he apparently forgot that Nina was waiting for him back at the Cecil Hotel. 2 weeks passed before Sam returned to the Cecil. Nina was nowhere to be found. Only years later did Sam find out that Nina had suffered a nervous breakdown, allegedly muttering something about dead girls. Her mother was located, telephoned, and flown out to LA, where she collected her daughter. Nina was then institutionalized in a mental asylum in Midgeville, Georgia, where she remained for several years. In the absence of Nina, Sam decided to take Jean on the road, and they traveled together across the United States for the rest of 1974. Sam Little murdered an unidentified black female, either aged 22 or 23, in Savannah, Georgia. Sam and Jean also briefly returned to Miami, where Sam murdered a woman around 23 or 24 that he later speculated was named Emily and studied at the University of Miami. It's also possible that Emily was murdered in 1975. As for Jean Dorsey, she was fully aware by this point that Sam was murdering women. She would usually be back at the motel, or wherever they were staying, while Sam went out alone and stalked his victims. After every kill, she cleaned the backseat of the car herself, occasionally pilfering the victims' jewelry, clothing, and other personal effects that were left behind. Sam thought this scavenging was distasteful and once called Dorsey a sniveling dog, overlooking the fact that murdering the owners of the stuff was infinitely worse. Despite his contempt for her, Sam kept Jean around because she was useful. She cooked, she disposed of evidence, she shoplifted numerous valuables from stores and could always supply a fake alibi. Meanwhile, the 61-year-old woman appeared to be infatuated with the strapping 34-year-old Sam, and quite frankly, she didn't have many better places to go. To quote Little, she just clung to me, because I think she just loved me. She was an angel. Let's put it that way. Sam and Jean's homicidal road trip continued, with them arriving in Knoxville, Tennessee, sometime around December 1974. On New Year's Eve, Sam abducted 34-year-old Martha Cunningham near the Circle Tavern Inn. He drove her out of town, strangled her, and dumped her on a remote dirt road in East Knox County. She had a teenage daughter waiting for her at home. Hunters found the victim's body on January 18th, 1975. The coroner ruled no clear cause of death, perhaps missing the bruising on the victim's throat and having his views swayed by the family informing him that Martha Cunningham regularly suffered from seizures. Because the death was not ruled a homicide, it was not investigated. Only decades later did Sam Little's confession confirm that Cunningham was indeed a murder victim. Before departing Knoxville, Sam Little murdered another unidentified black woman that he estimated to be around the age of 25. Sam Little could not recall how many other women he murdered in 1975, but on May 16, 1976, Sam and Jean were back in Miami, Florida, where Sam abducted a 25-year-old sex worker by the name of Miriam Chapman, who occasionally went by the name Anna. She had come to Miami from Indiana at the start of the year and was described by those who knew her as surprisingly naive and innocent. She was arrested a fortnight before her death and spent a few days in prison. The warden took pity on her and had even bought Chapman a bus ticket home. But once Chapman was released, she stayed in a squalid Miami motel and told acquaintances that she just needed to save up a little money before traveling back to Indiana with her family. Samuel Little murdered her and dumped her body in the Everglades, where it was discovered by hikers. From there, Sam and Jean moved on to Wichita Falls in Texas, where Sam murdered an unidentified black female that he estimated was between the ages of 25 and 28. They then traveled to Sunset Hills, Missouri, where on September the 11th, 1976, Sam abducted Pamela K. Smith. The victim's hands were bound with an electrical cord. Sam ripped off her clothes, stole the money from her purse, and then proceeded to beat, bite, strangle, and sodomize the victim. Somehow, Pamela Smith managed to escape from Sam Little's car and ran into the night. She fled to a nearby house, where she thumped her fist against the door until an alarmed stranger opened it to find a naked woman in total panic, saying that a man was after her. Pamela was brought inside, and the stranger phoned the police. Sam Little was arrested, and Pamela Smith picked him up out of a lineup. This is it. You got to go to prison forever, dude. Sam was charged with rape, sodomy, assault causing grievous bodily harm, and robbery, but ultimately was convicted of a lesser charge of assault with attempt to ravish, for which he only got 3 months in a Missouri prison. He kidnapped and sodomized this bloody woman. What are you doing? I don't understand. Why is it, like, sometimes you'll be like, oh yeah, America, and then they like stole a Snickers bar and got 700 years in prison, and then other times it's like, oh no, he kidnapped, raped someone horribly, and then only gets 3 months in prison. I do not understand. Upon his release in December 1976, Sam reunited with Jean, and they picked up a Missouri sex worker, an unidentified black female around the age of 26 that Sam remembered as Joe, and drove up to Granite City, Illinois. There, Sam murdered the unidentified woman and dumped her just outside of town. From there, Sam and Jean drove to East St. Louis, Illinois, where Sam murdered another unidentified black female of unstated age. The bodies of these 2 women were never found. Sam and Jean drove around the Midwest for a few months before returning to East St. Louis, where in April 1977, Sam Little abducted 22-year-old Mary Ann Jenkins and dumped her in the countryside, naked, except for the jewelry she had on. Police detected no sign of sexual interference, and either the bruising on her neck had faded or the coroner had missed it. Bizarrely at this time, the police theorized that Jenkins had been killed by a lightning strike. Bro, grasping at straws much? Is a lightning strike? Don't like 16 people a year die from that or something? Isn't that the stat? It may have just been a way to get a case off their desks. Thus, their body was not connected to Sam Little until 2019. Mary Ann Jenkins had a 4-year-old boy. From Illinois, Sam and Jean headed back down south to Florida. One night in downtown Miami, Sam approached a 17-year-old prostitute, Dorothy Gibson, as she was exiting her hotel. Sam lured her into his car with promises of payment and immediately strangled the victim. He dumped Gibson's body in the bushes behind the hotel. Another man was arrested, tried, and convicted for Dorothy Gibson's murder, and he served 22 years in prison before he was exonerated in 1999. While still in Florida, Sam Little abducted an unidentified black woman in the city of Clearwater and subsequently dumped her corpse on the outskirts of Plant City, though it is possible this murder may have happened in 1978. Then it was off to Atlanta, Georgia, where on June the 26th, 1977, Sam Little abducted 21-year-old Leanne Helms from a downtown nightclub. Her body was found the next day by a Department of Transportation worker in the woods next to Oakley Industrial Boulevard. The cause of death was identified as strangulation, but the case remained unsolved for several decades. After the murder, Sam and Jean swung through Macon, Georgia, where Little murdered Yvonne Pless, a homeless woman and possible sex worker who was approximately 20. He dumped her body by the side of Arkwright Road. The victim's body was badly decomposed by the time she was discovered, so Yvonne Pless remained unidentified until 2021, when her DNA was connected to a family member in a genealogy search. While in Macon, Sam Little got word that his ex-girlfriend Nina was institutionalized in Midgeville. So Sam and Jean traveled up there and smuggled her out of the building into their car. Why? But Sam quickly noticed that Nina's mental health had seriously deteriorated since the last time he saw her. Well, yeah, she had a nervous breakdown. He made the decision not to take her along. Sam dropped Nina off in front of a movie theater and instructed her to buy them some tickets. Sam drove away, circled the block, and the last time he saw Nina, she was holding the movie tickets and looking up and down the street to see where he went. Sam vaguely assumed that somebody would find Nina and send her back to Midgeville. A month later, Sam and Jean were in Gulfport, Mississippi, where on August 2nd, 1977, Sam Little met 44-year-old Clara Birdlong in a bar. He took Birdlong out for dinner before strangling her to death and dumping her body in a wooded area near the interstate highway in Escatawapa in Mississippi. Her body was not discovered until December 27th, and she remained a Jane Doe case until 2021. Then Sam and Jean drove on to Pascagoula, Mississippi, where Sam Little murdered an unidentified woman between the ages of 35 and 45. It remains unclear how many women Samuel Little murdered in 1978 and 1979, but we do know that he started out the new year in 1978 by abducting and murdering 36-year-old Julia Critchfield in Saucier, Mississippi on January the 21st. Her body was found the next day, having been rolled off a cliff and landing at the bottom of a dirt pit. You know all those things we have, like, on the show, like we have these rules, right? And it's like criminals are terrible at doing crime, and Samuel Little is fucking terrible at doing crime. But maybe none of it matters, because apparently the police are terrible at doing police stuff. Like, he's killing dozens of people all the time and just leaving the bodies. How? Her death was immediately ruled a homicide, but the case went cold for a lack of suspects. She had a 15-year-old daughter. Then, on September the 5th, 1978, he abducted 19-year-old Evelyn Weston in Columbia, South Carolina, and dumped her body near Fort Jackson. While still in South Carolina, Sam Little murdered an unidentified black female in her late 20s in the city of Charleston. I'm assuming because we're identifying them as black females, that all of the other women are, like, white or something. I don't quite know why we're doing it that way round or whatever. I just realized it sounds a bit... I don't know, does it sound weird? Am I just overthinking this? Then on November the 23rd, 1978, in Plaquemine Parish, Louisiana, Sam Little murdered 14-year-old Carlene Jones, his youngest victim. Little had overheard Carlene's mother's name and used that knowledge to lure Carlene away from her home. Her body was dumped near an embankment. Also sometime in 1978, Sam Little abducted an unidentified black woman from Cleveland, Ohio, estimated to be between the ages of 17 and 25, and dumped her body at the bottom of a hill in a forest just off the interstate highway. He doesn't, like, his victims of, like, huge wide range of ages. It just seems his victim type is women, and the only reason he chooses vulnerable women is because it's a logical decision which makes him less likely to get caught. Her body was discovered half a decade later on March 13th, 1983. And finally, we know that on August 27th, 1979, Sam Little lured 23-year-old Brenda Alexander from the Tap Room, a nightclub in Columbus, Alabama, before strangling her and dumping her body in a wooded area in Phoenix City. The victim was naked except for her watch, and a beer bottle and an empty pack of cigarettes were found near the corpse. To quote Sam Little, "Those girls, I pray that they forgive me. The same way God did. Dude, God did not forgive you. Like, if God's real, he ain't forgiving any of this shit. If God's real and hell's real, that's where you are, or you're going to be. And you're going to be tortured forever. Because f*** you. He made me the way I am. He forgave me in the midst of when I was doing it. That's why I got away with so much evil like that. God was with me, not against me. No, the police were just shit, mate." All told, Samuel Little murdered at least 33 victims throughout the 1970s. Only one got away. That total already put Sam Little a bit ahead of Ted Bundy, on equal footing with John Wayne Gacy. If Sam Little had been caught at the end of 1979, he would have been the fifth worst serial killer in US history. But Sam Little showed no sign of stopping, and it would be nearly half a century before he was caught. What the fuck? Prepare to be frustrated as fuck. I already am, David! On July the 31st, 1980, in Pascagoula, Mississippi, Samuel Little sat on a bench in front of the Carver Village Motel and Apartments, a malodorous slum if there ever was one. He watched a group of sex workers working the street corner. One of the women, 26-year-old Hilda Nelson, peeled away from the group and headed back to her room. As she passed, Sam Little struck up a conversation. Hilda uttered various pleasantries before the discussion turned to price for sex. Reaching an agreement, Hilda and Sam went up to her room together. Once inside, Sam struck the victim on the back of the head, threw her to the floor, beat her badly, and began choking her with her own scarf. Just then, a friend of Hilda's, Dolores Hester, knocked on the door and called Hilda's name. Sam shouted, "She'll be out in a minute." Deeming the situation too risky to murder Hilda, lest he be identified, Sam Little released her and barged out of the room. Hilda Nelson was rushed to Singing River Hospital, where she spent 3 days recovering from her injuries. Due to the fact that Hilda's mother did not know she was a sex worker, Hilda lied that she had stumbled upon the perpetrator while he was burglarizing her room. The police did not investigate much, and Sam Little avoided arrest. So the police, as far as they know, a man broke into this woman's house, grievously assaulted her, and then they're like, "Nah, it's fine. Let's not do, I don't know, any actual police work. Why would we do that? The f***?" As Sam and Jean were on their way out of Mississippi, Sam stopped off in Gulfport, where he murdered an unidentified 22-year-old black woman. On the night of October the 28th, 1980, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Sam Little abducted 18-year-old Valeria Boyd and strangled her in his car before dumping her body in a field outside the city in Allen County. But Sam was not done for the evening. A few hours later, he drove back to Fort Wayne and picked up 31-year-old Mary Ann Porter and murdered her, dumping her body just off a dirt road in rural Allen County. Both women's family reported them missing at the end of October. Valeria's body was discovered on November the 4th, and Mary Ann Porter's body was discovered on December the 13th. Police had no suspects in either murder, and soon both cases went cold. On May the 12th, 1981, Sam Little picked up 23-year-old Linda Boards at a nightclub in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Sam took Boards out to dinner before they traveled to Smith's Grove, nearby Route 68, where they had sex. Sam Little claimed that Linda Boards was so immensely beautiful that he didn't want to kill her, but during the intercourse, he got carried away. Quote, "I didn't really plan on it, but I just did it. Unfortunately, I had desires at this time that were out of control. Boards was dumped, half naked, in Smith's Grove, where her body was discovered 3 days later on May 15th. In September 1981, Sam Little met a 30-year-old prostitute named Patricia Parker at a bar on 9th Street in Chattanooga, Tennessee. She agreed to travel with Sam and Jean for a time. Then, on September 28, 1981, outside of Hooker, Georgia, Sam Little murdered Parker and rolled her body down a steep hill into a wooded area just off the interstate highway. Her corpse was discovered the same day, but she remained a Jane Doe until Sam Little's confessions helped to identify her in October 2020. Oh my God. This is so recent. He only confessed in 2020. It's like 4 years ago. Jesus Christ. On October the 6th, 1981, 33-year-old single mother of 3, Annie Lee Stewart, was last seen visiting her sister at the University Medical Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. It was raining that day, and Sam Little offered her a ride home. Her body was found on October the 11th in the woods 100 miles to the northeast, just outside of Grove City. Samuel Little described the sensation of stalking his victims as being like, quote, a lion in the jungle. So we go and hunting. I love women so hungrily that I would take what I wanted. I want to eat her. I want to bite her thighs. Listen to her beg. Also, at an indeterminate date in 1981, Sam Little murdered an unidentified black woman, estimated to be between the ages of 35 and 40, in Atlanta, Georgia. The body was never found. On November the 19th, 1981, Sam Little was back in Pascagoula, Mississippi, where he offered 22-year-old Leila Mae McClain $50 for sex. Leila was a fairly small woman, standing at just 5'2". She accepted Sam's offer and told him to take her up to Carver Village, where she had a room. But in order to avoid being seen by any witnesses to the attempted murder of Hilda Nelson at Carver Village back in July 1980, Sam said he'd prefer to get a room at the Shamrock Motel instead. Leila shrugged and said that was fine, but Leila's suspicions were aroused when Sam drove past the Shamrock and turned onto a deserted side street thickly laden with trees. Leila instinctively knew that some foul play was imminent. She reached over, wrenched the steering wheel hard to the right, swung her leg over to the driver's side, and slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, all in an attempt to run Sam's car into a brick wall. Sam managed to push Leila back to the passenger side of the car and slam on the brakes before impact. Then Sam lunged at Leila McClain, grabbing her by the neck and tearing at her clothes. So Leila began punching Sam multiple times in the face, over and over, until her knuckles bled, and then she scratched his eyes with her long nails for good measure. Fucking yes! Sam released Leila's neck and crumpled back into the driver's seat, giving Leila an opportunity to escape out the passenger door and run like hell. Let's fucking go, Leila! When she reached the end of the street, without hesitation, she bolted onto the highway, dodging in and out of traffic, her clothing torn and her breasts exposed, until she reached a male pedestrian on the other side of the road who gave her assistance. Sam did not try to pursue Leila, and he immediately went to collect Jean and flee the city. Leila did not report the crime, thinking the police wouldn't believe or help her, and honestly, Leila's probably fucking right. Christ! On July the 10th, 1982, I can't possibly imagine something like this happening to me and going to the police and them doing nothing. I'd just be like, I don't understand. Why aren't you doing anything? Why are you getting paid? Fix this, solve this. Who did this? Come on. It's unbelievable. On July the 10th, 1982, Sam and Jean returned to Macon County, Georgia, where Sam abducted and murdered 18-year-old Fredonia Smith. Little claims that Smith resisted violently and almost got away. She left multiple scratch wounds on his face and arms. Ultimately, Sam Little overpowered and strangled her, but only in order to end the struggle quickly and kill a potential witness. Fredonia Smith's resistance was so vigorous that she prevented him from sexually assaulting her. Little dumped her body in some bushes in the backyard of a house on Magnolia Street. The owners discovered her when they were clearing out the bushes several weeks later. In 2018, Fredonia's brother Eddie said that he'd like to, quote, put my hands around his neck and squeeze and let him see how it feels. Just how he did to all these women. Yeah, me too, Eddie. Me too. A month later, on August the 8th, 1982, Sam and Jean were in the town of Ocala, Florida, where Sam encountered a 21-year-old sex worker named Rosie Hill. Rosie was from Memphis, Tennessee, and was a single mother of a 2-year-old baby. Eyewitnesses saw Sam offer Rosie $100 for sex. She was reported missing on the 12th of August, and her body was found in the countryside on August the 16th, lying next to a pig pen. Because eyewitnesses could positively identify both Rosie Hill and Sam Little, police actually detained Sam for questioning, but did not have enough evidence to charge him and had to cut him loose. Oh my God. He murdered someone. And that's it. It's not enough. I mean, it's just, they just didn't have the technology to tie him to it properly, did they? Oh my God. 2 weeks later, Sam and Jean were in Homer, Louisiana, where on the 1st of September 1982, Sam murdered 55-year-old Dorothy Richard and dumped her body on the side of Woodland Ranch Road. Her remains were discovered on September 14th. Then Sam went to New Orleans and murdered both an unidentified white woman and an unidentified black woman whose bodies were never found. This is not unusual in the South, particularly in Louisiana, where the alligators, the swamps, and the super-humid climate tend to make cadavers just melt away into nothingness. Within days, Sam and Jean had driven across the southern states and arrived in Gainesville, Florida. Along the way, they picked up a teenager named Danny Beckless who helped Jean out with shoplifting from stores and malls while Sam acted as a getaway driver. On September the 10th, Sam was drinking alone in Willie Mae's Beer Tavern in Gainesville, where he started talking to Patricia Ann Mount, a 26-year-old woman with a mental disability, arrested development, and an IQ of around 40, who lives in a care home nearby. Sam described Patricia Mount as, quote, one of my bar girls. She had a long face, a long pretty nose, and a long neck, so I chose her. Eyewitnesses saw Little leave with Mount, driving away in a brown Pinto station wagon, and then according to Little, quote, we stopped at a liquor store. She was an alcoholic. There's a note here, this is not true, okay, and bought us some wine, and we went back to the car and drove out to a big cow pasture. As soon as I felt her neck, I got rock hard. The bones in her throat was what excited me. I had to do it. I squeezed her neck. After it was all over, I leaned back for the next couple of days, just like a lion after he ate. The next morning, Sam returned to the Star Motel, where he and his travel companions were staying while in Gainesville. Jean Dorsey and Danny Beckless were still asleep. A few hours later, Danny woke up and went down to the car, where he found smeared across the back seat. The intellectually disabled Patricia Mount had soiled herself when Sam Little attacked her. I imagine, I don't know if it's true, but don't people soil themselves when they die? Isn't that, a thing? So is it relevant that she was intellectually disabled? Danny approached Sam and asked, what the f***? At which point Sam started bragging that he hurt sex workers. Not that Patricia Mount was a sex worker. She was just a vulnerable person with the innocent mentality of a child that he had plied with alcohol in a tavern and lured to his car. Danny Beckless was alarmed, but said nothing. A few hours later, Jean Dorsey came down and cleaned the fecal matter off the back seat. Danny Beckless sounds like he's playing this right. If I was in Danny Beckless' situation, I'd be like, yeah, that's funny. Look, I'm just going to go to the shop and buy a Coke, and then I would never return. I'd not be like, what the dude? Did you kill someone? Because then you're going to get killed yourself. The next day, September the 12th, Patricia Mount's naked body was found lying in a hayfield in the rural community of Forest Grove, 20 miles northwest of Gainesville. Police found several of Sam Little's hairs on the body, and so they began searching for the man who was seen with Patricia Mount in Willie Mae's Beer Tavern 2 nights before. But by the next day, on September the 13th, Sam had left the state. I don't understand. Is this not America? You are one country, are you not? You are one country under God or some shit like that? Does that so it's not like he's fled to Mexico. He's just gone to another state in your country. Somebody, come on. Could a police officer from one country not follow him across the border, or not phone his mate in the next state along and be like, yo, Jeff, dude with the weird hairs. If you find him, bring him in. I want him back. Nevertheless, Gainesville police matched the description of Patricia Mount's killer to the man calling himself Sam McDowell, who was questioned in a Carla in August for the murder of Rosie Hill. Gainesville and Carla police put out a bolo for the man. Be on the lookout. I didn't know what that meant until recently. For a man of his description driving a brown Pinto station wagon. On September the 15th, 1982, Sam, Jean, and Danny were in Pascagoula, Mississippi, yet again. This was the town where Sam had failed to murder 2 women, Hilda Nelson and Leela McLean, so it was fairly reckless to come back there, lest he be spotted. Nevertheless, that evening, Sam Little went out to the King William Hotel and picked up 22-year-old sex worker Melinda Lepre, who was soliciting in front of the hotel with a group of other girls. She was the mother of a 3-week-old baby. The other sex workers saw Lepre getting into a brown Pinto station wagon with a black male. I just realized, I had a double take there. I'm like, wait, Sam Little's black? This whole time I've just been imagining him as a white dude. Was this not brought up before? Then to quote Sam Little, me and her rode around to find a place to fuck. I chose a graveyard. I reached down and wrapped my hands around her throat and squeezed until she was limp and she was dead. I killed her in a graveyard. She died without me even realizing it. I got carried away, but I had meant to do it eventually. I meant it because it felt good. Lepree's boyfriend, Billy Hampton, reported her missing early the next morning. The police instructed him to come back in 24 hours, adding that sex workers move along to other cities quite a lot. When a day passed and Lepree still hadn't returned, the cops opened a missing persons file and made inquiries. They got a description from the other sex workers of the man that she was seen leaving with, along with a brown Pinto. 2.5 weeks later, on October the 4th, 1982, the groundskeeper of the Gautier family cemetery found Melinda Lepree's body lying in a ditch on the edge of the property covered in brambles. The killer had gone into the cemetery, stolen some flowers from a grave, and tossed them on top of her corpse. The body was badly decomposed, but the coroner managed to discern from the disarticulation in the hyoid bone and fractures in the cartilage in her neck that Lepree had died of manual strangulation. These are bones that I've never heard of. The discovery of Lepree's body kicked the investigation into overdrive. The Pascagoula police came across the bolo put out by Gainesville and Ocala in Florida for a black man driving a brown Pinto suspected in the murders of Patricia Mount and Rosie Hill with an identical MO. And the hunt was on. Nearly 2 months later, on November the 24th, 1982, Sam Little, Gene Dorsey, and Danny Beckless were arrested for shoplifting in Gulfport, Mississippi. The Pascagoula police immediately leapt on this report, since the driver of the brown Pinto was a black male who fit the description of the man who was last seen with Melinda Lepree. They hauled Sam Little in for questioning. He denied being in Pascagoula at the time of Lepree's murder, but a search of the Pinto unveiled receipts for the Imperial Motel in Pascagoula, dated around September the 15th, when Lepree was killed. This is it. We're halfway through, so I don't think this is it. But how can this not be it? You're connected with so many murders. This is it. Why is this not it? Nevertheless, Little maintained a strategy of deny, deny, deny. Here was the problem for the police. Due to the fact that Melinda Lepree's body was badly decomposed and the fact that Gene Dorsey had cleaned out the backseat of the car, there was no physical evidence tying Sam Little to the murder. Wait, they just cleaned the back of the car. That's unless they did an incredible job. Get the forensics guys in there, tear out the seat cushions, find some blood. Find something, like it must have seeped through. Like, there's no way that you're cleaning a car that well. Like, no way. Even when I get my car back and it's been sent to, like, the guy who cleans it, and it's very, very clean, but you're still, like, if you really dig behind the seats or whatever, you'll find, like, a crumb of dirt or something. So find some blood, find some hair, come on. Police, do it. It seemed unlikely that Lepree case would ever go to trial, much less that they could secure a conviction. But at this point, the Pascagoula police matched Sam Little's description to the assault on Hilda Nelson at Carver Village all the way back on July the 31st, 1980. Hilda, whose mother had found out that she was a sex worker in the interim, modified her testimony to say that Sam Little had offered her money for sex and attacked her in her room. Shortly thereafter, police got word from other working girls that Leila McLean had been attacked by a man of Sam Little's description on November the 19th, 1981. Both Hilda Nelson and Leila McLean were able to pick Sam Little out of a lineup. Bro. Surely this is it. With that, Pascagoula police charged Sam Little with the first-degree murder of Melinda Lepree and the attempted murders of Nelson and McCain. The logic was, if they couldn't get Little on the murder charge, then at least they could put him away for attempted murder. Neither Leila nor Hilda had a car, so they both walked several miles to the courthouse to testify in front of a grand jury in 1983. It's only in America. It's like they did have a car, so they walked for miles. Everywhere else is like, oh, I just took the bus. Or the undergrounds, or the tram. Uber. It's 1983, I know that wasn't a thing. But public transport, you know. Hilda Nelson was 8 months pregnant at the time. When they entered the courtroom, Leila was pissed off and full of spit and vinegar, while Hilda was so terrified that when she saw Sam Little, she lost control of her bladder and wet herself. Neither Hilda nor Leila got to testify. Very quickly, the grand jury refused to indict Sam Little for any of the charges, firstly because of a lack of physical evidence, and secondly because both Hilda and Leila were sex workers and drug addicts with long criminal records and would not be trusted by a trial jury. And so, the charges against Sam Little were dropped. Hilda and Leila were not offered a ride home. This is a fucking disaster. The only worst thing would be like, Sam Little got a ride back to wherever he was staying. He did it, but like, what the He needs to be killed. Can't we kill him already? Similarly, at least put him on a list. At least make sure he's being watched all the time, because he's gonna go on murdering. You know he murdered. Everyone knows he murdered. Similarly, the Ocala police did not move forward with their case against Sam Little for the murder of Rosie Hill due to a lack of evidence, but the Gainesville police decided to go after him for the murder of Patricia Mount. They had eyewitnesses from Willie Mae's beer tavern that saw Mount leaving with Little in a brown Pinto. 3 of those witnesses later picked Little out of a lineup. Police also found hairs resembling Sam Little's on Patricia Mount's body. They also questioned Danny Beckles, who testified that Sam left the Star Motel where they were staying at 7 p.m. on September the 10th, the night of Mount's murder. Beckles also said that Sam had come back the next morning with fecal matter in the back of his car and that he had boasted about hurting sex workers. On July the 19th, 1983, after the Pascagoula charges fell through, police extradited Sam Little to Gainesville, where a grand jury did indict him for the murder of Patricia Mount. The case went to trial in January 1984. Excellent. But because we're only like halfway or a little over halfway through today's episode, I get the feeling that somehow this is still not the end of his reign of terror. Then everything fell apart. Oh, there we go. Beckles disappeared and was not able to testify. The 3 eyewitnesses used by the prosecution who had seen Mount get into Little's car weren't sex workers, but they were drunks and ultimately were found untrustworthy by the jury. Sam even admitted being in Willie Mae's beer tavern the night of the murder, but denied talking to or leaving with Patricia Mount. Gene Dorsey, having been acquitted of the shoplifting charge from November, appeared in court to give Sam Little an alibi, saying that he returned to the Star Motel at 8 p.m. long before Patricia Mount had left the tavern. The testimony of a harmless little old lady sat there in her Sunday church clothes had a huge impact on the jury. Finally, this was still a few years before DNA testing was utilized, so the hairs found on Patricia Mount's body could not be definitively tied to Sam Little. Just hold on to those fucking hairs. You know, there's got the people who extradited him, they almost know he's murdered, because it's like you got away by the skin of your teeth on the last one, and this one as well. It's like, bro, where there's smoke, there's fire. The police must know. They must know. And so the Gainesville jury acquitted Sam Little out of reasonable doubt after less than half an hour's deliberation. Because of the failure to convict Sam Little on any of the charges, many more women would die. I love it when you swallow. At 4 a.m. on May the 12th, 1984, Samuel Little picked up 26-year-old sex worker Willie Mae Bivens. Wait, was this the same name as the pub? Willie Mae's Beer Tavern. Is that a popular name? I've never heard it before. In front of a nightclub in Tennessee, Florida, murdered her and dumped her body in a vacant lot along the Shadeville Highway to the southwest of town. A year later, police wrongfully accused a drifter named Eddie Daniel Harris, who had been seen talking to Bivens in a nightclub earlier in the evening. Harris was convicted of the lesser charge of manslaughter and got sentenced to 4 years in prison. Meanwhile, back in 1980, so this innocent guy who didn't do anything gets sentenced to 4 years in prison. Meanwhile, Samuel Little, who's out there murdering like there's no tomorrow, is just roaming free. That's fucked up justice system. Meanwhile, back in 1984, before leaving Florida, Samuel Little also murdered 2 unidentified black women of indeterminate ages in Fort Myers and Tampa Bay. From there, Samuel Little and Gene Dorsey headed on to Savannah, Georgia, where Sam picked up 23-year-old Frances Campbell at a bar on Montgomery Street, strangled her to death, and dumped her body on a pile of construction debris. Her remains weren't found until a year later. While still in Savannah, Sam Little murdered an unidentified black woman in her 20s. Then Sam and Gene headed to Atlanta, where Sam murdered yet another unidentified black woman that he estimated to be between the ages of 23 and 25. She may have been a college student. Then Sam and Gene headed north to Cleveland, Ohio, where sometime between May and June of 1984, Sam picked up 21-year-old Mary Jo Payton at a bar and dumped her body in the stairwell of an abandoned factory. Due to Payton's reputation for drug addiction, her death was classified as an overdose rather than homicide. What, the drug strangled her to death? Of course she was strangled. That's all he does. That's why he kills, because he likes strangling. Can you... Is it too much to ask for the police to just do some level of work rather than just fucking nothing? From there, Sam and Gene headed to Columbus, Ohio, where they met a sex worker named Linda Bennett, around 25 years old, in a strip club and told her that they'd give her a ride to Miami. Sam described her as dishwater blonde, with her hair cut into a bob, around 5'7" at 130 pounds. They drove to Cincinnati, where they partied downtown, then crossed into Kentucky. Just outside of Covington, people were throwing a music festival that the woman wanted to go to. Instead, Sam Little drove her up into the hills, murdered her, and dumped her in a thick bed of vegetation. Then Sam and Gene drove south to Mobile, Alabama, where on August the 10th, 1984, Sam picked up 2 sex workers, 23-year-old Hannah Mae Bonner and 34-year-old Ida Mae Campbell. The women were last seen in the company of Little later that evening, or when they pulled over to buy some cocaine from a local drug dealer. Hannah Mae Bonner's body was discovered in a ditch next to a country road south of Mobile the next day. Ida Mae Campbell's body was found 3 weeks later next to a dirt road near Halls Mills Creek, a few miles away from Hannah's body. After that, Sam and Jean drove west to San Bernardino, California, where Sam Little murdered an unidentified black woman in her late teens or early 20s. After killing her, he had sex with her corpse next to the highway before dumping her body on the side of a hill. The fuck, man, this is super fucked up. Then they headed 2 hours south to the city of San Diego, where, on the night of September the 27th, 1984, Sam Little abducted 22-year-old Lori Barras as she walked to a drug dealer's apartment in the city's downtown core. Little drove her out to an illegal dump site off of Market Street and sexually assaulted and asphyxiated Barras. Sam Little thought it killed her, and Barras played... Oh, is this the woman from the beginning? It is, isn't it? Yes! Sam dumped her out of the car and drove away, leaving Barras to stagger to a payphone and call a friend for help. Once Lori Barras recovered from the shock, she went to the police station and reported her assault. She did not mention that she'd previously worked as a sex worker in case it would result in the police taking her complaint less seriously. Very smart move, because that's almost certainly what would have happened. Good for you. A bolo was sent out looking for a black man in his 40s or 50s, approximately 6'1", 230 pounds, driving a dark-colored Thunderbird. On October the 25th, 1984, Samuel Little picked up 23-year-old sex worker Tonya Jackson in a gay bar in downtown San Diego and offered her $20 for sex. He drove out to the exact same illegal dump site which had taken Lori Barras to in September. Sam Little forced Tonya Jackson onto the floor of the back seat, beat her badly, and choked her to the point of unconsciousness. Sam prepared to kill her, like he had with so many others, but the bolo from the assault on Lori Barras was still in effect. At that moment, a patrol car spotted the black Thunderbird, pulled up behind it, and hit it with a blinding spotlight. The two officers could make out a man in the back seat. They got out of their patrol car, weapons drawn, and ordered the man to exit the vehicle. Sam Little complied, pulling up his pants as he did so. He identified himself as Sam McDowell and claims that he was just having make-up sex after a fight with his girlfriend. But the officers noticed fresh scratches on Sam's face and blood on his shirt. The officers ordered Sam to put his hands on the patrol car and spread his legs. He was frisked, then one officer stayed with Sam while the other checked out the Thunderbird. He found Tonya Jackson naked and unconscious on the floor of the car with blood streaming down her face and bruises on her neck. This must be it. How can this not be it? He is caught fucking red-handed. At this point, I'd be like, the guy's like, all right, hands behind your back, down on your knees, get him arrested, get him in prison, get him in the chair. And by chair, I mean electric chair. This is happening in the South, right? They have electric chairs down there. They're gonna fry him. It's the 80s. Let's fucking go. Sam Little was immediately cuffed and shoved in the back of the patrol car. It took a few minutes to revive Tonya Jackson, but upon regaining consciousness, she claims that Sam Little had tried to rape her. Jackson was taken to a hospital, and Little was arrested and charged with kidnap, sexual assault, and attempted murder. Down at the station, Sam Little changed his story, claiming that Tonya Jackson had tried to cheat him out of his money, and he told her that she wasn't leaving the vehicle until he got the sex that he paid for. Sam claimed it was then that Jackson attacked him. So he defended himself. He added, quote, "The doctor tests ain't gonna show any rape. The only thing they'll show is where my hands were around her neck. I didn't rape her, I just kicked the shit out of her. That bitch deserved it. I'm gonna kill that whore. How is the bitch anyway? She going to make it?" Dude. You're saying this to the police? Are you insane? Indeed, Sam Little hadn't had a chance to sexually assault Tonya or ejaculate on her, so apart from Tonya being naked, there was no clear evidence of sexual interference, and her nakedness could accord with Little's testimony that they had a disagreement over payment for sex. Nevertheless, the kidnap and attempted murder charges seemed like a slam dunk. The cops immediately connected the attack on Tonya Jackson to the one on Lori Barras, for which the bolo had been circulated. Yes, of course they should. The reason they looked into it in the first place is because he was in the car that the bolo is out on, and he's in the place where it happened. He's been getting away with this for so long. He's like, F it, no one's ever going to catch me. And I kind of get the feeling that he's going to get away with it again, isn't he? Lori Barras was brought down to the station and picked Sam Little out of a lineup. She immediately knew it was him. But she got each person in the lineup to say, "I love it when you swallow," just so she could hear the bastards say it. And so, on the other side of the glass, the assailant would immediately know who was looking at him. Sam Little was charged with the kidnapping, sexual assault, and attempted murder of Lori Barras as well. The Barras and Jackson cases were tried jointly in March 1985 in the hopes that one would corroborate the other. But the prosecution immediately ran into problems. Tonya Jackson performed poorly on the stand. She was not well educated, not well spoken, and years of drug abuse had obviously taken their toll on their powers of communication. She was also a sex worker, and it is widely believed in the legal profession that juries find them less trustworthy. Lori Barras was much better spoken and gave all the appearance of a strong witness. However, she was incredibly nervous on the stand and was forced to divulge that she previously worked as a sex worker and formerly had problems with drugs. Sam Little stuck to his story that Tonya Jackson had attacked him over a money dispute and he was just defending himself. As for Lori Barros, Sam denied ever meeting her. Furthermore, Jean Dorsey was on hand to provide Sam with an alibi for the night Barros was attacked. Jean's little old lady act worked its charm once again. The result of the trial was a hung jury. The prosecution requested a second trial, but then Tonya Jackson skipped town and couldn't be located. Thus, the district attorney's office deemed it too risky to attempt a second trial. They got a deal with Sam Little, where he pled guilty to the lesser charge of assault. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison. He served less than 2. Samuel Little was unleashed back onto the public on the 1st of February 1987. State of decay. After his release from prison, the now 46-year-old Sam Little settled down in Los Angeles with Jean Dorsey, who was 74 years old and in poor health. They bounced between various toll houses and apartments in South Central, subsisting off government welfare and Jean's meager social security checks. Sam and Jean supplemented their income by continuing their shoplifting racket, with Jean selling the designer clothes and cheap jewelry she pilfered for cut prices to denizens of LA's shady underbelly. As for Sam, it had been many years since he had an actual job, and he wasn't looking for that to change. Nevertheless, Sam managed to wheel, deal, graft, and hustle himself enough money to keep him well stocked with booze, drugs, and retain a car. The last of these was vital. Hunger hadn't gone away in prison. Quote, "I got out on parole, went down and killed 2 women in one night. I just couldn't stop. I would ride around at night, pick up prostitutes, fuck them, strangle them, leave them." Beyond Sam saying that they were black, the 2 women he killed that night have not been identified. 2 months after his release, Sam drove up to San Bernardino, where on April 12, 1987, he murdered 28-year-old Sonia Collette Austin, a church-going housewife with a husband and 4 children, the eldest of whom was 8, the youngest being just 17 months. Then Sam Little returned to Los Angeles on June 13, 1987. He picked up 41-year-old Carol Alford. She wasn't a sex worker, but she was an alcoholic and a drug addict. Sam offered her cocaine. They spent a few hours together before Sam beat her and strangled her in the back of his car. Then he dumped Alford in a residential alleyway on 848 East 27th Street in South Central. The victim was found naked from the waist down, with semen on her bra and blue shirt. But Sam was unwise to leave his ejaculate on the body. Things had changed while Sam was in prison. DNA profiling had first been used for a criminal investigation in 1986, but masturbating with one hand and choking a woman with the other was a crucial part of Sam Little's MO, and it wasn't going to change at this late stage. Quote, "Some things that I desire are disgusting. I see that woman with the big arse and the big thighs and the big titties winking her eyes at me. What I wanted all my life. Women, to hold them and touch them. I couldn't get all that. They didn't want to see me. So I took them, made them mine, took them forever, and tagged them." Although Sam occasionally strayed outside his preferred victim profile, often by accident, he usually made a point of targeting down-and-outs, sex workers, drug addicts, mentally disabled, so that the police wouldn't put much energy into investigating the murders. As such, the socially stratified dystopian cesspool of LA, with its 60,000 homeless, 115,000 sex workers, and 500,000 drug addicts, was a virtual goldmine for Sam during the rest of his career. After the murder of Carol Alford, Sam Little went on to murder 2 more unidentified black women in 1987. Sam Little barely remembered any details about them. One he guessed was 19, another he guessed was 50, who he simply dubbed Granny. These 2 women, in addition to the 2 unidentified black women murdered in February, have never been found. Or, as we know happens with one of Little's later victims, the bodies have actually been discovered, but become so lost in the morass of corpses that pop up in LA on a regular basis that police simply haven't located the woman that Sam was talking about in their records. When a homeless woman, sex worker, or drug addict shows up dead in LA, it's hardly front-page news, and the scale of the problem eradicates most opportunity for due diligence from the police. Then you need more police. I'm sorry. If there's loads of murders and the police don't have time to investigate murder, then you need more police. It's ridiculous. Aurelia Jean Dorsey died of a brain aneurysm in 1988. She died without having been brought to justice for being an accomplice to the murder of dozens of women by regularly disposing of physical evidence, and for perjuring herself by providing Sam Little with 2 fake alibis. And if the account of Lucy Madera is to be believed, for committing double murder herself, shooting a cheating boyfriend and his lover when Dorsey was a young woman living in St. Louis. Holy shit, did we talk about that? Her death also deprived Sam Little of a significant portion of his income. He became increasingly transient, sometimes living out of his car, and more frequently he downgraded his choice of drugs to cheaper crack cocaine. His appearance rapidly began to transform from the strapping masculine bar hopper of the 1970s and 80s to a prematurely aged, creepy-looking drifter. Jean's death and Little's increased use of drugs makes the record for the rest of the 1980s somewhat hazy. Sam spoke of killing an unidentified black female that he pegged at 24 in Monroe, Louisiana in 1987, but he also said that he may have killed this woman in, quote, the early 90s. Similarly, Sam claimed that he traveled to Phoenix, Arizona in 1988, where he killed an unidentified Hispanic woman, but he bizarrely added that he may have killed this woman in 1996. Is it that bizarre? Like, I'm kind of amazed that he even remembers any of this. Or like, he's killed so many people. How can he be like, oh yeah, I killed someone in like June of 1986? However many years ago that was, whenever we finally catch this fucking kid and put him in the chair. Like, why would he, did he write it down? Just got a great memory? I know it seems crazy to think about, like, that you could forget murdering someone, but when you've murdered so many people, I'm sure you can. What we do know for certain is that back in Los Angeles, in the early hours of August the 14th, 1989, Sam Little encountered a 35-year-old sex worker named Audrey Nelson in a hotel in downtown Los Angeles. They negotiated a price for sex, did some heroin together, and then the inevitable happened. Quote, I killed her back behind a restaurant. I strangled her to death. That's what happened. I don't know who she was. I didn't know anything about her. Well, let me tell you who she was. Like thousands of other lost souls over the years, Audrey Nelson had been a promising young woman who was pulled into the mesmerizing vortex of the supposedly glamorous and liberated Los Angeles, where she decayed into a tattoo-riddled drug addict with a physically abusive boyfriend, being hospitalized multiple times and lying that she had simply had an accident. She was then forced to sell her body in order to get her next fixed. She had a daughter named Pearl, who was taken from her by Child Protective Services years ago, as were two more babies the moment they were born. Pearl, turning 13 in 1989, had recently been in contact with her mother, much to Audrey's joy. Audrey was turning her life around. And then Sam Little killed her. Audrey Nelson's body was discovered on the morning of the 14th by a homeless person, lying in the fetal position in a dumpster behind a Chinese restaurant on East 7th Street. She was nude from the waist down. She showed signs of having defended herself, having scratched her assailant, and thus acquiring particles of the murderer's skin underneath her fingernails. A few weeks later, on September the 9th, 1989, a 9-year-old boy was snooping around in an abandoned auto body shop on Ascot Avenue in South Central. There he found the body of 46-year-old Guadalupe Apodaca lying on a filthy mattress on the floor. She was a sex worker and a drug addict. She was also the mother of 2 sons. Guadalupe had been badly beaten around the face, back, buttocks, and thighs. Extensive bruising around her neck confirmed strangulation. She was naked from the waist down. She had been sodomized to the point of bleeding. Semen had been left on her body. Police investigated for a few weeks, but with no clear suspects. The case went cold. Depending on the dates for the Monroe and Phoenix murders, Samuel Little had, in total, murdered between 69 and 71 victims by the end of the 1980s. Unless you accept the more extreme estimates for the unproven kills of Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, and Harvey Donald, the Angel of Death, this number of victims already puts Samuel Little as the worst serial killer in modern American history, and as 1990 dawned, Samuel Little was still very much at large, and the nightmare was not yet over. Her swan-like neck. As the 90s commenced, Sam Little hit the road again, though he would frequently return to Los Angeles from this point forward. On July 6, 1990, while in Memphis, Tennessee, Sam picked up 30-year-old sex worker Zena Marie Jones at a motel. He offered her money and drove her out to the Mississippi River, where he assaulted and asphyxiated her. Sam was in the process of dragging things out for his own gratification when a police patrol car drove by. He panicked and immediately strangled Zena Marie Jones to death, later implying that it was a waste of a victim. He dumped Jones in the Mississippi. Her body was found by a fisherman on July the 28th on the Arkansas side of the river. She remained a Jane Doe case for 32 years. Back in Los Angeles, on the 10th of June, 1991, Sam Little picked up 34-year-old Alice Denise Duvall in front of a motel. Little described her as, quote, a dark, skinny black girl. She was pretty, but you could tell she was going down fast. She wore glasses, looked real neat, like a school teacher. But she was a whore. Sam drove Alice down Central Avenue before making their way across the entirety of Long Beach to the coast, where they pulled up next to an overpass. They sat in the vehicle, talked, and smoked crack. They began to have sex, but it wasn't long before Sam had his hands around her neck. He began to choke her and, quote, only then did she struggle in my arms. She squirmed around and was pulling at my hands, and we were looking into each other's eyes until she didn't breathe no more. She was gone. She was dead. Then I just did what I wanted to her. I ran my hands through her hair and smelled her hair. I was kissing her, holding her. Sam dumped Alice on a patch of grass next to the overpass. Her body was discovered by pedestrians the next morning. She remained a Jane Doe case for 30 years. In fact, when Sam described her murder to the police, such was the profusion of bodies regularly found in Los Angeles that a report of her dumped body was not found amongst the hundreds of others. Alice was not identified as Sam's victim until 3 years after his initial confession to her murder. Even then, it was true crime writer Gillian Lauren who discovered her identity rather than the LAPD. You know it's bad when, an author, a journalist or whatever, is doing the work of the police that they should be doing. It's crazy. Before leaving that shithole of a city built on broken dreams and the discarded corpses of the downtrodden, Sam Little murdered another unidentified black woman, whom he estimated to be between the ages of 20 and 22. I get the feeling that David really doesn't like Los Angeles. A couple of months later, at the end of August, Sam Little was in Cleveland, Ohio, where he offered a ride to 32-year-old Rose Evans. He drove her to a vacant lot on East 39th Street, where he murdered her and dumped her body, covering her with a couple of old tires. Her body was spotted by a person walking down the sidewalk on August 24th, 1991. From there, Sam Little drove to Akron, Ohio, where on September the 8th he murdered 34-year-old Roberta Tanderidge and dumped her body in the woods by Firestone Metro Park. Her body was discovered on September the 30th. She had 2 daughters. The following year, 1992, Sam Little was back in Los Angeles, where he murdered 2 unidentified black women of undetermined ages and 1 unidentified Hispanic woman of around the age of 25. Then in late April 92, Sam Little was in North Little Rock, Arkansas. He drove past a crack house where he saw 7 women smoking crack on the porch. Sam approached them, and in particular he singled out a girl he described as black, heavy-set, with buck teeth and a gap between them, approximately 5'7" and 170 to 180 pounds. He guessed her age was 24. Sam claimed that her name might have been Ruth. They spent 3 days together, smoking crack and shoplifting from various stores in North Little Rock. However, Sam Little got busted stealing from a Kroger's supermarket and was arrested and locked up. Meanwhile, the girl known as Ruth slept in Sam's car in the Kroger's parking lot until the store manager got sick of her being there, called the police, and dropped the charges on Sam so he could come and collect her. He did so, and then Sam Little took Ruth about 10 miles out north of Little Rock into a cornfield, where he stopped next to a pile of old corn stalks. This is where he murdered her. She just got you out of prison. I know, what do I expect? The guy's obviously a complete psychopath. He then dragged the victim out of the car and left her on top of the mouldering pile. This guy's he takes no care because he's got away with it for nearly 100 victims. And he just continues because he's like, I'm never going to get caught. People are incompetent. It's crazy. From there, Sam Little traveled to Gulfport, Mississippi. On the evening of December the 7th, 1992, Sam Little was drinking at the Flamingo Club when he saw 27-year-old mother of 5, Alice Denise Taylor, who went by Tina. She was a drug addict trying to get clean, and so Sam preyed upon her addiction by offering her drugs to get in his car. Sam Little murdered her and concealed her body under a pile of old car tires in a vacant lot, where she was discovered on December the 11th. But Little wasn't done for the evening. He went back to the Flamingo Club and lured 19-year-old Tracy Lynn Johnson to his car. Then he drove her to an illegal dump site on a dirt road off US Highway 49, where he strangled Johnson and threw her onto the trash pile. Johnson's body was discovered a month later on January the 3rd, 1993. On May the 4th, 1993, Sam Little was staying at the Skylark Motel in the tiny town of Perry, Florida. That evening, he drove a few minutes down the road to a party where he spotted 19-year-old Ruby Lane. He lured her to his car, strangled her, dumped her in a forest outside the town of Greenville. Her remains weren't discovered until November the 11th, 2000, and she remained a Jane Doe case until 2014, when she was identified by DNA testing. At 2 a.m., on August the 7th, 1993, in Lubbock, Texas, Sam Little picked up 37-year-old sex worker Bobby Ann Fields Wilson in front of the Rose Hotel. Eyewitnesses saw Bobby Ann get into a yellow Cadillac Eldorado, which Little was known to drive at the time, but they had no reason to take note of the license plate, and they didn't get a good look at the driver. On August the 8th, the family were going for a walk together near Keel Avenue when they found the victim's body, badly beaten and strangled. Shortly thereafter, while Sam was on his way back to Los Angeles, he stopped off in Las Vegas. Walking along Owens Avenue, he met an unidentified black woman whom Little claimed was a sex worker, about 40 years old, approximately 5'5" and 120 pounds, wearing a long-haired wig. At one point, she bizarrely waved her son over, who Sam guessed was about 20 years old. The young man asked Sam, "How are you doing?" and shook his hand. Then Sam and the unidentified woman negotiated a price for sex and took off in Sam's car. What a bizarre scene. He dumped the victim on the outskirts of Las Vegas, heading in the direction of Searchlight on a road leading to a motel. The body rolled down a steep incline on the side of the road into some thick bushes. The body's never been found, and the murder has never been matched to any missing persons case. On January the 12th, 1994, Sam Little was in Odessa, Texas. Oh my God, does this just repeat forever? Good Lord, it just continues and continues. So many murders. On January the 12th, 1994, Sam Little was in Odessa, Texas, when he picked up 38-year-old sex worker Denise Christie Brothers from a street corner. She was a heroin addict who had been separated from her children. Sam Little drove Brothers to a motel, where they were intercepted in the parking lot by the victim's boyfriend, Elton, who didn't like it when Denise went with other black men. Sam Little mollified Elton by offering to buy them all heroin. 3 hours later, they were the best of friends. Elton said he had to go, and left Denise and Sam alone together. They immediately resumed discussion of going somewhere for sex. Denise suggested the Scuzzy motel that she lived at. Sam suggested going for a drive. They pulled into an alley off South Van Street. Denise had just spit in her hand, ready to give Sam a hand job when Sam lunged forward and grabbed her by the neck with one hand. He masturbated with the other. Denise Brothers scratched her assailant's face. In response, Sam punched her 4 times in the head, stunning her. He continued to choke the victim, kissing her and sucking the tears off her face as she died. Whew. It just gets grimmer. 3 weeks later, on February the 2nd, 1994, the remains of Denise Brothers were found by a truck driver in a pile of trash on a vacant lot near South Ann Street. Brothers was known to law enforcement and was immediately identified. The coroner ruled her cause of death as homicide by strangulation. Well, good, you got that right, rather than that one woman they found earlier. And was like, oh no, yeah, drugs, they strangled her. Jesus, police. Police launched a citywide investigation, excellent, even calling in the Texas Rangers, excellent, including a man named James Holland, who we shall hear from later. Excellent, James, I hope you are the hero of this case. Unfortunately, Denise's boyfriend Elton could not identify the man he'd seen that night, nor could Odessa police locate a man of his description. Of course, Sam had long since left Odessa and the state of Texas altogether. 3 weeks later, on February the 24th, 1994, in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Sam Little abducted and murdered 26-year-old prostitute Jolanda Jones and dumped her near Port Road on the outskirts of town. No bruising was discerned around her throat, and so at the time, her death was ruled to be a drug overdose. On the afternoon of January 31st, 1996, in the small town of Opelousas, Louisiana, Melissa Thomas left her house to walk to the gas station for some cigarettes. Sam Little saw her and followed at a distance. When Melissa Thomas cut across a cemetery to reach the gas station on the other side of the street, Little rushed forward and tackled her to the ground. He swiftly choked her to death. She was found in the graveyard several hours later, lying face down, showing signs of strangulation. She was fully clothed. No semen was found on her corpse. Because it was daytime, Sam hadn't dragged it out or sought sexual gratification in the moment. He just straight up murdered her. A mere 2 days later, February the 2nd, 125 miles away in Houma, Louisiana, Sam Little spotted 40-year-old drag addict Daisy McGuire. Quote, her neck was slim, like a swan. She had the prettiest neck you ever lays eyes on, to my mind. So I chose her. A decade earlier, Daisy had been a happily married woman with a young daughter. Then, around 1986, she had become addicted to crack. Her life spiraled downward until she was living alone in a ramshackle house with dirty clothing piled to the ceiling and wandering the streets at night, semi-coherently preaching from a Bible that she always carried with her. That is where Sam Little found her. Quote, a black dude introduced me to her and told me that he didn't give a fuck about her. And I said, if y'all don't want her, I'll take her. And that's how we got together and drove around for 2 or 3 days. We had an argument over $20 that she wanted to buy some crack cocaine with. The next day, I came back and picked her up. And that's the day I finally killed her. I parked beside this tool business at 5 o'clock in the morning. She had on a sexy outfit. She loved the feeling of look but don't touch. But she didn't realize that she could go too far with that. Then I just grabbed her by the neck and squeezed. She realized I wasn't going to let her go. I got off, but she didn't. On February the 6th, 1996, Daisy McGuire's body was discovered, shoved underneath a corrugated steel building in the town's industrial district. Her face was beaten beyond recognition, and she had to be identified by her tattoos. Despite obvious signs of foul play, the contusions on her face were not fatal, and the coroner did not detect any signs of strangulation around her neck. After days of indecision over what to do with the case, her death was ruled as the result of an overdose and hypothermia. Her face was beaten beyond recognition. Oh yeah, she died of an overdose and hypothermia. Her face was beaten beyond recognition. To quote Little, stupid-ass police, they didn't care. I picked up whores and I picked up bitches. Real hoes. These girls, I killed them. They're not women of position. I have to agree. First time I'm agreeing with old Sam here in this episode. Stupid ass police. He's killed nearly 100 people. Guys, get your shit together. From there, Sam Little returned to Los Angeles, where during the remainder of 1996, he murdered 3 unidentified black women, all of whom he estimated were around 25. One of them he referred to as Sheila, another he referred to as the nickname T-Money. Also in Los Angeles, in 1996, Sam Little murdered an unidentified white female, also around 25, 5 foot, 110 pounds. He claimed to have killed her in the bathroom at an abandoned house. After her death, Sam tried to sodomize the corpse, but his penis remained flaccid, so he dumped her in the bathtub and left. Sometime in the following year, 1997, Sam murdered another unidentified white female of undetermined age in Phoenix, Arizona. After that, Sam's murderous campaign slowed almost to a halt. He was 57 years old and in poor health from years of drug abuse. As his strength faded in old age, he wasn't willing to risk physical altercations with younger women lest they managed to escape. Sam transitioned to a life of shoplifting and selling bootleg goods just like Dean Dorsey had taught him, and living in an RV. But the hunger remained. Sam Little claimed his last victim in the summer of 2005 while in Decatur, Alabama. He struck up a friendship with Carol Ann Stevens, a 46-year-old mother of an adult son who had recently graduated from university. Sam Little chatted with Carol on and off for 2 weeks. That's when she felt comfortable enough going inside Sam's RV. He drove her 115 miles west of Tupelo, Mississippi. According to Sam, Carol consented to this journey. Sam claims to have liked Carol, but when they were parked in front of a Walmart in Tupelo, he lost his temper with her, flew into a rage, and strangled her to death. Sam Little dumped his victim by the side of the road in Lee County. And with that, at the age of 65, which is about the retirement age for most of us, Sam Little stopped killing. Apart from occasionally getting arrested for shoplifting, the most prolific serial killer in US history continued to fly under the radar for several more years. From 1970 to 2005, at least 93 women had been killed, and there was no indication that Sam Little would ever be brought to justice, which is insane. That's insane. A hero named Mitzi. In 2001, the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery and Homicide Division established a unit devoted to working through the gigantic backlog of cold cases that were over 5 years old. This was prompted by major advances in DNA profiling technology. Let's go! In the past decade, he's been in prison, so they've got his DNA, right? He was in prison after DNA became a thing, so they're like doing that. And then they've got all of the boxes filled with evidence, which they can run for DNA, and can we kill him already, please? And it was hoped that previously unsolvable murders could be linked to the quote-unquote DNA fingerprint of killers whose DNA had been collected in a handful of state and national databases. There were over 6,000 cold cases in Los Angeles. The majority involved the unexplained deaths of the city's underclass, the homeless, sex workers, drug addicts. And so, what came to be known as the Cold Case Special Section, or CCSS, was born. Detectives working cold cases eventually took their unofficial motto from the crime novels of Michael Connelly: everybody counts, or nobody counts. Coming through cold cases is slow, often thankless work. On May 6, 2009, 80 years after the establishment of the CCSS, semen residue discovered on the corpse of Guadalupe Apodaca, who had been found on a filthy mattress in an abandoned garage in 1989, was scheduled for testing. The following year, on March 1, 2010, skin cells found under the fingerprints of Audrey Nelson, who had been murdered and left in a dumpster in 1989, were likewise scheduled for testing. Detective Mitzi Roberts joined CCSS that year in 2010. Mitzi had started out as an LA bartender and then went on to be a manager of several restaurants in the San Fernando Valley. Cops used to frequent the places she worked at, and Mitzi would often chat with them. She had always been fascinated by true crime and serial killers, and this intense interest was quite self-evident because her customers in blue recommended a career change. That's bold. I like that. You're running seems to be successful businesses, and you're like, F it, I'm going to become a cop. That's kind of awesome. And that sort of person is going to be a great cop because they didn't just randomly fall into it and they were like, I don't know what to do. I guess I'll be a cop. I'll just get paid. Mitzi's like, nah, f it. You're going to be a great cop, Mitzi. Mitzi joined the LAPD in March 1995. She initially investigated gang crime in the Valley before working the night shift in the infamous Rampart Division, one of the most disputed gang territories in all of Los Angeles. In order to do that, you had to be made of some pretty stern stuff. Then, in 2000, Mitzi Roberts was transferred to homicide. By the time she joined CCSS in 2010, Mitzi was a seasoned detective with dozens of important cases under her belt. While at CCSS, she was notably assigned to work the unsolved Black Dahlia murder of Elizabeth Short, which we've covered on this channel a long time ago. On April the 26th, 2012, over 2 years after the Nelson sample had been submitted, and nearly 3 years since the Apodaca sample, DNA testing confirmed a match to Samuel Little, whose DNA was on file in a national database. Good. This made it overwhelmingly likely that Little had murdered these two women. However, DNA didn't make it the slam dunk that you might think it was. Because the victims were both sex workers, a defense lawyer might feasibly claim that Sam Little had procured the services of Apodaca and been assaulted by Nelson and then departed prior to them being murdered by another culprit. I mean, it's extremely unlikely with 2 people, and just test some more and then you'd be like, okay, 3 people, 4 people, 5? Come on, what are the odds? What are the odds? Get him in the chair! So circumstantial evidence had to be gathered and a pattern of behavior established to make it clear that Sam Little was a sex-based serial killer. So they've got these 2 cases and they're quite similar, right? So just start, trawl through, find the other cases that are similar to this one and test the DNA on those pronto and see if it matches up to Little here. And if so, you're going to get that weight of evidence pretty damn quickly. Meanwhile, there was another problem. Sam Little was nowhere to be found. In 2012, Sam had no fixed address and was constantly on the move. He had taken to sleeping in his car and wandering around homeless camps in various parts of the United States. Mitzi looked into Sam Little's arrest record. He had a rap sheet a mile long. He had been arrested in 24 states on dozens of counts spanning from theft to shoplifting to sexual assault and attempted murder. Mitzi was particularly sickened to see that in 1976, Sam had been sentenced to only 3 months for what was quite obviously the rape and attempted murder of Pamela K. Smith. Similarly, in 1983, Little had slipped the noose for the murders of Patricia Mounts and Melinda Lepre and the attempted murders of Hilda Nelson and Lena McLean. On top of it all, in 1985, despite being caught bang to rights, he'd only gotten 4 years for the an attempted murder of Laurie Barras and Tonya Jackson. Yeah, and he got let out early. Didn't he only serve like half of it? That's insane! Insane! Which he only served 2. What the f***? To quote Mitzi Roberts, he had such a hatred for women and he was just preying on the weakest women, what society would consider throwaway women. And worse, because of their perceived status as society's dregs, Sam Little was getting away with it. The killer had no credit card, made no bank transactions. It wasn't even clear if Sam's vehicle was registered in his name, either Little or McDowell. So Mitzi's ability to track his movements was limited. She spent months on the phone, putting out feelers to police departments across the country, focusing on states and towns that Little seemed to frequent, telling local authorities to be on the lookout. She also made constant searches with the National Crime Information Center, seeing if beat cops had stopped Sam and run his name. Turns out, this happened multiple times a week, but she'd usually get word from local authorities that Sam Little had been in town just recently and that he'd taken off again, God knows where. Mitzi claimed, quote, "We were always 2 days behind him. He was getting stopped several times a week? Jesus. Get him in prison!" She resisted calls from her lieutenant to issue a warrant and to put out wanted posters in public, figuring that they'd make Sam disappear altogether if he learned the police were looking for him. Instead, Mitzi remained patient, hoping for a break in the case and a bit of luck. And that came on September the 3rd, 2012. A detective in Louisiana ran Sam's name after finding him outside a homeless shelter near Lake Charles in the company of some prostitutes with a crack pipe in his pocket. On September the 5th, Mitzi called the detective, who went back to the shelter to see if Sam was still there, but had taken off soon after the officer had spoken to him. It seemed like the same old, 2 days behind. Again. However, this time, Mitzi found out from the Louisiana detective that Sam was using a Walmart card to purchase things. She called Walmart customer service, which accepts your social security number and date of birth to give a person access to their account. Mitzi had both of these pieces of information. She checked out Sam's last few transactions on the Walmart card and discovered he'd used it multiple times at a liquor... Oh, so this is like a credit card? It's like a... I'm just imagining a loyalty card, but I guess this is like some sort of Walmart credit card. And discovered he'd used it multiple times at a liquor store a block from the Wayfair homeless shelter in Louisville. Mitzi called the U.S. Marshals, who raced over to the homeless shelter, and 2 hours later, they telephoned Mitzi to inform her that Sam Little was in custody. Let's go! They'd arrested him on a drug warrant, not wanting to tip prematurely that he was the prime suspect in 2 murders. Sam had skipped out on a court-mandated drug program in Los Angeles several months ago. This was enough to hold him, while Mitzi got her case together and ran it past the DA. Sam was promptly extradited back to California. Yes, he was. Oh, they don't have death penalty in California, right? But this is like a federal thing. He's done it across many states. Let's hope that is a possibility. Detective Mitzi Roberts partnered up with Detective Rick Jackson to travel across the country in an effort to make the case against Samuel Little airtight. They recruited Hilda Nelson and Leila McLean, who had both escaped Little in Pascagoula in 1980 and 1981, and Laurie Barros, who had played dead, thus saving her own life in San Diego in 1984. All three women were willing to come to Los Angeles in order to testify. Tonya Jackson, who Sam Little had also attacked in 1984, could not be located. But Mitzi recruited the two San Diego police officers who had discovered Little in the process of killing Jackson that night, Louis Tamagni and Wayne Spees. In addition to that, a third DNA match had been definitively linked to Sam Little, the semen residue found on the clothing of Carol Alford, who had been murdered in Los Angeles and dumped in the alleyway in 1987. The district attorney thus charged Samuel Little with 3 counts of murder. From prison, Little protested his innocence. Dude, there's 3 DNAs. There's all of these witnesses. You got a rap sheet a mile long. You're going to the electric chair or lethal injection or whatever. The new nitrogen thing that they do. Just fucking shoot him. The witnesses were flown in for the trial. The 2 former San Diego police officers were put up in the fairly cozy Doubletree Hotel. Meanwhile, Laurie Barros, Hilda Nelson, and Leila McLean were sent to a rundown shithole on the wrong side of the tracks called the Kawada, the type of hotel that sex workers and drug addicts operated out of. A furious Leila McLean commented, quote, "I have not been a whore for years, and I have never felt more like a whore." That is pretty shitty. Just put them in the Doubletree. It's fine. It's not expensive. When Mitzi Roberts heard about this, she immediately got on the phone to the head deputy at the DA's office, Gary Hernsberger, and said, "You're making my victims stay at the fucking Kawada. This is bullshit." And she told him to get them to the Doubletree Hotel lickety-fucking-split. Hernsberger, reacting with some embarrassment, apologetically complied. You're goddamn right. The trial of Samuel Little began on August the 18th, 2014. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman did a tremendous job prosecuting the case. She clearly established the similar pattern of all 3 killings and explained the technical side of DNA profiling. And she did so with eloquence and panache. When Leila McLean was on the stand, she was asked to identify her assailant. She pointed out Sam Little in the courtroom and said, quote, "Yeah, it's the man over there, only he's uglier now." When Laurie Barros approached the stand to testify, she was so stressed about recounting what had happened to her as her rapist and would-be murderer sat right in front of her that she collapsed to the floor and began hyperventilating. Why can't they do this separately? Why do you have to do this to people? Just have them sit in a room with a video camera and talk about it under oath or whatever, just like in court, and then play the tape. Why do we have to get her talking about it in front of the person who tried to murder her? It's kind of fucked up. I mean, if they want to, fine. But if it's going to result in this, how about a little privacy? Mitzi Roberts helped her to her feet and escorted her to the stand. Barros then gave a highly coherent account of her abduction, sexual assault, and attempted murder at the hands of Samuel Little, barely containing her anger as she recalled it. Hilda Nelson likewise gave an articulate account of her narrow brush with death, with her murder by Samuel Little only being averted by Hilda's friend knocking on the door as he throttled the life out of her. As the 3 witnesses remembered the horrors they'd gone through, Sam periodically sneered or had to stifle a laugh. As you may expect, this did not go down well with the jury. No, but he knows he's fucked, right, so he doesn't care. Former San Diego police officers Tamagni and Spees gave their accounts of the attempted murder of Tonya Jackson. They also expressed regret that, despite them following through, compiling evidence and hoping to put Sam Little away back in March of 1985 for the sexual assault and attempted murder of both Jackson and Barros, that the case had collapsed in court. Instead, Little had only served 2 years in prison for 2 assault charges, and 3 more women had died after he was released. What they didn't know at the time, testifying in 2014, is that many more than 3 women have been killed since then. At least 35 more women have been murdered after Sam Little's release in 1987. On August the 24th, 2014, the jury found Samuel Little guilty of the murders of Carol Alford, Audrey Nelson, and Guadalupe Apodaca. At Little's sentencing on September the 25th, bereaved families had an opportunity to read impact statements. Audrey Nelson's daughter, Pearl, stood up and said, "I was 13 when the police showed up. That day, I found out she had been murdered, and nobody knew who had done this. What I did know is that I was bonded to her, and I yearned for her daily. She had gotten her life together, and was on her way back to reunite with me. She loved me, and I loved her, and this long-awaited reunion was taken from my fingertips. All I ever wanted was my mum. Instead of saying hello and hugging her, I had to say goodbye. How can I ever forget that moment when I put a rose down at a burial? I never buried anyone before, let alone my own mother." I had been waiting for her. After the impact statements, Sam Little rose to speak. He said, "This conviction was brought on lies, and liars coached by liars. I hope that in the new trial, if I get one, the evidence that was withheld and overlooked will be brought up by my attorneys in a fair trial. The obsession of labeling me a serial killer without any proof is illegal lynching. Speculation and surmising is not proof." Dude, there's the DNA, man. There's the DNA. There's eyewitnesses. There's 2 cops as eyewitnesses, for fuck's sake. Samuel Little was sentenced to 3 life sentences to be served consecutively without the possibility of parole. Okay, so he's going away forever. But I wish they would execute him. I think that would be better. No worse than stealing a candy bar. Sam Little was locked up in California State Prison in Los Angeles County. For years, Little insisted that he was innocent of murdering Alfred Nelson and Apodaca. And then on May the 17th, 2018, he was interviewed by Texas Ranger James B. Holland, who was investigating the murder of Denise Christie brothers in Odessa, Texas in 1994. Brothers had been found in a pile of trash in a vacant lot. Her boyfriend, Elton, had spent 3 hours doing heroin with the man who most likely murdered her. Elton's description matched Little's appearance, along with the car that he was driving at the time. The strangulation and dumping of brothers also matched Sam Little's MO. Little had been in his late 40s when he committed 3 murders in Los Angeles. Serial killers typically get started much earlier than that, and Little had traveled around the country for most of his adult life, so it was feasible that Little was Denise Brothers' killer. However, no usable DNA had been found in her body. Thus, James B. Holland, who had worked the brothers' case back in 1994, was dispatched from Texas to elicit a confession. He was definitely the man for the job. Over the course of his career, Holland had extracted confessions from numerous psychopaths. Also, the Texas Rangers are awesome, but I digress. Representatives from the FBI and the Department of Justice sat on the other side of the one-way glass, listening intently in case Holland gleaned information relevant to the dozen or so other cases that also bore similarities to Little's MO. Holland had come equipped with a guarantee from the district attorney's office in Ector County, Texas, that they would not seek the death penalty for the murder of Denise Brothers if Little cooperated. Oh, but come on, why not seek the death penalty? Oh, having questions would be like, yeah, we know about the other ones too. And that you don't have immunity death penalty-wise from. So let's get you in the chair. Sam was by now wheelchair-bound and suffering from diabetes and a heart condition. Oh no! Slowly dying. Oh no! He began the interview by reasserting for the billionth time that he was innocent of the crimes which had been convicted. Holland dryly replied, "Sure, yeah, I know all about that. I know all about you. I've been studying you. And you know what? I admire you. I think they got you all wrong, calling you a rapist. You're not a rapist, and I can prove it." Sam fatuously declared, "I didn't rape nobody. I never hit a woman with closed fists in my life. I didn't hurt them." Holland casually agreed, "Nah, you didn't need to do that. You never did that. You don't need to take nothing from no one." Then Holland abruptly changed the subject. "Let me ask you something. How do you like it in here?" Sam snorted. "Here? I fucking hate it here. I got a code on my jacket that I never even got arrested for. I should be a level 3, and I'm a level 4, and I never did them things." He's referring to the murders. Holland said soothingly, "Now there, I can help. But you're the captain of the boat, the pilot of the plane. I want to hear about your life, because this is what I do, and you're important. I'll tell you what I could do. If you tell me about a Texas case, I'm going to go and present that to a grand jury. And if we corroborate the facts, and you get indicted, I can get you out of here. I'm going to fly out there on a special plane. It's a really cool plane. I'm going to pick you up and you will go with me to Texas. But in order for that to happen, I'd appreciate if you tell me about these things and that you tell me the truth." Sam Little did not respond. There was a pause. Then Sam sidestepped the subject. "LAPD Sam, it was all over the TV. What is her fucking name? I can't even remember. The lying detective." Holland replied, "Mitzi Roberts? Yeah, she's a fucking cunt. You get the record straight right now." Sam laughed. "What'd you call her again?" Holland said, "People who don't know me call me James. People who know me call me Jim. My mum calls me Jimmy." Sam decided to rattle his cage. "I'll call you Jimmy." James, Holland replied, "Okay, I'll call you Sammy." Little snarled, "No one calls me Sammy." Holland snapped back, "Well, no man calls me Jimmy." Sam threw his head back and laughed, and with that, he began to confess to the 1994 murder of Denise Christie brothers. He also alluded to committing numerous other murders. James Holland, how the f*** did you do that? I am very impressed. In just a few lines, you've manipulated him into confessing to a f***ing murder. You legend. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. That's very clever. Meanwhile, back in October 2017, journalist and author Gillian Lauren interviewed Mitzi Roberts on the Black Dahlia cold case that Mitzi had worked from 2010 to 2013. Over the course of the conversation, Mitzi mentioned Sam Little. Gillian Lauren was intrigued and wrote Sam a letter. Sam replied, and this began a fairly lengthy correspondence that culminated in Gillian visiting Sam in California State Prison in August 2018, a few months after he'd confessed to the murder of Denise brothers. Initially, Sam claimed innocence and spun Gillian a line of bullshit while demanding she buy him a TV. When Gillian made it clear that she wouldn't be buying him anything if he didn't tell her the truth, he confessed to the 1970 murder of Mary Jo Brosley, his first. Then Sam told Gillian that he'd murdered, quote-unquote, around 86 women since then. Sam added, I only ever told this to one other person in my life, Texas Ranger Jimmy Holland. You and him, you are my only friends. You are fucking delusional. It's like when he says that right back at the start of today's episode, it's like, oh yeah, the women loved me. You're my friends. It's like, Sam Little, no one's your friend. No one loves you. You're a piece of shit. And I'm glad you're slowly dying. Hopefully you're dead by now. This was like 5 years ago, right? 6 years ago. Yeah, you'd be dead. That's nice. Sam Little was flown out to Texas on September the 23rd, 2018, and was held in the Wise County Detention Center while awaiting trial. It was then that Little started spilling his guts. Over the course of October and November, he confessed to a total of 93 murders to James Holland, who was promptly appointed chief investigator of the Little cases. He contacted every major law enforcement jurisdiction in the country and informed them that Sam Little had started talking. I wouldn't make this guy the head of this. I'd just be like, James Holland, your next job is to go and find someone else who doesn't want to confess to stuff and get them to confess. And we'll just follow you around establishing task forces after you've done that, because that is your skill, Holland. Incredible. Investigators across the United States began searching through their records to see if any unsolved murders involved Little's MO or a suspect of his description. Then they all jetted into Texas and lined up to talk to Sam, who was being given the royal treatments, getting taken for car rides around Decatur, Texas, and getting bought McDonald's pancakes and milkshakes. Investigators were aided by the fact that Sam Little frequently drew highly accurate portraits of his victims, which he used as masturbatory aids while remembering the murders in his jail cell. Gillian Lauren, they should take that shit away from him. If you see him drawing pictures of his victims and wanking to them, get that shit away from him and burn it. Don't give him any fucking paper, or pens, or anything, or food. Gillian Lauren, whom by then Sam had started calling his angel in their numerous and frequent phone calls, also traveled to Texas to join the ranks of people interviewing him, partially to elicit useful information that the cops could not extract, and partially for the articles in the book that she was working on, and partially because having Lauren there kept Sam happy. She wore fishnet stockings to please him. Oh, that's pretty dark though. Talked to him in cooing, sympathetic tones and even sang him lullabies, all while her stomach quietly did somersaults of revulsion. Yeah, you goddamn right it would be. On November the 27th, 2018, the FBI issued a public statement that they'd quickly confirmed 34 of Sam's 93 murder confessions as accurate. This was based upon information that Sam Little had provided to them. On December the 13th, 2018, Sam Little pled guilty to the murder of Denise brothers and was given a 4th life sentence. Sam then declared he wanted to go back to California State Prison in Los Angeles County, where it was duly transferred on the 1st of January 2019. This stands in stark contradiction to Sam's claim that he hated it there. But the truth was, he wanted to go back to Los Angeles because that was where Gillian Lauren lived. They spoke on the phone on an almost daily basis, and Lauren visited Sam in prison whenever she was able, to both make it and stomach it. Sam started saying things to her like, I'm not able to fuck you, but you're mine, and you'll be mine forever in heaven. Dude, you are not going to heaven, my dude. You are going to be tortured forever in hell. I mean, you're not, because it's not real, but if it was, that's where you'd be going. It is clear that the same bizarre form of quote-unquote love Sam had felt for his victims as he choked them and quote-unquote made them his had now been imprinted on Lauren. It's almost certain that had Sam Little been a free man, he would have likely attempted to murder her. As it was, Gillian Lauren persisted in her interviews, making it a mission to extract information to find the identities of dozens of victims that thus far remained unknown. She was in almost daily contact with a serial killer for a total of 2 years and 4 months. And this definitely took its toll on her mental health. Jesus Christ, wouldn't it ever? But it was through Gillian Lauren's own efforts that legal authorities identified both Agatha White Buffalo and Alice Duvall as his victims, with authorities consulting with Lauren on information Sam revealed to her about his personal life and a vast array of other women. Authorities around the country continued to work on the Sam Little murders. On May the 31st, 2019, Sam pled guilty to 2 murders in Cleveland, Ohio, Mary Jo Payton and Rose Evans, for which he picked up 2 additional life sentences. This was followed shortly thereafter by Little pleading guilty to the murders of Annie Lee Stewart and an unidentified black woman who was found dumped next to a cigarette billboard in Cincinnati, Ohio, for which he picked up a 7th and 8th life sentence. Can't we execute him for one of these? Please! Let's stop adding on the life sentences and just be done with it. Find out everyone he murdered and then fucking put him in the ground. On October the 6th, 2019, the FBI released an update saying that they'd confirmed 50 of Sam's 93 confessions. In many ways, this was a race against the clock as Sam Little's health continued to deteriorate. Then the pandemic hit in 2020 and California State Prison was locked down, frustrating attempts to sit down with Little and show him pictures of possible victims. And there's only so much you can do to wring information out of a psychopath over the phone. Nevertheless, in November 2020, police in Miami-Dade County managed to confirm that Little was responsible for the deaths of Karen O'Donoghue and Dorothy Gibson in the 70s. A man had been wrongfully convicted of Gibson's murder back in 1977 and spent 22 years in prison, only being exonerated in 1999. There really seems to be a bottomless supply to the number of lives that this man has ruined. It's so crazy how he killed all of these people and was free for so long, and 2 people were wrongly convicted. There was that person earlier who spent years in prison, and this guy spent 22 years in prison. Good Lord. On December the 21st, 2020, Sam Little caught COVID and was placed into the prison's makeshift quarantine. At approximately 4:35 a.m. on December the 30th, Sam died of COVID complications relating to his heart condition. Yes! The most prolific serial killer in US history had made it to the ripe old age of 80. That is not fucking right. Gillian Lauren was awakened that morning by phone. Sam Little had appointed her a next of kin. The clerk on the phone unironically said, "I'm sorry for your loss." Sam Little left Gillian $1,097. She was also to attend to his remains. Julian arranged for Sam Little's brain to be examined by neuroscientists at Stanford and UC Irvine to see if there was anything unique about the brain structure of a psychopathic serial killer. But Sam had messed up the paperwork, and he was immediately cremated. It probably wasn't a great loss to science, since this has been done before with other serial killers. Perhaps hauntingly, the structure of their brains looks like everybody else's. A year later, in 2021, Gillian Lauren was able to collect Sam Little's ashes from California State Prison. They sit on a shelf in her garage. She's not quite sure what to do with them. I'll tell you what, Gillian, just throw them in the fucking bin. Just take them out to that wheelie bin out front, dump them in there, and never think about it again. Lauren pressed him. Shortly before he died, Sam Little said to Gillian Lauren, quote, "I'm sorry and ashamed about the deaths of these women." Lauren pressed him, saying that he didn't really mean this and it was just an act. Sam responded, "Yeah, you got me. I put on a show for the world, the public. They're strangers. They don't really know me. All I can do is pray for my soul. God says that murdering is no seriouser than the stealing of a candy bar." Dismembered appendices. At the current time of writing, 61 of the 93 murder confessions Sam made in 2018 have been verified by law enforcement. In terms of proven victims, this makes Sam Little the most prolific serial killer in US history, outstripping Gary Ridgway, the Hart brothers, Harvey Donald, and John Wayne Gacy by a wide margin. In terms of unproven victims, Sam is only surpassed by the likes of Henry Lee Lucas and Donald Gaskins, who have a relatively small number of proven victims, but made wild and likely false claims that they'd killed considerably more. So as far as the United States is concerned, Sam Little is as bad as they come. Number 2. On the world stage, in terms of proven victims, Little ranks 9th after killers from developing countries, former communist countries, and countries that experienced almost total state breakdown. You have to go down to number 15th place, Gary Ridgway, before you get to a developed country with more rigorous forensics and policing. And like Sam Little, Gary Ridgway also targeted sex workers, which is widely agreed to be the reason why both men got away with killing for so long. Gillian Lauren coined a term for them: the less dead, because when one of them dies, few people seem to care. Number 3. In terms of possible victims, Sam Little ranks 8th globally, again after killers in South America like Garavito and Lopez, as well as South Asia like Iqbal and the former Soviet states like Dakhak, most of whom we've already covered on Casual Criminalist. Number 4. 16 of the 32 Sam Little confessions that are still unsolved are from Los Angeles, 50%. In most cases, the women's names and ages are not even known. Sam's confessions make clear that they're all from the city's underclass of several 100,000 people who continue to live in what amounts to be a waking nightmare. From the year 2000 to 2020, the population growth of Los Angeles slowed to a crawl, and numerous estimates project that in the next decade, LA's population will actually shrink. due to the sheer number of people fleeing the city. Is it really that bad? I've been to LA a couple of times. I guess I just don't go to the seedy underbelly of LA. It's always just like quite nice places. It was very hot and very big. Number 5. As a bit of bright news in counterpoint to that, Detective Mitzi Roberts now heads up the cold case homicide unit, which involves a network of both active officers and retired ones. They continue to work on the Los Angeles Sam Little cases, along with chipping away at the literal thousands of other cases that remain unsolved. Number 6. When the LAPD were working on the murders of Alfred, Nelson, and Apodaca, they dubbed Sam Little the choke and stroke killer due to the rather revolting and depraved MO. For obvious reasons, the nickname has not caught on. Sam Little doesn't deserve to have a widely recognized serial killer moniker, despite being the worst killer in US history. As such, write your suggestions in the comments below. Just call him the dickhead killer. The tiny penis killer. That's it. It's always better to have something like that. I will be awarding the best suggestion a free copy of the Casual Criminalist limited release Definitely Not My Crimes notebook. I can sign it if you'd like. Okay. This isn't one of mine. I'm not posting that shit out. It's a huge effort. I think I sent David a bunch of them, so he can do that. It will come from Australia as well, from the land down under. Number 7, Sam Little is the cousin of both civil rights activist and black separatist Malcolm X and the pianist and songwriter Little Richard, both of whom can trace their ancestry back to the tiny town of Reynolds, Georgia, in which Sam Little was born. Number 8. Mitzi Roberts is the inspiration for the Michael Connelly character, Renee Ballard, who at the time of writing has appeared in 5 of Connelly's novels and is slated to be the main character in a spin-off of the Amazon TV series Bosch, in which she leads a cold case unit just like Mitzi does. In addition, Mitzi Roberts actually appeared in the 3rd episode of Season 1 of Bosch, where she played herself, and she served as a technical consultant on the show. Mitzi Roberts is another legend from today's episode. I feel like I was harping on about the Holland dude for too long. I mean, as much as he deserves, legend, but also Mitzi Roberts, you're also a legend. Well done. Number 9. Sam Little sketched or painted portraits of 47 of his 93 victims. The likeness of the known victims are often so accurate that other portraits are used by law enforcement in their continued attempts to identify victims. In many of the portraits, Little often added petachie. What is that? Which are red spots that appear in the eyes of the victims of strangulation. Oh my god. Dude, I didn't need to know that. The average amount of time it takes for a person to be strangled to death is approximately 3.5 minutes. That is 3.5 minutes of sheer terror and suffocation. At Samuel Little's 2014 trial, Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman got the jury to sit in silence for 3.5 minutes to see just how agonizingly long that amount of time can be when you're being strangled to death. As a thought experiment after this video, you're welcome to do the same, to gain a greater understanding of what these 93 victims must have suffered.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. A little bit of a different one today because we are revisiting a case that we've done previously. Dave wrote us an episode, he says here 11 months ago, so last year, about Lucy Letby, the nurse who murdered a bunch of babies, and there's an update on her case. If I'm not mistaken, spoiler alert here, she gets in a lot more trouble. I mean, she's already in prison forever, but now they're like, you're in prison forever. But Dave was like, do you want to update on it? And I was like, sure, why not? Yeah, I'd love to revisit that absolute misery. Thanks, Dave. And Dave wrote it all this weekend in order for me to be able to record it on Monday morning. Here we are. Let's jump in, shall we? If you're new here, for one of the show, Dave has written me an episode. I've never read it before. Let's go. About 11 months ago, following the most stressful but well-paid weekend of my working life, I emailed Simon a script called Lucy Letby, the Serial Killer Nurse. This script, the second most psychologically disturbing video I've ever worked on, coming in just behind the Dunblane and Hungerford shootings. Oh, this channel is just a bundle of joy, isn't it? Told the story of Lucy Letby, a seemingly ordinary, hard-working NHS nurse. Or at least that's how she appeared to almost everybody who knew her. However, as those of you who watched the video may remember, we were not far into the script before Letby's carefully crafted public persona began to slip, and we caught glimpses of the personification of pure evil that lurked underneath. Following a lengthy investigation, it transpired that this young nurse who worked in the neonatal ward at the Countess of Chester Hospital was responsible for the murder of 7 premature babies and the attempted murder of 7 more. For her crimes, which we'll recap very briefly in a short while, she received 14 life sentences. So why am I starting a new script with this piece of human excrement in the title? Why would I, someone whose child was born in that hospital? Oh my god, I forgot about that at the same time she was working there. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. Chose to once again dredge up that peculiar sense of survivor's guilt that I have only recently completely buried. Well, it turns out that although Letby will absolutely never leave prison alive, a fact that the presiding judge made abundantly clear in his closing remarks, there is, in fact, more to the story. Yeah, but she's never leaving prison. She is never... Do we have pardons in the UK? Can you be pardoned? I get it. The Queen should be Parliament can for sure, because Parliament's power is unlimited. So I guess, yeah, we do have pardons, technically. Maybe the Queen can even... Well, she's dead now, so no. But the King, I guess, maybe could probably pardon you. He's the King, after all.
I am the law.
While I could have passed this script on to one of our resident casual criminalist writers whose talents are far better suited to this kind of thing than my own, I feel that were I to do this, it would somehow be disrespectful to the families of those involved in this second chapter of the story. With all that said, let's take a brief look at Letby's original story, some of the flimsy controversy that was drummed up online after her conviction, how her stay in prison has been so far, and exactly how it was that she'd receive a 15th life sentence. Yeah, I had people email me, people being like, oh, Simon, maybe she's not actually guilty of this and this and this. And then I looked it up and I'm like, why are you defending this woman? This is insane. You're bordering on conspiracy theory there, my dude. Stop.
Previously on Lucy Letby, the serial killer nurse.
It's just chilling. Where's Detective Ted? Don't write down your crimes. Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know, Dave. Off. If this was in America, I'd be like, strap her to the chair, strap her to the chair. Oh, I don't know, Dave. I don't know if I can sit through even one of these. She's a fucked up person. And it's one of the worst ever. She's not an evil genius. She is deceptive. And that is exactly why we need to have something impartial. Something that isn't fooled by people who can wear a mask. As you might imagine, the story of Letby's crimes is harrowing in the extreme. Should you wish to take a deep dive into it, I highly recommend watching the original video, which, depending on whether or not Simon remembers to do so, may be linked in the description. Oh, Dave, you overestimate the amount of stuff that I do for this channel. I'm not making the descriptions, so it's probably not there. But you can search it. You can search it. If you search Lucy Letby, Whistle Boy, Fact Boy, Cash Crim, you're going to find it. You might not actually with any of those things, so just search Lucy Letby Casual Criminalist like a sensible person. While I have no wish to revisit the story in detail, and I would bet Simon feels similarly, I will provide a few paragraphs for anyone who's not entirely familiar with the story. I mean, yes, but also I know what I'm getting into when I sit down to record this show. I know what I'm getting into when I give Dave the go-ahead on writing this script. So I know what I'm getting myself into. Born in Hereford during the 1990s, Letby left school with enough qualifications to pursue her dream of becoming a nurse. After studying nursing at university, she moved to the city of Chester and studied for a further 3 years to become a specialist children's nurse. Upon becoming fully qualified, she quickly gained a position in the neonatal unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital. Initially, all seemed well. She was reasonably popular among the other members of staff, a favourite among parents of her patients, and to all outward appearances, a hard-working, diligent member of the team. However, on the 8th of June 2013, all of that changed. Letby, deliberately and with full knowledge of how much damage it would cause, injected air into the bloodstream of a premature baby. Hours later, the baby was dead. I don't understand. You're such a f***ing psycho. Like, anyone doing this, it's just, I don't know how to wrap my head around it because it's just so insane. It's like, your brain is f***ing broken, you piece of shit. Let's inject some air into your veins. 23 hours after her first attack, she attempted to use the same method to kill the twin sister of the deceased, but this time the alarm was sounded and the baby went on to make a full recovery. Over the next year, despite many concerns being raised by other members of staff, Letby would go on to murder or attempt to murder at least 12 other premature babies. If I may, I'd like to quickly return to the aforementioned concerns. Although the directors of the hospital didn't seem to find it at all suspicious that premature baby deaths were increasing at an alarming rate, many other people working at the hospital did. However, when several consultants and senior doctors raised this issue with management, they not only had their concerns brushed aside, but were forced to write a letter of apology to Letby for daring to do their jobs properly. Oh my god, I remember this. It's like, you guys see that TV show Scrubs? Or like, I feel like any medical drama, and it's like doctors and nurses brush up against the administration. The administration's always the bad guys. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, what's his name in Scrubs? The head of the hospital? Ah! Wait, isn't he a doctor? Dr. Kelsey? Mr. Kelso? Kelso! And no one liked Kelso. Eventually, after far too long, the hospital did report the deaths to the police, and once they became involved, they were able to put together the case that would eventually bring Letby to justice. Wait, was this the episode where I ended up thinking basically it'd be a really good idea for hospitals to have retired detectives as consultants, just like floating around the hospital a couple of days a week, just like observing stuff, just wandering in and out, being like, interesting. I'll note that down in my little detective's notebook. You know, one of those little A5 things that flip over. As I said, this whole story is a little more complicated than that, but I've tried to include all of the essential points. Now let's move on. After the trial. Once the judge had assured the world that this poisonous piece of filth would never again be in a position where she could harm another child, almost the entirety of the United Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. I mean, yes, but it's also like, oh god, they went on detecting for so long. How many other psychos are there out there? It doesn't bring me relief. It just makes me think, oh my god, we're terrible at finding out about this and we should have to retire detectives in hospitals. I know there's definitely something wrong with that idea. But we need to stop this. Like Harold Shipman as well. He's like one of the most prolific serial killers ever. Come on, UK. Let's not have doctors and nurses murdering people. Finally, after years of public exposure and press hounding, distraught families had some closure and could attempt to go about the rest of their lives in relative peace, and the police could congratulate themselves on a job well done, and in an exceptional move by the UK legal system, an appropriate sentence had been handed down. But not everyone was convinced, and they still aren't. And there still are those who believe the whole trial was a sham. According to these individuals, Letby had undergone one of the most egregious examples of trial by media. Oh yes, this is what the people were emailing me about. It was all about, oh, she was portrayed like this, she was portrayed like that. And it's like, I remember the evidence in that original piece being pretty exacting. The prosecution had relied on flawed or fabricated evidence, and there was no way that this wonderful human being was guilty of the crimes for which she had been convicted. These people got pretty personal about it as well. A quick read through the comments on the previous video will find instances of both Simon's and my own research skills and integrity being called into question, and I received at least 2 private correspondence in which I was accused of being both paid to write a pro-legal system piece and concealing the fact that I had previously been involved with the contents of Chester Hospital, even though my entire introduction was based around how my child had been born there. Yeah, like, what the f*** are you talking about? What? That's not a relationship with a hospital. That's not bias. And yeah, I paid Dave to write this. I didn't pay him to be biased. That's insane. Why would I? Why? What's my motivation?
Why?
Now, I'm not really complaining. In this line of work, you constantly get from people who disagree with what you write. The only reason I mention it at all is to raise the point that if people were prepared to come after us for making a video on the topic, imagine what the families who testified against Letby must have gone through. So, like the legal scholars we are, let us take a look at some of the concerns that were raised and see if any of them are legitimate. The most comprehensive collection of concerns, and the source most frequently quoted online in recent months, is an article from The New Yorker, written by Rachel Aviv, titled, "A British Nurse Was Found Guilty of Killing 7 Babies. Did she do it?" Oh, I feel like people also sent this to me, and it's just, come on. Like, well, let's leave it to Dave. After hearing about this article and deciding that it was definitely worth a read, I discovered that due to certain UK laws regarding ongoing trials, I wasn't able to access it. Strangely, after closing the web browser, doing something and opening again, the New York website seemed to be under the impression that I lived in Denver, Colorado, and was more than happy to provide me with the article. Maybe it was our sponsor, Surfshark VPN. I don't know if they're sponsoring this episode, but they're a regular sponsor, so help them out because that's what Dave allegedly did here. Given that the reasons for restricting this story in the UK are no longer valid, I don't feel bad about this at all. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, who gives a... UK press freedom is a joke. You're supposed to be a developed, free country. UK, get your together. Your ranking in the press freedom index is embarrassing, and I'd encourage people to allegedly get VPNs and browse foreign media whenever something's restricted. Because, like, remember when Tiger Woods was having all those affairs and like his career was like, it was just these wild stories about Tiger Woods? You'd never read anything about it in the UK press because he got an injunction. But you'd go onto CNN and it'd be like, oh, hello. UK press freedom. Get it together, for God's sake. Before we go into this in a little more depth, I just want to say that one of my own personal criteria when it comes to assessing the validity of a source trying to convince me that things might not be as they seem is to cross-check the basic information about which there is no debate at all. It is just a small thing, but if somebody wants me to change my viewpoint on something, the very least they can do is get the basics correct. Yeah, it's like one of those things where you're having a discussion with someone, and in that discussion, they've said something which you know to be like patently untrue. You're like, I just know for a fact that that's wrong. And then later on, they'll be giving you some advice about, or like saying something else, like giving advice, and you'll be like, no, you just... Even if that advice is good and correct, you're like, yeah, but you got this other thing wrong, so I'm just not going to listen to you. With that in mind, I'd like to draw your attention to this small extract. Late August, Lucy Letby, a 33-year-old British nurse, was convicted of killing 7 newborn babies and attempting to kill 6 others. Her murder trial, one of the longest in English history, lasted more than 10 months and captivated the United Kingdom. The quote ends. Now, if we compare that to this further short extract from the judge's sentencing remarks, you should notice the somewhat glaring discrepancy. Lucy Letby, on each of the 7 offences of murder and the 7 offences of attempted murder, I sentence you to imprisonment for life. How did they get such a basic thing wrong? I'm by no means suggesting that because of this mistake we should disregard the rest of the article. I'm really not. But when people directly cite it as clear evidence that we did not research the original case properly, it does raise a few questions. So, does the New Yorker put forward any information that wasn't widely publicized or mentioned in the original trial? Well, sort of. Quite near the beginning of the article, Aviv mentions that the neonatal unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital was very old, too small, under-equipped, understaffed, and underfunded. While this was undoubtedly true, pretty much all NHS hospitals suffer from some or all of these problems, and there does not appear to be any overwhelming evidence to suggest that the unit is doing any better or worse than any other. Aviv's primary reason for mentioning this is an invitation for the reader to begin to infer that there are other explanations, apart from a murderer working there, for the huge spike in fatalities. As the article continues, Aviv repeats that none of the other nursing staff had any concerns about Letby, and that her direct superior stood behind her even when the big bad consultants tried to suggest that something might be wrong. Far from using this to highlight the massive systemic failure, Aviv again appears to want us to take this information as yet more proof that the end result may have been flawed. Wait, I assume these consultants are like the doctor consultants, right? Who reported her and being like, something's weird with this. What is their motivation? What is their what's their drive for doing that? I can't see some roundabout thing that they benefit from this by bringing her down. But what about the evidence and the trial? Does the article provide anything that might compel you to believe that Letby is actually innocent? Well, I'm neither a lawyer nor a particularly talented media analyst, but as far as I understand it, there were a couple of arguments. Firstly, although Letby was found guilty of 7 murders, nobody actually saw her doing anything untoward to any of the children. Those inclined to find fault with the trial argued that it's just possible that she might have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. I covered this briefly in the original script, and my view's not changed. In the case of 1, 2, or 3 deaths, the fact that she was working on or around the time when these babies died could just about be considered a coincidence, especially if there was no other evidence to link her to the crimes. If that number is more than double, then the coincidence argument seems to be stretched rather thin. If you add in all the other evidence, such as the documents that she stole from the hospital, the fact that she stalked the grieving families online, an action that Aviv's article tries to explain away by quoting Letby as saying, "I was always on my phone," and that she'd searched for other people 2,287 times, and the fact that she appeared to confess in several handwritten notes, then I believe that the margin for coincidence has almost completely disappeared. Yeah, Googling people that you meet is weird. Right? Isn't it? Or I guess not meet, but through your work, patients and stuff, that's weird. I'm sure I've Googled plenty of people, but it's always oh, well, so who's that actor from that show? Whenever I watch an old show, I'm like, oh, I wonder if that old dude is still alive. Weird. Other points of interest include the fact that one of the prosecution's main witnesses, Dewey Evans, was previously lambasted by a different judge for shoddy report writing in a different case, and one of the jurors was allegedly overheard in a cafe during the trial saying that most of the jury had already made up their minds. All in all, and I read this article 4 or 5 times, no single thing, nor the article in its entirety, led me to significantly alter my opinion. The thing is, and I don't know this for sure, but I don't think it was meant to. Aviv never says she believes Letby to be innocent. Rather, the entire article comes across more as information that didn't necessarily go mainstream, coupled with the standard warning to do your own research before believing something that you see in the news. The problem seems to have occurred when people start quoting random bits of the article to explain their own arguments online. A repeated example of this was used to back up people's claims that the article had not been published in the UK for reasons other than there being an ongoing trial and therefore a direct court order preventing its publication. Many people started saying that it had been blocked in the UK because it had the potential to undermine confidence in the justice system. The evidence for this? Aviv used almost exactly those words in the article, and she did. Unfortunately, she was writing about something completely different, and the quote has been cherry-picked. Aviv was actually talking about her attempts to contact Letby's lawyers for comment and wrote, "Lawyers in England can be sanctioned for making remarks that would undermine confidence in the judicial system." Not quite the accusation of conspiracy that it was portrayed at, is it? But why are there so many people who continue to believe in her innocence? The problem seems to stem from the fact that Letby was, for want of a better description, so normal. Usually when a serial killer comes to trial, you can look back through their history and point to at least one thing from the past that should have raised a red flag. Regular viewers of this channel will know that it's a fairly extensive list that's been compiled. Childhood physical or sexual abuse, obsession with one's mother or father, unbelievable cruelty to small animals, the list just goes on and on. Letby had none of these flags. And as we mentioned in the previous video, had she stopped after her third murder, it's exceptionally likely that she would have never been caught at all. We as a species have a tendency to attempt to explain away our errors of judgment, and in the case of lovely Lucy from the neonatal ward, it really does seem to be easier for some people to believe that the legal system made a catastrophic error, rather than to believe that such a person went undetected for so long. People wear masks. We know this. Like, if you've listened to this channel at all, you'll know that people who seemingly have completely normal lives are, like, just monsters inside. It's like that beginning to American Psycho, where Bateman's like, there is an idea of a Patrick Bateman, some kind of abstraction. But it's like, but I'm not really there. It's like, yeah, because it's like, he's just like, hello, inside, I'm going to wear your face as a mask. Come on, we know this, people. We know this. Use your big brains. Appeal, retrial, and conviction. Almost as soon as the original trial ended, Letby's legal team said there would be an appeal. Not long after, it was announced that in the case of Baby K, one of 6 attempted murder charges about which the original jury were unable to decide, Letby would undergo a retrial. Then there was almost nothing. Unlike the original case, during which news channels broadcast up-to-the-minute developments live from the courtroom, these 2 developments received little to no news time at all. As we'd discover later, there was a very good reason for this. With regards to the retrial, the Crown Prosecution Service issued the following statement, quoting here, "We have sought a retrial on 1 count of attempted murder against Lucy Letby. There should be no reporting, commentary, or sharing of information online, which could in any way prejudice these proceedings." Whilst the logic behind this decision is sound, it does mean that there's far less information on actual proceedings than there was last time. As far as I've been able to ascertain, the courtroom transcripts are not yet publicly available, so the following information on both the appeal and the trial have been pieced together from what I've been able to find in various news articles. In April of this year, Letby applied for permission to appeal against her convictions. According to The Guardian, Letby had put forward 4 grounds of appeal, each of which involved the submission that the trial judge wrongly refused applications she made during the trial at Manchester Crown Court. As I said before, details have not yet been released, but it seems to have been generally accepted that at least one of these refusals involved a request that the star witness we mentioned earlier, Dewi Evans, be prevented from providing further testimony. An article from the BBC also claims that the defence questioned the diagnosis that several of Letby's victims had died from air embolism. Whatever the other grounds for the appeal were, they were deemed to be invalid. On the 24th of May 2024, Judge Victoria Sharp, the president of the King's Bench Division, said, "This court, having heard that application, has decided to refuse leave to appeal on all grounds and refuse all associated applications." This appears to be the end of the line for the appeals process, although the judge said that further appeals would be considered should they arise, but Letby and her team would have to come up with some pretty devastating evidence, though. Considering that the last appeal seems to have been based on legal technicalities rather than evidence of her innocence, this seems unlikely. But what about the retrial? This trial, which took place throughout June of this year, saw Letby accused of attempting to murder Baby K by repeatedly interfering with a breathing tube. Again, details are more scarce than in the last trial, but the following extract from an article written by an attending independent journalist gives us a good idea of what happened. The baby, born at 25 weeks gestation and weighing just 692 grams, was said by the prosecution to be the epitome of fragility. But about 90 minutes after birth, Letby deliberately dislodged the baby's breathing tube through which she was being ventilated with air and oxygen. Letby told the court that she did not recall being in the nursery at any time during the shift on the day it happened, but the prosecution said she was caught in the act of dislodging the baby girl's breathing tube by consultant pediatrician Dr. Ravi Jayaram, before later interfering with replacement tubes for the newborn on 2 more occasions in a bid to cover her tracks. Dr. Jayaram told jurors he saw no evidence that she had done anything to help the deteriorating baby as he walked in and saw her standing next to the infant's incubator. He said he heard no call for help from Letby or alarm sounding as child K's blood oxygen levels suddenly dropped. The quote ends. Dr. Jayaram quickly took over and was able to stabilize the baby's breathing, and she was transferred to another hospital shortly afterward. Bro, what is going? No, why? Investigate! Sadly, she would deteriorate again and would pass away due to unrelated issues. Once again, Letby's defense was unable to convince a jury that there was reasonable doubt, and she was found guilty on a further count of attempted murder. During sentencing, and I'm aware that this script contains a lot of quotes, but I believe this one is especially important, the judge made the following remarks, quoting again. Although whole life sentences of imprisonment are reserved for wholly exceptional cases, for the reasons I gave when sentencing you last August, I was satisfied that such sentences were appropriate in your case. Baby K was another of your victims in what was a campaign of murders spanning almost 13 months. She was exceptionally vulnerable and in a place where others were striving to provide her with dedicated medical and nursing care. You betrayed the trust of Baby K, her parents, and all those working at the hospital. You caused her physical suffering and added psychological suffering to her family. During the course of this trial, as you did in the last trial, you have coldly denied any responsibility for any of your wrongdoing and sought to attribute fault to others. You have no remorse. There are no mitigating factors. In their totality, the offences of murder and attempted murder were of exceptionally high seriousness, and just punishment, according to law, requires a whole life order. He would then, as he had done less than a year previously, inform Letby that she would spend the remainder of her life in prison. Before we end for today, I'd just like to take a brief look at exactly what that life in prison has been like so far. When I was looking back through my notes for the previous script, I found a message that I sent to Simon expressing my belief that although she'd been granted many whole life sentences, that life may be considerably shorter than one might naturally expect. So far, though, she seems to have remained relatively unscathed. Oh no! There have been several reports online claiming that she was hospitalized after various attacks, but these later proved to be untrue. As for her living conditions, according to an article from the Daily Record, they could almost be described as palatial, especially considering her crimes. Wait, what? Personally, I would, if she was lucky, provide her with the bare minimum required in order to keep her alive. Alas, her stay at HMP Bronzefield has been described thusly, quoting again. Letby seems happy as Larry. She is in a nice cell, and on her own. The facilities at Bronzefield are much nicer than most jails because it's privately run. She is with prisoners who have earned more rights to watch TV, spend their cash, and have visits. Letby's case has once again sparked much debate online as to whether or not the UK should be bringing back the death penalty. I mean, as much as I like it, I don't think we should. It's bringing it back is really intense. Whilst I'm generally not in favor of this, if I were to change my mind, it may well be her who persuaded me to do so. Yeah, and that's where our Let Me update ends. If you like this is obviously a new format. If you'd like us to do follow-ups on things we've done previously, just let me know, and we absolutely can do this again. Thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. This episode, Kelsey Nicole Turner, the Instagram model who murdered her sugar daddy. Holy shit. Mixing worlds. Murder. Social media. I guess it's not mixing worlds. This must happen all the time. Does it happen all the time? Murder happens all the time. Instagram people, models, murder people. They're basically most known for murder site. What are you saying? Matt wrote this script. I read it. That's the format of the show. Let's just jump in, shall we? It was no later than 9:30 a.m. on the morning of March the 7th, 2019, when a police dispatcher working in Clark County, Nevada, received a report that something strange had been discovered along a dirt road within the Mojave Desert, a mere 20 miles outside the city limits of Las Vegas. The caller, a father of two, said that he'd been driving toward the Lake Mead National Recreation Area with his children when they happened upon a vehicle abandoned just 2 miles off the state route 147 near mile marker 14. Just being outside of Las Vegas, what's that CSI theme song? Ow! Wait, that's the one for CSI Miami. Is that the CSI Vegas, the original one? Get Gil Grissom on the case. It was a blue Mercedes C300, and the man had decided to call it in for two reasons. All the car's windows were rolled down, and its driver was nowhere to be found. He was worried that somebody could be wandering in the desert in need of assistance. He had no possible way of knowing what was inside the car's trunk. A little over an hour later, at 10:45 a.m., patrol officers from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the LVMPD, arrived at the scene. Oh no, where's Gil Grissom? CSI, come on! By now, the caller was long gone, but they were able to locate the vehicle without any issue because it was not parked in a secluded area. It seemed that it had gotten stuck while trying to drive off the marked dirt road and deeper into the desert. Oh no, someone driving... Is this what's happened already? There's this fucking amateur hour. Someone's murdered someone, put them in the trunk of the car, driven them out to the desert to bury them, like you do, and they've gone off the road and immediately got stuck in the sand. And they're like, oh, there's a body in the boot. Oh, so now you gotta hitchhike back to town, get a rental car, get the body into the rental car and have another crack at it or what? Oh no, what have you done? I guess Instagram models are not exactly known for being exceptionally bright. That's probably that's a really stereotypical thing to say, Simon. Why would you say that? It's just like one of those things that I guess is having India is like, oh no, good looking people can't be smart. Oh no, my fragile ego. At first, the officers had been in no hurry, hence their slow response time. However, upon stepping out into the cool and arid morning sun, they realized that something was seriously amiss. The vehicle's windows were not rolled down as reported. One was, but the others had been shattered by a rock, which then lay in the car's front floorboard. On the driver's seat, console and glove compartment, red smears that could be blood were spotted. In the passenger seat, a pair of discarded latex gloves lay beside what appeared to be the charred remnants of a small fire. It appeared that someone had attempted to set the car ablaze, but the fire-retardant material had failed to ignite. Leaning further inside to have a closer look, they also then detected the distinct smell of decomposition emanating from somewhere nearby, and they knew it somewhere nearby and they knew exactly where to look. Yeah, obviously in the boot. Also, you tried to bury... You also tried to set the car on fire without an accelerant? You just thought you could make like a little campfire on the seat and expect the car to catch fire? When is this happening? 2019? Cars don't just catch on fire. I mean, they do, but it takes a lot. You can ask Whistling Diesel. That video where that Ferrari catches on fire is amazing. Inside the trunk, wrapped in old clothes, soiled bed linens, and several blue and white bath towels, was the decomposing body of a 71-year-old man. His face was a motley palette of unnatural colors, blues and greens and blacks. Cuts, scrapes, and abrasions were seen running haphazardly across his neck and chest, and a portion of his ear was missing. Oh my. The man had obviously been severely beaten, perhaps even tortured. At this point, the patrol officers backed away and called in the big guns. Hours later, once photographs of the scene had been taken, boot and tire tracks had been collected, and a warrant had been obtained, the Mercedes was towed to the LVMPD's crime laboratory. Here, Gil Grissom... Here, the body was removed and sent to the county medical examiner's office so that a more thorough examination of the car's interior could be conducted. Inside the cab, the red stains on the seats were confirmed to be blood. Someone had attempted to scrub them away using cleaning products, but had failed miserably. They'd also completely missed the blood droplets that officers found splattered up the backside of the driver's headrest and on the ceiling, as well as the blood smears that were seen running across the rear seats and backrests themselves. Based on the angle of the splatter, oh my god, Dexter's also getting involved here, isn't he? Authorities theorized that an attack had taken place in the back seat. Based on the smears, the victim's limp body had been dragged outside the car afterwards to be placed inside the trunk. When they then moved their search there, they found among the towels that had once obscured the body a bloody vest and set of house keys. Alongside these was a potential murder weapon, a baseball bat. Really? A baseball bat as a murder weapon inside a car seems like an unusual choice. Because you need to swing a baseball bat. I suppose you could go for like a push of the baseball bat, but swinging a baseball bat is a much more typical murdery thing, right? As all these discoveries were being made at the crime lab, Clark County medical examiner Dr. Lisa Gavin was beginning her examination of the body. Surprising no one, blunt force trauma was determined to be the cause of death, all but confirming the forensic team's theory. In a report, she stated that the wounds had been inflicted by an unidentified object that displayed a unique pattern, and that his nose and one of his cheekbones had been caved in. That doesn't sound like the sort of damage that someone could cause with a jab rather than a swing of a baseball bat. She also stated that defensive wounds were present on his hands, wrists, and arms. Thankfully, it didn't take long for the police to discover the identity of their hapless victim. Using a small stack of credit cards that were discovered bundled together and stuffed inside his shirt pocket, they ID'd him as Dr. Thomas Burchard, a renowned child psychologist and someone with whom the LVMPD was intimately familiar. They had been investigating a missing persons report that had been filed on the doctor's behalf 3 days earlier by his longtime girlfriend, Judy Earp. According to the original report, Dr. Burchard had flown from California to Las Vegas 6 days before the car's discovery on March the 1st to meet with a woman named Kelsey Turner at her home for personal reasons, but he had not been seen or heard from in several days. On March the 3rd, the report stated that he'd stopped replying to Judy's text messages. On March the 4th, he had missed his return flight. Obviously, Judy had been very concerned about the doctor, especially considering he was showing early signs of Alzheimer's. Oh, that's early. Like 71 and showing those Alzheimer's signs. It's like my parents are like not far off 71 and like they're like all good now. It's like that it comes around fast. Like I don't know, all my grandparents live to be super old. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. 2 of them died really young, so half my grandparents lived to be super old. I never met the other 2. Oh god, but they didn't get like early Alzheimer's. So hopefully my parents are all good. Since March the 4th, officers have been dispatched to Kelsey's home at 7474 Puritan Avenue 3 separate times, on the 4th, 5th, and 6th for welfare checks. This is where she lived with her 3 roommates, Diana Penner, John Logan Kennison, and Jeremy Escherich. However, the police had not been able to locate or speak with the doctor during any of these visits, nor had they been able to locate either Kelsey Turner, Diana Penner, or John Logan Kennison. A full mailbox and a tiny package left unattended outside the front door had seemingly confirmed that nobody was home, as had neighbors who had claimed that they had not seen Kelsey or anyone else at the home in the prior few days. They also said that they had not seen Kelsey's car, a blue Mercedes-Benz C300, venturing in and out as it normally did. Now the police knew why. The only one of the 4 roommates the police had been able to speak with prior to the car's discovery was Jeremy Escherich, who they found sitting outside the home on their 3rd and final visit on March the 6th. That day, he claimed to be locked out and said that he had not been inside the home since March the 2nd, since Logan Kennison had thrown him out after a heated argument that occurred between Jeremy, himself, and Kelsey. He claimed to be waiting for one of the other roommates to return home and let him back inside, but so far nobody had stopped by. This doesn't seem particularly unusual. People get locked out of their homes. Happened to me several times. You just wait there and be like, oh yeah, we did just wait hours for someone to finally come home, please. Once it became clear that the police were investigating Dr. Burchard's disappearance, however, Jeremy found a way to gain access to the home through its garage. Wait, why wouldn't you immediately do that? Like, I broke into my childhood home countless times when I forgot my keys. Once inside, he allowed the officers to have a look around themselves as well. According to their report, the authorities had not noticed anything out of the ordinary inside the home, aside from a few scattered cleaning supplies and a bedroom door that appeared to have been broken down. Jeremy could not explain the cleaning supplies, nor could he say for certain what had happened to the door because it had been intact when he was thrown out on the 2nd, although he did theorize that Logan Kennison probably had something to do with it because he was a former gang member with a notoriously violent personality. Sounds like a brilliant roommate. At the time of the final welfare check, the police had not been too interested in the details of the domestic dispute between Jeremy Escherich and Logan Kennison and had left the home after confirming that Dr. Burchard was not inside. Less than 24 hours later, however, everything had changed, and that broken door and the cleaning supplies were cast in a much more sinister light. Now the police needed to return to 7474 Puritan Avenue immediately to have another look around and speak with as many of the roommates as possible. They needed to piece together the full story, but this, it turns out, would be much easier said than done, as Kelsey, Logan, and Diana were all still missing. Have they gone on the run? Are they all involved in this somehow? Were they on the run? I got the same questions as you, Matt, same page. Had they been killed as well? The police were as eager to answer those questions as they were to figure out why a 71-year-old man had flown across state lines to stay inside a rented home filled with 20-year-olds. I wonder. I mean, I know the answer because it's called, the episode's got Sugar Daddy in the title. That's what's going on. The Kind Doctor. To start us off, let's begin by talking about the man in the trunk. As Judy Earp now explains in television interviews, she and Dr. Thomas Kirk Burchard met one another in the early 2000s while on a trip to Las Vegas with a group of mutual friends. At that time, she was a bit younger than he was, by about 15 years. He was in his late 50s, and she was in her 40s. But that didn't matter. They got along well, she said, because they had so much in common. Both were divorced, had similar interests, and felt like a fish out of water in Sin City because neither gambled nor drank alcohol. Since that is basically all there is to do there, they instead clung to one another, choosing to fill their time sitting beside the hotel pool. It was while there, sitting and observing the bizarre drunken antics of those around them, that Judy first discovered what she loved so much about Burchard. He was kind, funny, witty, and one of the most intelligent people she'd ever met. Needless to say, there was instant chemistry, and they found themselves talking about a great many things during their time together. Dr. Burchard said that he was born in Boston, Massachusetts, on February 16, 1948, where he'd grown up inside the home of his father, Charles Burchard, a professor of architecture at Harvard's Graduate School of Design. His mother's name was Helen, and he had two siblings, Linda and Peter. When Thomas was still a child, he moved with his family to Virginia, where his father went on to become the founding dean of Virginia Tech's College of Architecture and Urban Studies. While living there, Thomas found himself enrolled in Antioch College, where he earned his Bachelor of Science in 1970 before enrolling in medical school at the University of Virginia. This, he said, is where he discovered his life's passion, child psychology. Even as a young adult, with no children of his own, Thomas was excellent with children. He was friendly, approachable, and knew how to effectively communicate with them in a way that didn't feel forced. It was, he often said, a gift he felt could be utilized to make a difference in many young people's lives. And that is exactly what he spent the next 4 decades of his life doing. It's weird that a dude like this, who's so good with kids, doesn't have kids. I mean, it seems like a good natural fit. After completing his internship at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, his residency at the Sepulveda Veterans Administration Hospital, and his fellowship at the University of California at Los Angeles, he landed a permanent job at the Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula, CHOMP. C-H-O-M-P. This is where, inside a small office filled with candy, toys, puzzles, books, trinkets, and other oddities, he treated children who had been through some of the most traumatic situations imaginable. To put them at ease, he often performed magic tricks, told silly jokes, and displayed a compassionate and caring attitude that endeared him to nearly everyone he met, earning him a reputation as one of the best in his field. At different times in his life, Burchard served as the Director of Child and Adolescent Outpatient Programs, as Director of Mental Health for Child and Family Programs, and as a Chairman for the Psychiatry Department. He was also a member of the American Medical Association, the California Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association. More than a mouthful, his resume was certainly padded. However, beyond his career achievements, Thomas's personal life was robust as well. As stated, he had been married and divorced, had many friends and hobbies, and was a cinephile who loved to talk about his favorite films. On weekdays, he could usually be found at nerdy conventions dressed in his usual attire, khaki pants, a suit jacket or sweater vest, and a bright bow tie. There's a picture of him here, and he looks like a very friendly chap who would be a psychiatrist. Yet as corny as he was with his magic wands and card tricks, this was the man that Judy Earp fell in love with beside a pool in Las Vegas in the early 2000s. He was everything she'd been looking for, and over the next 17 years, as they grew closer and closer, their lives became more and more intertwined. By the 2010s, they were married in practically every way except on paper. They lived together, socialized together, and spent their free time going to the same types of conventions and magic meetups that the Doctor had always enjoyed. As they did this, Judy sold homes as a realtor, and Burchard continued to see patients well into his old age at Chomp, where he was then known as the hospital's year-round Santa Claus. Of their life together, Judy had almost nothing bad to say about the Doctor, except that he was perhaps a bit too naive. In an interview with ABC's 2020, she stated, "Thomas felt that most problems in the world were caused by chemical imbalances that medicine could correct, or a lack of money. He thought that he could save the world with his pen, write a check, or write a prescription." This mindset had followed Dr. Burchard throughout his career, inspiring him to lead a very generous life, giving to those in need wherever possible. I mean, maybe I'm naive, but it does those are two major things that are wrong with people. You would solve a lot of problems if those weren't wrong with people. For his young patients, whose families could not afford their expensive and very necessary medications, he would go into his own pocket. If the family could not afford school supplies, he would surprise them during a regular appointment with a new backpack filled with clothes and stationery. If a family was struggling to the point that they were about to be evicted or their electricity was about to be shut off, he would offer them a loan, for which he would never ask for repayment or place an anonymous phone call to their electric company to pay off their past due balance. He could not, it seems, turn down anyone in need. And this generosity extended to total strangers as well. When approached by someone on the street, especially vulnerable women, single mothers, sex workers, and homeless runaways, Dr. Burchard could not help but give, which Judy says allowed some people to take advantage of the doctor, especially in his old age when his body and mind were beginning to slow down. He just sounds like a really good dude. By the time he was in his late 60s, Dr. Burchard had begun showing the early signs of Alzheimer's. He had on more than one occasion gotten lost while walking home and would sometimes get sidetracked in the middle of a sentence. Oh God, am I showing early signs of Alzheimer's? I'll be driving home sometimes and I'll be like, oh God, which way am I supposed to go? I don't know. And I definitely get sidetracked in the middle of sentences. He was also forced to keep many of his important details, like his online passwords and banking information, written down in a notebook that he kept in his back pocket. Bruh. Because of those struggles, Burchard knew that he should retire sooner rather than later, but he continued his practice in order to treat a few patients who refused to see anyone but him. Stopping now, he felt, was like abandoning them, and he simply couldn't do it. He couldn't abandon anyone, and Judy believes that it was this shortcoming that allowed people, like Kelsey Turner, to attach themselves to Dr. Burchard like a leech. The Bad Barbie. Thomas Burchard and Kelsey Nicole Turner were dissimilar in almost every way imaginable, and although it's not exactly clear when or how the two first met, it's generally reported in the media that their correspondence began online sometime around 2016. At this time, both Dr. Burchard and Kelsey were living in California. Kelsey was in Salinas, where she was then pursuing a career in modeling. Judging by what she posted online, her efforts seemed to be paying off. As a content creator/influencer, Kelsey was primarily focused on her Instagram page, where by 2019, she had amassed a sizable following under the name Bad Barbie. Here, she'd built a brand for herself that revolved around being a carefree, fun-loving party girl, complete with all the typical trappings: platinum blonde hair, bright and bold lipstick, skimpy outfits that revealed ample cleavage, and a Playboy bunny tattoo. To really sell it, Kelsey often posted videos of herself dancing inside dimly lit clubs, grinding on strangers, and knocking back shots of clear alcohol. Most people, I believe, would refer to Kelsey as an Instagram model, and that is how the media often refers to her as well. However, I hesitate to use that term, as she was a real working model in the traditional sense of the word as well. Starting sometime in the mid-2010s, she had made her way onto mainstream lifestyle and adult magazine covers, including 110, Conceited, Dream Vixens, Maxim, and Playboy Italia. Of those, I've personally only heard of two. Yeah, same. Maxim and Playboy, that's a nice same page. But those names are about as big as it gets in the adult magazine section. She had also secured a few small background roles in some very obscure independent films, most notably Wally Got Wasted, and IMDb states the film is like The Hangover meets Weekend at Bernie's. It won Best Feature Film Script at the Pittsburgh Independent Film Festival, but I've certainly never heard of it. Of this time in her life, Kelsey once stated the following in an interview: "I think the best way to describe myself is impulsive. I love thrills and fun, living my life fully aware that it's the only one that I've got." This free spirit energy and the provocative photographs were definitely what drew eyeballs to her account. However, what her followers at the time didn't know was that most of the persona I've just described was exactly that, a persona, one that was deliberately manufactured to hide who Kelsey truly was. When the cameras were off, the real Kelsey was a struggling single mother of two who lived with her own mother because she could not manage to make ends meet. She did modeling gigs as described, but because those gigs were infrequent and often paid very little, she never managed to make it out of the red. She had nice clothes and a flashy car to keep up appearances, but the car was leased and the clothes were drowning her in credit card debt. Wow, yeah, I mean, don't forget, what people show you on Instagram's not real. Even if it looks real, it's not real. I mean, of course, some is. But it's just the best. It's just the best things of everyone's lives. I don't know. Don't go on Instagram. I don't use Instagram. I don't use any of this stuff. I use YouTube for work. Furthermore, while Kelsey liked to pretend that she was flawless and always had been, she had only been living her idealistic lifestyle for a short time. Her childhood and teenage years had been spent much differently, living just outside Jonesboro, Arkansas, where common weekend activities included horseback riding, hunting, and fishing. There were no dance clubs, no nightlife of any kind, in fact, and most residents were perfectly fine with this. Turning in early on a Friday night after a hard week of work seems perfectly normal, but as you can imagine, Kelsey could not stand it and had spent her entire life trying to distance herself from her humble roots. And I'm not exaggerating when I say her entire life. According to those who knew her as a child, Kelsey was always described as a girly girl with much bigger ambitions than Arkansas could ever hope to support. Even back then, she wanted to be a model, and her interests were centered solely around makeup, fashion, and all things glamorous. This had earned her the local nickname Barbie, but reading fashion magazines and competing in teen beauty pageants were as close to that lifestyle as she could get until she reached high school and a new avenue of fame opened to her via the internet. Around 2010, When Kelsey was a senior high school student, she started her first Instagram page under the name Arkansasy1993. That's Arkansas plus Sassy. There she posted pictures of herself in sundresses and cowboy boots, and this earned her a small dedicated following, but it was still nothing like what she was hoping for. Despite all her effort, she couldn't find her breakout moment no matter how high she hiked up her sundress for the camera. It wasn't until she moved to California, after attending college and giving birth to her 2 children, that she dropped the cowgirl style and rapidly morphed into the more risque version of herself that I described earlier. And because she really did have the body to pull it off, this is when magazines like Maxim and Playboy Italia began approaching her. But aren't there lots of people this has got to be a pretty competitive marketplace, no? It was at this point, for the first time in her life, that young Kelsey began to have the opportunity to make it big. However, for whatever reason, no agency seemed interested in giving her a regular contract, and she continued to struggle because of it. As some have speculated, her failure may have been caused by certain character defects. Have you heard the saying, "Wherever you go, there you are"? Yes, it's one of my favorite sayings. I very much like this saying. It's just so true. While some believe that was by far Kelsey's biggest problem. She was a brat with a temper and a vicious mean streak, who neighbors would overhear shouting terrible things at her mother, calling her a whore, telling her that she hated her. It was the type of thing you would expect from a 15-year-old girl, not a 25-year-old woman. Those same neighbors would also report near constant banging and thrashing coming from inside the home, leading them to believe that she may have been physically abusive towards her family as well, though there's no way to confirm this. First, her neighbors said, all would be quiet. Then something would make a crashing sound in the middle of the night and the fireworks would start. This would go on for hours until Kelsey exhausted herself, after which time she would often leave the home and be gone for days at a time without checking in on her children. Jesus. She had a similar reputation among her friends as well, many of whom stated that she was either sassy or downright nasty to the people around her, depending on the situation. She was also, as the world would someday find out, very manipulative. Starting sometime around 2015, she began messaging men online through her Bad Barbie Instagram account, men who were desperate enough and wealthy enough to pay for a tiny fraction of her attention. She would find these men by skimming through the likes on her pictures. Then she would message them privately, build a flirty rapport, and begin dropping hints that she needed money. She would play at their heartstrings, often making it seem like her situation was much worse than it was. This is unfortunately where Dr. Thomas Burchard comes back into our story. Oh no... I was kind of like, okay, so he was looking for a sugar baby? Sugar baby, and he's a sugar daddy. And it was more sleazy, but has she just got him on the hook for sending her money because he's just really generous, because he seems like a really nice dude. A transactional relationship. As stated at the start of the previous section, Dr. Burchard and Kelsey likely met online sometime around 2016 when Kelsey was trying to make it big in the modeling world. And while it is not clear who reached out to who first, one thing that is clear is that money began flowing from Dr. Burchard's bank account to Kelsey's pocket. A lot of money. Somewhere in the range of, good lord, $300,000 to $750,000 in about 3 years. Jesus Christ! For this reason, many news organizations refer to Dr. Burchard as Kelsey's sugar daddy and claim that the pair had a transactional relationship, which heavily implies a sexual component. Their primary evidence for this, other than the obscene amount of money, is the fact that the police would eventually find sexually explicit photographs of Kelsey saved on Dr. Burchard's phone. However, before we go any further, I need to make something clear. There is no direct evidence that the doctor and Kelsey ever had a physical sexual relationship of any kind. As you will see, Dr. Burchard's sexual attraction toward Kelsey certainly played a part in the relationship, but Judy Earp, the person who is indisputably the most reliable source of information on this topic, claims that the media purposefully played up the sugar daddy angle to make the story spicier. Quoting her, "Some of the media sources are absolutely so far off, nowhere near the truth." Yeah, I mean, at first I'm like, okay, I know what's going on. And then I'm like, wait, this doesn't seem like the kind of dude who would do this. And that just seems to be more and more confirmed. She was his longtime girlfriend. She's an accurate source for this information. Burchard's main concern, Judy believes, was always Kelsey's children. Again, that fits in with what we know about this guy's personality, absolutely bang on. I say all this because even today, many people chose to report solely on the more salacious aspects of the case and ignore the fact that Dr. Burchard was an aging man that Judy claims Kelsey took advantage of. Yeah, they also said he was a bit, getting aged in his mind, so more easy to manipulate. This is how she says it all happened. Kelsey first presented herself to Dr. Burchard as a woman in need, the exact type he could never turn down, and was always calling or texting him with some sob story to ask for money. At first, her requests were small, and almost always revolved around her children. They needed food, medicine, and clothes, but as time went on, her messages became more and more frequent, and the requested amounts became larger and larger. At one point, Judy says, Dr. Burchard had basically placed Kelsey on an allowance because she was, in his eyes, such a helpless person. It also leased her a new BMW so that she could drive herself to and from her modeling gigs. Just get her a crap car, why get her a BMW? Now, obviously, the sexually explicit photographs on the doctor's phone prove there was a bit more to the story than that, but Judy explains these away by stating that Dr. Burchard had a secret not many people knew about. He was heavily addicted to pornography and had spent years collecting photos of thousands of women, all of which were stored on his phone and computer. Again, this seems like, yeah, okay, that's a thing. And just, it doesn't mean that they had a physical relationship. Kelsey was just one of these women, and she wasn't even the first that it paid money to directly. She was just one in a long line of little playthings that the doctor used to occupy his free time. And while Judy didn't necessarily approve of this hobby, she turned a blind eye to it because she felt that it was ultimately harmless. So it's basically like this dude's just got his own little OnlyFans before OnlyFans. She did not feel threatened by Kelsey or the other women in any way. It wasn't until she discovered how much money Dr. Burchard had been sending her that her feelings on the matter began to change. The first time Judy realized something was seriously wrong was when she discovered a copy of a signed lease for a home in California inside Burchard's car. This home was not their home, and she had never seen the address listed anywhere before that day. When she confronted Burchard, he sheepishly admitted that he was renting a home for Kelsey, as she could not get approved for one herself. Her credit score was too poor. Knowing that they would be on the hook for any damage done to the home during any one of the wild parties Kelsey was famous for, Judy was horrified and urged Burchard to reconsider, but he refused, saying that she needed his help. Believing that Burchard was once again being terribly naive, Judy then started digging, and this is when she arrived at the conservative estimate of $300,000. Which she would later state was far too low. Burchard, on the other hand, believed it was too high, causing Judy to suspect that Kelsey may have stolen Burchard's banking information from the notebook in his back pocket to use on purchases that he did not approve of. She had bought herself fancy clothes, jewelry, and even plastic surgery using his credit card. Jesus Christ. From here, Judy became determined to put distance between Burchard and Kelsey, urging him to cut her off immediately. This, Judy states, is when the animosity between her and Kelsey first started, and they would eventually grow to despise one another. Yeah, because she seems to be taking brutal advantage of someone that you love. No fucking surprise. In a text message that would later be obtained by police, Kelsey told Dr. Burchard that Judy was on the shit list with me, and if she ever gets me evicted, I'll kill her. Bruh, you write down your crimes. What are you doing? Judy saw this text exchange and once again urged Burchard to reconsider, asking him if he really wanted his money going to someone who would make threats like that. This time, her efforts were successful. Oh god, this is going to get him killed, isn't it? Oh my god. This poor dude, these poor people, they've just fallen into the web of a psycho. Sometime around the end of 2018, Burchard told Kelsey that he would not be paying for her lifestyle anymore. Her free ride had officially come to an end. This led Kelsey being evicted from her California home and losing access to her leased BMW not long after. One of her children was also removed from her custody at this time for unknown reasons. Probably because she was a bit of a shitty mum. Kelsey, of course, blamed Judy for all of this. She was extraordinarily upset and made her frustrations clear by sending Dr. Burchard another series of threats aimed at Judy's life. From this point on, Judy would not speak Kelsey's name, merely referring to her in interviews as that dangerously insane white trash whore. Yeah. Fair enough, Judy. Fair enough. Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas. Now, considering the fact that our story began with the police discovering Dr. Burchard's body stuffed inside Kelsey Turner's trunk, it should come as no surprise that the two of them eventually reconnected. However, the way everything transpired is probably not what you're expecting. Shortly after being cut off, Kelsey turned her eye away from Judy and towards Dr. Burchard himself by sending another series of text messages in which he threatened to submit an anonymous tip to his superiors at Chomp, claiming that he was a P-word with images of children stored on his phone. To be perfectly clear, the police would later confirm that these pictures did not exist, but Burchard knew that the allegation alone would be enough to permanently damage his reputation and felt that he couldn't take that chance. He was still seeing a few of his established patients and didn't want to be put on leave or forced into retirement while the allegations were being investigated. He also felt that he couldn't go to the police himself for similar reasons. It would only bring undue attention to the matter. I feel like if I was in that situation, I'd just go to the police and be like, someone is trying to say things about me that aren't true, and I don't know what to do. I guess I'll talk to a lawyer first. I imagine they'd be like, go to the police because someone's committing a crime. Right? I don't know. But then if you're like a professional and this is what you... Oh, God. This poor dude. I feel bad for this dude. As I suppose I should. He got murdered by a psycho and put in the boot of her car. Jesus Christ. What a horrible episode. Feeling boxed in and horribly embarrassed, Bachard just wanted the situation to go away, so he did the only thing he could think of. He tried to buy Kelsey off. Although it was not known how much money Bachard gave Kelsey at the time, he reached back out to her sometime around late 2018 and offered her a simple deal. He would provide her with enough money to get settled in a new city somewhere far away, so long as she agreed to cut contact with him afterwards. He would even sign a new lease for her and help her acquire a new car. Kelsey accepted Bachard's offer and chose Las Vegas as her new home. Soon, Kelsey left her mother, one of her children, and the state of California behind, and moved into the home at 7474 Puritan Avenue with her 4-year-old son, the one she retained custody of. Judging by the pictures available online, the house was very nice. It had 2 stories, a large open living room and a kitchen, a 3-car garage, and a pool, all of which were billed directly to Dr. Thomas Bachard. Wait, so she's living with these other people because she's got this house for free from this dude. And she's rented it out to like this gang member and these other people to, I guess, get like sub-rent. For transportation, Kelsey acquired a vehicle from a Chinese couple named Kwong and Rose. Kwong was in America for business reasons, but was scheduled to return to China soon, so he was looking for someone to take over his car payments. With Bachard's blessing, Kelsey paid him $2,500 and signed an agreement to take over the payments, which were approximately $550 a month. This car was the Mercedes-Benz C300 that would be found abandoned in less than 4 months. And just like that, Kelsey was back inside the doctor's wallet, and her career was seemingly back on track as well. You see, the reason Kelsey had chosen Las Vegas was, although modeling opportunities were much fewer and less glamorous in the desert, she had secured a job working as a party promoter at various hotels along the Las Vegas Strip. Her new job was to be the main attraction that would draw in businessmen and other clients to various parties and charity events. Oftentimes, her face and body were even featured on the posters outside, where she was advertised as a Playboy model. The job, the attention, it suited her well, and it didn't take long for her to start making friends, 3 of which would become her roommates: Diana Pena, Jeremy Escherich, and John Logan Kennison. Diana was a bartender at Caesar's Palace at the Colosseum, and Jeremy Escherich was, well, there's actually not much info about him online, so we'll just say he lived there too. That's fine, because he won't be playing a very large role in our story. John Logan Kennison, on the other hand, he will. According to media articles, Logan was an aspiring musician with former gang affiliations that Kelsey started dating after she arrived in Vegas. The best way to describe their romance was a whirlwind, as they reportedly fell in love very fast, getting large tattoos of each other's names on their arms after just a few weeks of dating. If you're doing that, people are doing that. It's just like, it says something about your personality. And your ability to see into the future. It's just not very good, is it? We've got a picture of him in purple here for some reason. I guess we can put it on the screen. Now I know what this dude looks like. Okay. Inside the new home, Kelsey and Logan shared the upstairs master bedroom. Kelsey's 4-year-old son had his own room beside them. Diana stayed in the remaining upstairs bedroom, and Jeremy lived downstairs beside the garage. All of them were staying there rent-free. Oh, okay. I thought she was going to be hustling a little extra money on the side. And it was this point that Kelsey could have just taken what she had been given and be happy, but she couldn't resist the temptation to rub her victory in Judy Earp's face. Not long after settling, Kelsey sent Judy a text message saying, "Thanks for taking the BMW. I look better in the Benz anyway," and then 3 middle finger emojis. This reportedly is when Judy learned that Bachard and Kelsey had reconnected, although when Bachard explained the reasoning behind his actions, she was not upset. Yeah, because Judy seems like an insanely reasonable person, like Bachard himself, even though he's a little bit naive, and of course she wouldn't be upset. He basically got blackmailed. With nothing! What's it called when you blackmail someone but for something that they didn't actually do? Jesus Christ. They both hoped that with Kelsey almost 500 miles away, she would be out of their lives for good. But she wasn't. In late February of 2019, Kelsey reached back out to Dr. Burchard, this time with yet another sob story, the kind that he always fell for. Both she and her son were sick, she was completely broke, and desperately needed money. According to Judy, Burchard tried to ignore the messages, but his concern for Kelsey's 4-year-old son once again took precedence. Despite everything she had threatened him with, he couldn't turn his back on them and agreed to pay 3 more months of her rent in advance. Yet for obvious reasons, he didn't trust everything Kelsey was telling him, so in late February, he booked a flight to Las Vegas, telling Judy, "She's such a pervasive liar that I have to see for myself." This, he said, was Kelsey's last chance. If she was partying in Vegas on his dime, he would sever all contact and never speak to her again. Judy begged Burchard not to go, or at least take her with him. But he wouldn't listen. He was still too embarrassed about how the situation had played out, about how he had been blackmailed and taken advantage of, and he wanted to fix his own mess. On March 1st, 2019, Dr. Burchard boarded a plane to Las Vegas alone. This was the last time Judy would ever see him alive. Putting the pieces together. And now, with much more context at our disposal, we return to where our story began, to when Dr. Burchard's beaten and bruised body was discovered in the desert on the morning of March 7th, 2019. If you recall, Judy had reported the doctor missing on the 4th after he'd missed his flight home, and police had walked through Kelsey's home on Puritan Avenue on the morning of March 6th but found very little. However, now that detectives had confirmed foul play, it was time for them to return with a warrant for a full search. Excellent. On March the 8th, investigators re-entered the home alongside a forensics team who discovered a lot. While most murders typically take place quickly and in a singular room, this entire home appeared to be a crime scene. There were traces of blood inside the upstairs bedroom, on the broken door, in the kitchen, in the garage, and even on the television remote. Like the blood found inside the car, much of it had been poorly cleaned. To piece together a timeline of what may have happened, they turned to cell phone records. Judy and Dr. Burchard showed that on the first 2 days of the trip, March the 1st and 2nd, they had been in regular contact via text messages and calls, and all had seemed fine. However, on the morning of the 3rd, his attitude had shifted. He had stopped answering his calls and refused to say why. When Judy texted him around lunchtime, this is what was said. "Judy, why don't you answer your phone?" Dr. Burchard, "I'm out to lunch." Judy, "Why can't you talk on the phone? Being at lunch has never stopped you from being on the phone before." Dr. Burchard, "I'm turning my phone off. I will charge my phone and call you shortly." This is one of those things where it's like, he's not sending those messages, right? Right? We've seen this before. Dr. Burchard's cell phone did not turn back on that day, and Judy spent the remainder of her afternoon and evening begging him to call her back, yet he never did. This caused her to suspect that Dr. Burchard had not sent those final texts, that he was already dead that morning, and that somebody was merely trying to buy time to cover their tracks. She told the officers her theory, and they agreed. According to a report issued by the medical examiner's office, Dr. Burchard had died sometime in the early morning hours of March the 3rd, meaning everything they suspected aligned perfectly. His cell phone was then discovered a few days later abandoned just off the Las Vegas Strip when a homeless man found it, turned it on, and began answering calls from Judy and Burchard's worried friends. This is how you dispose of the cell phone. Are you kidding me? You're the worst criminal I've ever seen. And we had some bad criminals on this show. Kelsey's cell phone records, on the other hand, showed that her phone was much more active in the days following the murder. Her location data proved that she was in and around the home from March the 1st through March the 6th. Then at around 5:20 p.m. on the final day, she appeared to be leaving her home and did not return. At one point, it registered active in the Lake Mead area, where Burchard's body would be found the very next day. On March the 7th, once reports of the discovery started hitting the front page, the phone was switched off and never turned back on. Not suspicious at all. You're the worst criminal. When re-interviewing Jeremy Escherich, the only resident of 7474 Puritan Avenue who hadn't vanished into thin air, the police learned several important facts. First and most notably, Jeremy's girlfriend, Chelsea, had spoken to Kelsey after the time the murder had taken place. Kelsey had reached out to her to demand an explanation for the broken upstairs door on March the 6th and had received a peculiar response. Normally, Kelsey and Chelsea did not get along, but Kelsey was on her best behavior that day. She explained that a party had gotten out of control, apologized for the convenience, and said that Jeremy and Chelsea could use Dr. Burchard's credit card information to purchase a new one if they wanted to. The credit card number was written down inside the home, she said, before assuring Chelsea that Burchard wouldn't mind. Wisely, Jeremy Escherich did not believe her. Quoting, "I told Chelsea I'm not using anybody's information to go purchase anything." No, it definitely sounds like, I don't know if that would be a crime if you've been told that it's okay, because you don't, like, if you didn't figure it out, and maybe a reasonable person wouldn't figure it out, but still, Good for you, Jeremy. Obviously, given all this circumstantial evidence, the police felt confident that Kelsey was involved in Dr. Bouchard's murder in some way. However, they didn't yet know if she had acted alone or if Diana and Logan were involved as well. Based on the fact that Kelsey was thin and dainty, police found it unlikely that she'd have been able to inflict the type of destructive wounds seen on Bouchard's body, nor would she have been able to drag him from the rear seat of the car and place him inside the trunk. For this, the muscles that Logan liked to cringingly flex on Facebook would have come in very handy. But there was another potential suspect as well. On the baseball bat found inside the trunk, the name Greg Haggio was discovered. Greg was one of Kelsey's many ex-boyfriends from California, which opened up a whole new line of investigation for them to pursue. Could Logan be a victim as well? Perhaps Greg had killed both of Kelsey's lovers in order to run away with her. It would have been a twist worthy of M. Night for God's sake, this guy's name. M. Night Shyamalan? However, Greg himself put all speculation to bed when he was able to provide an airtight alibi. During his interrogation, he stated that the only crime he'd committed was having a poor choice in women. True. 100% true. From this point on, all eyes would be shifted back to the original three, and that turned out to be a very wise decision considering a new witness was about to be discovered. While the officers were continuing their search of Kelsey's home, a white van was seen circling the neighborhood multiple times. When the driver was confronted, he admitted that he was the owner of a cleaning company that had just serviced the inside of Kelsey's home a few days earlier on March 6th. He said that he was waiting for Kelsey to return because she had stiffed him on the bill. When officers inquired what he had cleaned inside the home, he admitted that he had scrubbed away several red stains that he was told was spilled wine. Spilled wine is a different stain to blood, my dude. Blood is like thick. Perhaps this is a good time to add a new rule. Don't hire people to clean up your crime scene, but if you must, don't skip out on the tab. Yeah, we know this from the movie, it's not Lord of War, it's the newer one, with the dude. War Dogs. Where they have this huge crime empire, like they're like warlords, like they're just not warlords. They're why am I struggling with my words today? They're arms dealers, and then the reason they get caught is because they didn't pay some tiny bill. It's like, come on, pay the people. Either way, the statement combined with everything else investigators had discovered was more than enough to secure a warrant for Kelsey's arrest. On March 15th, 2019, she was charged with first-degree murder with a deadly weapon. Now, almost overnight, Kelsey found herself with all the fame that she could ever want, as her story was too tantalizing for the public to ignore. Headlines like Playboy model charged with murder after psychiatrist found dead in boot of car went viral both on television and online. This was all made even more alluring by the fact that she was on the run, and police couldn't say for certain whether she was still in the United States or if she'd used her connections as an international model to flee the country. During the manhunt, Judy called into KTNV News to give her thoughts and beg people to come forward with information. Quoting her, "What she did to Tom, it was not quick and it was not painless. It was basically torture of an elderly man." Thankfully, the search wouldn't last long as the FBI located and arrested her exactly 1 week later on March 21st. As it turns out, she'd not fled the country. She'd simply been lying low in California with her son ever since her name had hit the front page. While in custody, Kelsey behaved exactly as one would expect. She denied everything and attempted to weasel her way out of trouble using the one thing she had left, her sex appeal. She flirted with her interrogator, but when he refused to take the bait, she lawyered up. This is amateur, dude. Are you really think that's gonna work? After this, the police then returned their attention to Diana and Logan. Soon, arrest warrants were issued, and both were in custody. Logan was found hiding at his mother's house in Las Vegas after an extensive FBI search. However, Diana was much easier to locate as she turned herself in. This was a move that would help her and the police greatly in the long run. Real answers. As it turns out, despite all the evidence investigators had discovered inside the home and car, authorities were still unsure exactly what had happened inside Kelsey's home on March 3rd, why it had happened, and most importantly, who was responsible. And this was concerning because without some way to corroborate what the police suspected, prosecutors knew that it would be very difficult to prove any specific charges in court, as each person's defense could easily rely on shifting the blame to the other two parties. It was a big risk to prosecute without having any real concrete answers. However, as is common in situations where there are multiple defendants in a single murder case, one person cracked and agreed to turn state's witness. It was Diana, and thanks to the fact that she turned herself in and much of her story was able to be corroborated by evidence, we can state with relative confidence that this is what happened to Dr. Thomas Bouchard. According to Diana, Dr. Burchard's surprise visit on March the 1st sent the entire household spiraling into chaos. As he had suspected, Kelsey had been lying about being sick, but she had also been lying about many other things as well. Apparently, Kelsey did not tell him that she had roommates because she wanted him to believe that only she and her son were living there at his expense. She also didn't want him to know that Logan was her boyfriend because based on what Kelsey told Diana during his visit, the doctor had a crush on her, and she was very worried that he would cut her off out of jealousy. Shifting into damage control mode, Kelsey quickly informed Diana, Jeremy, and Logan that they should all make themselves scarce in order to avoid having to answer any of the doctor's questions. She also told Diana that if Burchard did manage to pin her down and ask who Logan was, she should say that his name was Jay and that he was her tattoo artist. Thankfully, Kelsey was able to calm Burchard down by the end of the first day, and that night the situation inside the home was awkward but relatively tame. However, this fragile peace shattered on the morning of the second when Jeremy returned home with his girlfriend Chelsea in tow. If you recall, Kelsey and Chelsea did not get along, and this was because Kelsey was worried that Chelsea planned to steal Burchard away from her by seducing him. And she may have been right. What is going on with you people? At one point during the afternoon, Burchard and Chelsea left the home together behind Kelsey's back to buy groceries, which sent Kelsey into a blind rage. She reportedly flipped out and called Dr. Burchard on his cell phone to demand that he return home immediately. After doing as he was instructed, an argument then ensued between Kelsey, Chelsea, Jeremy, Burchard, and Logan on the home's front lawn. What is your life? This is like a reality TV show. They were shouting and some threats of physical violence. However, Jeremy and Chelsea left in a huff before things could escalate further. This is why they would not be present inside the home for several days. Probably good news for these guys. After this, things once again settled down, but the mood inside the home was still awkward. Fortunately, Diana said, she didn't have to deal with it for very long because her shift at Caesar's Palace was about to begin. She left Kelsey, Burchard, and her son alone that afternoon and did not see them again until Burchard and Kelsey picked her up at around 2 a.m. By then, tensions were beginning to lighten. However, it was during the drive home that their night would go truly off the rails. Inside the car, Burchard was driving. Kelsey was in the passenger seat, and Diana was in the back seat. Neither Diana nor Kelsey was paying attention to where they were going, so Dr. Burchard got turned around and ended up driving them to a section of Las Vegas that none of them were familiar with. This prompted Kelsey to take Burchard's phone out in order to pull up Google Maps, but as they continued toward home, she also started going through his phone's history. While looking through his text messages, she discovered a conversation between Burchard and her mother, where Burchard was relaying information about Kelsey's living situation and making plans to call CPS to have her remaining son removed from her custody. This enraged Kelsey. And it's just another one of those things that shows that Burchard was just interested in the well-being of her kid. It's up. As Dr. Burchard continued to drive, Kelsey began screaming at him. She then started throwing punches, kicking at him, and tugging at his clothes as they sped down the road at 60 miles an hour. Diana said she urged Kelsey to stop, but Kelsey was completely engulfed by her own anger. Burchard was forced to then begin hitting Kelsey back, although his hits were not meant to inflict damage. He was simply trying to keep the car on the road. In this he succeeded, and they arrived at the destination a short time later. Inside the home, the fighting continued as Kelsey screamed at Burchard at the top of her lungs. Now she was once again threatening to call his employer with false allegations, and this caused Burchard to lock himself inside one of the unoccupied upstairs bedrooms. Kelsey banged on the door, ordering him to open it, but he refused. Fearing for Kelsey's son's safety, Diana called a trusted friend to come and pick him up to get him away from the situation, and then tried to keep herself out of it as well. She hoped that, as he had before, the argument would fizzle out on its own. However, things only escalated when Logan got involved at Kelsey's request. Armed with a bat bearing Greg Haggio's name, Logan stormed upstairs and slammed himself against the locked door. It splintered, and Diana saw Logan raise the bat high above his head as he entered. She didn't see it come down on Dr. Burchard's head, but she heard a struggle and said that when Logan and Burchard emerged from the bedroom, Burchard had a big red and purple bruise on his head, and that one of his eyes was filled with blood. It was obvious what had happened. Diana said that she then rushed to Logan and removed the bat from his hands. This made Kelsey angry as she was urging Logan to keep hitting him. He's a fucking psycho. Dr. Burchard saw this and, believing Diana was on his side, approached her, saying that he needed to go to the hospital and have the wound on his head examined. Seeing that the doctor was dazed, Diana agreed and told Kelsey and Logan the same thing. However, they were reluctant to leave the home. As Kelsey and Logan debated what to do, Diana said she helped Burchard clean himself up. Then they both walked into the home's adjoining garage and slid into the back seat of Kelsey's Mercedes. As they did, Diana asked Bouchard what he would tell the doctors when he arrived at the emergency room. She was worried about being arrested herself, but Dr. Bouchard assured her that he would not say anything that would get anybody, including Kelsey and Logan, in trouble. He'd say that he'd been mugged by a group of thugs on the strip and nothing more. He then also began begging Diana not to leave him alone with Kelsey because he was convinced that she was going to kill him. Unfortunately, Diana did not believe him. She assured him that he was overreacting. He's just had his face bashed in with a baseball bat. How about you believe him? Around this time, as they sat in the back seat, Kelsey and Logan appeared in the garage with them and ordered Diana and the doctor out of the car and back inside the home. They said that before they took Bouchard to the hospital, they wanted everyone to help clean the house because they still weren't convinced that Dr. Bouchard would keep his mouth shut, and they wanted to make sure there was no blood visible in case the police wanted to have a look around. Believing that Bouchard's wound wasn't too serious, Diana agreed and returned to the upstairs bedroom and began stripping the sheets and wiping down the room as instructed. However, this is when she heard arguing coming from downstairs in the garage, followed by the sounds of a struggle because Bouchard did not want to come back inside. Quoting, "I was upstairs, but I could hear Kelsey yelling, telling Logan that he was a bitch and that he needed to knock Dr. Bouchard out. Kelsey said she had seen other people knock people out and that it shouldn't be a problem." Not wanting to see Bouchard harmed further, Diana called down to Kelsey and begged them to stop. Then, when the fighting did not cease, she began descending the stairs. However, when she reached the landing, Kelsey emerged from the garage and said that it was too late. Diana asked Kelsey what she meant by that, but Kelsey didn't reply. A moment later, Logan then emerged from the garage, once again holding Greg Hager's baseball bat. It, along with his face, neck, arms, and shirt, were all covered in blood splatter. In his other hand, he held a gun, also covered in blood. At this point, Diana claims she knew she should have run, but she couldn't. She was terrified. Kelsey, the roommate that she'd known for less than 4 months, had just ordered the murder of a man that she'd known for years because she didn't trust him to stay quiet. Logan, the man who had physically beaten Bouchard to death, had gang connections with people all across the city. Now they were both staring at her, sizing her up, waiting for her reaction to what she'd just witnessed. In that moment, Diana became convinced that they would not hesitate to kill her if she didn't cooperate. Yeah, and you're probably goddamn right, Diana. Quoting her, "I didn't know what else to do. I probably would have jumped out the window if it asked me to. I was so scared." Logan ordered Diana to keep cleaning the home, and that is exactly what she did. She scrubbed the walls, the floor, the garage, and even the car itself, but the blood would not come out. Seeing this, Logan began to panic and said he would take care of the car himself and that everyone needed to leave immediately. With this gruesome night over, Diana then left the home to go stay with her boyfriends and attempt to calm down. Even then, she said she was still terrified that Kelsey and Logan were going to hurt her and didn't want to be alone. She didn't hear from either of them for 2 days until she received a phone call from Kelsey informing her that the police had stopped by the home for their first welfare check. At this point, Diana said she met back up with Kelsey and Logan inside a hotel room at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, where they talked about what had happened and what they planned to do next. The cover story that Kelsey had created was one of desperation. Dr. Bouchard had left Vegas in the Mercedes with several people from California that they'd never met, and he had left his bank information behind in case she needed it. That is how they would explain continuing to spend money even after he was deceased. It was a bad plan, but it was all Kelsey and Logan could come up with. As for how the car ended up in the desert, Diana said that Logan had taken care of it. He'd planned to drive it deep into the desert to burn it, but it had gotten stuck and failed to ignite. So Logan's the dim one. He also tossed Bouchard's phone at some point. Oh, Logan, you are the dim one. You're the dimmest of them all. As Logan did this, Diana and Kelsey returned to the home on Puritan Avenue with new cleaning supplies that they'd purchased with Dr. Bouchard's credit card. When the stains still would not come out, Kelsey placed a call to the local cleaning service. After they had come and gone, the three of them then met back up and checked into another hotel, the Rio. They stayed there until Jeremy and Chelsea started asking questions about the dorm. They then moved across the street to another hotel and then to yet another the following night. Somehow, Diana said, it didn't click that they were on the run for quite some time because she still couldn't believe they were all wrapped up in something like this. Everything had happened so fast and nothing felt real anymore. Yeah, she's kind of in shock. I mean, I know we're hearing this all from Diana's perspective, so maybe it's a little bit biased, but yeah, it's very believable. I do believe it. At one point, when the weight of what they'd done began to set in, she asked Logan if she could go stay with her mother, but he would not allow her because he still suspected that she'd go to the police. From this point on, they'd be together until the car was discovered. After that, panic set in, and they all turned off their cell phones and parted ways. Court dates. With Diana agreeing to assist the prosecution by testifying against Kelsey and Logan before a grand jury, both were formally charged with first-degree murder in June of 2019. However, Simon, it is at this point I must inform you that you may not be happy about what happens next. All three cases were heavily delayed due to COVID, and during that delay, Kelsey and Logan's defense attorneys found enough time to work out some very sweet plea bargains. No! She has to go to prison for many years. First in 2022, with help of two public defenders, Darren Imlay and David Lopez Negrete, Logan made the argument that Kelsey was the primary mastermind behind the murder and that he had simply got swept up in the moment. In his sentencing memorandum, Imlay and Lopez Negrete wrote, Logan's error in judgment was becoming entangled with a master manipulator that he could not rebuff. He was also in love with her. Logan's violence, thus, was a crime of passion. Turner's frenzy fueled him. Her frenzy and calls for bloodlust sealed Dr. Pritchard's unjustified fate. In late 2022, he pled guilty to the reduced charge of second-degree murder and was sentenced to between 18 and 45 years in prison. That means that by good behavior, he'll be eligible for release in 2037, when he'll be around 45 years old. So that's a good stretch. I mean, I know he's a murderer, but 18 to 45 for straight-up murder, I think I'm not dissatisfied with that. Understandably, the Las Vegas public and those who follow cases like this online were not happy. And they were even less happy when they learned of Kelsey's plea deal. Maybe it's just because I'm British, but 18 to 45 years is that's a long-ass time in prison. In January 2023, she also entered a plea agreement for the reduced charge of second-degree murder, although hers was even better as it was an Alford plea, which allows her to avoid a trial without admitting guilt. She was sentenced to a measly 10 to 15 years in prison, meaning that she could be eligible for release as early as 2029. No, she needs to be in prison forever. She is primarily responsible for this. In my opinion, that is far too soon, and Judy Earp agrees. At Kelsey's sentencing, she took the stand to air her fears that Kelsey would someday seek revenge against her. I never realized such evil existed in this world until this happened. I do not want to spend the rest of my life constantly worrying and always looking over my shoulder if or when she is granted parole. Since Kelsey has already threatened her life multiple times, her fears certainly seem justified. However, her statement changed little in the end. Today, Kelsey is incarcerated at the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center in Las Vegas, where she maintains her innocence and states that she plans to continue her modeling career after her release. I hope you don't. I hope you don't. For Diana's cooperation with investigators, she was charged with being an accessory to murder and given 36 months of probation. At her sentencing, she tearfully and hoarsely apologized to Dr. Pritchard, his family and friends, and the public. Her attorney stated that since her initial arrest, she had moved away from Las Vegas and sought professional help. Like with Kelsey and Logan's sentences, many believe her punishment should have been much harsher. I don't. I mean, I know we heard all of this from Diana's perspective, but she cut a deal that got the two main perpetrators put away for a long time. Not fucking close to long enough in Kelsey's case, but still. Yeah. I'm not super dissatisfied other than with Kelsey's sentence. I'd like to have seen life. Anyway, that's the episode today. Thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. I'm your host Simon as always, and today joined by one of my writers, Emma. I mean, not joined by, but, virtually. She wrote the script for me. It's The Ypsilanti Ripper and the Michigan Murders. I've never read this before. We're going to read it together. I mean, I'm going to read it to you, dear audience member, and we're going to explore it together. I'm all over the place today. Let's just get into it. We're all fascinated by serial killers. You're here watching a channel about them, aren't you? So you would be. After all, you wouldn't be here if you preferred listening to period dramas where you did everyday things like cooking, cleaning, driving, or falling asleep. And yet, the odds of you ever coming across a serial killer are slim. You're far more likely to die in a car crash from a heart attack, malaria, or if you live in the US as a result of gun violence. Well, what if the serial killer was using gun violence, Emma? How about that? In 2020, 21,570 people were murdered in the United States, and it's estimated that 2% of those people were murdered by a serial killer. That's 431 people, but the estimated number of possible victims could be even less when you take into account that according to the Serial Killer Statistics database, there are only 42 active serial killers in the US at this very moment. Honestly, that seems like a lot. That's kind of crazy. There could be dudes out there like Ted Bundy
and like, I don't know, people we haven't even given a name to like yet, like the Cut Your Face Off Slayer or whatever, that are just roaming around earning their nicknames. Oh, which is just like, there's 42 of them, dude. That's like a room full of people. According to the Department of Social Studies and Humanities at Northeastern University, this is not only because we've learned to be better parents than our post-World War II counterparts, but also because we've become better at avoiding and identifying potential serial killers. Between 1970 and 1999, aka the golden age of serial killers, why would you call it the golden age history? Call it the nightmare time of serial killers. Why? Why do we have to give like genius killer? Why do we have to give them cool names? There are an estimated 289 serial killers in the US. God damn! Back then, people were less aware of the dangers of these monsters. They slept with their doors and windows unlocked. Lovers picked secluded areas to park their cars while they fooled around, and young women gratefully accepted rides from strangers. And in the days and weeks following their disappearances, it would be hikers or joggers or their concerned neighbors who came across their mutilated bodies. But in 1969, when the 9-year-old Richard Ramirez started smoking weed and drinking alcohol, 5 years before Ted Bundy killed his first victim, and just 3 years before Ed Kemper became known as the co-ed killer, the female students living in the neighboring university towns of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti in Michigan were more than aware of that a serial killer was hunting them. But despite the police's tireless efforts to catch the man responsible, 8 women would die a brutal death before their killer was finally found and sent to prison. These are the stories of the 8 young women who will be forever known as the victims of the Michigan murders. Mary Flazar. Mary Therese Flazar, nicknamed Chi-Chi, was born on the 4th of December 1946 in Ypsilanti, Michigan, to Chester and Teresa Flazar. Mary was one of 7 siblings and grew up surrounded by her extended family. They were originally from Poland, and her parents owned a farm outside of Willis. They're devout Catholics, and the entire family was actively involved in their local community. Mary loved the Beatles, played the piano, the acoustic guitar, and the bass drum in her school marching bands. Probably not all at once. She played the it's like I'm sure she played the bass drum, but the way it's phrased is like she played the piano in the marching bands. It's a big thing to march around with. She had a weakness for shoes, wanted to become, I hope those were Bessie shoes, Mary, wanted to become a French interpreter, and in 1985 she started her studies in French and accounting at Eastern Michigan University in Ypsilanti. After being awarded a 4-year scholarship, she also started working part-time at the university registration office in McKinney Hall for a bit of extra cash. Mary's friends would later describe her as being confident and self-assured. Mary wasn't your typical party girl. She preferred to curl up on her bed and play guitar and was more than comfortable with her own company. She wore big rimmed glasses, didn't have many male friends, and as far as her parents knew, she hadn't been dating anyone in particular at the time. In June of 1967, Mary moved into an apartment in Ann Arbor with a friend of hers called Nancy Damaslis. Later that same month, Mary, her sister Sheila, and 2 other girls took a trip to Montreal in Canada so that they could attend Expo 67, or the 1967 International and Universal Exposition. They spent a week there, and Mary bought her family several souvenirs and bought herself a silver commemorative Expo 67 medallion that she took to wearing on a chain around her neck. Wow, it sounds like she went to a festival, but she went to like an exposition. This is the past. It's so wholesome. On the evening, we're talking about she's going to get murdered, so less wholesome than I just said, but you know what I mean. On the evening of Sunday, the 9th of July, 1967, Mary told her roommate Nancy Damaslis that she was going for a walk, explaining that she needed to get out of the stuffy apartment. It has also been suggested that she wanted to give Nancy and her new boyfriend some privacy, so Mary grabbed her keys and headed outside. Yeah, she'll be like making out on the couch or whatever. And she's like, I'm just going to get some fresh air. It's like, okay, see you guys later. Just wander around for like an hour. Their apartment was just across the street from the University of Michigan's campus building, and the tree-lined streets were broad, well-lit, and safe. So when Mary didn't return home that night, Nancy didn't think anything of it, thinking that Mary was probably visiting with her sister Sheila, who lived nearby. The next morning, at around 8 a.m., Nancy received a call from the registration office where Mary worked. Mary hadn't shown up for work, so Nancy called Sheila to ask if Mary had spent the night at her place. She hadn't. And when Nancy told Sheila that Mary hadn't returned home from her walk the previous night, Sheila immediately called their mother to let her know that Mary was missing. Mrs. Flazar dropped everything and drove to the apartment that Mary had moved into just a few weeks earlier. At first glance, all of her belongings were still there, including her purse and driver's license. The only missing things were the outfit she'd been wearing the previous night, the silver Expo 67 medallion she wore around her neck, and her keys. Mrs. Flazar called her husband from Mary's apartment and told him that Mary was missing, and together the two of them drove to the Ypsilanti police and reported their 19-year-old daughter missing that very same day. Now, this is usually where we explain that the police didn't take her disappearance seriously. And they didn't. Oh no, I thought this was going to be. But in this case, it's like, no, police being usually lazy as they are. Both Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are university towns, and during the school year, the population explodes to over 50,000 people. It wasn't uncommon for concerned parents to call the police to let them know that their dear Sarah Ann or Mary Louise hadn't returned home that night, only for the girls in question to reappear days later, tired but happy, and no longer quite as innocent as their parents still considered them to be. Yeah, okay, I was too harsh on the police there. I feel this is I recorded an episode recently where basically the same thing happens, and the parents were like, oh no, not our girl. And the police are like, yeah, sure, yeah. Statistically, come on. So, despite Mr. and Mrs. Flazar's insistence that Mary wasn't the kind of girl to stay out all night, the police reassured them that she would probably reappear within a day or two. But Mr. and Mrs. Flazar continued to insist that something horrible must have happened to their daughter. And on the 12th of July, 1967, the Ypsilanti police finally filed a missing persons report for Mary. Detective Lieutenant Vern Howard was assigned the case and started his investigation by interviewing the Flazars, Nancy, their neighbors, and anyone else who might have seen Mary that day. This enabled him to establish a timeline for the day when Mary had gone missing. That Sunday morning, Mary had attended Mass at St. John's Catholic Church in Ypsilanti. She went to work at McKinney Hall at around 7:30 a.m., where she helped with the registration for an upcoming cheerleading conference. At 5 that afternoon, she was supposed to meet up with her sister Sheila and two cousins at the nearby Silver Lake. But by the time she arrived, the state troopers were turning people away since the facilities were already full. Instead, Mary spent the next 2 hours on the beach at Half Moon Lake, where a friend saw her playing songs on her guitar for a group of children. Sheila and their cousins arrived at Mary and Nancy's apartment at around 7:30 p.m. to say hello and pick up a book, but Mary hadn't returned home yet, so the three of them left. Mary arrived home 10 minutes later, took a quick shower, got dressed into an orange polka dot dress with tan sandals, and then announced her intention to go for a walk at around 8:20 p.m. At least 3 people saw her walking around campus that night. One of them was a campus policeman who'd helped her out once when her car didn't want to start. The other two were Gerald and Nancy Durand, who lived a few houses down the street. Gerald Durand was a friend of Mary's uncle, and Mary would greet them whenever she passed by their house. Gerald would later tell the police that he and Nancy had been sitting on their porch when they saw Mary walking back to her apartment that night. They watched as a bluish-grey two-toned car pulled up alongside Mary. They saw that the young man driving the car leaned over the passenger seat and asked Mary something, but Mary shook her head and kept on walking. The young man then sped down the road and roughly pulled into a driveway, blocking Mary's path. Again, he leaned over the seat to ask her something, and again, Mary shook her head no and walked around the car. Frustrated, the young man pulled out of the driveway and his tires screeched as he drove away. Concerned, Gerald and his wife watched as Mary safely crossed the street and disappeared from view less than a block away from home. When Detective Sergeant Ronald Schoonmaker asked Kathy Jones, one of Mary's friends, if Mary would have gotten into a car with a strange man, the girl denied it, explaining that Mary was still shy around men and that she was, quote, a conservative Catholic who was just starting to feel comfortable with her femininity. Furthermore, Kathy had met Mary during a self-defense class on campus, and Mary was more than aware of the dangers of getting into cars with strange men. Yeah, and you're also way likely to get into a car with it'd be like, you just blocked my path. You just screeched in front of me. You were following me. I'm not going to get into the car with you, you psycho. I wasn't going to get into the car when you seemed normal. On the 7th of August, 1967, Mary had been missing for a month when 2 15-year-old boys came across a body on an abandoned farm just north of Ypsilanti. The boys had arrived on the farm to plow a cornfield that the Crozeman family leased and had been busy putting gas into the old tractor when they heard voices and a car door slammed shut just down the road. Since the old farmhouse and barn had been stood empty for years, the boys were on their way to see who it was when they heard the car drive away. And that's when they smelled the body lying in the tall grass near the old barn. At first, the boys thought that it was a dead animal, maybe a deer, since the body was larger than that of a dog. But when they took a closer look, they realized that the naked body definitely did not belong to a deer. So they drove to the police station in Ypsilanti to report it. Within an hour, the police had, oh yeah, this is the past. I'm like, why didn't they just phone? It's the past. You got to go tell people in person. Within an hour, the police had descended on the area and started their investigation. Dr. Henry J. Scoville, the assistant Washtenaw County medical examiner, confirmed that the body belonged to a young woman who had been dead for approximately 4 weeks. During a search of the surrounding area, the police determined that the woman's body had been moved at least twice after she had been murdered, suggesting that her killer had come back to see her. The initial dumping site was basically a rubbish dump since the area was littered with broken bottles and old rusted cans. They also found a pile of clothes that they determined must have belonged to her. Her underwear, a tan sandal, and an orange polka dot dress. The dress had been cut from the front and torn, and the pile of clothes had been hidden underneath some old cardboard boxes and building rubble. She'd only been there for a few days when she was first moved and left among some tall grass. Based on the stains, her body had been left there for at least 2 weeks before it was moved again, this time to the final dump site. On the 8th and 9th of August 1967, pathologists Dr. B. Naylor and Dr. Robert Hendricks performed her autopsy and found that she'd been stabbed 30 times in both the chest and abdomen with a knife or similarly sharp object. She had a slash on her back, which indicated that she'd been attacked from behind at some point and had been severely beaten before she died. On one of her forearms, the fingers on her remaining hands, and both of her feet were missing. It hadn't been cut off with a saw or a blade, and the pathologists didn't think that animals were to blame since it seemed like someone had used a blunt instrument to break her bones before they removed the missing body parts. Since her body was so badly decomposed, the police presented one of the tan sandals they'd found near the initial dumping site to Mr. and Mrs. Flazar, who confirmed that it had indeed belonged to their daughter. Mary was then positively identified using her dental records, and her body was taken to the Moore Funeral Home for burial. This is a good way of doing things. You don't need the parents to identify the body when it's this badly decomposed. Just use the dental records. They should do this always for people who don't want to have to do this. Seems just I know it takes a little more work, but it's then you don't have to look at a dead body of someone you love. Which I guess is a little bit of a different thing in America because you got those open casket funerals, but I don't want to see a dead relative. The police had no leads to follow up on and no suspects to question, but shortly before Mary's funeral, the police received a call from the funeral home. According to Harold Britton, one of their employees, a young man had visited the funeral home and asked to see Mary's body, claiming that he was a friend of the family. When they told him that her casket was to remain closed during the funeral, he asked if it'd be permitted to take a photo of her body instead. What? Only later would Britton realize that the young man didn't have a camera with him. Bro, you what the dude? I'm assuming this guy's the murderer, right? But you already had the chance, dude. What the You wanting to get caught? Britton said no, but the young man was welcome to leave a message in the guest book. The young man left and Britton followed him, having marked the interaction as being weird as fuck. Good for you, my dude, you're on it. Britton saw the man drive off in a silver blue car, but he'd parked too far away for Britton to see the number plate or positively identify the make and model, but he thought it looked like a Chevrolet. But Britton did tell the police that Mr. Creep was a white male between 18 and 20 years old, about 5 foot 10 inches tall, and had a medium build. He wore a long-sleeve white shirt, black trousers, and loafer-style shoes. But when the Flazars were asked if his description rang a bell, they told the police that they didn't know anyone who fit that description. The police even went so far as to consult a clinical psychologist called Dr. Marks and asked him if he could provide them with any idea as to the kind of person that they were looking for. Fun fact, this was about 5 years before the FBI formed the Behavioral Science Unit and started studying serial killers. Anyway, Dr. Marks explained that their subject had a traumatic experience with a female, be it his mother, girlfriend, or wife. He could very easily be a person who is outwardly very religious. His religion is a defense mechanism against the emotions he has built up. The victim would be a symbol of someone whom the perpetrator wanted to get back at. He would not be a person who is outgoing when it comes to sex. The perpetrator would likely attack someone he does not know. This behavior frequently results from an irresistible impulse at the time. The fact that the victim's body was placed on a trash pile would be symbolic of the perpetrator thinking the female was trash, something to get rid of. This type of individual would tend to keep to himself and probably not get along well with neighbors. But in the days and weeks and months following Mary's funeral, the investigation into her death turned up no new leads, and eventually her case file was put aside, doomed to gather dust while other investigations took priority. Joan Elspeth Schell. Joan Elspeth Schell was born on the 1st of December 1947 in New Paris, Sheboygan County, Wisconsin, and her family would eventually move to Plymouth in Michigan, where she attended Plymouth High School. Joan met Dale Schultz in her senior year of high school, and the two started dating. Dale was a bad boy type, and Joan's parents did not approve of him. It also didn't help that the rebellious Dale was a year younger than Joan, and when he finished high school, Dale followed her to Eastern Michigan University, where Joan was now pursuing an art degree. Despite her parents' protests, Joan spent every minute she could with Dale. Then Dale dropped out the first year at EMU, got into trouble with the police for breaking and entering, and narrowly escaped going to prison by agreeing to join the army instead. No wonder her parents didn't approve of him. It sounds like they were bang on. After all, the Vietnam War was still going strong, and young men weren't exactly queuing up to fight on behalf of the great old US of A. But this meant that Dale wouldn't be able to see Joan as often as he liked. So in April 1967, he went AWOL so that he could go and see Joan in Plymouth. Dale was eventually found and dragged back to Fort Garden, Georgia. And that June, he went AWOL once again, traveling the 12.5 hours from Georgia to Ypsilanti by bus so that he could spend the weekend with Joan, to whom he secretly got engaged. Sweet as that is, this kind of behavior is only acceptable in romance novels. Yeah, going AWOL is gonna get you court-martialed, my dude. And when Dale went AWOL again on the 29th of June 1968, a warrant for his arrest was issued. Dale would go back to Ann Arbor, where he would move into an apartment with some of his friends who had agreed to hide him from the authorities. He now went by the name Jason Court, and would find work as a waiter at a restaurant. Joan and her friends had also agreed to do their best to ensure that Dale wasn't sent off to fight in Vietnam, and the two lovebirds look forward to spending the rest of their lives together as soon as he gets out of prison. While Dale was heading back to Ann Arbor, Joan's parents picked her up at her apartment in Ypsilanti, and she spent the weekends at home. On the afternoon of the 30th of June 1968, they took her back to Ypsilanti, where the family had dinner together before they dropped Joan off at the apartment she shared with her best friend, Susan Colber. Almost as soon as Joan set foot in her apartment, Susan told her that Dale had called to let her know that he was in Ann Arbor. Joan called him back and told Dale that she was going to catch the last bus to Ann Arbor so that she could see him. Joan quickly packed some things into a red burlap shoulder bag. Susan agreed to keep her company, and the two girls made their way to the nearest bus stop at around 10:30 p.m. The next bus to Ann Arbor only arrived at 11:15 p.m., but by the time it got to the bus stop and the two girls were waiting, the bus was already full, so the driver didn't stop. Frustrated, Joan told Susan that she'd hitchhiked to Ann Arbor if she had to, but come hell or high water, she would see Dale that night. Uh-oh, hitchhiking late at night. Oh, the Crash of Criminalist episode. Oh, you're gonna get murdered. I mean, we know this already, but Jesus. Shortly after, a red two-door coupe with a black top approached them, and Joan held out a hand asking for a lift. The car stopped next to the curb, and Susan noted that there were three men in the car. One of them asked Joan, "Do you want a ride?" And when Joan told them that she wanted to go to Ann Arbor, the three men agreed to take her. Grinning, Joan turned to Susan and promised, "I'll call you when I get to Ann Arbor." I feel like it'd be safer to get into a car with three random dudes as a woman than just one random dude, because one random dude can be a psycho. I feel like the chances of three random dudes all being into the same sort of horrible crimes is lower, right? Or am I just crazy? I mean, just don't do it in general. Don't do it. The driver's face was in shadow, but Susan watched as a tall man with dark brown hair and a medium build got out of the car and pulled his seat forward. Then Joan got into the back seat of the car and sat down next to a young man with blonde hair. The car pulled away, but instead of going down Washtenaw Avenue towards Ann Arbor, the car turned around and went back the way it came. Feeling uneasy, Susan went back to their apartment to wait for Joan's call. But when Dale called the apartment at 12:35 a.m. and asked her where Joan was, Susan had to tell him that Joan had gotten into a car with three strange men and should have been in Ann Arbor around midnight. God, it sounds bad when you retell it like that, doesn't it? Yeah, no, she got into a car with three strange dudes. Worried, Dale told Susan to call the police, and then he and some of his friends went hunting through the streets of both Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti looking for a red and black car. Meanwhile, Susan was giving her statement to the Ypsilanti police and described the two men she did see to a sketch artist. These sketches would later be released to the media and were plastered all over EMU's campus. Susan told the police that she thought the car was a Pontiac and that it had three square taillights on each side. Another witness had seen the three men earlier that night inside the McKinney Hall building and would later tell the police that the car was a Pontiac Bonneville. But two other witnesses would tell the police that the car had been a Ford Fairline, and after Googling these two cars, I confirmed that they look remarkably similar, especially if the Pontiac had been a 1965 model. So, I didn't mention it, but Emma had included two pictures of a car for me here, and I'm like, wait, why'd you include the same picture twice? But they're different cars. They look very, very similar, especially someone who's not super familiar with car models from this period. They are very similar looking cars. The ESU campus police started interviewing every male student that matched the descriptions provided by Susan, and the Michigan State Police eventually tracked down 150 red and black coupes in an attempt to find the three men. But it was too late to save Joan. Her body was discovered by two construction workers on a site on the outskirts of Ann Arbor just 5 days after she'd disappeared. Her body was taken to the University of Michigan's hospital morgue, and once again, Dr. Robert Hendricks would do an autopsy on the body. He found that the 20-year-old Joan had been stabbed a total of 24 times. Just like Mary, she had fought for her life and had done her best to get away from her attacker, resulting in her sustaining 3 stab wounds in the back, one to the left side of her neck, which had severed her carotid artery, one underneath her left ear, and one to the back of her neck. She'd also been strangled when her attacker had wrapped her miniskirt around her neck, and Dr. Hendricks determined that she'd also been sexually assaulted at some point during the attack. Dr. Hendricks speculated that the murder weapon had been a hunting knife, and that her killer had taken the time to clean her body after she'd passed away. Her body had been kept in a building for 4 days before it was taken to the empty field, where it would be discovered a day later. While searching the area, the police also came across Joan's clothes, but they didn't find the red shoulder bag that she'd packed that night. According to Susan, the bag had included a change of clothes, her makeup, purse, and student ID. Of course, it hadn't taken the police long to identify Dale Schulz as a possible suspect. After all, Joan's parents had no problem telling the police that they hadn't approved of his relationship with their daughter, and then there was his past run-ins with the law and the warrant currently out for his arrest. He was taken into the Ypsilanti police's custody just 2 hours after Joan's body had been found, and the detectives had to break the news to him that his fiancée was dead. According to one of the detectives who interviewed him, quote, "He was pretty shaken by it. He said he couldn't believe it. He wept." Yeah, I mean, it's like a very ordinary reaction. Following his interrogation, the police no longer considered him to be a suspect, but they still wanted him to undergo a polygraph test. Oh my god. I feel like the last 3 episodes that I've made on this, or recorded, I don't know if they've come out yet, have involved polygraph tests, and I'm always like, because they're not reliable. The military police agreed, and once Dale passed his polygraph test on the 5th of August 1968, he was arrested for desertion. But representatives from the Michigan State Police, the Ypsilanti Police Department, and the Ann Arbor Police had already met to discuss the similarities between Joan Schell's murder and the murder of 19-year-old Mary Flazar. The girls had also lived just a few blocks from each other, worked in the same building, and were both petite brunettes. But the decision was made to treat the 2 murders as separate incidents for now, and the police continued to follow up on every possible lead they could. Seems very sensible. Treat them as separate, treat them as possibly linked. But for now, separate. One of the most promising leads had made itself known just 2 weeks after Joan's body had been discovered. A man who'd worked in the same building as both Mary and Joan told the police that a colleague of his named John Collins was taunting a female staff member with graphic descriptions of what had happened to Joan. Bro. The police questioned John and asked him how he knew so much about the case. John explained that his uncle was a state trooper and he'd heard them discuss the case. His uncle, Corporal Daniel Lake, denied discussing the case with his nephew, but explained that John had friends in the police force and that he often hung out with them at the Bomber restaurant. It was possible that he had heard the information from them. Not only that, but John hadn't been in Ypsilanti when Joan had disappeared. He'd been visiting his mother in Centerline in Detroit that weekend. I assume there'd be paperwork to back that up, so we know it's not him. On the 18th of August 1968, the media reported that the police had run out of leads, despite numerous businesses raising a reward of $12,000 in exchange for any information that may lead to the arrest of Joan's murderer. Jane Mixer. Jane Louise Mixer was born on the 23rd of February 1946 in Muskegon, Michigan, to Daniel and Marion Mixer. Jane had an older sister and a brother, and according to her niece Maggie Nelson, Jane and her sister Barb didn't always get along. In the book she wrote about her aunt and the impact her murder had on the family, Maggie writes, "Jane was a gusher," my mother says. "You know, a gusher. I really like your dress, I really do. I mean, it's adorable. Really and truly adorable." In high school, the bubbly Jane was a part of the Booster Club, the varsity cheerleading squad, and was very opinionated when it came to politics. This resulted in a lot of arguments between her and her more conservative parents, and when Jane left for the University of Michigan, it was to pursue a law degree. Jane spent some time studying in France, backpacked through Europe, and when she returned to the US, she became a political activist. In 1968, she fell in love with one of her lecturers, a graduate student named Phil Weitzman, who would later explain that it had fallen for her, quote, intellect, her intense curiosity, her budding sensitivity to social issues, her ambition, and much later to her physical attributes. The two of them quietly got engaged in March 1969, and an excited Jane called her parents in Muskegon to tell them the good news and that she was planning on going home that weekend to visit them. Unfortunately, Phil wouldn't be able to join her, and since Jane didn't have a car of her own, she made her way to the basement of the Student Union building and put up a note on the notice board letting other students know that she needed a ride home that weekend. According to Phil, it read, "Ride wanted to Muskegon Thursday. Call Jane." It included both her phone number and her home address. A man named David Johnson replied to her note and arranged to meet her on the Law Quad at around 6:30 p.m. on the 20th of March. At 6:15, Phil called the phone in the Law Quad to check if she'd already left, and she told him that she was still waiting. When he phoned again at 7 p.m., no one answered the phone. Jane was supposed to arrive at Muskegon around 9:30 that night. When she still wasn't home by 10, Dan Mixer called the Michigan State Police to let them know that his daughter was missing. Both Dan and Marion were out of their minds with worry, so Dan drove all the way to Ann Arbor and back to see if Jane had been involved in a car accident. According to Dan, he was just looking, trying to see something. By morning, both the state police and Muskegon's sheriff department were searching the highway for any clues as to what had happened to Jane, but they had no idea that they were looking in the wrong place. 13-year-old Mark Groh was walking to the bus stop along Denton Road in Van Buren Charter Township, just east of Ypsilanti, when he came across a shopping bag. The bag was just sitting on the side of the road outside of the Denton Township Cemetery, and thinking that someone must be looking for it, Mark turns back home and showed the bag to his mother, Nancy Ann Groh. Nancy told Mark to hurry back to the bus stop or he'd be late for school, and then she took out the contents of the bag. Inside, she found what looked like a wrapped birthday present, a birthday card, some books, and typed reports. But at the bottom of the bag, she also noticed something that looked like blood. Instead of calling the police, like any sensible person should, Nancy then got into a car and drove to the cemetery. There, 100 feet inside the cemetery itself, she saw the body of a dark-haired woman lying on one of the graves. The body was mostly covered with a yellow nylon raincoat, but it was obvious that the woman was dead, so Nancy jumped into her car and raced to her sister's house. She told her sister what she'd seen, and the two of them called the police. State troopers, detectives from the Ypsilanti Police Department, and deputies from the Wayne County Sheriff's Department arrived within an hour. They took photos of the scene and removed the raincoat from the body. She was still fully dressed, but her skirt had been pushed up to her waist and her pantyhose had been pulled down. Her underwear hadn't been touched, and based on the fact that her killer had left her menstrual pad in place, they determined that she hadn't been sexually assaulted. This would later be confirmed during the autopsy. Next to her, the police found a copy of the book Catch-22 by Joseph Heller. Great book. Inside the cover, someone had written, Philip Weitzman. It was the state troopers who initially identified the body as belonging to Jane Mixer, and later that same day, a trooper would knock on the door of the Mixer house in Muskegon to let Dan know that he and Marion were needed in Ann Arbor. Phil was interviewed by two detectives, and he told them what he knew. He also told the police that he was aware that Jane's parents didn't approve of him. Not only was he Jewish, but he was also a liberal, and the Mixers were Lutheran and conservative. Still, that didn't matter to Jane, who'd already put in a request to transfer to either Columbia or New York Law School since Phil had accepted a professor's post at a university in the East. Then the police told Phil that Jane had been murdered, and he insisted on calling her himself several times before accepting the fact that she would never again answer the phone when he called. On his way home from school at around 3 p.m. that day, Mark listened as the bus driver explained that someone had found a body in a nearby cemetery. Thinking that it had to have something to do with the bag he'd found that morning, Mark kept an eye on his surroundings as he walked home and spotted what he thought were some drag marks that led from the other side of the road into the cemetery. When Mark got home, the police were still talking to his parents, and he reported what he'd seen. Mark and Nancy weren't the only ones with information. Jack Groh had also some news to share. He told the police that he'd been working in his garage late the previous night when he saw a cream-colored station wagon drive past the house. The vehicle drove into the cemetery, did a loop, came to a stop, and then left again around midnight. He hadn't thought anything of it until his wife called him at work to tell him about the body in the cemetery. Dan and Marion identified Jane's body on the 22nd of March 1969, and that afternoon, Dr. Robert Hendricks did her autopsy. He established that the 23-year-old had died between midnight and 3 a.m. on the morning of the 21st of March 1969. She had been shot in the back of the head with a .22 caliber handgun. The killer had also tied a cinnamon-colored nylon stocking around her neck and had tied it with a granny knot. Soap granules that were found on her clothes indicated that she'd been taken to a house or an apartment building where she was kept in a laundry room for up to 4 hours before she died. On the 24th of March, 1969, the Ann Arbor News reported on Jane's murder and linked it to the murders of Mary Flazon and Joan Schell, despite the fact that the only similarities between their cases was the color of their hair. Her father, meanwhile, was constantly calling up his friends in the police, offering up new leads and begging them to find out who had murdered his daughter. At first, he accused Phil of murdering Jane, then one of Phil's ex-girlfriends. He told the police that someone must have paid someone to kill Jane, then settled on the theory that Jane must have known the person who'd murdered her. But eventually, even Dan Mixer had to accept the fact that Jane was gone and nothing he did was going to bring her back. Quoting, "Newspapers tend to dwell on the tragedies of the world. There comes a time when you have to say to yourself that the tragedy's taken place. You can dwell on it, or you can go on with your life." Marion Skelton. Marion Skelton was born in Wayne County, Michigan, on the 4th of March 1953 to Archie and Helen Skelton. They lived in Romulus, Detroit, and she had a brother named Thomas and a sister named Barbara. They weren't the perfect family. Archie Skelton would regularly beat his wife and often threatened his children with violence, and they all knew to stay out of his way when he was in a rage. In 1968, Marilyn was a freshman at Romulus High School and soon befriended a girl named Sharon Sanders. She would spend her weekends at Sharon's house, but Helen liked Sharon, so she didn't have much of an issue with her daughter spending so much time there. But then Marilyn started lying about what she was doing and where she was going, and she started running away from home. Marilyn and Sharon would spend their time at an apartment in Ann Arbor that the police referred to as a hippie crash pad, and it was during this time that Marilyn became addicted to drugs. It was the school officials who realized that all was not well with Marilyn, and they called the West County Police, asking them to send someone to meet with a 15-year-old drug addict. That's when Wayne County Police Officer Beverly Scannell met Marilyn, and she would later explain that, quoting, "Marilyn tried it all, marijuana, speed, heroin, and LSD. Miss Skelton was all over Wayne County, buying and selling drugs to support her habit. After being picked up in Westland on a drug charge, Marilyn became a police informant to mitigate her situation." Officer Scannell went to meet Marilyn's parents and told them what her daughter had been up to, but would later explain that they didn't believe her. So on the 28th of January 1969, Marilyn was admitted to hospital after she overdosed on heroin, and Archie and Helen Skelton had to face up to the fact that their 15-year-old daughter was a drug addict. Helen told anyone who'd listened that Marilyn had just had too many flu shots, but she had to sit and watch as Marilyn's hippie friends came to visit her in the hospital. This included the 17-year-old Sharon, who was now Mrs. Santucci. Her husband, John, would proudly proclaim himself to be the king of the hippies, and Marilyn also had a 19-year-old boyfriend called Mike Millage. Horrified, the Skeltons decided that they had to get Marilyn away from her hippie friend, so they bought a house in Flint and spent the entirety of March traveling between Romulus and Flint. But the now 16-year-old Marilyn didn't plan on moving to Flint and told her parents that she was going to marry Mike. This led to several shouting matches between Marilyn and her father, and on the 16th of March, Marilyn ran away from home. She returned to Flint on the 19th of March and told Helen that she'd been living with Sharon. While visiting her family, Marilyn received a call from her boyfriend Mike, who told her that her dealer was looking for her and that she'd better show up in Ypsilanti with the money or they'd kill her. Panicked, Marilyn offered to sell her bicycle and typewriter to her mother, who handed her $34 to pay off her debts. On the 21st of March, the family finished moving to Flint, and Marilyn helped her father load the U-Haul. That afternoon at around 1 p.m., Marilyn told her father that she wanted a ride to Ypsilanti and that she needed another $10 to pay off her debts. This resulted in a screaming match between the two of them, and in the end, her brother Thomas and his friend Larry Klinsky told Marilyn that they'd give her a lift. We offered to take Marilyn wherever she needed to go, but she said she was going to call her friend and pick her up. Thomas and Giles dropped Marilyn off at the Standard Station in Ann Arbor. From there, she called Sharon around 4 p.m. to ask her to come and pick her up at the McKinney Student Union building on the EMU campus. Sharon told her that she didn't have the car and asked if she would be able to make it on her own to Ypsilanti instead. Marilyn said that she'd hitch a ride with someone and told her friend that she'd see her soon. But when Marilyn didn't arrive, Sharon grew worried. Jane Mix's body had been found just that morning, and a panicked Sharon immediately called Ypsilanti police to let them know that Marilyn was missing. But when the officer on duty learned that Sharon wasn't a relative of Marilyn's, he told Sharon that he couldn't open a missing persons report without the approval of Marilyn's parents. That evening, both Sharon and Mike Millage went out to Ypsilanti State Police to report Marilyn as missing. Once again, they told the police that they couldn't open a missing persons case because they weren't related to Marilyn. Frustrated, Mike called Helen Skelton and told her that Marilyn was missing. When Helen reassured him that it's not the first time that Marilyn had run away and that she'd reappear any day now, Mike yelled at her and said, "What are you going to do? Wait until she's found with 3 bullet holes in her head?" He called Helen several times that night to demand that she file a missing persons report and ended up filing his own with Wayne County Sheriff's Department that same day, but his constant calls had the desired effect. Shortly after midnight on the 24th of March, Archie and Helen went to the Ypsilanti police headquarters and reported Marilyn as missing. Wait, I thought they said that he couldn't file it because he wasn't related to her. Later that same day, Helen waited until Archie had left for work before she went back to the Ypsilanti State Troopers and told Corporal Chiachetto that it wasn't the first time that Marilyn had run away. She didn't know why Mike was so worried about his 16-year-old missing girlfriend and told Corporal Chiachetto to get in contact with Officer Beverly Scannell from the Wayne County Sheriff's Department if he wanted more information about Marilyn's history. At 11 a.m. the next morning, a man called Alan Rentschler called the Ann Arbor Police Department to let them know that they'd found a body. Within 10 minutes, the area was swarming with police and crime scene investigators. And brace yourself, Simon, because it's not pretty. Okay. The young girl's body was lying next to a newly constructed house on a building site. She was naked, and a piece of blue cloth had been shoved in her mouth to keep her from screaming. A garter belt had been tied around her neck, and she was lying on her back with her legs open and bent in what police referred to as a R-word position. She'd suffered numerous brutal blows to her head that had caved a part of her skull in, and she had numerous bruises to her chest, abdomen, and thighs. Worse still, she'd been molested with a tree branch that measured 11 inches and had been left inside her body. Ann Arbor Police Chief Walter E. Krasny would later tell reporters, quote, "This is the worst thing I've seen in 30 years of police work. We can't say this has no connection with the other 3 murders. There almost has to be some link." Thanks to the missing persons report that had been filed a day earlier, the police were able to identify the body as belonging to 60-year-old Marilyn Skelton. Her body was then taken to the University of Michigan's hospital morgue, and Officer Beverly Scannell was the one who identified her. She also had to inform both Archie and Helen that Marilyn was dead. Dr. Robert Hendricks and Dr. Paul Gickus performed her autopsy and confirmed that she'd been sexually assaulted, though they were unable to find any semen in her body. They also determined that she'd died as a result of the repeated blows to her head. Later tests would determine that the murder weapon had been a tree branch. The bruises on her body were the result of someone repeatedly beating her with a belt. Dr. Hendricks speculated that Marilyn had been alive until the 24th of March, when she was walked to the area where her body was found. She was then stripped of her clothes and assaulted, and her body left there overnight before being found the next morning. She hadn't been stabbed like Mary and Joan had been. Her body had also not been kept for days before being discarded next to the road. She hadn't been shot like Jane had been, and unlike Jane, Marilyn had been stripped of her clothes, just like Mary and Joan. Not only that, but she was significantly younger than the previous 3 victims, and not for the first time, the police wondered if they were dealing with more than one killer. The only viable suspect in Marianne's murder was her father, Archie Skelton. Their old neighbors in Romulus all told the police that both Archie and Helen were heavy drinkers, and Archie was known to have been abusive towards his daughters. He used to hit them with his belt to discipline them, and his neighbors had seen him burn the furniture he'd broken during a drunken rage. Marilyn's teachers explained that they'd all known that the Skelton girls were being abused and that their eldest sister Barbara had run away from home. Marilyn had also told the school counselor that she was planning on doing the same and was planning on getting married to her boyfriend, Mike, who she worshipped. It's like, don't fuck up your kids. Reason Marianne is involved with how old was he? 19 years old, using heroin and shit. It's because her parents are, just not good. They're just not good. Kids who went to school with her all explained that they knew she'd been dealing drugs at school, but it was her best friend Sharon who shared the most interesting piece of information, quoting, "Marilyn was a 3rd-degree red belt karate expert, and she was pretty good. Mike charged her with a knife once as a test, and she threw him to the ground, almost breaking his wrist. I imagine whoever attacked her was pretty big or had a weapon of some kind." Both Helen and Archie had to go undergo polygraph tests, and they both admitted to being home on the afternoon of the 21st. Archie denied knowing how Marilyn got to Ann Arbor and denied killing her. The polygraph technician told the investigators that Archie Skelton was a bully and a liar, but that he'd been truthful when he explained that he hadn't murdered his daughter. Soon, the media started referring to the string of unsolved murders as the Michigan murders. In the days following Marianne's death, Washtenaw County prosecutor William Delly formed a task force that was dedicated to investigating these murders. The task force consisted of members of each of the 5 police departments working on the case, and they were based out of the Holy Ghost Fathers Catholic Seminary halfway between Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti. They were led by Captain Dan Meyer and met up once a week to discuss their notes and any new leads that they had. But unbeknownst to them, the man who would become known as the Ypsilanti Ripper was just warming up. Dawn Bassam. Dawn Louise Bassam was born on the 28th of November, 1955 in Ypsilanti to Louis and Cleo May Bassam, and was the youngest of 4 children. Her father passed away when Dawn was 9, and Cleo continued to raise her 4 children on her own. In 1969, their eldest 2 daughters had already moved out of the house, and the 14-year-old Louis Jr. and 13-year-old Dawn had run at the house. Their neighbors had explained that Dawn was a tomboy who'd often play in the front yard with her brother, and the 2 of them would wave at passing cars. Harold Goodman, the principal at West Junior High in Ypsilanti, explained that Dawn was an average to good student with a happy disposition, and her friends told reporters that, quote, Dawn had many friends and was popular in school. She had a unique bedroom decorated unlike any I had ever seen. The walls had huge decals of guitars and record album covers stapled everywhere. Dawn's mum let kids come over to the house to listen to music. Dawn had lots of samba parties. Dawn loved to dance and was a sweet 13-year-old girl who looked older than she was. The quote ends. In April, Dawn dyed her light brown hair strawberry blonde. When the 17-year-old Karen Stapleton saw Dawn hitchhiking just 2 weeks after Marilyn Skelton's body had been found, she scolded her for being irresponsible. They all knew there was a serial killer on the loose, and the young women in both Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor were being extra cautious. According to Karen, Dawn had scoffed at her warning and told her, He's only killing brunettes. I'm blonde now. At 5 p.m. on the 15th of April 1969, the 13-year-old Dawn left home to meet up with some friends in a rundown part of Ypsilanti called Depot Town. She was wearing plastic pearl earrings, a white plastic jacket, a white cotton blouse, an orange wool sweater, and blue nylon stretch pants. Dawn's brother-in-law dropped her off, and she met up with some friends and her new love interest, the 17-year-old Earl Kidd. Bruh. 13 and 17? Bruh. At around 6 p.m., Earl started walking Dawn home, but the two of them went their separate ways at one point because Dawn didn't want her mum to realize that Earl was so much older than she was. Several people saw her hurrying towards home, including two of her classmates and a train enthusiast who'd been timing the arrival of the Wolverine, a passenger train, at the train station on Railway Street. He told the police that the train arrived on time at 7:25 p.m. and had been at the station until 7:35 p.m., the last time Dawn was seen alive. She'd been just 150 yards away from being home and safe. When Dawn wasn't home by 8 p.m., Cleo started calling all of Dawn's friends to ask if anyone knew where she was. In a panic, she reported Dawn as officially missing shortly before midnight. Her body was discovered at 6:30 a.m. the next morning, 5 miles north of her home. She was positively identified by Deputy William Mulholland, who explained that his daughter was friends with Dawn. Her body had been left at the side of the road. Her clothing had been torn, and she was naked from her shoulders down. A white cloth had been shoved into her mouth to keep her from screaming, and she'd been sexually assaulted. Her killer had also wrapped a piece of electrical cord around her neck to strangle her and stabbed her 7 times, and there were multiple gashes cut into her chest and abdomen. She'd died of strangulation. The police found one of her shoes farther down the road and suspected that she'd been killed somewhere else. For the next 3 hours, the police scoured the area and came across Dawn's orange sweater outside a deserted farmhouse a mile from her home. Inside a dilapidated barn, the police found another piece of electrical wire, blue underwear that didn't belong to Dawn, and another piece of white cloth from her blouse. Inside the basement of the farmhouse, they found some buttons that had been torn from her blouse, blue and red wool fibers that didn't come from Dawn's clothing, some fingerprints that didn't belong to Dawn, and a wad of tissues with dried semen on them. Tests showed that the semen belonged to a male with type O blood. So this is like what they did pre-DNA. They could break things down by blood type. So it was an indicator, but not conclusive. The police speculated that Dawn's abductor had taken her to the basement of the old farmhouse where the attack began. But Dawn had somehow managed to escape the barn, where her attacker then murdered her. The police patrolled the area where Dawn had been murdered, and the day after her body was found, 2 officers called into the station to let their supervisors know that the killer had come back. They hadn't seen him, but had left behind 2 items that once belonged to Dawn, one of her pearl earrings and a piece of her blouse. A month after the police had discovered Dawn's body, the barn was set ablaze. 3 men would be arrested on arson charges, and they admitted that it was just a bit of drunken fun. As the forensic reports relating to Dawn's murder started to come in, the task force met to discuss the murders. The Ann Arbor News would report that one of the police officers on the task force told them that the investigation into the now infamous Michigan murders felt like a living nightmare, quoting, "I feel like I'm sitting in a movie I've seen 3 times before, and the ending is disappointing every time." Despite the detailed forensic evidence and multiple witness statements they'd been able to gather, the police had no viable leads, and the Ann Arbor News reported that Prosecutor Daly might have been considering granting immunity from prosecution to anyone who could provide them with information about the killer. According to Daly, someone in this area knows the killer, perhaps was with him at the time of the slayings. That person can help us catch the murderer and could save someone's life if he'll just give us a call. They reported that the reward for information regarding the case was now up to $30,000. That's going to be like $300K today. This was like the 60s. And the Freelance Star reported that women all over Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor were taking precautions like arming themselves with switchblades and a newly invented self-defense product called mace. There you go. That became a thing. Quoting, Moscow had said that they adopted a buddy system of walking either with a male friend or with at least 3 others when venturing out at night. On the day of Dawn's funeral, Sandra Flazar, Mary Flazar's younger sister, wrote a letter that would be published in the Ypsilanti Press. It read, "Have you ever walked from class on campus without looking over your shoulder for fear of someone watching you? I haven't. Have you ever had a stranger smile at you and want to smile back, but have been afraid to? I have. Have you ever driven down Geddes Road without shedding a tear? I haven't. I am the sister of one of the victims of the brutal perverted murders that have taken place in this community within the last 2 years. My sister was the first, whose sister will be the last." Many of you will read this letter and pass it off by consoling yourself with, "It can never happen to me." But I believe that after 5 of these slayings, it should be obvious that the murderers have no respect for persons and that any one of you could be next. I think it is time for the people of this community to exercise their rights as citizens and do their part to see that justice is brought about. I am therefore making a personal appeal, not only for myself, but for all young girls who are forced to live in this constant fear for our very lives. The appeal being that you, the public, come forth with any information you may have, which in some way may be relevant to these murders." And Sandra's appeal worked. Over 800 tips were called in, with women offering up their boyfriends and husbands as suspects. Over 1,000 convicted. If you're offering up your boyfriend or husband as someone who could potentially murder someone, I don't think that relationship is very long for this world. It's like, oh no, my boyfriend could be like the sexual assaulter murderer. Yeah, he could be. He could be. And he's not. But it's like, god damn your relationship. Over 1,000 convicted sex offenders were questioned and eliminated as suspects, and thousands of men were questioned and placed under observation, which included at least 2 police officers. They were both later cleared of any suspicion. Alice Colomb. Alice Elizabeth Colomb was born on the 25th of December, 1947 in Middlebury, Indiana, and grew up in Kalamazoo, Michigan. In her admissions essay, she explained that her father, Joseph, was a Russian Jew that had owned a small grocery store in town. Alice used to help out at the store as a child and explained that her father had often been faced with discrimination from people in town, yet he taught her to treat everyone as her equals. Quote, "My father impressed upon me that there were good and bad members of any racial group. He really practiced the policy of trusting a man until he proved you wrong and then giving him a second chance." It's a good policy. Alice explained that it was his teachings that made her want to pursue a career as a social worker, and so she applied to the University of Michigan School of Social Work after obtaining a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in May 1969. She lived in an apartment not far from campus and was described as being serious, likable, conscientious, and quiet. She had an interest in photography and was taking an additional photography course that summer, and her landlord explained that his only complaint was that she used too much water when she was developing her photos. A friend of hers, Ben Cullaghy, would later explain that they were working on a photo essay on the old farmhouses and barns in the surrounding area. During those 3 months, they'd probably visited every abandoned farm in the area, and the two of them had grown close, quoting, "We were taking photos at an abandoned farmhouse off Pontiac Trail. Hanging from the ceiling was a length of electrical cord, looped at one end like a noose. Alice placed her head inside and asked me to take the photo. She thought it would make a great gag shot." Alice had converted her closet into a darkroom, and the two would spend entire afternoons developing their photos there. They were busy developing their photos on the 7th of June 1969, when the 21-year-old Alice went missing. Quoting again, "I went to Alice's apartment on Saturday night. She left prints floating in the rinse water, with the images getting damaged. I hung the prints up and waited for her to come home. At 11 a.m. on Sunday, I called the Ann Arbor police to report Alice missing when she didn't come home all night." Alice's neighbors reported that they'd seen her sitting on the porch that afternoon talking to a friend. That evening, she left home to attend to another friend's birthday party at the Depot House, a converted train station that now acted as a venue for local bands. Alice had been dressed in a purple blouse, a white miniskirt, pantyhose, brown loafers, and a distinctive multicolored horizontal striped raincoat. She wore long, dangly earrings and a headband and had her contacts in. She also carried a bag with her that contained a pair of purple shoes that she bought earlier that day and planned to wear to the party. No one is sure whether Alice made it to the party. One eyewitness reported seeing Alex kissing a tall, dark-haired guy with a beard and a mustache before leaving the party in a red Volkswagen at around 3 a.m. on Sunday, but no one else could corroborate her story. The next day, 3 teenage boys came across a partially clothed body that had been left at the side of the road near an abandoned farm. The woman was still wearing a multicolored striped raincoat, but her purple blouse, her bra, and her underwear had all been cut from her body and shoved aside. Her miniskirt was found nearby. The body was taken to the University of Michigan's hospital morgue, and Dr. Hendricks did her autopsy. He determined that the woman had been stabbed at least 4 times in her neck and chest, but her cause of death was the result of 2 gunshot wounds to her head that came from a .22 caliber handgun. A wound on her right thumb indicated that she'd tried to keep her attacker from shooting her. Dr. Hendricks confirmed that she'd been sexually assaulted at some point during the attack, and her attacker had used her miniskirt to clean himself up. Her body had been moved at some point after her death, and investigators would later determine that she'd been murdered just a short drive down the road near the entranceway to the Washtenaw Sand and Gravel Company's driveway. Ben Cullaghy was the one who identified her, quoting him, "The vision of Alice dead on the slab is something I will never forget. I identified her, and the cop said to the morgue tech, 'Go tag her,' and coldly walked away. The police held me overnight, and different police departments took turns interrogating me in teams." The police searched Alice's apartment and came across the photo of Alice standing with what looked like a noose around her neck. Again, Ben was called in for questioning, and again he had to repeat the same story to police. The police had no decency or politeness and asked overly personal questions about our sexual relationship. I was harassed so badly, I wished I had never known Alice. Someone leaked my name to the press. I lost a lot of friends over the media mess. God, that sucks. Assuming this guy's got nothing to do with it, which I think we can. That sucks. Alice's parents also travelled to Ann Arbor, and they were swamped by the media, who wanted to know if they were there to collect their daughter's body. A grieving Joseph Callum famously shouted at the cameras, "I don't want her body, I want her alive. I didn't come here for her body. I'm not going to claim her body. I'm going to tell other girls not to go to this university. It's too big. They don't care about anything but money and politics. I'm not going to bury her. Let them bury her on the president's lawn. I worked too damn hard to raise her, to send her here. I don't want her dead." Alice was buried in Kalamazoo, and in the weeks following her death, her name was added to the list of unsolved murders attributed to the Ypsilanti Ripper. The Psychic. In the days following Alice's murder, the people of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti were growing more and more desperate for the constant nightmare to end, and one particular group decided there was only so much praying that a person can do. So Mr. and Mrs. Allen got together a group of concerned citizens who were all anxious to bring this murdering to an end and called in the help of a psychic. Oh, God. Okay. Their hero would be the 58-year-old Peter Herkos, a self-proclaimed psychic medium from the Netherlands who liked to dabble in murder investigations. Herkos claimed that he'd manifested the ability to use ESP, or extrasensory perception, after he fell off a ladder and ended up in a coma. He then moved to Los Angeles and used this newfound skill to make a new career for himself as a celebrity psychic. Herkos would later claim that he'd been part of both the investigation into the Boston Strangler case and the investigation into actress Sharon Tate's murder, when in actuality he had just shown up and demanded to provide a reading for the police. Attorney General Edward W. Brooke reportedly explained that Herkos' description of the Boston Strangler was uncannily close to the description they'd received from witnesses. When Herkos visited Sharon Tate's murder scene, he told the police that Tate had been murdered as part of a, quote, black magic ritual known as a Guna Guna. Of course, we know that Charles Manson and his followers would later be found guilty of a murder, after which Herkos would later claim that he'd been the one to give Manson's name to the police. Herkos would also insist that the man the police suspected of being the Boston Strangler, aka Albert DeSalvo, was innocent. DNA tests would later link DeSalvo to at least one of the murders. Oh God, psychics kill me, man. Just complete waste of space. Stop it.
What is it, Derek? You alright? Mary loves Dick. Mary loves Dick. Mary loves Dick.
And despite claiming that had been integral to solving 27 criminal cases in 17 countries, no one supported his claims, saying that he just hung around and waffled on without actually being useful in solving the case. Besides, all of the leads he so happily provided the police with were all taken from media reports on the cases that he was investigating. Anyway, Herkos wanted $2,500 in exchange for providing his services, which is about $21,350 today. Good Lord. But the Allens were only able to raise $1,100, barely enough to cover his flights and expenses for a week. He's living that life. He's living that allegedly con man life.
I am a grifter, and this is Grifting 101.
But Herkos was broke, and his manager convinced him that any publicity was good publicity, so he flew out to Michigan on the 21st of July, where he told the press that he was there to exorcise the demon from Washtenaw County. Why do the press care? Oh my lord. It's so stupid. Just ignore this stuff. It's pointless and it's not going to do anything. He was shortly briefed on the 6 murders the police were investigating and then provided the press with the predictions he'd made so far. According to a report in the Ann Arbor News, quoting, Herkos described the killer as a sick homosexual who gets satisfaction from killing females. He gets satisfaction from killing females, does he? I wonder what led you to that conclusion. He said the killer takes the girls to a barn and makes love to the girls. The psychic said he had not been to the barn, but had feelings. Herkos reportedly impressed one of the police officers with his psychic abilities when he placed his hand on a case file and then started describing how the victim's body was found. The police also allowed Herkos to visit the crime scenes, but Herkos claimed that the scenes had grown cold and that he wasn't able to pick up any vibrations from them. He asked for access to the evidence the police had collected, but Prosecutor Deli refused to give him access to the clothes the women had been wearing when they'd died. Miffed, Herkos returned back to his motel, the In America, and then spent the night basking in the attention he got from the locals who were fascinated by the celebrity psychic from Los Angeles. He then spent his time in town sightseeing and talking to his fans, but on his 3rd day in town, Herkos reportedly received a phone call from a man telling him to get out of town before he angered the monster stalking their streets and got fresh blood on his hands. It has been speculated that this never happened and that Huckles used the call to drum up some credibility, but unbeknownst to him, had already met the Ypsilanti River, who wasn't impressed with his so-called psychic abilities and wrote him off as a clown. Wait, that is a huge bit of news. We know who he is then. So far, Emma has not revealed to me that this case gets solved, right? But now we know that he met him. Who did he meet? It must have just been some random person in the public, right? Like one of his fans or some such. Karen Sue Beineman. Karen Sue Beineman was born on the 10th of February 1951 in Grand Rapids, Michigan to Roland and Marjorie Beineman. She'd been dating her childhood sweetheart, James Dwyer, for 5 years at this point and was studying to become a special needs teacher. She had just graduated from high school and signed up for EMU's summer session because it allowed her to choose what dormitory she wanted to live in. She chose to live in Downing Hall, and in a letter to her worried parents, she reassured them that she was more than aware that girls were being murdered, adding that, "Don't worry, I'm careful." On the afternoon of Wednesday, the 23rd of July, Karen and two of her new friends had lunch together before they headed off to class, and Karen left to go shopping. Karen had ordered a hairpiece from a shop called Wigs by Joan the previous day and was on her way to pick it up when a young man on a motorcycle asked her if she wanted a ride. Flattered, Karen accepted and got on the back of the motorcycle. They hadn't gone far, just a few blocks, when Karen indicated that they'd reached a destination. The man pulled into the parking lot in front of a chocolate shop, and Karen walked into the wig shop. I'm so careful. Yeah, I just got on a random motorcycle with a dude. The owner of the shop, Diana Gosh, and her assistant, Patricia Spaulding, took out Karen's new hairpiece and showed her how to use it. Karen explained that she'd bought it for a wedding she was going to, and she jokes, "I've done two things I thought I would never do. One was buy a hairpiece, and the other was to accept a motorcycle ride from a stranger." So careful. Diana and Patricia would later explain that her joke had set their alarm bells ringing. Everyone in town knew that the man responsible for committing the Michigan murders had possibly offered each of his victims a ride. So they did their best to warn Karen about accepting another ride from the dark-haired stranger who was still waiting for outside the store. While Karen was occupied, Diana stepped outside and tried to get a good look at the young man, but instead of meeting her gaze, he dipped his chin and turned his face away. Diana went back into the store and told Karen, "Tell him the wind will mess up your new hairpiece," and offered to give Karen a ride herself. Oh God. But Karen only thanked them for their kind offer, got back onto the motorcycle, and disappeared. Oh, Karen, what the fuck? When Karen missed the 10 p.m. curfew that night, her friends decided to wait until 11 p.m. before they reported her missing. The resident advisor, Verna Perkins, then notified the EMU campus police, the Ypsilanti police, and Karen's parents that she was missing. Roland Beineman then called the Michigan State Police around midnight, and the Ypsilanti police started investigating her disappearance that Thursday morning. Their investigation led them to Wigs by Joan, where Diana and Patricia were able to confirm that they'd seen Karen the previous day. They said that Karen had been wearing a blue and white striped, sleeveless, lightweight top, a pair of cut-off blue jeans, and leather sandals, and they explained that after Karen had left their store, she'd gotten onto the back of a motorcycle with a man she'd never met before. Diana described him as follows. He appeared to be in his early 20s, nice build, about 6 feet tall maybe. He looked clean-cut with short brown hair. When he noticed I was checking him out, he looked away. Patricia explained that the motorcycle looked like a Honda 450 and it had square side mirrors. But Carol Witzera, who worked at the chocolate shop next door, explained that the motorcycle was a blue British-built Triumph that had been juiced up with chrome accessories. She told the investigators that she was a bike enthusiast and hadn't even looked at the guy driving the motorcycle. On Friday morning, a young patrolman named Larry Mathewson attended the morning briefing on Karen's disappearance and told senior police prosecutor Booker Williams that he'd seen someone who matched their suspect's description talking to another young woman the day Karen had disappeared. Officer Mathewson explained that he had played interfraternity football against the suspect the previous year, so Mathewson was sure he'd be able to find out who the guy was. Assistant Prosecutor Williams gave Mathewson the go-ahead to look into it, and an hour later Mathewson had a name: John Norman Collins. John Collins' old fraternity brothers told Officer Mathewson that he'd been kicked out of the fraternity for stealing, but that he was now renting an apartment nearby. Officer Mathewson went to the address, and there he found Collins with a friend working on a group of motorcycles, which included a blue Triumph. Keeping things cool, Officer Mathewson then asked the two men if they'd seen Karen Beineman before, and both of them denied it. He then asked, he's definitely tipping his hand though, isn't he? What? He then asked who the woman was who Collins had been talking to the day Karen had disappeared, and Collins explained that her name was Lorraine Kellogg. Officer Mathewson wrote down the license plates of all four motorcycles, then left to question Lorraine. She told him that John Collins was an acquaintance and that several of her friends had dated him at one point, with one of them claiming that Collins was more interested in having sex with them than getting to know them. Lorraine then referred Officer Mathewson to Linda Campbell, another friend of hers that was currently dating Collins. Linda also confirmed that Collins was more interested in his motorcycles than in her, and that he'd often take her on trips along empty roads around town. Then she told Officer Matthews that after the psychic Peter Herkos arrived in town, Collins had been particularly interested in meeting him, but later dismissed him as a clown after talking to him for a few minutes. Well, there we go. It's Collins, isn't it? Locked in because we know he meets him. Quoting her, John said he was hoping to get some inside stuff from the psychic. Herkos didn't discuss the murders, but he was still entertaining to watch. Linda provided Officer Mathewson with a photo of John Collins, and then he went around town asking their witnesses if this was the man they'd seen with Karen Bynum that day. They confirmed that it was, and Officer Mathewson submitted his report that same evening. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're going to get the guy. That Saturday afternoon, a couple reported that the body of a naked woman was lying at the bottom of a gully not far from the entrance to their driveway. The only thing she had on were leather sandals. Within minutes, Sheriff Douglas Harvey was on the scene and confirmed that the body most probably belonged to the 18-year-old Karen Sue Bynum. Because of severe injuries to her face, she had to be identified using her fingerprints. Dr. Hendricks performed her autopsy and explained that Karen had died 2 to 3 hours after she had last eaten, so between 3 and 4 p.m. on the 23rd of July. Her feet and legs had been bound at one point, and just like the others, she had been savagely beaten, leaving bruises all over her arms, legs, and her body. Her face was so battered that one of her front teeth had been broken above the gum line. Jesus. And Dr. Hendricks explained that despite the savage blows to her head, her cause of death was strangulation. The Ann Arbor News would later report that Karen Sue Bynum met a cruel and lingering death at the hands of a sadistic killer. Now the next bit of glory, but it's necessary, so brace yourselves. At some point during the attack, Karen's killer had shoved a yellow rag into her mouth, and after she'd passed out, he'd burned her skin with acid, possibly ammonia. She'd also been sexually assaulted, and then her underwear had been shoved into her vagina. But inside the underwear was the first piece of real evidence the police had been able to find. 4 tufts of blonde and brown hair, all around an inch long, that had been neatly cut with a clipper instead of scissors. Once again, Dr. Hendricks reported that Karen's body had been moved sometime after her death and had been dumped in the gully just a few hours before it was discovered. Meanwhile, Assistant Prosecutor Williams finally read Officer Mathewson's report on John Norman Collins. Their records showed that they'd interviewed him shortly after Joan Shell's murder. He was the one who'd been taunting his female colleague with the details surrounding what had happened to her. Oh, really? Oh my, wait. So he didn't get it all from, the cop people he knew or whatever. So Assistant Prosecutor Williams ruled that John Norman Collins was now suspect number 1. John Norman Collins. The day after Assistant Prosecutor Williams ruled that John Collins was now a suspect, the police started looking more into his background, and they didn't find much. He was born John Norman Chapman on the 17th of June 1947 in Riverside, Ontario, Canada, to Richard and Loretta Chapman. Richard and Loretta had gotten married in 1943, shortly before Richard was sent off to Europe to fight in the war. Richard was an explosions and demolitions expert and had lost his leg during the war. But when he finally returned home, he was no longer the young man that Loretta had married, and military doctors would later diagnose him with battle fatigue, or as we know it today, PTSD. The couple had 3 children together, Jerry, Gail, and John. But when John was a year old, Loretta applied for divorce on the grounds of extreme and repeated cruelty. Her divorce was granted, and she declared that Richard would never see his 3 children again. She would later tell her children that their father had abandoned them. But according to Richard's nephew, John Philip Chapman, quote, "War changes people, and my Uncle Richard and Aunt Loretta were no exceptions. My uncle loved his wife and their children, and was never abusive towards them. Not wanting to put his children at the center of an ugly divorce, Uncle Rich simply left and moved to North Kitchener, Ontario, agreeing to fade into the background." Loretta moved back to the US in 1949, where she and her 3 children moved in with family in Centerline, Detroit. She worked as a waitress to support her young family, and in 1952, Loretta married a local mechanic named William Collins. William officially adopted Loretta's children, and they had their surnames changed to Collins, but Williams was a mean drunk and had no trouble beating the children. Loretta left him in 1965 and divorced him a year later. According to a friend of the family, quoting, "Loretta was able to make ends meet and provide materially for her children, but at a high personal cost. Her work hours conflicted with her home responsibilities, and she was forced to make the same compromises most single working mothers face, not always being home when the kids came home from school. She knew the lifestyle she wanted and worked her butt off as a waitress to get it. She came from nothing and wasn't going to leave Earth that way. She wanted to be somebody with enough money to support her and raise her children. She was so sweet and nice, and always there to help her friends." The 3 Collins children went to the St. Clement Catholic School, and Loretta reportedly brags with just how well her children did in school. John was a good student, was on the honor roll, and was a star athlete. He played football, basketball, and baseball, was on the wrestling team. He was also a good dancer, took pride in his appearance, and was charming and attractive. The Detroit News would later report that John Collins was the embodiment of the all-American boy. In 1965, John Collins went to Central Michigan University on a football scholarship, but soon found out that he wasn't on par with the rest of his teammates. After a year, he transferred to Eastern Michigan University and was studying to become an elementary school teacher. He pledged to the Theta Chi fraternity house, played intramural football for Theta Chi, and worked a part-time administrative job in the McKinney Hall building. One of his colleagues, Ken Rowe, would later explain that, quote, "He was a really nice guy, the kind of guy you would let your sister go out with. He was an open and friendly person who had no trouble meeting girls." But shortly after he moved into the Theta Chi house, his fraternity brothers started complaining that things were going missing. Things like golf clubs, hunting rifles, jewelry, and other things that could be sold off without any trouble. Another fraternity brother claimed that John would steal motorbikes and disassemble them in the basement, sell off what parts he could, and dump the frames in dumpsters all over Ypsilanti. Later, some reports would claim that it was well known that he habitually drove around both Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti in stolen cars with a group of young men, and that they would steal whatever they could get their hands on. In 1967, the 20-year-old John was expelled from Theta Chi fraternity house for non-payment of dues and non-attendance of fraternity meetings. John then moved into a boarding house with some friends and had been living there ever since. On the 27th of July, 1969, John Collins returned to the boarding house in Ypsilanti after spending the weekend visiting his mother in Central Line. Not long after, the police showed up on his doorstep and he was taken to the police station for questioning. According to some reports, these officers had missed the memo that explained that John was most likely the killer, so they didn't bring a search warrant. They just took him in for questioning. When John got back, he told his roommate, Arnie Davis, that the police suspected him of killing Karen Bieneman. Since thousands of men had been questioned in the past year regarding the murders, Davis didn't think anything of it and told John that they're suspecting a lot of people. The next evening, Davis went with John to his uncle's house. The family were away on vacation and they'd asked John to look after their dog. As he'd done for the past 2 weeks, John opened the garage door, fed the dog, and then returned to the car. Davis waited in the car, and when they got home, John asked him if he could help him unload a few things. John took a knife, wrapped in a shop rag, from under the seat of one of his motorcycles. A short time later, I carried a dark green or blue blanket from the trunk of John's car while he carried a cardboard box to his room. I glanced into the box and saw a pair of women's shoes, some rags or clothing, and a burlap handbag. 15 minutes later, John left the rooming house with the blanket and the box. Within half an hour, he returned home empty-handed. Oh my God. It's like one of those situations where you're like, I'm sure it's innocent, I'm sure nothing weird is happening, but is he murderer? Snowball. The next day, Corporal David Leake and his family returned home after a 2-week-long camping holiday. Their German Shepherd was happy to see them, and when they entered the house, everything was just that they'd left it. Unfortunately so, because Sandra Leake had left a watermelon in the fridge and it was now mushy and disgusting. Sandra's nephew, John, had been feeding their dog while they were away, and Sandra had left him a note on the kitchen counter before they'd left, informing them that he could have the watermelon. The note was still on the kitchen counter and the watermelon was still in the fridge, so Sandra assumed that John hadn't been inside the house and hadn't noticed it. That evening, Sandra was busy sorting out the laundry when she noticed a few scuff marks on the kitchen floor. She'd washed and waxed the floor before they left on holiday, so she knew the marks were new but didn't think much of it. She took the laundry down to the laundry room in the basement, and there she noticed someone had sprayed big patches of black paint on the cement floor. Super creepy and weird, okay. Sandra put the laundry in the washing machine, then went upstairs and asked David if he'd painted the floor, and he said that he hadn't. David followed her back downstairs and told her to see if anything else was out of place, and Sandra told him that a bottle of ammonia and a king-size box of laundry detergent she used as a wastebasket were also missing. Figuring that John must have been in the basement, the Leakes called his apartment, but he didn't answer, so they decided to call him the next day and find out if he'd been in the basement. The next morning, Corporal Leake went to work at the head office of the Michigan State Troopers and was called into the commander's office. There, Post Commander Carl Friedborn told Corporal Leake that his nephew, John Norman Collins, was now the main suspect in Karen Bieneman's murder and that the police had him under surveillance. Alarm bells started going off and Corporal Leake told Commander Friedborn what they'd found, and when they got home the previous evening, Commander Friedborn then updated the team and Corporal Leake was asked to see what else he could find. That night, Sandra told her husband that she hadn't been able to reach John all day, but that she'd left a message for him with Loretta. John called them back at 10:30 p.m., and the Leakes asked him if he'd been in the basement during the last 2 weeks and if he knew anything about the paint. John denied going into the basement and said that he didn't know anything about paint. The next day, a decision was made to send the crime lab technicians to inspect the Leake house, and Corporal Leake went home to break the news to Sandra that John might be a murderer. Hello, dear. Just to let you know, bit of news. Is he painted the floor black to cover up like bloodstains? It's not a brilliant way to deal with it. The State Police Crime Lab arrived at the Leak household at 11 a.m. and started going through the basement with a fine tooth comb. They scraped away the spray paint and discovered rust-colored patches on the cement floor. Corporal Leak told them that it was varnish stains from a DIY project he'd done shortly before they left on vacation, and this was verified by the lab. But along with the varnish stains, the police also found spots of blood on the floor, as well as spots of blood on a boy's shirt that hung on a rail in the laundry room. There were scratch marks and dents on some of the copper pipes, and the police would later theorize that Karen Bieneman had been tied to the pipes before she died. They found a piece of electrical cord that could have been used to tie her up, and underneath the washing machine they found several tufts of blonde-brown hair. Corporal Leak explained that Sandra had cut their boy's hair before they went on vacation. She always did in the laundry room, and some of the hair must have ended up underneath the washing machine. Then the police had to explain the significance of the hair, and Sandra spent the rest of the day crying in their bedroom. A day later, on the 1st of August 1969, John Norman Collins was officially arrested for the murder of Karen Sue Bieneman, and Loretta Collins would always resent her sister for accusing her son of being a murderer. Yeah, but he fucking was. Oh my god, I get it, but also he was. He was. Good for you. Like, good for you ratting on your sister's kid. But I mean, seriously, he would have murdered more people. The Californian Connection. John Norman Collins' arrest made national news, and on the 2nd of August 1969, Robert L. Taylor, the district attorney for Monterey County in Salinas, California, was watching the news coverage of the Michigan murders on his television. And as the news anchor detailed John Collins' crimes, D.A. Taylor realized that the murder of Karen Sue Bieneman sounded oddly similar to a recent murder that the police in Salinas were busy investigating. 17-year-old Roxy Ann Phillips was born on the 21st of March 1952 in New Mexico and grew up in Milwaukee, Oregon. She was visiting the Kunis family in Salinas for the summer, and on the afternoon of the 30th of June 1969, she told Mrs. Kunis that she was quickly going out to mail a letter home and visit a friend of hers, Nancy Albrecht. When Rosie didn't return home by 6 p.m. that evening, Mrs. Kunis reported her as missing, fully aware that 2 other teenage girls had been murdered in recent weeks. The police searched for 2 weeks before someone discovered Roxy's body at the bottom of a canyon. Just like Karen C. Bieneman, Roxy was naked apart from the sandals on her feet. She'd been strangled with her own belt, and her body had been dumped sometime after her death. When the police interviewed her friend, Nancy, she explained that Roxy never made it to her house that afternoon. Nancy also told investigators that they hadn't planned to get together since Nancy had a date that afternoon with John from Michigan. According to Nancy, she'd been walking to her house the previous afternoon when a car pulled up alongside her. The young man introduced himself and asked for directions. He told her that he and a friend had just moved to Salinas and that they'd towed a trailer all the way from Michigan. Nancy said that the man was tall and blonde, in his early 20s, and had short brown hair. He wore Levi jeans and a t-shirt and was driving a flashy silver car. The two of them arranged for a date the next afternoon, but he never showed up. The police theorized that John from Michigan might have been on his way to Nancy's house when he saw Roxy walking along the street and found her to be an easier target. Acting on a hunch that John from Michigan and the 22-year-old John Collins from Michigan might be the same guy, D.A. Taylor called the authorities in Washtenaw County and told them that their 2 cases might be linked. With their help, the Salinas police were able to find out that John Collins and a friend named Andrew Manuel had rented a house trailer in June 1969. The trailer was never returned. The Salinas police found the trailer parked behind the house of the Manuel family in Salinas. Silver Manuel told the police that his grandson Andrew and his friend John had showed up at the end of June with the trailer and had then just abandoned it in an alley behind their house. Andrew Manuel didn't even have the decency to say goodbye to his 80-year-old grandfather before he and John skipped town a few days later. The police inspected every inch of the trailer and found nothing. It had been thoroughly cleaned and wiped down so that not even a partial fingerprint could link it to either John Collins or Andrew Manuel. But the task force in Michigan was able to provide the Salinas police with the registration number for a silver Oldsmobile Cutlass that John Collins had been driving at the time, and they determined that it had the car serviced at a shop in Salinas on the 3rd of July. The employees confirmed that the car had a trailer hitch attached to it at the time, but that they'd been asked to remove it. Then one of the officers who'd inspected the site where Roxy's body had been left reported that it had a bad reaction to some poison oak and that grew in the area where her body was found. The police questioned every doctor in Salinas, and one reported that yes, a man named John Collins had come to see him to treat a rash that he'd sustained from coming into contact with poison oak. The Michigan State Police reported that they'd found typo bloodstains on the seatbelt of the Cutlass, as well as a piece of red fabric under the driver's seat that matched the clothes Roxy had been wearing when she disappeared. Oh, everything's just getting wrapped up now, isn't it? It's just every case is just all being tied together. And maybe this guy's going to get the death penalty. Woo! Even better, during a search of John Collins' bedroom, they found a brown sweater that had pubic hair embedded in the yarn on one of the shoulders. Comparisons to Roxy's pubic hair were done, and they were determined to be a likely match. On the 29th of September 1969, a grand jury indicted John Norman Collins for the murder of Roxy Ann Phillips, and the Michigan authorities were more convinced than ever that they'd finally captured the monster who'd been stalking their streets for the past 2 years. The original co-ed killer. Now, I'm not going to discuss John Norman Collins' trial in detail. Honestly, the most interesting part was learning the scientific methods they used to determine whether the hair they'd found stuffed into Karen Bieneman's mouth matched the hair found underneath the washing machine. According to Washtenaw County prosecutor William Delhey, they were only able to link John Collins to Karen Bieneman's murder, so while they prepared for his murder trial, the other cases were put aside. The trial started on the 2nd of June 1970 and lasted until the 14th of August 1970, becoming the longest murder trial in Michigan history at the time. On the 19th of August, the jury found that John Norman Collins was guilty of the first-degree murder of Karen Sue Bieneman. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole at the age of 23, and both his subsequent appeals failed. Good. I mean, he didn't get the death penalty, but, life without parole is pretty good. Initially, Senator Ronald Reagan had insisted that John Collins should be extradited to California so that he could face justice for the murder of Roxy Ann Phillips. His lawyers knew that the evidence against him was watertight, and if he was found guilty of her murder, he would be sentenced to death. They managed to convince the Californian lawmakers that John Collins had a right to appeal his sentence first, and that decision could be made afterwards. By 1972, the public's attention had shifted, and the pending extradition order was waived. That's a shame. They could have taken him and got him over to California and stuck a needle in his arm, or strapped him in a chair, or whatever they did back in the day. Gassed him, shot him, whatever. Yay! Despite trying to escape from prison twice, John Norman Collins is still in prison and has been mostly forgotten by the true crime community. This is because when John Collins' trial started in 1970, the national and international media were focusing all of their attention on the trial of the Manson family. As a result, the man known as the co-ed killer, the Michigan murderer, the Ypsilanti killer, and the Ypsilanti ripper faded into obscurity mere months after his sentencing. It's fair to say that no one really remembers John Norman Collins, but this also means no one remembers the names or the stories of the 8 women who are known only as the victims of the Michigan murders. So I'm going to take a page out of Matt Grander's book, another one of the writers on this channel, and end today's script by remembering who they were. Mary Flazar, Joan Schell, Jane Mixer, Marilyn Skelton, Dawn Bassam, Alice Colom, Karen Sue Bieneman, and Roxy Ann Phillips. Finally, today dismembered appendices. Number 1. Some of the podcasts I listened to explained that Peter Hochhaus somehow managed to accurately predict that the Ypsilanti Ripper had short, dark hair, was between the ages of 20 and 23, and rode a motorcycle just days before John Collins was arrested. I wasn't able to find any references to his prediction in the newspaper reports, but in his book, Terror in Ypsilanti, John Collins Unmasked, author Gregory A. Fournier points out that Assistant Prosecutor Williams told him that Peter Hochhaus was present in the room when the officers were briefed on their suspect's appearance following the discovery of Karen Bieneman's body. Apparently, he was throwing a fit because they didn't want to take him to the site where a body was found. He left town the same day. Fraud, allegedly. Number 2. Following the discovery of Karen Bieneman's body, Washtenaw County Sheriff Douglas Harvey planned to set a trap for the killer. Once the crime scene technicians were done with the scene, the police borrowed a mannequin from a J.C. Penney's and left it in the ditch. 9 police officers were a part of the stakeout and reportedly spent most of the night complaining over the radio that the mosquitoes were having them for dinner. When an unknown man came jogging past the scene at midnight, the officer who saw him couldn't even report it because the batteries on their radios had died. During the murder trial, the defense tried to use this to their advantage by implicating the police had allowed the real killer to get away, since at the time, John Collins was at his mother's house in Central Line. Number 3. Washtenaw County Sheriff Douglas Harvey is described as an axe now, ask questions later law and order sheriff, and he became sheriff when he was just 32 years old. After he was appointed, the county jail became known as Harvey's Hotel, and any long-haired hippies who found themselves spending the night there left the hotel with a new hairdo. Apparently, some of them complained that the man who cut their hair was a convicted murderer, so Sheriff Harvey hired a professional barber to cut their hair in the future, claiming that it was an attempt to prevent a lice infestation. Okay. Number 4. After John's arrest, Loretta found him a respected lawyer and took out a second mortgage to pay for his defense. She attended every hearing and reportedly broke off all contact with her sister Sandra Leake for betraying the family. Your son is a murderer, mate. Like, come on. John Collins allegedly admitted his crimes to his mother shortly after he was sent to prison, and then she broke off all contact with him. When Loretta passed away, she didn't leave him anything in her will as punishment, explaining that he knows what he did. I mean, not that he's going to be able to use it. He's in prison. It's like, I left your house. It's like, you're never going to be able to use it because you're going to die in prison where you belong. 5. For those who might be interested, the forensic scientists at the time chemically analysed the 5,000 hairs found in Karen Bieneman's body to determine if they were a match to the hair found underneath the washing machine. The levels of chemicals found in the separate samples were then compared to each other to determine a match. They also compared the hair underneath the microscope to see if they were similar. Number 6. In 2004, DNA found on Jane Mix's clothes identified the 62-year-old Gary Earl Leiterman as her killer. Back in 1969, he was a traveling salesman living in Kalamazoo and was later arrested for issuing fake prescriptions. He was convicted and sentenced for life imprisonment in August 2005, while Jane's 90-year-old father, Daniel Mixer, looked on. Alex Colon was the only victim who could be linked to John Collins based on DNA evidence. And finally, number 7, the University of Michigan School of Art and Design, aka Stamps, hosts an annual undergrad jury exhibition for promising artists, and one of the awards they give away is the Alice Elizabeth Colomb Award. It's awarded to students who demonstrate excellence in photography in memory of Alice Colomb. And that's where we end today's episode. If you find the show interesting, please do leave it a review or a rating on Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. If you're listening on YouTube, watching on YouTube even, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist, written by Kevin, read by me. I'm Simon. This is the murder of Anna Repkina. Welcome to the show. I've never read this before. That's the format. Shall we just jump into it then?
Come on! Yeah!
Do you ever wish you had a do-over button? Oh my god, yes, of course. Doesn't everyone? It's like, oh no, I wish I could just go back a few seconds and take back that thing that came out of my mouth, please. I think everyone has this. Or maybe a magic remote that could control time, like in the movie Click, or that one episode of Weird Science. I've seen the movie Click with Adam Sandler. I don't know why. Wasn't it like a failure? Like, it sounds like a flop of a movie. It's a pretty common trope in science fiction stories, so clearly a lot of us would love the ability to instantly reverse time once in a while, and unlike Adam Sandler, would all actually use the remote correctly. I mean, seriously, the dude got a magic remote that gave him power over the flow of time, and he used it to fast forward through time with his family so he could do more work. That doesn't mean you're doing more work. Wait, that doesn't mean you're doing more work. It just means you're skipping some of your life. If I had some sort of magical remote control for time, I would be like, wait, I'd do the whole work day, then you'd rewind it and do the whole work day again. Then you've done twice as much work and then go home and spend time with your family. Boom! Wait, does that undo all the work you've done? I guess you could just have a day thinking. Dude, sometimes I wish I had that. Like, I try to spend time thinking, but it's hard to spend time thinking when you have to record, like, new episodes of Casual Criminalist, and life is in the way, and all of this. I'm going to stop pontificating on remote controls because, for some reason, Kevin's got me talking about that when we're in a Casual Criminalist episode about someone's murder. Sorry. What sort of sociopath does that? How about you freeze time so you can get your work done and maybe take a quick nap and then enjoy time with your family afterwards like a normal human being? How do you take a cool superpower like that but in the hands of the dumbest person in the world? It would be like creating an entire comic book franchise based around intergalactic soldiers with magic rings that can manifest literally anything they can imagine into reality, and having the main character only use his ring to create things like giant green mousetraps or fishing poles. Yeah, that's a solid use of it. Just pausing it so you can have a nap. Do you get older though? Because I feel that's one concern. Like, if you've paused time, but you're still moving through time, are you getting older? Because if not, then I'd pause time as much as possible, because then you're going to live a long-ass life. But I'm getting off track here. Yes, you are, Kevin. Let's say the ability to reverse time did exist. How much would you be willing to pay for it? A lot. There's no monetary value you could assign to technology like that, as it would be immeasurably more valuable than all the money in the world. So, what if the cost you had to pay was your soul? What are we talking about, Kevin? This is a Casual Criminalist, not like an episode of The Outer Limits or The Twilight Zone.
And Simon, before you dismiss that by saying that of course you'd agree because souls aren't real, I would say that, Kevin, just assume that they need to exist in order for this transaction to be possible. All right, fine. Okay, well, I don't know what a soul does then, Kevin, do I? Regardless of whether or not souls exist, though, backwards time travel does not. Despite his best attempts, today's convicted murderer was unable to go back and stop himself from leaving his house on that fateful day. Wait, is this actually about a guy who tried to go back in time to stop himself committing a murder or something? What? There was no way to undo what he had done, and Anna Repkina's blood will forever be on his hands. Allegedly. That's right, thanks to a retrial being granted on appeal for evidentiary procedural reasons, I still have to say that he is allegedly a murderer. Stupid due process. Wait, Kevin, I have no idea whether that half page of introduction is actually setting this up for a guy who believes he can travel back in time, or it was the weirdest introduction to a casual criminalist that I've ever read. Let's see. Looking for love in all the places. It was a typical summer evening. 2015. Michelle Chavez, a 33-year-old taxi driver, was parked outside the Peacock Bar and Grill in Corvallis, Oregon. It was a slow time of year for the area's taxi industry, probably because everybody got the hell out of Oregon for the summer vacations, so she was just waiting outside the bar for somebody to need a ride. Her fare that night was Will Hargrave, a 25-year-old man who was every woman's dream. He was the total package, short, fat, and bald. Kev, steady on. Bald men are extremely desirable, Kevin, I'll have you know. Women are like, oh, so shiny, whistle boy. In fact, Michelle even said that her first thought upon seeing Will was initially, God, he's short. But what Will lacked in good looks, he made up for in charm. Will worked as a mechanic at a nearby car dealership, and he frequently spent his nights at that bar playing pool and drinking with his friends. All of Will's friends thought highly of him, even referring to him as their brother. Part of this was because they were such close friends, but it was also part because of their experience serving in the military, or at least that's what his friends thought. As it turns out, Will was a bit of a liar, and despite telling his friends that he'd been stationed in Russia, he'd never actually served in the military at all. Dude, sure, I feel that lie is going to get caught out real fast, because it's not like serving in the military is some super uncommon thing. It's like, when someone says, like, in a movie where someone's like,
yes, well, I went to Harvard Law.
and the person who actually went to Harvard Law is like,
Oh, yeah, what year?
yeah, like,
1999.
and they're like,
Oh my God, I was there in 98. Did you have Professor so-and-so there?
like,
Yeah.
that sort of thing is going to get called out way less commonly than someone being like, oh, wow, what battalion did you serve in? Because lots of people go in the military, not a lot of people go to Harvard Law School. But I guess it was easy to believe the lies that came out of his mouth because he was so charismatic. One of his friends even said that random women at the bar would come up to Will and start chatting him up when they were playing pool because he was just so friendly and personable. Anyway, Will and Michelle quickly hit it off on the drive back. According to Jamie Klotz, Will's roommate at the time and eventually a mutual friend of Will and Michelle, quote, he was willing to give her what she needed, affection, attention. Eventually, that chance encounter at the bar turned into a full-on relationship. That all could have been a very sweet story. There's just a small matter of what happens that night after Michelle dropped Will off. She drove back home to Albany, Oregon, where she lived with her husband and 2 children. Uh-oh, hello. Of course, Michelle said that by that point in her marriage, it was essentially over. She and her husband happened to sleep in the same bed, but they barely even spoke to one another. Even if that was true, her situation was hardly ideal for starting a relationship. But there was a simple solution to make Michelle's life better. If she was happy with Will but unhappy at home, well, why didn't Will just move in then? I don't know, Michelle. Maybe because your husband and children live there, Michelle. Maybe use your brain just a little bit. I don't know. Have you tried that, Michelle? Maybe. Come on. What's going on, Michelle? Get your together, Michelle. In 2016, Will started renting the spare bedroom in their house. Brilliant idea, Michelle. Bring the man you're having an affair with to live in your spare bedroom and don't tell your husband and children. They'll never realize. Which made things easier for their relationship and probably a whole lot harder for the rest of the family. To be clear, nobody seems to know what, if anything, Michelle's husband knew about the reality of this situation. Personally, I find it hard to believe that he could have possibly been oblivious to everything. He's getting cucked so hard. If nothing else, the fact that Will was only paying $300 per month in rent would have been suspicious as fuck. When was this happening? 2016? Yeah, that seems real cheap for America in 2016. That's only like 8 years ago. Average rent in Albany, Oregon is $1,500 right now, and even that is insanely cheap compared to here. Yeah, $1,500 doesn't seem that bad. Like, that is a room in a house. That does seem that's quite expensive for just a room. And if we're being even more specific, Michelle said that rent was $300 plus he had to buy his own food, unless he liked whatever they were making at the time. So Will was free to join them for family dinners and play footsie with Michelle under the table. This is a weird situation, Michelle. And we're to believe there's a chance her husband wasn't totally aware what was going on. I'm not buying it, but that's just me. Willful ignorance can be a powerful thing, though. I think he could. It's like, no, definitely not. Especially because the dude's like not physically attractive, traditionally attractive. So he's probably like, dude ain't a threat. He's like short and bald and fat, and I'm a beautiful man. But as great, albeit awkwardly, as their relationship seemed to be progressing, it wasn't enough. Michelle promised Will that she was going to leave her husband for him, but she was taking a sweet-ass time in doing so. This is a cliche that often comes up in true crime stories all too often, though admittedly, usually with the genders reversed. It never ends well, and if anyone watching this is dating a married person who keeps promising them that they're going to leave their spouse for you, no, they're not. They never do. At least they almost never do, though I have to admit that Michelle seemed pretty sincere in her promise. She even went so far as to give Will her wedding ring as proof that she intended to leave her husband. Yeah, I know people who've been in this situation, and it's like, it's not happening, dude. It's not happening. It's not happening. I don't say that because you don't want to crush someone's dreams. Despite all of this, Will wound up venturing into the world of online dating while he was living in Michelle's house. Of course he did. Although he had never been stationed in Russia with the Marines like he claimed, Will does, for some reason, seem to have been fluent in Russian. Okay, given his love of Russia, it only made sense for him to look for love there. And it was on a dating app that he first met Anna Repkina, a 28-year-old woman from Moscow. Will, what is your life? What is going on? A number of sources like to refer to Anna as a mail order bride, but that's in no way accurate, and it's pretty dismissive of her as a person. Wait, I don't exactly know what a mail order bride is. It's not like you can literally buy a person. So I'm assuming in the American situation, it's like, dude is an American, someone in Russia wants to be an American, and the exchange is that you pay for them to come over, and they live with you and get married to you, and it's like quite transactional of a relationship, so they can get a green card or whatever. Right? Is that what a mail order bride is, or is it literally like slavery? I don't imagine it is, because it's like, I should make a video about this. Unfortunately, I can't tell you very much about Anna, as I'd like to be able to, because there's very little information available about her, even on Russian websites. What I can tell you is that Anna was born on September the 24th, 1989. She was born and raised in Moscow, eventually attending the State Academy of Slavic Culture. It was there where she earned her degrees in linguistic and intercultural communication, as well as becoming extremely fluent in English. Both her English fluency and intercultural communication degree were extremely helpful in landing Anna what seems to be a pretty sweet office job, working for IKEA's corporate offices in Moscow. She was making good money, much better than Will, and she loved to travel, spend time with her cats, and go to metal concerts. Wow, and like Moscow is not... Where is this? Oregon? Moscow is not... Is Moscow rich? I feel like it's one of those things where it's like Russia, but Moscow's going to be much richer than the rest of Russia. But let's just do Russia GDP per capita. $15,000. Okay, so US GDP per capita, just to get us an idea of USA GDP. 15,000 for Russia, 76,000 for America. So let's just say that Russia is getting absolutely... United States is so dominant. It's so dominant. It's just so rich. You Americans are so rich. $76,000. Canada, $54,000. Japan, $33,000. UK, what the fuck is UK GDP per capita? It used to be like the same or better than the US, and that's 46. Oh God, America, your economy is extraordinary. So she's working in Moscow for IKEA and making more money than Will in America. Since she was so intelligent, skilled at English, and the daughter of a teacher, she also spent some of her time tutoring kids of her friends and family in English. And for the previous 7 years, she had also been in a serious relationship with someone in Russia. When the couple broke up, she decided to search for love on the internet, and that is where she met Will. As I said earlier, despite not being particularly attractive, Will was charming, and he knew how to sell Anna on the type of life that she wanted. He showered her with attention and affection, just as he'd done with Michelle, often sending her gifts like flowers mailed from the US. Is that going to work? It's quite far, no? I guess not. Like, Yeah, it is far. Like, Moscow's really far. Because you're like, oh yeah, America and Russia quite close. Alaska and, Siberia or whatever. But, like, Oregon to Moscow's far. The two hit it off and they messaged back and forth every day. Those daily text messages turned into video chats, and Anna quickly fell in love. By the end of 2016, it was decided that it was time to come and visit. Anna was going to travel to Oregon to spend 10 days with the man she loved, after one minor hiccup, that is. A whirlwind romance. It was finally December 2016, and Anna's plane touched down in Portland. She was so excited to finally meet Will and be in his arms, but instead of meeting him at the airport, she sent him an angry message on Facebook. Who knows? You have 2 damn Portlands. Oh no! There's another Portland. That's right, she had overshot her flight by 3,000 miles. Flying across the entire United States and landing in Portland, Maine instead of Portland, Oregon. Oh my god, that sucks. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I can certainly excuse her for making this mistake, but Will's reply of, honestly, I didn't even know that, is a bit concerning. Portland is the biggest city in Maine, and probably the only one most people can even name. Wait, what are you talking about? Portland, Oregon is the only one I've heard of. I've never heard of Portland, Maine. Portland is the biggest city in Maine. And it's probably the only one people can... No, wait, I'm not American, Kevin. But I've never heard of Portland, Maine. But I've absolutely heard of Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon is in the northwest, right? That's the one I've heard of. I'm certain. Not to mention, she presumably gave him her flight information so he could meet her at the airport, at which point he really should have noticed this mistake. Idiot probably thinks that Albany, Oregon is the only Albany in the US too. But one more flight, and God knows how many hours later, and Anna was finally in the right Portland, meeting Will face to face for the first time. And from the airport, it was time to drive back to Michelle's house in Albany, where Will was still living with a couple that Will's life is insane. Dude. And the couple where the couple will be staying, definitely not a terrible idea at all. Will and Michelle, you need to turn your brains on. I can see why you're right for each other. You both don't have fully functional brains. According to Jamie, Will and Michelle's mutual friend, she believed that Will was trying to make Michelle jealous. She promised to leave her husband, but she was taking entirely too long to do it. Perhaps if Will could make her jealous, Michelle would speed things up. That's Jamie's speculation, and it certainly makes sense, though Will's actions at the end of the trip make me question if that was really the case. Anna and Will spent the vacation seeing the sights of Oregon and having a wonderful time together, with most of the time spent back at Michelle's house being exclusively in Will's room. Dun dun dun! It wasn't until they were about to go out for the night on New Year's Eve that Will even introduced Anna and Michelle. This was pretty much the end of the trip, so by the time she was properly introduced to Anna, she had endured what I can only assume was a week of sex noises coming from her spare bedroom. But hey, at least she now knew how her cock husband felt. But all good things must come to an end, and after 10 days, it was time for Anna to fly home. Before she left, though, Will had a present for her. He wanted to propose to her, and he did so using something deeply sentimental to him. Oh no, he's giving her Michelle's ring, isn't he? Is he? What is going on in your brain, Will? He wanted to propose to her, and he did so using something deeply sentimental to her. It was a ring that had been passed down to him from his grandmother. Oh, okay. That's way better, dude. I thought you were going to... Because Michelle had given him her wedding ring to say, like, yes, I'm leaving my husband for you. I thought he was going to give it to Anna. The ring was very special to Will, and he wanted Anna to have it. Anna agreed to marry Will, and I'm sure she found it incredibly sweet that he used his grandmother's ring to propose. Unfortunately, what Anna didn't know is that he was a lying sack of... The ring she wore back to Moscow to symbolize Will's promise was the same ring Michelle had given to him to symbolize her promise to leave her husband. I fucking knew it! Yes! That's right, Will proposed to his fiancée using his girlfriend's wedding ring. That is... If this was in a fiction book, I'd be like, nah, this is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Now that the couple was engaged, it was only natural that Anna should return to Oregon permanently so that the two could begin their life together. Plans were made, and on the 1st of March, Anna would come back to America permanently. Sort of. She was flying back on a guest visa, which would allow her to stay for 6 months. But if the couple got married, she would, of course, get to stay permanently. Is it that easy? Is it really that easy? I thought you'd have to, prove, a relationship. I know people here who've married locals and they've had to prove that their relationship was going on for a long time. It's not just you suddenly get married and they're like, hey, boom, done, easy. If you're wondering why Anna came on a guest visa, which doesn't allow you to work here, that's because she believed she no longer had to work. Will had promised that he would take care of her completely and they were going to start a family together. So Anna believed that she was going to live the dream of every 1950s housewife. Was this a promise that Will could actually keep? Probably not. Well, probably not. I mean, he lives in the spare room of someone's house which he pays $300 a month for and sometimes eats with their family. Even though Anna was more successful than Will, it's not like mechanics make bad money, especially mechanics at dealerships. But in this economy, and with Oregon having one of the highest costs of living in the United States, it doesn't seem likely at all. To make matters worse, there was also the very foreseeable problem that Michelle wasn't going to just sit there and take this. To Michelle, Will was still her boyfriend, and it's not like their relationship hadn't continued as normal after Anna flew back to Moscow. Michelle hadn't been thrilled when Anna came to visit for the first time, but she was able to mostly ignore it. But now her boyfriend planned to have his new fiancée come and live with him permanently. Not in her house, he wasn't. He could kiss that sweet $300 per month rent goodbye and go get an apartment somewhere else. Well, yes. I mean, obviously. Unable to continue staying at Michelle's as a couple, Will and Anna rented an apartment in Cornwallis. However, Will continued to split his time between the two women in his life, often staying the night at Michelle's with Anna back alone at their apartment. He justified his long absences by saying that he worked a lot, but Anna began getting suspicious. Yeah, he's just working at night as a mechanic. She wasn't an idiot and could tell that something was going on, but she didn't know about Will and Michelle specifically. Will had gaslit her into believing that Michelle was just a crazy ex-girlfriend who wouldn't leave him alone. Yeah, you lived in her spare room, my dude. It's a little bit weird, isn't it? When Will disappeared for too long, by which I mean like a full day at a time, Anna would message his friends on Facebook asking if they knew where he was or why he was disappearing all the time. This was Anna's life for her first 3 weeks, living with her fiancé, but it wasn't enough to dissuade her from seeing this through to the end. Even though she believed something was going on, she was still blinded by love and wanted to spend her life with Will. She had flown back to Oregon with a wedding dress from Russia, and the wedding date was set for March 25th. They were going to drive out to the coast and get married on the beach, and it was going to be miserable. Seriously, I know that the Pacific Ocean isn't the icy pit of despair that the North Atlantic is, but a beach wedding in March still sounds like a terrible idea. Yet March is cold and windy and shit. Before that could even happen, though, Anna was going to get an unexpected message on Facebook. She and Michelle had become Facebook friends, allowing Michelle to see the picture of her wedding ring on Anna's hand. But again, Anna had been convinced that Michelle was just a crazy ex that couldn't let go. She told Michelle to stop being a bitch and get out of their lives, ignoring the comments about how they were currently sharing Will. 3 days later, Anna and Will drove to the beach for their wedding. On the way, they stopped at a Walmart so Will could purchase a couple of wedding bands for the day. Classy. And then Walmart sell wedding bands. I feel like even just buy them at Walmart is like, it's Walmart. When they got there, the officiant didn't show up. How could such a thing have happened? It turns out that it's easy for the officiant to forget to show up to your wedding when you never hire them in the first place. Will had picked a date and location, but he never actually filed for a marriage license or tried to book an officiant for the ceremony. And he knew all of that going in, so he made Anna put on her wedding gown and drive with him to the beach for literally no reason. Will is not why is he not using his brain and stuff? This is so strange. It's like, do you not think this through? Do you not think about your life more than 5 minutes ahead? It's really weird. Once they were at the beach with no one to conduct the ceremony, Will took out his phone and called a local GameStop for some reason. Okay. I get that his plan was just to put on a show for Anna and their witness to make it look like he was having an angry conversation with the officiant, but why not just call your voicemail or something? Retail jobs already suck enough. There's no need to harass them with angry phone calls that have literally nothing to do with them. But if there was a silver lining to this day, which there wasn't, at least Anna got a beautiful picture taken of her in her wedding gown. And by a beautiful picture, I mean a black and white security footage picture from the McDonald's drive-thru they went to after the beach. This is the only picture of Anna in her wedding dress. I know that Will is supposed to be the successively charming guy that she was in love with, but holy Then again, Anna had no reason to believe that the entire day was a sham. I mean, what sort of man would put on a tux, make her put on a wedding dress, then drag her and 2 of his friends to the beach for a wedding that he knew wasn't going to happen? Only a deranged sociopath would do something like that, certainly not the man she wanted to marry. The day may have been a bust, but as far as she knew, the officiant had to cancel because he got sick. They were just going to reschedule, and she could finally marry the man of her dreams and start a family together. Michelle, on the other hand, was less than thrilled at all of this. I'm not sure if she was even aware that the fake wedding had been scheduled, but she was sick of Anna being in her way. She and Will texted and called each other constantly, and she kept going back and forth between wanting him to clean the rest of his shit out of her house and leave for good, and wanting him to get rid of Anna so they could be together. Oh my god, your life is so complicated. All of your lives are so complicated. What's going on? It had been a month since Anna moved to Oregon, and Will had been splitting his time between her and Michelle. But enough was enough, and it was time for an ultimatum. Michelle said that Will had to choose one and only one of them, and he said that he chose her. With that promise made, they set a mutual deadline of April 19th. By the 19th, Will had to leave Anna, and Michelle had to leave her husband. Over before it began. The next couple of days were undoubtedly tense. Will kept delaying things with Michelle, telling her that he kept trying to get Anna to move out, but she refused to. And just like Anna had at the beach, Michelle believed his lies. She thought that he really was trying to throw Anna out and make her go back to Russia, but as far as Anna knew, they were a happy couple that was planning to reschedule their wedding. On April the 15th, just a few days before the looming deadline Michelle and Will had agreed upon, Michelle was supposed to come over to Will's apartment for dinner. I'm not really sure what the fuck Will was thinking when he made these plans. Bro, he literally... He doesn't think about his life more than 5 minutes ahead. That's what's happening. Because he was still very much living with Anna. She wasn't working, so unless she was at the gym or out with Will, there wasn't anywhere for her to really be except for that apartment. At 8 p.m. that night, Will texted Michelle to cancel their dinner, saying that Anna, who Michelle thought had finally moved out, had come back and refused to leave. They argued over text for a while, with Will finally sending a text that read, "I'll have this fixed by 1800 tomorrow." Uh-oh. He's going to get murdering, isn't he? It's a weird thing. Allegedly. It's weird that he said it like that instead of saying by 6 tomorrow or by tomorrow night, but I guess he'd spent so many years lying about being ex-military that it was a habit now. He then shut off his cell phone and grabbed the landline because he had an urgent situation that needed to be dealt with. Will was behind on his car insurance payments, and at midnight the next night, his policy was going to be cancelled for non-payment. This was a big deal because the moment his insurance lapsed, he would lose his car loan and the dealership would be able to immediately repossess his car. Will spent the night trying to negotiate with the insurance company, asking for a 5-day extension so that he could pay them using his next paycheck. Whether or not that was a reasonable request depends on exactly how far behind on his payments he was. But either way, there was nothing the insurance agent could do. She said that once an account was marked as pending cancellation for non-payment, the system wouldn't allow them to change the dates. He had just over 24 hours to pay them, or his car was gone. And since the next day was Easter Sunday, it's not like he could talk to his work to try and get an advance or something like that. Isn't this what those terrible predatory payday loans are for? Isn't this where you go and they have a super high interest rate if you don't pay it back in time? But you just be like, okay, I just need it like a couple of days, and it's expensive, but it's not crazy. And then you get your paycheck and you give them that paycheck and then you figure something out. Right? That's what payday loans are for. But while Will was dealing with his money problems, Michelle was dealing with what she perceived to be the end of their relationship. Even though he promised to have the problem fixed, once Will shut off his phone, she assumed that it meant they were done. She left him multiple voicemails early that morning, crying and saying that she'd leave him alone, but that she just wanted to know why. However, it turns out that she'd misread the situation. Yeah, why are you thinking that? He says he'll have taken care of it by tomorrow. Why are you suddenly, like, you believed him for all of this time? I've given him so much slack and, like, for some reason, insane amounts of slack. Why do you now suddenly not believe him? It's weird. The next day, Will and Anna left their apartment at about 11:30 a.m. and drove to a remote wooded area in Alsea, about 30 miles from their home in Corvallis. Alsea was a logging and fishing community with just over 200 residents at the time, and about half of that now, and the wooded area they drove to was extremely desolate. Occasionally, it was used by locals as a range for target shooting, but in general, nobody ever went there. It was the sort of place you could leave a body and have it go undiscovered for weeks, maybe even longer. Gotta be weird, like, why are we driving out here, Will? What's going on? Why are we in the middle of nowhere? There was no way to know what Anna was thinking during all of this, what lies Will had told her about why they were traveling to the middle of nowhere for Easter. But once they got out of the car, Will allegedly grabbed a shotgun from the back seat and shot Anna in the back of the head. He then decided that this would now be a good time to clear out his car, so he dropped a bag of trash on the ground containing multiple receipts and cigarette butts. What the fuck? What are you thinking? It's like, literally, you are leaving both physical evidence, DNA evidence, the cigarette butts, and also receipts, like, about you spending things and where you've been. And you're just dumping it on the ground in the forest. So you're littering as well as murdering, but you're littering with evidence. What is your life? What are you doing? At 4:35 p.m., Will called Michelle. She was celebrating Easter with her family and her friend Jamie, but she wasn't having the best time. She'd spent the entire night crying over Will, but this phone call was about to change everything. Why? I don't understand. Why doesn't he just, like... Why does he have to murder her? This seems so... I know it's because he's a sociopath or whatever, but, like, why not just, like, break up with her? What's going on? You didn't even try. Will fed her some line about running off the road to avoid a deer and getting a flat tire, saying that he needed help and for her to come and meet him at a convenience store in Alsea. Michelle immediately left her family dinner to go and see him. Will went into the convenience store to buy a soda, candy, and a pack of cigarettes, and then waited for Michelle to arrive. Once she got there, she went to talk to Will, seemingly unconcerned with the fact that his car clearly didn't have a flat tire. Will told her that he and Anna had had a horrible fight that day. He said such mean things that she had grabbed her suitcases and left, implying that she'd finally moved out for good and was presumably headed back to Moscow like Michelle had always wanted. To celebrate, Michelle got into the car with Will so that they could go and park somewhere a little more private, and then they f***ed in the front seat of the car. Oh, this is just not nice. It's worth noting, in the security footage of Will inside the convenience store, there were several dark spots on his head. These spots didn't exist in any other photos, meaning that they weren't moles or other permanent marks. Though it can't be determined for certain, it's quite likely that they were spots of blood. If this were true, it would mean that Michelle left her family's Easter dinner to go and f*** her boyfriend, who was literally covered in Anna's blood. Unsurprisingly, her ex-husband now has full custody of the kids. F***ing good, dude. After the sex, Will dropped Michelle back off at her car, and the two drove home. When Michelle got home, Jamie noticed how her mood had dramatically shifted. She was suddenly so much happier than when she left. But Will had a few stops to make on his way home. First, he stopped at a gas station to withdraw $200 from the ATM. Obviously, he didn't have $200 since he couldn't pay his car insurance, so he withdrew the money from Anna's bank account instead. He then started talking to the gas station employees, crying about how his girlfriend had just left him. One of the employees even gave him a hug. What are you doing? From there, Will drove to a second ATM to take out another $600 from Anna's bank account. That night, he deposited $160 from what he had stolen from Anna into his own bank account. Then he called his car insurance company to make the necessary payment so that his car wouldn't get repossessed. You're so stupid. Holy sh**. He then began sending texts to Anna's phone, begging her to come back, or at least to let him know that she was safe. But rather than leaving Anna's phone in her pocket or purse, possibly fearful that it would allow police to track her, he had given the phone to Michelle. Bro, what are you thinking? This is insane. In some regards, Will's behavior comes across as clearly premeditated, and in others, it seems completely impulsive and astonishingly stupid. I think it's very mildly premeditated. I mean, it's like he should definitely be getting executed for this, but like, it's kind of like, I think it's premeditated and he's just dumb. I think it's just dumb premeditation. It's hard to tell how much he had thought the alleged murder through. Probably, I mean, to the best of his ability, and his ability is just not very good. He's just not very capable. But his internet history the next day showed that he was having serious second thoughts about something. Will began doing an internet deep dive on time travel. Though, through any means necessary, science, magic, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that he needed to go back in time and change what happened. Oh my god, the introduction's true. He's so dumb, dude. Time travel isn't real, Will. Magic's not real, Will. You murdered someone, Will, and you gotta go to prison forever. This search eventually led Will to contacting a stranger through WhatsApp, who I guess claimed to be able to use a magic spell to send Will back in time. When asked what the reason was, Will explained that his friend made a horrible mistake and that he had to travel back to 11:30 a.m. the previous day to stop himself from leaving the house so that none of it would happen. Specifically, he said, "I wanted to go back to keep from losing the woman that should be my wife." As for payment for this arcane magic, Will offered his soul, but the WhatsApp stranger stopped replying. Getting trolled by the WhatsApp stranger, my dude. Needing to distract himself, Will went to Walmart with the cash he'd stolen from Anna to buy some video games, candy, and an expensive Lego set. We can say for certain that distraction was his motivation because he texted his friend Kevin Thomas and explicitly said so. He added that he was spending money he shouldn't, though he neglected to mention that he shouldn't because the money was stolen from Anna. Luckily, Will wasn't going to have long to distract himself. Like I said, the area where Anna's body was left was extremely remote. Her body should have gone undiscovered for a long time, possibly long enough that there would be no body left to find. But while Will was researching time travel and buying toys, police were already investigating Anna's murder. A local caretaker in Alsea stumbled across Anna's body the morning after she was killed while out walking his dog. It was pure random chance, as this was far from the route where the caretaker would normally have been walking his dog, but for whatever reason, that's where he happened to be on that morning. When he first saw the body, he assumed it was a mannequin or something, but it's never a mannequin. After touching Anna's hand and realizing it felt human, he immediately called the police. Wait, I feel like it's never a mannequin is like, surely it's more likely to be a mannequin, because number of mannequins thrown away, large. Number of bodies thrown away, small. Right? Like if I saw a body in the woods, I'd be like, it probably is a mannequin. And I'd go over and it would be a mannequin. And you'd be like, oh, okay, there we go. Or something that looks like a body, but not an actual body. The legal ramifications. Because of the isolated location in which Anna's body was found, police weren't sure what to make of the scene. Obviously, they knew it was murder. But what about all the trash that was around her body? Was that a clue, or was it just unrelated trash that some asshole left there? They didn't know, but it was the only lead they had to go on, and they were in luck. They found a receipt from KFC in Cornwallis that had the date and time of the order on it, and it was only a few days old. If the trash was connected to Anna's killer, this receipt should lead them right to him. There was another fast food receipt among the trash as well, though it was likely too old to be of any use. It was dated March the 25th, and it was the McDonald's receipt from Anna and Will's supposed wedding day, a heartbreaking reminder of the disappointing reality behind all of Will's lies. But as for the KFC receipt, security footage from the KFC showed that the receipt from was one of two orders placed by the same car. One was paid for with cash, but the other was paid for with a credit card under the name Kevin Thomas. Oh, okay, so he's gone out to get KFC with his mate Kevin Thomas, who's paid with card, and Will is paid with cash. The police brought Kevin in for questioning, but he didn't seem to think much of it. And why would he? He hadn't done anything wrong, and he hadn't been informed it was part of a murder investigation. As far as I can tell, all he knew was that the police had found a KFC receipt near a crime scene and were trying to see if it was connected. When asked if he knew anything about the receipt, Kevin said that he and his brother went to KFC every Friday. When he gave them his brother's name, Will Hargrove, because Kevin was another one of Will's supposed brothers-in-arms. Wait, if you're talking to the police, you wouldn't say your brother. You'd say, like, a friend of mine. You might refer to him as your brother colloquially and among friends, but not to the police. Why would you say that? The police talked with Kevin a bit longer about Will and how they knew each other. Overall, it was a pretty laid-back interview. They still had no idea what was going on or if the trash was even related to Anna's death, so there's no reason to put the screws to this guy yet. Look, if the police are being laid back with you in an interview, it's not because they're just chill dudes. It's because they think that's the best way to get information from you. If you're in this situation, even if you're innocent, get a lawyer. They'll give you one for free. Get a lawyer, even if you're innocent. Come on now. But because it was such a friendly conversation, Kevin let his guard down. He didn't make the connection between the police being so interested in their trash and Will's recent texts about blowing money he shouldn't have to distract himself from something. And why would he? I think it's completely I don't think that's letting his guard down. I think Kevin's just being like, yeah, I'll just tell the truth to the police because I've got nothing to hide. And I don't think anyone I know's got anything to hide. So, whatever. And so while describing what good friends he and Will were, Kevin volunteered that a couple of weeks earlier, Will had asked to borrow his shotgun and still hadn't returned it. When the police asked why he wanted to borrow it, Kevin told him that Will had said he was going to go up and go shooting in the woods and just kind of blow off some steam. Armed with this new information, the police headed straight to Michelle's house where Will was staying. Will answered the door and was told that his name had come up in an investigation. Oh, Will's like, this quickly, guys? I've seen The Casual Criminalist. How did you get me so fast? He told the officers that he and Michelle had driven up to Alsea on Easter Sunday together, stopped at the convenience store, picked up some cigarettes and driven home. They asked if he had dumped any trash there, and he claimed to have dropped off a bag at the side of the store. At this point, Will probably recognized that he was fucked, but at least he could have had a better lie than that. You know, they found your trash, so you say that you threw it out of the window while you were driving or something like that. That way, at least it might be plausible for it to have blown away to the murder location. Saying that he dropped the box off at the side of a store a reasonable distance from the murder is real fucking stupid. And again, lawyer. A lawyer will prevent you from making these idiotic mistakes. If you are fucking guilty of a murder, you idiot, what are you doing? You can't be doing this. Speaking of really stupid, after this little conversation at Michelle's house, the detectives asked Will to come down to the sheriff's office for a proper interrogation. As he was getting ready to drive down to the sheriff's office, Will sent a text message to Michelle stating, "Picked you up at your mum's, drove to Alsea General Store, drove back." You know, because there's no way the police would ever look at your phone records. Never write anything down that you would want read back to you in open court, that you wouldn't want read back to you in open court in a demeaning tone. Basic criming 101. Come on. It's a phone call. Make a phone call. An encrypted WhatsApp. Did they WhatsApp? Text message. Use WhatsApp. Make an encrypted phone call. Boom. Everyone has WhatsApp on their phone or whatever Americans use, Telegram or something. It's an encrypted call. The police can't access it. No one can access it. phone her while you're in the car through that encrypted thing. Are you stupid? I mean, the answer is yes, Will is stupid. He's a stupid man. Once the official interrogation began, the discussion quickly turned to Anna. Will tried to lie and say that he barely knew her. According to his statements to the police, he had met her in downtown Cornwallis and the two had only gone on 2 dates together. He claims that she was psychotic and that he broke things off with her after 2 dates because she posted on Facebook that they were engaged. He also claims not to have seen Anna since mid-March, about a month earlier. The detectives weren't buying Will's story for a minute. They explained that his trash was found at a murder scene and that his story was full of inconsistencies. At that point, Will indicated that he wasn't going to keep talking without a lawyer. And that's totally fine. We always say that you should never talk to the police without a lawyer present, even if you're innocent, and Will absolutely had the right to request a lawyer. Of course, that request wasn't going to change the fact that the detectives had both the authority and sufficient cause to tell Will to stand up, put his hand behind his back because he was under arrest for the murder of Anna Repkina. So that's exactly what they did. But hey, at least Will didn't have to say anything else until his lawyer got there. He didn't have to say anything else in the first place. He's just dumb. You don't say anything. Wait for your lawyer. It wasn't until 2018 that he'd be formally indicted, and the trial didn't begin until October 2019. That seems like a long time, but it gave the prosecution plenty of time to find evidence linking Will to the murder. Just a few days after his initial arrest, police found Kevin's shotgun in the back of Will's truck. There was only one set of fingerprints on the gun, with those prints belonging to Will. Wait, so that was happening in 2016, 2017, 2018? So where is he during this time? Is he in jail? Without a conviction? That seems pretty intense time. I mean, he's not going to get bail, right? Because he's a murderer. Like, sorry. He's alleged of being a murderer. So, but then he can be in prison for so long without being convicted? That's not surprising, but it was a big deal considering what Kevin's defense strategy was. They planned to pin the blame on Michelle, saying that Will arranged a meeting in the woods so that Michelle and Anna could talk, and that Michelle grabbed the shotgun from his truck and killed Anna. To say that this was a bold strategy would be a colossal understatement. It's a bold strategy, but it ain't a bad strategy because all you got to do is get that reasonable doubt. The defense would have known that Michelle's DNA and prints were nowhere to be found on the gun. They would have known that security footage from the convenience store in Alsea showed Will making a purchase and waiting in the parking lot until Michelle finally drove up quite a while later. And most importantly, there was the GPS information. Never mind, it's a stupid idea. On the day of the murder, Will made a phone call asking Michelle to come meet him in Alsea. According to the GPS information, this call was made while Michelle was at her family's Easter dinner and while Will was standing over Anna's dead body, or at least standing somewhere in that little clearing. Though the defense could try to argue that Anna was still alive at that point, it was going to be a pretty tough sell. Will was caught on a number of different CCTV cameras over the course of his drive, showing him driving to Alsea with Anna sitting beside him in the passenger seat. When he met Michelle after making the phone call, he was clearly alone in his vehicle. While all of the evidence in the case may have been circumstantial, it was still a very, very strong case. Yeah, agreed. The trial lasted for a month, with roughly 70 witnesses testifying. That number honestly seems extraordinarily high, considering how few people were genuinely involved in this story. But a lot of witness testimony was based on establishing Will's state of mind before and after Anna's murder. But perhaps the most compelling evidence regarding Will's state of mind was the aforementioned WhatsApp conversation with some anonymous sorcerer. Will admitted that he needed to correct a horrible mistake, and he was willing to sell his soul to do it. I feel like he could go for diminished capacity or something here, because he's off his rocker. After the lengthy trial had finally concluded, and both sides made their closing arguments, all that was left was for the jury to deliberate. In complex murder cases, this could take days or even weeks. For Will's case, it took 3 hours. He was found guilty of murder, identity theft, and 2 counts of second-degree theft, the other 3 charges being related to using Anna's ATM card to steal her money. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. It's a good long-ass sentence, I like that. Unfortunately, no, that's not where the story ends. On the 16th of August 2023, the Oregon Court of Appeals ruled on Will's case. The defense appealed on 17 assignments of error, but the most important ones involved that WhatsApp conversation. Search warrants can be a difficult thing, especially in the digital age. Most people know that search warrants need to be extremely specific about what evidence the police are allowed to seize, but there is also a plain view exception. For example, if a warrant only allows police to search your house for illegal firearms, but they notice that you left a bunch of 8-balls and your lucky crack pipe on the nightstand in plain view, well, they can seize those too. But what about a digital search? If they had a warrant to search your phone and all electronic communications between you and a specific person, is everything else that happens to be on your phone considered in plain view? I'd say no, unless you open up WhatsApp and you don't scroll down and you see the first line of the conversation looks suspicious. Then you click on it. But otherwise, I'd say no. I think it's very similar to the crack pipe on the nightstand. Interesting bit of law to litigate, though. As with all things related to the law, the answer is it's complicated, but the short answer is no. Because of the massive amount of personal and sensitive information stored on electronic devices, courts have generally been extremely restrictive on what investigators are allowed to take from them. Good, I think that's right. Like, people are entitled to privacy. Honestly, that's for the best. Imagine how up it would be for the prosecution to be going over digital communications sent between a person on trial and their alleged accomplice, only for them to suddenly say, by the way, check out this pic he sent his girlfriend. Would an innocent person send a picture with such poor lighting, and why is it so small? Obviously, that's a ridiculous example, but hopefully the point is still clear. Yeah, it was clear even before. There's a reason that's a thing. Unfortunately, this meant that some of the digital evidence, specifically involving the time travel conversation, was improperly obtained. That wouldn't be necessarily enough to reverse the verdict by itself, as improperly obtained evidence can still ultimately be deemed harmless. In this case, however, the appeals court ruled that it was definitely not harmless. Although there was a lot of indirect evidence and second-hand testimony regarding Will's state of mind, the WhatsApp conversation was the only direct evidence of his state of mind and was thus far more powerful than the other evidence. Not only that, but both the prosecution and defense referenced this conversation in their closing arguments, with the defense claiming that Michelle was the friend that did a bad thing, indicating that both sides clearly felt it was an important piece of evidence for the case. So, thanks to fucking time travel, Will was granted a retrial for the murder charge, and thus is only allegedly a murderer, despite his prior conviction. On the bright side, he'll be awaiting that second trial from prison, because the other 3 charges were upheld. And even without the few pieces of digital evidence that will be excluded from the retrial, unless his defense team can come up with a much more compelling strategy this time, I find it hard to believe that the verdict is going to be any different the second time around, because in my personal opinion, Will is guilty as in your personal opinion, Kevin. Guess whose personal opinion is mine as well? Mine! But it's just a personal opinion. It's not a statement of fact. It never could be. Thank you. Wrap up. Anna Repkina was an intelligent, kind woman who was just trying to find love. She thought she'd found it with Will, so she abandoned her stable and prosperous life in Russia to move halfway around the world for a man who she believed was going to start a family with her. Sadly, everything Will told her was a lie, including how he got the ring he used to propose to her. That said, it's hard to know exactly how much blame Michelle needs to share with Will, if any. If the original verdict was correct, and Will was in fact Anna's murderer, as all the evidence seems to suggest, then obviously the brunt of the blame is on him. Michelle didn't put the gun in his hands, nor did she ever explicitly tell him to kill Anna. Whether or not she implicitly told him to is a matter of debate. But either way, she was definitely putting a tremendous amount of pressure on him to take care of things one way or the other. On the other hand, Will was already dating and living with Michelle and her husband and their kids. It was a weird and fucked up arrangement, but he had full knowledge of what the situation was when he signed up for it. There shouldn't have been any reason for him to join a dating app and involve Anna in any of this mess in the first place. And one could argue that Michelle's level of anger and jealousy over the situation was completely justifiable. Yeah, Michelle's got her own problems, for sure, but yeah, of course she'd be pissed off. I'm not sure that I would personally go that far, but I can at least see the arguments. Yeah, fully agree, Kevin. But we're not here to provide you with answers to these sorts of complex moral questions. Whether or not she is in some part morally responsible, there is no evidence to suggest that Michelle is in any way legally responsible. That allegedly falls entirely on Will, who with any luck will die in prison, and hopefully soon. Allegedly. Yeah, no, this is Will's fault. This is Will's fault. Will is the big kid, allegedly, in today's episode. And Michelle's like a more minor kid. And that's kind of it, isn't it? Thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome to a brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist with me, your host Simon, and an episode written by Emma. Thank you so much, Emma, the Bender House of Horrors. Format of the show, if you're new here, one of my writers, writes it for me, I've never read it before. We're just going to explore it together, dear audience. We're going to do a little bit of crime. I mean, not literally, we're going to read about crime. We're not going to do crimes. There will be no crimes done, as far as you're aware, allegedly. Let's crack on. My dad once told me that there's only one rule in the Wild West. You never ask a person their name or where they came from, because many of them were trying to escape a life of crime back east. God, it's really good that your dad prepared you for the Wild West, Emma. My dad didn't give me any preparations about the Wild West, and I just feel
vastly unequipped for life in the modern world. Of course, since he was born in the 1960s and lived in South Africa his whole life, his superior knowledge of life in the Wild West came from Louis L'Amour's books and the old Western movies my grandmother used to watch. My knowledge of the Wild West only consists of assumptions I made based on pop culture, movies, the TV series Westworld, and the game Red Dead Redemption, so I'm not very knowledgeable about it either. Still, I think most of us have heard of infamous outlaws like Billy the Kid, Jesse James, Butch Cassidy, and the Apache Kid. Yes, indeed, mostly because I've made probably videos about all of them. And if you're from Kansas, chances are you've heard of the Bender family before. After all, their story is legend and provides us with an all-too-real and bloody view into what life in the Wild West was really like. This is one of those episodes where I'm pretty sure I've heard of these people before. I've heard of the Bender family and what they were up to in the Wild West. Probably made a video about it before, but it was either so like, I've been doing this a decade now. Like, it was a while ago if I did. So yeah, if there's some loose recollections rattling around in my brain, I'll let you know, dear listener. The Wild, Wild West. In the 1840s, more than half of what is currently known as the US hadn't been settled yet. At the time, the western border of the US consisted of Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, and Texas. The rest were simply labeled as territories. Just haven't got around to naming them yet. It's like people who have kids and they're like, I don't know what to name, it's just baby one. And then they come up with a name later. Got a map here. Oh my God, it'll go up on the screen. That is a lot of unnamed territories. Like all of the bits other than California. And what's that bit next to it? Nevada? Like the rest of those, I'm like, I don't know what those are. Also, Texas used to be even bigger than it is today. Texas doesn't have that weird tail thing pointing up to the top left, does it? No, it definitely doesn't. I feel like I'd know if it does, because that's really weird looking. Then gold was discovered in California in January 1848, and then Colorado in 1854, and by 1859, 7 new territories and 2 new states had been established, namely California and Oregon. One of these new territories was Kansas, and according to the website, Legends of Kansas, quote, the year 1859 will ever be memorable for the number and miscellaneous character of travelers to Colorado, old men and mere boys, educated and ignorant, saints and sinners, philanthropists and robbers, professional and lay, all defied hunger, cold, nakedness, and Native Americans. Why were they naked? Why did you bring clothes? In their red-hot enthusiasm for gold digging, the Great Plains swarmed with all sorts of animals and vehicles conveying men and some women with goods and chattel to the gold region. The quote ends. Towns sprang up all over the place, and for every family who moved west hoping for a better life, there was at least one band of criminals who took advantage of the fact that the law didn't have much of an influence west of the Mississippi River. Where's that Mississippi River? Is that on the map? Is that the thing on the map? That's Mississippi. That looks like a river.
Okay. Obviously, this blue part here is the land.
That's all dotted. Is that the Mississippi River? Oh, it's much further east than I thought it would be. I guess that kind of makes sense, because a lot more stuff happened in, Eastern America before they got across to the west, right? Okay, so west of the river, no laws. In the 1860s, the Osage Nation, a tribe of Native Americans who'd settled in Kansas following the Treaty of 1825, sent numerous appeals to the federal government complaining about the number of violent outlaws who were making themselves at home in their territory, but nothing was done about it. Following the end of the American Civil War, the remaining members of the Osage Nation signed the Drum Creek Treaty in September of 1870 and agreed to sell their land for $1.25 per acre. They moved south to Indian Territory, later known as Oklahoma, and soon after plots of land were marked out and put up for sale. In October 1870, 2 men arrived at a trading post in Osage Township in the northwest corner of Labette County in Kansas. The youngest of the 2 men introduced himself as John Gebhardt and explained that he and his father, John Bender, were both interested in buying some land. They received a tour of the plots that were available, and within the week, they bought 2 plots of land consisting of 160 acres each for $36. That'll be $863 today. Whoa, I was kind of like, well, maybe $1.25 was loads of money in the past, but obviously it's not. Although this area, this land obviously varies. In Manhattan, it's going to cost you a lot more than in the fields of, where are we? Kansas? Yeah, I feel like Kansas is pretty big. Lots of land that's not worth an awful lot. For the next 3 months, the 2 men spent time setting up a homestead They built a simple wooden cabin that was 5 meters wide by 7 meters long or 16 by 24 feet and had been built on top of a sandstone slab that acted as the floor. Underneath the slab was a rough cellar that was 6 feet deep, and a trapdoor in the middle of the cabin provided access to it. They'd also built a makeshift barn, a rickety corral, and had dug a well, and by Christmas their work on the cabin was done. When spring came around, they'd filled the barn with a few cows, some pigs and chickens, and started laying out an apple orchard behind the house. The people living in and around the Osage Township didn't see much of John Bender and John Gebhardt, but they were curious about what the two reclusive men got up to. John Bender was around 60 years old at the time and was described as being tall and broad, with tan skin and long hair that was wild and woolly looking. He spoke German and broken English, but never said much, and when he did visit the trading post, did play cards with the men who gathered there. John Gebhardt referred to him as Pa Bender, and after a while, the name stuck and people started referring to John Gebhardt as John Bender instead. In spring 1871, Pa Bender put up a sign above the front door to their cabin that read "Grow Cries." Is he trying to spell groceries? Dude, that is so wrong.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
Also, why did they call him Bender? Was there any explanation for that? Anyway, but apparently, Bender's so-called store barely had anything worth selling in it, and he had a habit of chasing potential customers off with a gun. John Bender was around 25 years old and is described as being handsome, tall, and slender. He spoke English and German, had grey eyes, brown hair, and moustache, and a habit of laughing at nothing, and it wasn't long before the neighbors started to believe that John was mentally challenged. He had a habit of disappearing for days on end, though that wasn't unusual since all of the men on the frontier regularly traveled between the towns on business. In March 1871, Pa Bender and John Bender were joined by 2 women, Ma Bender and Kate Bender. Ma Bender was around 55 or 60 years old and is described as being rather heavyset, with blue eyes and brown hair. She spoke German and broken English, but mostly kept to herself and didn't go into town, and was known to be unfriendly and unhelpful, so much so that in later years no one could recall what her name was. I do think about this, like people who you knew in the past who you forgot. Like, I was recently hanging out with an old mate of mine and they were like, "You remember this person?" I'm like, "No." And they're like, wait, we knew them for years. And I'm like, dude, you're gonna have to have more than that. It's just like, oh no, you completely. And then I'm like, eventually I get it. I'm like, oh my God, you just completely forget about people who just don't make an impression on you for whatever reason. Probably my fault, like, or probably just not got a brilliant memory or whatever. But it is kind of like everyone just forgot this woman's name because she just was just a nothing burger. Kate, or Katie Bender, was introduced as Pa and Ma Bender's daughter, despite not looking anything like Pa, Ma, or John Bender. She was around 23 years old and is described as good-looking, well-formed, rather bold in appearance, fluent talker. She had dark eyes, high cheekbones, and long auburn-colored hair. She was a skilled horsewoman, had a noticeable scar under her left eye, spoke English with a noticeable German accent, was friendly and charming, believed in free love, and within a few days every unmarried man in the region made up an excuse to visit the Benders and meet the pretty and willing Katie Bender. However, it's also reported that some of the townsfolk suspected that Katie and John were having an incestuous relationship, since they acted more like husband and wife than brother and sister. But Katie would later confide in one of her neighbors that she and John Bender had already been married for some time. Oh, I see. Wait, but she's off like dallying around with all the townsmen. And he's like, oh yeah, okay, gotta keep up the pretense that you're my sister, so okay. Within days of the woman's arrival, the cabin had been split in 2. At the back were 2 beds, the cooking area, and a kitchen table. The front of the cabin was transformed into a general goods store, and a wagon canvas was strung up and acted as a divider. The sign above the front door was replaced with one that said, "Groceries," correctly spelled. The Benders started advertising their cabin as an inn, and they placed a wooden table and 2 benches in the front of the cabin. Katie would meet their weary guests with a warm smile, a hearty stew, and an offer of shelter for the night. She'd order them to sit with their backs to the canvas, chatted on while she served them, and then left them in the front room to settle down for the night. The next morning, they'd stock up on provisions, enjoy a big breakfast, and then head off, resuming their journey to whichever neighboring town they'd been traveling to. But when several people started going missing after stopping at the Bender Inn for the night, everyone just assumed that they'd fallen victim to bandits, horse thieves, disease, or wild animals who regularly attacked travelers on their way to Colorado. This was the Wild West after all. Oh no, they're killing them in the shop, aren't they? And then like robbing them. And just making their bodies disappear by putting them in the pigs, with the pigs or something. A land of outlaws and conmen. Within weeks of her arrival in Labette County, Katie Bender started to make a name for herself, though it is not always easy to separate fact from fiction, and there are a lot of crazy stories out there regarding what Katie Bender got up to during her time in Kansas. We know that she regularly attended church in the nearby town of Harmony Grove with John Bender and soon made friends in the nearby towns of Independence and Cherryvale. She'd attend singing lessons and town meetings, visit the women to share a cup of tea and gossip, and rumor had it that a handful of men would regularly visit the Bender cabin for a few drinks, a round of cards, and a tussle in the barn if Katie was in a good mood. One of the friends the Benders made early on was a German businessman called Edward Earn. Around January or February 1871, Edward wrote to his foster mother in Germany. We don't know what her name was, so let's just call her Mrs. Foster. In his letter, Edward offered to marry her daughter and then asked the old lady if she'd be willing to move to America and come and live with them. The two foster women agreed, sold their belongings, and then left for the Americas with some jewelry, traveler's checks worth $3,200, and a trunk full of clothes. The traveler's checks today would be worth around $82,380. Good lordy lord, that's a lot of money. Also, you're just being like, hey, yeah, I'll marry your daughter, just move to America. It's not far, it's really far. Especially in the past, it's probably like traveling by boat or something. When they arrived at the Osage Township around April or May 1871, so 4 or 5 months later, Edward announced that he had arranged for them to live with the Benders while he decided where they were going to settle down. Oh my god, they're definitely getting murdered and their traveler's checks are getting robbed. Don't you need to sign across a traveler's check? Like, I remember I feel like traveler's checks are one of those things. When I was a kid, traveler's checks were a thing. And then when I first went off on my own travels, I think I was like 18 years old, my dad was like, don't forget to get some traveler's checks. And I'm like, Dad, I'm pretty sure I can just get money out of cash machines. And he's like, what if you can't? You might regret it if you don't have traveler's checks. So I went down to the post office. I think I got like 4 traveler's checks worth like £100 or something. And I never used them. I just took them to the post office when I got back and got cash for them because nobody uses traveler's checks anymore. Nobody uses checks anymore, outside of America, apparently. Despite their less than comfy surroundings, Mrs. and Miss Foster reportedly enjoyed talking to both Katie and John Bender, who could both converse in German and were full of stories about life on the frontier and the many challenges that homesteaders faced. One afternoon, the Benders and the Fosters were looking for Native American artifacts that the Osage tribes left behind. Before long, Ma Bender complained that she was growing tired, so Pa Bender led her back home, and the two foster women, Katie and John Bender, continued looking for artifacts. When they arrived back at the cabin, Mrs. Foster asked her daughter to put the artifacts they'd found away for safekeeping. But when Miss Foster opened the trunk, she realized that the box containing the jewelry and the traveler's checks was missing. Uh-oh! Since there wasn't anyone around for miles, they immediately suspected that the Benders had stolen from them, and despite Katie's claims that they had nothing to do with it, the two foster women packed their things and demanded to be taken back into town. You get murdered. John Bender agreed to take them, and for the next hour, he helpfully explained that there were a lot of horse thieves about and that they'd become a real problem in recent weeks. Maybe one of them had been in the cabin while they'd all been out for a walk. Of course, the foster women didn't believe him, and after John dropped them off in town, they immediately reported their loss to Edward Earn. Traveler's checks can't be big, right? They're just paper. Why would you leave them in what I assume is a pretty old-school, unsecured place? It feels like you should carry them on you. A furious Ed confronted the Benders at gunpoint the next day, but they insisted that they had nothing to do with the theft. Unable to prove anything, Ed left in a huff, and that Sunday at church, Katie told everyone who would listen just how ashamed she was that the Fosters had been robbed while staying under their roof. Edward and the Fosters reported the loss to Leroy Dick, Cherryvale's town trustee, who was the closest thing they had to an authority figure. But since they had no evidence to prove that a crime had been committed, there was nothing that old Leroy could do apart from reporting the theft to the German consulate and having the traveler's checks cancelled. But he promised himself that he was going to keep an eye on the Bender family from then on. In May, it's like, I'm going to keep an eye on them. It's not getting your $80,000 back there, is it? In May 1871, Katie started working as a waitress at the hotel in the neighboring Cherryvale and started advertising her services as a spiritualist and a healer. She mostly relied on word of mouth and later put an advert in the local newspaper that read, Professor Ms. Katie Bender can heal all sorts of diseases, can cure blindness, fits, deafness, and all such diseases, also deaf and dumbness. Residence 14 miles east of Independence, on the road from Independence to Osage Mission, 1.5 miles southeast of Nora Head Station. Katie claimed to be a medium and regularly hosted seances in the hotel in exchange for a fee. She reportedly also traveled to the neighboring towns to peddle her services and invited her customers to come and see her at the Bender Inn for a more personalized experience. One of her regulars was a woman named Julia Hestler, who also worked at the hotel in Cherryvale. Around May or June 1871, Katie invited Julia to the Bender Inn for a seance, and Julia agreed. She packed 10 overnight bags, then got on a stagecoach to Independence. She walked the 14 miles to the Bender Inn. When she arrived there that evening, Katie was setting up in front of the front section of the cabin. When Julia asked if anyone was going to join them, Katie said no, but reassured her friend that they'd have a better chance of contacting the spirits if it was just the two of them. Sounds like she's going to be contacting the spirits real soon after she's murdered. Also, did we just gloss over the fact that she walked 14 miles? God damn. Julia would also later testify, so she survives, that she'd known something was off the moment she'd stepped into the cabin. There was a bad smell in the air, and there were flies everywhere. While Katie finished setting up, Julia peeked behind the canvas that separated the store from the living area and noticed a group of flies gathered together on the floor. Grossed out, she quickly stepped away and did her best to mind her manners and not comment on the god-awful smell or the number of flies that covered every surface in the shop. Katie invited Julia to join her at the table, took Julia's hands and asked her to close her eyes. Katie then started chanting and calling for whatever spirit was kind enough to join them. The buzz of the flies was constant, and when Julia opened her eyes in the middle of the seance, they weren't alone anymore. Pa Bender, Ma Bender, and John Bender were all gathered behind Katie's back, and Julia's internal alarms started screaming. Yeah, no shit. Julia, how did you survive this? It sounds like you're about to get murdered. Julia claims that she'd hastily excused herself, then bolted out of the cabin and into the night. She ran into the tall grass that surrounded the yard while someone repeatedly shot at her, and managed to hide until she had an opportunity to make a run for it. She heard the family yelling and cursing as they lit lanterns and began to look for her, but when they turned their backs, she got up and didn't stop running until she reached Joe Newman's cabin the next morning. Oh yeah, she's bars in the middle of nowhere. This is like some horror movie shit right here. We don't know if Julia told anyone about what happened that night. We also don't know if she simply thought that no one would believe her. After all, despite their strange beliefs, Katie and John Bender were both well liked in the area, and the Bender Inn was a popular hangout. Despite being like 14 miles from anywhere, back in the day, it's really far. One of the men who regularly spent some time at the Bender Inn was a man named Jack Reed. He grew up in the area and is described as being a good-natured layabout who spent his time drinking in the saloon and gambling in the hotel. Whenever he traveled between Cherryvale and Independence, he always made a point of stopping at the Bender Inn to see Katie Bender. Sometime in July 1872, he was passing by the cabin when he recognized two horses that belonged to his gambling buddies and decided to drop in. The three of them spent the afternoon at the Bender Inn eating and drinking and made plans to meet up in Independence the next day to go gambling. When the three of them prepared to leave, Katie Bender invited Jack to pass by the cabin on his way to Independence so that she could wish him luck. Katie Bender! The next day, Jack decided to ditch his two friends and spend the night at the Bender Inn, as with Katie, before joining up with his gambling buddies in Independence. Reed explained that Pa Bender and John Bender were out of town that night, and he and Katie played cards in the front end of the cabin, while Ma Bender slept in the living area. After dark, the two men stopped by the cabin on their way to Independence. They were friends of Jack's and had recognized his horse. Katie seemed bothered by the interruption, and when Jack asked his friends to relay a message to his gambling buddies who were waiting for him, Katie said that they shouldn't be surprised if he never arrived because Reed doesn't know how to keep his word. Reed doesn't know how to keep his word because you're gonna murder him, Katie, allegedly. This snarky comment caused a little tension, and after the two men left, Katie went to bed. Jack slept in the front of the cabin and used his saddlebags as a pillow. They were full of money that he planned on spending in Independence, so he didn't want to let them out of his sight. That money is going to someone else's pockets, and you're going to be communing with the spirits, Jack! During the night, Jack heard a wagon approaching the Bender Inn. He heard Katie talking to some men outside, whose voices he recognized as belonging to John and Pa Bender. He then heard the telltale sign of a struggle before there was a loud thump and some gurgling. Oh god, he's been murdered and he's gurgling on his own blood, isn't he? Convinced that he'd just heard the Benders murder someone, Jack feigned sleep. The next morning, he got up early and hurriedly left for Independence, but when he told his friends what had happened, they laughed it off. But Jack was convinced that Katie Bender had planned on murdering him for his money that night, and the only reason he was still alive was because his friends had stopped by, and if he'd gone missing, they would have told the authorities that he'd spent the night at the Bender Inn. 18 years later, Jack Reed would be called in as a witness during Kate and Ma Bender's murder trial. Missing. In October 1872, Two boys went fishing at Big Hill Creek about a mile away from the Bender Inn and came across a body floating in the water. They hurried back home to tell their parents what they'd found, and later that day, a small crowd looked on as the body was dragged out of the water and placed on a sheet. It was then taken to Independence, where the local newspapers would publish the victim's description in an effort to identify him. An inquest was held on the 8th of October, and the coroner explained that the victim had been repeatedly hit over the head with a blunt object, fracturing his skull in several places. That his throat had been slit and had most probably bled out before his body was dumped in the creek. Around the 17th of October, the man was identified as the 40-year-old William Jones, a farmer from Montgomery County. According to his wife, Martha, he had been helping to build a schoolhouse in Osage Mission and was expected to arrive back home at the end of September. At the time of his death, he had $250 in his possession that he planned on using to settle the loan they'd taken out to pay for their new farm. The newspapers reported that Martha was now a widow with 3 young children and $250 in debt, and the community immediately suspected that the owner of the plot of land where William's body had been found, Mr. R.M. Bennett, had something to do with his death. Mr. Bennett in turn insisted that they were welcome to search every inch of his land, and the men who took up his offer discovered wagon wheel tracks in a patch of dried mud near the creek. One of the back wheels were wobbly and left a distinctive track in the mud. It was then speculated that this would result in the wagon making a rattling sound as it drove, and after the men had inspected Mr. Bennett's wagons, they confirmed that it didn't have wobbly wheels and didn't rattle, so Mr. Bennett was no longer a suspect. This is proper, old-school Sherlock Holmes shit. In the months following William Jones's murder, 4 more men disappeared after passing through the area. The 29-year-old Henry Mackenzie was one of them. In November 1872, he had been on his way to Independence to visit his sister and stopped in Cherryvale to say hello to his cousin, Leroy Dick, Cherryvale's town trustee. He'd spent the night there, and when Leroy and his wife warned their cousin that men had been going missing in the area, Henry reassured them that he was a soldier and he could look after himself. Henry spent the next night in the home of local homesteader J.H. Sperry and left for Independence the next day. He never arrived. Benjamin Brown was from Cedarville in Howard County and had traveled to Osage Mission with $50 in his pocket, hoping to secure a loan so that he could purchase a farm for himself, his wife Mary, and their 2 children. He was denied a loan, so he decided to head to Independence and try his luck there. He traded for a new horse in Ladore, but never reached Independence. William McCrotty was an Irishman and Union Army veteran. He'd been heading to the land office in Independence in the hope of settling a land dispute. He'd arrived in Ladore, tired and hungry, and a man named Dan Gardner gave him 25 cents and told him if he needed food or shelter for the night, he should stop by the Bender Inn. In December, George Lancor and his 2-year-old daughter, little Mary Ann, were moving back to Iowa to live with his in-laws following the death of George's wife, Mary Ann, and their son. Oh, God. Wait, so this guy, he's got a 2-year-old daughter and his wife and their son have just died. He's going to get murdered? Oh, I don't like that. They say goodbye to their neighbors and good friends, Dr. William York and his wife, who was also Mary, and their 3 children, and set off for Iowa in their new wagon and a team of 4 horses. But it was the middle of the winter, and when a sudden cold front had snow coming down in droves, George pulled up to a lone cabin in the middle of nowhere, hoping to find shelter so that little Mary Ann wouldn't die from the cold. But when the new year arrived, Mary Ann's concerned grandparents wrote to Dr. York and told him that George and the 2-year-old Mary Ann had never made it to Iowa. Oh no, they killed her. I don't understand it, but it's like, okay, you're murdering people for money and stuff, but a 2-year-old dude, come on. During the Civil War, Dr. York was an assistant surgeon in the 15th Regiment of the U.S. Colored Infantry. He was captured by the Confederates, and after the war ended, he had several scars on his body that told the story of his stay at Camp Ford. He married Mary, and the 2 of them moved to Onion Creek, a small settlement 7 miles south of Independence, where they started a family. The couple had befriended George Lancor shortly after his wife's death and helped to raise the newborn Mary Ann. When news reached the York family that George and Mary Ann had disappeared, Dr. York was already planning a trip to Fort Scott, where his father lived, and decided to see if he could find out what happened to George and Mary Ann. Dr. York left for Fort Scott on March 3, 1873, and spent the night in Independence, where he visited his brother, Senator Colonel Alexander York. He then traveled north to Moorhead, where, according to newspaper reports, a wagon had been found abandoned. He identified the wagon as having belonged to George Lancor and informed the local authorities that he suspected foul play. Then he made his way to Fort Scott. He spent 4 days visiting his parents and purchasing several trees, shrubs, flowers, and vegetable seedlings from their nursery as a gift for his wife so that she could expand their garden. Honey, I'm home. I brought you work. He also bought a new horse, which was described as being very fine, along with a new saddle and bridle. During his last night in Fort Scott, Dr. York told his father about the disappearance of George and Mary Ann Lancourt and that he was planning on investigating the disappearance. He told his father that he planned on stopping at every homestead along the route George planned on taking and would then gather a group of men to help him look for them once he got back to Independence. Together, they wrote a letter to Colonel York and the sheriff in Independence to tell them of Dr. York's plans, and Dr. York left Fort Scott the next morning. According to Mary York, quoting here, since he had said he should probably be gone from 10 to 14 days, I did not really expect him to come home until March 18th. And now, expectation was on tiptoe, for the 18th of March had at last arrived. But it brought not my husband. When Colonel York wrote to their father to ask whether Dr. York had decided to stay in Fort Scott a little longer, their father grew worried and called the next train to Independence. When the two men arrived at Dr. York's homestead in Onion Creek the next day, Mary York confirmed their worst fear. William was missing. The Posse. I've heard of frontier justice before, how groups of armed men would hunt down outlaws and criminals, mow them down, drag them behind their horses, or hang them from trees without so much as a hello or a how do you plead. The closest I ever came to seeing a posse was when I was 5. Our dogs had been barking all morning, and when my mom went up to investigate, she saw that they'd cornered a ring-snaked spitting cobra next to our house. That sounds, I don't know what a spitting cobra is, but it sounds scary. My dad was at work, so my mum called one of our neighbors for help, and a group of 10 to 15 black men arrived within the hour, holding pitchforks, shovels, hose, and bricks. I watched through a window as the men surrounded the cobra and threw bricks at it. They managed to stun the snake, then chopped it to pieces and burned its remains to warn other snakes away. Oh my god, do snakes really, are they that smart? They see like a burned version of themselves and are like, oh, holy shit. Or are they like, huh? And that's it, because they're a snake. They don't have a big brain. Just like, huh? The way they'd arrived, singing and chanting and shouting curses at a snake that had done nothing to any of them, probably doesn't compare to a group of 100 well-armed, pissed off, and bloodthirsty men on horseback who are hunting for the persons responsible for a number of disappearances in the area. Colonel Alexander York and his youngest brother, the 21-year-old Edward, followed Dr. York's proposed route from Fort Scott to Independence and stopped at every homestead along the way. Edward reportedly outright accused several people of murdering his brother, and many people were pissed off at the York brothers' blunt way of investigating Dr. York's disappearance. James Roach, one of the men they'd accused, wrote to Governor Thomas Osborne shortly after and asked him to intervene in the search for the group of people responsible for the disappearances, explaining that, quoting here, "We are all poor and we want help from the state, and we want it now, and we need it so that we will spare no time until we bring the guilty parties to justice." When Edward York and a group of men stopped outside Leroy Dick's house, they asked him if there were any suspicious people in the area who might be worth checking out. After some consideration, Leroy Dick told them about the Benders, that they'd been accused of robbing the Fosters, and that some dark rumors were doing the rounds about what they got up to at night. Oh my god, they're like out looking for the people who've gone missing, like who's responsible, and he's like, oh yeah, there's these people, there's rumors about them making people go missing. First, stop the Benders! On the 4th of April, 1873, a group of 75 men searched the area around the Benders' cabin for any sign of Dr. York. Look under the floorboards in the back room. Look where the flies are. Flies are a big clue. Meanwhile, Colonel York and 2 others arrived at the Bender Inn and were introduced to Katie, Ma Bender, and John Bender. Colonel York introduced himself and explained that he was looking for his missing brother. Colonel York will later tell Mary York that Ma Bender had denied ever meeting Dr. York, but later admitted that he'd stopped by the cabin for lunch. Katie offered to use her skills as a medium to help Colonel York track down his missing brother, but Katie claimed that she'd need more time to consult with the spirits and that he should come back that evening. Careful, son. Don't go back that evening by yourself. Make sure you go with your crew. John Bender offered to show Colonel York and his men where a band of outlaws were known to hide out, and then spent the afternoon chuckling to himself as they searched the area, convincing Colonel York that he was a bit touched in the head. That evening, Colonel York and his men left, and Colonel York concluded that, quote, "These are just simple, credulous folk under the hallucination that Kate has supernatural powers." What a man of reason. Wow, good for you, Colonel. They returned to Cherryvale, and Colonel York wrote his own petition to the governor, asking for his assistance in capturing the organized band of outlaws who are spreading in many localities and whose actions rendered life and property unsafe. Governor Osborne agreed and declared a reward of $500 per head for the capture of the persons responsible. On the 8th of April, a meeting was held in Harmony Grove to organize a thorough search of the area. The organizers told the local newspapers that they would, quote, make every effort in our power to detect and bring to justice the murderers. But on the 12th of April, the Headlight reported that yet another wagon had been found abandoned on the outskirts of Thayer, a busy railroad town. The horses were still hitched to the wagon, and they were starving, and the local authorities explained that the wagon was old and dirty. Its back wheels were wobbly and made a rattling sound when they drove it to the local stables for safekeeping, and on the back of it was a loaded rifle and a wooden design that read Grow Cries. As in, like, their misspelling of grocery, so it's their truck, isn't it? Okay. Hell's Half Acre. On the 15th of May, 1873, the following article was published in the Kansas City Times. Devilish deeds, fearful and diabolical butchery in southern Kansas. A farm planted with corpses, 8 bodies already discovered, 4 persons implicated. How a family of human hyenas preyed upon the passers-by. What follows? Its facts may read like the recital of some horrible dream, wherein nightmare mirrors upon the distempered brain a countless number of monsters and unnatural things, yet what is set down in the narrative is as true as the sun. However, most of what is reported in that article is actually bullshit, and it reads like a cheap horror filled with claims of witchcraft and sacrifices made to the devil. The facts are much simpler. On the 4th of May, 1873, a farmer named Billy Toll was busy rounding up his cattle when he passed by the Bender Inn. He heard an animal cry out, and when he went closer to investigate, he saw the Bender's animals were starving and that most of them had already passed away. He gave the remaining ones some water and food and then investigated the cabin itself. It had been abandoned, and the farmstead reeked of death. Billy Toll reported his discovery to the authorities in Harmony Grove, and according to Leroy Dick, Billy was as elated at the prospect of spreading the news as a cub reporter with his first big scoop. The next morning, Leroy Dick and 2 others visited the Bender homestead. Leroy was planning on drawing up an inventory of all the things the Benders had left behind so they could see which items were worth selling, but it wasn't long before he realized that this wasn't just another family who'd upped and left when life on the frontier became too hard. The first thing he noticed was the smell, which he compared to the smell of a bloody battlefield after a few days of fighting. The smell was even worse inside the cabin, and they had to cover their faces with handkerchiefs to block out the worst of it. The cabin itself was dirty and covered in flies, and from the mess they'd left behind, it was clear that the Benders had left in a hurry. While looking around the house, Leroy Dick collected 3 bloodied hammers, a shoe hammer, a claw hammer, and a 6-pound sledgehammer, and would later stash them in his saddlebags for safekeeping. The men found the trapdoor hidden underneath a mattress, and when they opened it, they were hit with a sickening stench that, quote, almost drove them from the house. It convinced Leroy Dick that the Benders had hidden a body somewhere. Oh, they've hidden bodies, all right. Leroy Dick reported their findings to Colonel York, and on the morning of the 6th of May, a group of men armed with plows and shovels descended on the Bender homestead. They lifted the cabin and moved it aside. Oh, this was like a really temporary thing, more like a shed. And they dug out the sandstone slab to gain access to the cellar. Billy Toll would later testify that the soil underneath the cellar was soaked with rotting blood, but they didn't find any bodies buried there. Edward York joined the search, and that afternoon they searched the apple orchard. They had discovered several spots that resembled graves, and over the next few days they would uncover 8 bodies in total. Their bodies were then placed in wooden coffins and left next to their graves so that they could be identified. Edward York identified the brother of his body, Dr. William York. Leroy Dick identified the body of his cousin, Henry Mackenzie. William Crotty had a tattoo on his forearm that listed his name, date of birth, and his regiment. It's very convenient, well done. Benjamin Brown was identified after a horse trader from Ladore recognized his silver signet ring. A man named James Feerick was identified by a neighbor, and the body of a man named either John Geary or Johnny Boyle was pulled up from the well. George Lanker's father-in-law had traveled to Independence to look for them and identified his body, as well as the body of his granddaughter, little Mary Ann, who had never actually met. I don't like it. The coroner would later explain that the men had most likely all stopped at the Bender Inn, and all were people that the Benders must have thought wouldn't be missed by any of the locals. Their unlucky guests then sat with their backs to the canvas that acted as a divider, and it was Kate's job to distract them with food or conversation. Someone, either John Bender or Pa Bender, would then repeatedly hit them over the head with one of the 3 hammers that were found inside the cabin. Their bodies would be placed next to the trapdoor before their throats were slit and then be left to bleed out. Once that was done, their bodies were buried in the orchard. Little Mary Ann didn't suffer that fate, though. She was most likely smothered to death after the Benders had murdered her father. The cause of death of men buried in the orchard matched the cause of death of William Jones, the man whose body was found in the creek, as well as the cause of death of 2 other men who'd been murdered while camping nearby. They were also added to the list of Benders' victims, bringing the total up to 11. In the coming weeks, the authorities learned that the Benders most likely murdered their victims so that they could steal their horses and whatever money they had on them. John Bender was a horse thief, and he would take their victims' horses and whatever valuables they had and meet up with an outlaw from Texas named Frank McPherson, or a member of the McPherson gang. The McPhersons would then buy the horses and whatever loot John Bender had on him, and then travel back to Texas to sell them. This was supported by a witness statement by a horse trader from Albuquerque in New Mexico who admitted to buying Dr. York's horse a few weeks after his murder. On the 17th of May, 1873, Governor Thomas Osborne published the following proclamation. $2,000 reward. Whereas several atrocious murders have been recently committed in Labette County, Kansas, under circumstances which fasten, beyond a doubt, the commission of these crimes upon a family known as the Bender family. And whereas said persons are at large and fugitives from justice, now therefore I, Thomas A. Osborne, Governor of the state of Kansas, in pursuance of law, do hereby offer a reward of $500 for the apprehension and delivery to the Sheriff of Labette County, Kansas, of each of the persons above named. No dead or alive? It feels like it should finish with dead or alive. The Witch Hunt. In the days and weeks after the bodies were discovered in the orchard, the stories that were told about the Benders became more and more sensational as time went on, and the newspapers got a lot of details wrong. Yeah, newspapers, media today is still a bit of a mess, but like back in the day, they'd just be like, hey, we don't know the details, let's just make it up. No, we don't have a story, let's just make one up. It's like historians really far back in the day. It's like, I heard this from some guy who heard it from someone. It's history now. We'll write it down in a book. Done. Easy. The article, Devilish Deeds, describes the Benders as follows. Brothers William and Thomas Bender lived in the house with their wives. William Bender, the oldest of the brothers, had a wife who was a spiritualist. The balance of the Benders called her a medium, the neighbors a she-devil. She was 42, with iron grey hair, ragged at the ends, and thin over the temples. Her eyes were steel grey and hard. The light that came from them was sinister and forbidding. She had not a single prepossessing feature. Her form, angular and tall, seemed to lift itself when the spiritual influences took possession of it and became not only gigantic in height, but supernatural as well. At times she dealt in incantations and the boiling of herbs and roots that had charms and spells about them. Her will was indomitable. All the household feared her, dreaded her, obeyed her, and as the sequel proves, they did the devil's work for her. This sounds like it's just so made up. Wait, did they even get the relationships of the people wrong? And also, was she that old? And also, she never ironed her hair, and wasn't she quite good looking? In her book, Hell's Half Acre, author Susan Jonasus explains that the American public became a little obsessed with the story of the Benders. Witnesses to their crimes crawled out of the woodwork and happily told reporters just how they'd also stayed at the Bender Inn and been able to escape a grisly fate. As the little extract from the article Devil's Deeds prove, most of the stories were rarely based on fact, and according to Susan Jonasus, debate raged over whether Kate Bender was a young woman of repulsive appearance or a buxom, good-looking country girl. The more disorganized newspapers ran multiple articles contradicting one another, leaving readers wondering how she could be both well-formed and an infernal hag. Hundreds of people visited the Bender Inn in the days following the discovery of the bodies, stealing handfuls of dirt and whatever little souvenirs they could get their grubby little hands on them. That's so weird. I understand if there's one weirdo who's into that, but hundreds of people coming to just grab a bit of dirt from a murder house? That's real weird, guys. When they'd looted everything that had been left in the building, they tore the cabin apart and took pieces of it home. Photographers who'd witnessed the bodies being uncovered sold prints of the scene, marking the locations where the bodies were found, and Leroy Dick proudly displayed the 3 hammers they'd found that were thought to have been the murder weapons. Meanwhile, dozens of people were out looking for the Benders, and despite the fact that there weren't any photos of them and no one really knew what they looked like, sightings of them were reported almost daily. Some reported that they'd fled to either Texas or New Mexico. Others claimed they were hiding away in Indian territory. Others claimed that they'd made their way into Mexico or had been hunted down and killed by vengeful posses. One sea captain claimed that the Benders had attempted to escape to Mexico in a hot air balloon, but had been caught in a storm and had been forced to land on the deck of his ship. The odds of that are just astronomically slim. However, no one ever claimed the $2,000 reward that had been placed on their heads. Oh wow, $500 each. That's so much money back in the day. 16 years would go by before the newspapers started reporting that Katie Bender and Ma Bender had been found. Oh my god, like jump to the future or what? And they were due to stand trial. Now, before you get too excited, no, they weren't the real Kate and Ma Bender. They were Sarah Eliza Davis, a single mother of 3 children, and a mother, Almira Monroe. Sarah is described as being an ignorant, superstitious woman and had worked as a washerwoman for a spiritualist and orphan named Francis McCann. One afternoon, Francis told Sarah that she'd dreamed she'd witnessed a man being murdered by 2 women, and Sarah reportedly said, quote, "Don't tell any more of that story. It is no dream but a reality, and I know all about it. The man murdered was John Sandford, your father, and he was killed by my half-sister. I was present, and so were you. You were only about 3 years old." Francis then became suspicious about her employee's so-called criminal past and accused Sarah of being the infamous Kate Bender. Sarah fled to Niles, Michigan, to escape the accusations, but Francis followed her there, and after Francis met Almira Monroe and spoke to some of the locals, she was even more convinced that she'd found the infamous Bender woman. She wrote to the authorities in Labette County to tell them of her suspicions, but they wrote her off as a crank who was laboring under a delusion. However, around the same time, Sarah Davis approached a police officer and accused her mother of being Ma Bender. Almira, in turn, accused her daughter of larceny, and the 2 of them were arrested. What is larceny? Is larceny theft? Is that theft? Look up. Yeah, unlawful taking of personal property. Okay, it's just like an oldie word for theft. While in custody, the 2 women continued to hurl insults at each other, and Almira went on to also accuse Sarah of being Kate Bender. However, she insisted that she'd only read about her daughter's crimes in the paper and hadn't been involved with them herself. In an attempt to clear their names, the authorities in Michigan sent Leroy Dick a picture of Almira so that he could either confirm or refute Sarah's claims that her mother was Ma Bender. Unfortunately for them, Leroy didn't know Ma Bender all that well and reportedly confirmed that the middle-aged Almira resembled the now 73-year-old Ma Bender, claiming that that heavy old figure, that peculiar squint as she peered out, were too characteristic to allow me any further doubt. Except for the fact that she looks 20 years older than she should be. At least. Sorry, 20 years younger, my bad. The local authorities weren't convinced, but the 2 women were still sent to Labette County to stand trial for the Bender murders. Most of what we know about the Benders came out during this trial, but the majority of the witnesses who'd met both Katie and Ma Bender confirmed that Sarah and Almira didn't resemble the Bender women. The lawyer was able to prove that at the time of the murders, census documents and Almira's prison records proved that they hadn't been living in Kansas, and the 2 women were declared to be innocent and were sent back to Michigan. According to Wikipedia and most of the other sources on the Bender family, that's where their story ends. But when Susan Jonasas published her book, Hell's Half Acre, in March 2022, she promised that it contained the untold story of the Benders, and it does not disappoint. What happened to the Benders? According to Susan Jonasas, the majority of sources key to the construction of this book are those held at the Kansas Historical Society State Archives. They include the boxes of governor's records in which the unwieldy nature of the search for the Benders becomes apparent. According to these documents, Colonel York had paid 2 men, a Detective Thomas Beers and a Colonel Charles Peckham, to find the Benders. Detective Beers and Colonel Peckham managed to determine that after Colonel York had left the Bender Inn on the afternoon of the 4th of April 1873, the Benders had hastily packed their things and hitched their horses to their rattling wagon and made their way to Thayer. They abandoned the wagon and made their way into town on foot. Pa Bender bought 4 train tickets to Humboldt, Tennessee, and the 4 of them had boarded the 903 train from Cherryvale. They arrived in Humboldt the next morning and ate breakfast at the Sherman House Hotel. Pa and Ma Bender then headed back to Missouri, and Kate and John Bender boarded a train to Texas. Kate and John jumped off the train at one point, and around the time Billy Toll realized that they'd abandoned their homestead back in Kansas, all 4 of the Benders had met up again in Denison, Texas. Shortly after, Frank McPherson joined them, and the 5 of them traveled on to Red River Station, where Frank's brother and the leader of the McPherson gang, William McPherson, aka Missouri Bill, took them in. Detective Beers and Colonel Peckham arrived in Red River at the beginning of June 1873 and started asking if anyone had seen the Benders. A local cowboy told them if the Benders was with Frank, they'll be at Missouri Bill's place at the cattle station. The 2 met with Missouri Bill, who promised to take them to where the Benders were camped for a fee, then led them around in circles for several days before abandoning them in the middle of nowhere and forcing them to make their way back to civilization on their own. Bill warned the Benders that the law had found them, and the Benders and the McPherson gang left the area. Colonel Peckham went back to Kansas at the end of June, and Detective Beers continued the search on his own. He learned that the McPhersons and the Benders had made camp at Mud Creek in the Chickasaw Nation and paid a guide to take him there. By the time they arrived in Mud Creek, the McPhersons and Benders had already left for Clay County in Texas. By October 1873, Detective Beers was told that the search was proving to be too expensive, and he was ordered to abandon the hunt and go back to Texas. 6 years later, on the 20th of September 1879, Joseph Nicholson, the superintendent of the Detroit House of Corrections, wrote the following to Johnson John, the new governor of Kansas, quoting here, "Dear Sir, I have a man confined here who claims to know where the Bender family are, who I think could be induced to disclose their whereabouts for a much less consideration than was offering. Should you think it best to pursue the inquiry further, I will give you every assistance in my powers. I feel satisfied this man knows much about that gang that might be turned to give account should you deem it worth your time." Prisoner was a man named Samuel Merrick. He had been an outlaw and a horse thief, and claimed to have met the Benders on several occasions over the previous 6 years. His accounts of the Bender movements matched several confirmed reports that had been sent in by the detectives hunting for them, and makes him the last known person to have seen the Benders. In his detailed affidavits, Merrick explained that he had first met the Benders back in July 1873 after leaving Mud Creek. The Benders and the McPhersons traveled to Henrietta in Clay County, Texas, and were staying at a homestead that belonged to a friend of Missouri Bill's called Floyd Slimp. Samuel Merrick met them when he paid a visit to Slimp and his family, and Slimp introduced the Benders as his cousins from Kansas. Bar Bender and Katie were both wearing men's clothing, and Katie was going by the name Jenny Gardner on account of her being in all the papers. According to Merrick, Kate was pretty good looking with her red cheeks and had no issue telling him everything about their life back in Kansas, although she never mentioned the murders. Surprise! During his visit, he was part of a discussion about where the Benders should head next, and it was decided they would either go to Little Wichita or head north into the Chickasaw Nation, since the law was less likely to follow them there. According to Katie, they weren't afraid to live out in the wilderness for a while, since they were all armed with, quote, Winchester rifles and the new Smith & Wesson pistols, 2 apiece. For the next few months, several people reported spotting the Benders and the McPherson gang around Little Wichita, Big Wichita, and Henrietta, and another detective named James Sullivan went looking for them. He started his search in Colorado, since he knew that the McPherson gang regularly sold their stolen horses there. But when he didn't find any trace of the Benders there, he wrote to Missouri Bill to ask for his help tracking them down, and once again the outlaw agreed to take Sullivan directly to the Benders in exchange for a fee. Around Christmas 1874, the Benders were hiding out with the Slimp family again when the news reached them that James Sullivan was snooping around Henrietta looking for them. According to Samuel Merrick, John Bender purposefully went into town to see James Sullivan and even went so far as to greet him on the street without being recognized. Quote, he told Floyd Slimp he was not afraid of that man, he was too stylish. The next time Merrick met up with them was in December of 1875. The Benders were part of a large outlaw colony living in the wilds of the Chickasaw Nation, and John Bender and the 63-year-old Pa Bender had become buffalo hunters to support themselves. During his visit, Katie reportedly told them, I hate living like a prairie dog. No bed, no dresses, and no money to fix up even a little bit. This was the last official sighting of the Benders. Their protector, Missouri Bill, died of pneumonia in prison shortly after, and Samuel Merrick was arrested for horse theft in 1877. In his affidavits, he claimed that the Benders hadn't planned on staying on the plains much longer. Quote, they have either gone further south on the Staked Plains or the Guadalupe Mountains. Within the next 2 decades, the story of the Bender murders became a legend, and their whereabouts has remained a mystery. According to Susan, quote, the Benders live on because the story of their crimes does not have an ending, and unsolved mysteries have the greatest afterlife. The family themselves are ghosts in their own narrative, patched together through the voices of those who knew them and those who lost loved ones to their crimes, and those who continue to tell stories passed down through generations. So, wait, they murdered all these people and then just go on the run and just disappear, and that's that? What? But is it possible that we already know what happened to at least 2 of the Benders? Ooh, okay, here we go. In 2004, author Phyllis De La Garza published a book on the Benders titled Death for Dinner, The Benders of Old Kansas. In 2013, she wrote an article titled History, Mystery Solved, Hiding in Plain Sight, and explained that after her first book was published, a fan named Jan Peterson contacted her and told Phyllis that it's entirely possible that John and Katie had both ended up in Colorado, the very same place where Missouri Bill used to sell his stolen horses, and had both been buried there. Jan sent Phyllis photos of their graves, and Phyllis traveled to the small town of Glenwood Springs to investigate. She spent months going through historical records and newspapers that were published at the time, and she added an afterword to her book in 2014, including all the information she'd found and her new theories on what happened to the Benders. Unfortunately, her publisher went out of business. Phyllis de la Garza lives off-grid in Arizona, and I haven't been able to find a digital copy of her 2014 book anywhere, despite scouring the internet and roping in Matthew Markham and the members of the Discord channel. I also didn't want to pay the $50 plus it would have cost to mail a physical copy to South Africa, but shout out to Excelsior's Baby Driz and Zion Bell, who will kindly agreed to help me check their local library records for a copy. Yeah, just go check out the copy and then, allegedly, take some photographs of it. Because that's not piracy. However, Phyllis's 2013 article gave me enough information to conduct my own research and confirmed the claims she made. Historical records show that Joseph Joe Bender was born in Germany in 1843 and emigrated to Missouri in 1864, aged 21, where he started to work as a blacksmith. Katie, or Catherine Christiana Mueller, was born in 1846 in Germany and immigrated with her parents to Missouri when she was 3. She had 5 siblings in total, and according to findagrave.com, her parents lived and died in Missouri. Joe and Katie were married in Hermann, Missouri in 1868 and lived in Cairo in 1870, but then they disappear from local records. Joe was 27 and Katie was 24 years old at the time, the same age the younger Benders were when they moved to Osage Township, which is roughly 300 miles southwest of Cairo. The next time Joe and Katie made an official reappearance is in Colorado in 1878, 5 years after the Benders had escaped from Kansas, and 3 years after Samuel Merrick last saw John and Katie in the Chickasaw Nation roughly 800 miles away. At the time, the settlements in the Rockies were nothing more than tent towns and were reportedly populated by, quote, gamblers, gunslingers, and sex workers. Joe continued to work as a blacksmith, and the two of them lived in Salida for a time, where Katie opened a hotel. They then moved to Glenwood Springs in 1886, and the local newspaper reported that, quote, Ms. Katie Bender is back from Glenwood Springs and says she and Joe are putting up a saloon and hotel there. She also says business is pretty well overdone. Sorry to lose Mrs. Bender, and we are sure no more kind-hearted women will ever run a hotel here. They just got away with this and went on living their lives. By then, Joe was 43, Katie was 40. The two of them had bought a property on 7th Street and owned a tavern. 2 years after moving to Glenwood Springs, Joe passed away from dropsy of the heart, which is the cutest disease I've ever. Dropsy. It sounds like a kid's character. I'm Dropsy the Clown. And Katie went on to do pretty well for herself. She turned the tavern into a restaurant called Commercial Restaurant. She bought a ranch and several other properties and traveled to Mexico, Great Britain, Germany, and Switzerland. She passed away from heart failure at the age of 70 on the 20th of January 1917, leaving a cash amount of $13,500. That's $331,000 today, and several properties to her remaining relatives. In her obituary, the Glenwood Post reported that there has just passed from the scene of action a character well known and loved in Glenwood Springs and Garfield County, as well as throughout the state of Colorado. No one but the recording angel will ever know the full extent of the kindly ministrations, the deeds of mercy, and helpfulness of this good woman who for so many years fought the battle of life alone and unaided, and yet, notwithstanding her busy life, always found time to be of service to those in distress or need. Mrs. Bender came in close contact with many unfortunates who could not be reached by those in other walks of life. To be sure, she was imposed upon. Many sought her aid and took advantage of her generosity under promise to reform and pay her for the assistance rendered, only to forget her ever afterwards. And yet, she seemed content in the thought that out of the flotsam and jetsam that drifted her way and took advantage of her generosity, some, yes, many, appreciated the kindness and showed her that appreciation by cleaner lives and better conduct because of the counsel and help of this friend of the unfortunate. So, is it possible that Pa and Ma Bender had somehow died out in the wilds of Chickasaw Nation, leaving John and Kate Bender to fend for themselves? Is it possible they then followed Frank McPherson to Colorado and decided to make themselves at home in the wild and lawless mining towns that were popping up all over the place? And is it possible that as soon as Pa Bender, Ma Bender, and John Bender were out of the picture, Katie Bender turned out to be a semi-decent person and a friend of the unfortunate? I mean, maybe. Or perhaps the beloved, caring, generous Auntie Katie J. Bender, who was buried in Glenwood Springs, isn't the Katie Bender who helped to murder several men and one child inside a lonely cabin back in Kansas. Is Katie Bender a particularly popular name? I don't feel like the surname Bender is very well known. Like, I've never known anyone called Bender or heard of anyone being called Bender outside of Futurama.
Bender, honey, we love you.
Shut up, baby, I know it.
According to Phyllis de la Garza. Then again, perhaps two Katie Benders have been born in the same year, both German, with auburn hair, hazel eyes, a scarred left eye, and adept at making money while spinning clever yarns. Both married to shy, reclusive German blacksmiths named John and living within 300 miles of Cherryvale, Kansas in 1870. Two young women, exactly alike, who disappeared without a trace from 1873 to 1878. Exactly. Yes, they're the same person. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're listening to this as a podcast, why not leave us a review on Spotify? That'd be awesome. Or a rating. You don't even have to write anything. You just leave a rating. 5 stars. Preferred, of course. And I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Today, car thief kidnap a monster, the Beast of Belgium. Oh no, not a car thief. It's like, normally if I saw that title I'd be like, yes, a little bit of levity. But then the fact that he's a kidnapper and monster and he's called The Beast makes it sound like he's up to a whole lot worse than being a car thief. We're going to find out, because the format of this show is Emma has written me a script. Thank you, Emma. I'm going to read it, never read it before. Let's discover this story together, dear audience. Unless you're familiar with it already, in that case you know more than me. And I'm the one making this bloody video. Let's go! I'm usually picky about the cases I decide to cover on The Casual Criminalist. If I'm going to be living with a case for 2 weeks that it takes to research and write about it, I need it to be interesting and unique on some level. Usually, I'm pretty excited about researching these cases, and it's not unusual for me to swear under my breath or mutter curses or cheer out loud when justice is finally being done. Yeah. As everybody who watches this show knows, yeah, me too. It's like, get him in the chair! Yes! But every now and then, I know that the case I'm working on that month will be particularly tough and that I'll need to keep the tissues ready. This is one of those cases. Oh no! Why can't it just be about a car thief? What's today's casual? Oh, he's a car thief. He's a gentleman robber. It's like, no. This is the Beast. Summer of 95. The 24th of June 1995 was a warm, sunny Saturday, and the first day of the summer holidays in Belgium. 8-year-old Julie Lejeune was looking forward to their end-of-year school dance performance. She'd been listening and dancing to the soundtrack since her father gifted her the CD the previous day, and that afternoon at around 3 p.m, her mother Louisa drove her to her best friend Melissa's house so that they could practice the routine. This is so sweet. My kid right now is... I don't know, it's just gonna... Telling this story is maybe going to be worse about what's going to happen. But it's like lately my kid, she goes to a dance class on Tuesday afternoons, I think. And she is like practicing for a performance in a few weeks. And she's always like, Dad, look what I can do. Look what I can do. And she'll show me some little dance thing. And it just gets like a little bit better every day. I'm like, oh, this is so nice. I never thought I'd look forward to going to a dance performance of 4-year-olds, but I'm very excited to see this. Melissa Russo lived on the outskirts of the city of Liège, and after they'd finished practicing, the two girls convinced Melissa's mother, Corinne, to let them walk to the overpass near their house. Melissa and her older brother used to wave at the cars that passed on the highway and would cheer when the motorists greeted them with loud honks, and Melissa was eager to introduce her best friend to her new favourite pastime. This sounds dangerous. Like, one, you're really near a busy highway, and two, this is like bad for drivers as well, because you're like, oh look, the children waving hello, and boom, you're in a horrible car accident. Corinne agreed and watched as the two girls happily made their way down the dirt road, past the golden wheat field and on toward the bridge. After a few minutes, she decided to join them, got onto her bicycle and rode towards the bridge, but the two girls were nowhere to be seen. Louise Lejeune drove towards the Russo house at around 6 p.m. to pick Julie up, but she came across a panicked Corinne instead. Corinne told her that the girls had walked toward the bridge, but that she'd checked the route several times now, and had even rode her bicycle down some of the other roads nearby, but she couldn't find them anywhere. The two women drove around in Louise's car looking for the girls, but when 30 minutes passed without any sign of their daughters, they called the police. According to Louise, I'd say the police arrived within about 15 minutes. They asked us some basic questions. I'm not sure how long that lasted. I think they asked us for pictures of the girls, and we gave them the ones we had at the time. I admit that at one point that night, I had some very bad thoughts that maybe they'd been picked up by a bad person who would kill them, and that we'd find them somewhere nearby. Yeah, of course. Like, I think this is one of those situations where if it's you, you're just there and you're like, oh, it's probably nothing. But you're still like,
It's like they're probably going to show up after they got lost walking in the woods or something, but you're still like, uh-oh. During the next 2 days, 6 different witnesses came forward to say that they'd seen Julie and Melissa that afternoon. A cyclist who had passed underneath the bridge said that he'd seen them standing on top of the bridge where they'd happily wave at passing cars. A couple had walked by the 2 girls, who'd waved hello, and the couple had waved back. One of Russo's neighbours, 71-year-old Marie-Louise Henrot, had been sitting by the window in her bedroom and had watched the 2 girls as they walked past the wheat fields towards home. She'd seen a dark-coloured car stop next to the 2 girls and had seen a dark-haired man get out. He opened the back door for the 2 girls, who got into the car without a struggle. The old lady had assumed that they knew the man, so she didn't think much of it until the police came knocking at her door. That's the thing, it's like one of those things you see and you're like, I mean, there's a 0.001% chance that guy's kidnapping those girls. That the rest of that chance is like, yeah, they're just getting in a car. They're just being picked up by someone they know. The cyclist told the police that he'd seen a red car parked in the emergency lane just past the bridge. It had to swerve out of the way to avoid hitting the car. 4 other witnesses would later corroborate his story, with 2 of them adding that there was also a van parked in the emergency lane. One of the witnesses told the police that the red car had Belgian number plates that started with either NKV or NVK. The car was small. Marie-Louise thought that it must have been a Peugeot 206, but she wasn't sure. Peugeot 206 is like, this is what, mid-90s? Peugeot 206 is like a car of, it was like, must have been one of the most popular cars on the road back in the day. It was a car of my childhood. Other witnesses said it was a Ford Fiesta, a very rather similar looking car, same era, same size. But 2 days after Julie and Melissa had disappeared, a woman contacted the police to say that the person who'd taken Julie and Melissa had tried to kidnap her daughter earlier that day. What the f***? If someone kidnapped my daughter, I'd be like, you ain't going, like, I'd be like by her side like all the time. That's crazy. Wait, what? Earlier in the year, in both March and May, a man driving a red car offered to take the girls for a ride. On June the 24th, 1995 at noon, the girls were playing outside. I saw my daughter moving away from the car. It was a red Ford Fiesta. I saw my daughter was afraid. I got closer and saw that my daughter's friend, Diana, was sitting in the passenger seat of the car. I literally ripped her out of the car. The driver tried to keep her from getting out and then took off. I got a good look at him. He looked to be around 1.70 m tall, 5'8", thin, with short, dark hair parted on the right, brown eyes, wearing a blue and green striped shirt with dark trousers. Okay, so why is this man not in prison for trying to kidnap children? That's, like, what's up? Her daughter had told her that the man had one hand on the steering wheel and had offered to give them candy. Jesus Christ, he's being a stereotypical P-word. In his other hand, he held a dirty, damp handkerchief. Because her mother had already warned her that it was dangerous to get into cars with strange men, she hadn't wanted to go near him, giving her mother enough time to catch up with all of them. The woman's description of the man matched the one provided by Marie-Louise, and her description of the car matched with the other witness statements. With the pictures of Julie and Melissa on them were posted all over Liège, and then every town and city all over Belgium. Wait, what? I mean, they've got like half the numbers on the license plate. They've got that it's a Ford Fiesta. They've got that it's red. They know that it's owned by a dude. I mean, it very thoroughly narrowed down right there, even if a Peugeot 206 is a common car. Their photos graced the bridge where they'd stood that afternoon. Their parents spoke to the media, made television appearances where they criticised the police's lack of progress, and begged their daughter's kidnappers to bring them back home. The wheat field was searched, riverbeds were scoured, and thousands of volunteers helped to look for the 2 girls. 2 months later, 2 more girls disappeared. They were 17-year-old Anne Marchal and the 19-year-old Yves Lambrex. They'd been on holiday with friends in the coastal town of Ostend, and on the 22nd of August 1995, they'd travelled by tram to Blankenberg. Anne and Yves attended a magic show performed by Rassi Rastelli, a well-known Dutch hypnotist. During the show, the 2 girls were called on stage and took part in the act, and afterwards, witnesses say that they both looked a bit dazed from the experience. Well, yeah, it's like hypnosis. It's kind of what it does. Allegedly. If it actually works at all, which I'm not sure it does. Just before midnight, and the girls were seen outside of a bar called Hotel Brazil. They then caught the last tram to Ostend at 12:44 a.m. and arrived at the last tram station at 1:15 a.m, where they were spotted by a taxi driver. They'd planned to hitchhike the 13.5 kilometers back to the bungalow that they shared with their friends. At most, the walk would have taken them around 2 hours. Oh my god, that'd be so... You just taken a tram for like half an hour to the end of the line, and then you've got a 2-hour walk back home at 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, after probably a few drinky drinks. Anne and Evesha didn't return to the bungalow that morning, and when they still weren't back by that evening, their friends called the police. The police listened to their story, but told them that Anne and Evesha were probably still out partying. After all, this was the summer holidays, and they were teenage girls. It wasn't unusual for them to disappear for days on end during the holidays, only to resurface a few days later once the drunk drugs and alcohol had run out. According to Jean Lambret, Evesha's father, they did not draw up a missing persons report. They said that Anne and Evesha must have gone out. They'll return soon. But during those first days, nothing was done. I mean, how old are they? 17 and 19? This is the thing. They're one of them's an adult, and there's a big difference between missing adults and missing kids. Because adults go missing is generally because they want to go missing. Kids go missing, it's not usually because they want to go missing. In fact, they never want to go missing because they're kids. They don't get to make that decision. So I get it, but still maybe a little something. I mean, 17 could be an excuse for the police to do something, maybe. When they didn't get any word of the police, Anne and Evesha's friends called their parents. Anne's father and Evesha's mother reported their children as missing to the local police and then raced to Ostend. According to Paul Marshall, they questioned their daughter's friends as soon as they arrived, but didn't learn much, so he went to Anne's room to take a nap. Wait. Wait, what? According to Marshall. Wait, who's Paul Marshall? And why is he having a nap? What's going on? I found Anne's cherished stuffed Snoopy on her pillow. Okay, wait, is this her dad? Is this her dad? This wasn't made clear. Was it made clear? Did I miss something? I found Anne's cherished stuffed Snoopy on her pillow. The little ribbon around Snoopy's neck was still there. It had a note attached in her handwriting offering a reward of 100 francs for Snoopy's safe return in case he went missing. It was at that moment that it really hit me. Something terrible must have happened to Anne. In the days following their disappearance, Anne and Evesha's parents did what they could to let the world know about their missing girls. According to journalist Douglas DeConnick, I remember very well when Paul Marshall came into the office. He said, please put Anne's photo on the front page. And I think we were laughing at him, like, oh God, this poor man, his daughter is surely somewhere partying with some friends, and she'll show up in a few days. Okay, so yeah, it was the father. I thought it was the police at first. I'm like, wait, why are the police just taking a nap in their house? That makes a lot more sense. But now there were 4 families whose daughters had gone missing within just 2 months, and the people of Belgium couldn't help but notice. Missing posters with their faces were posted everywhere. These posters made their way to the Netherlands, Germany, France, Mexico, South America, and Madagascar. What was it? Madagascar? Because their families had been told that they might have been trafficked. To Madagascar? What's going on in Madagascar? Their families followed up on every lead they could, spoke to every witness, and pestered the police for more information about their missing daughters. And when their questions were met with silence, they hired private detectives. They kept detailed notes on the events surrounding their daughters' disappearances, and they kept on fighting to have their voices heard and their daughters' names spoken. But 11 months after Julie and Melissa had gone missing, another family joined their ranks. 12-year-old Sabine Dardenne had lived in Tournai and had been on her way to school when she disappeared. That morning, she'd been wearing black trainers, blue jeans, a white top, and a red sweater that her grandmother had gifted to her. Her bicycle was a metallic green Dunlop VTT, and on the back of it was a red nylon bag that contained her swimwear. Her mother had only realized that something was wrong when Sabine didn't return home that evening and didn't hesitate to report her daughter as missing. Only this time, the police had nothing to work with. No one had seen Sabine that morning, her bike was never found, and no one had seen any suspicious vehicles in the area. It was like she'd disappeared into thin air. Her parents would also make several television appearances, begging her kidnappers to bring her home, and in a lot of ways, the other 4 families had already paved the way for them, ensuring that they had no difficulty in letting the world know that Sabine was missing. A hotline was set up, helicopters searched the area, and the police scoured the neighborhood. See, this is what happens when a 12-year-old goes missing versus a 19-year-old. 500 volunteers and 116 soldiers meticulously searched the countryside for weeks after her disappearance, and both her mother and grandmother kept their back doors unlocked just in case Sabine had run away and decided to come home. Within days, Sabine's missing posters joined the already fading ones that contained pictures of Julie, Melissa, Anne, and Evesha. Parents all over Belgium kept their children close and made sure that they didn't go anywhere alone. In the podcast on the case, Le Monstre, American-born Matt Graves explains, quoting, 5 girls had now gone missing without a trace. The country was waking up to the fact that all 5 disappearances were strikingly similar and possibly connected. Of course, they had no idea what kind of storm would soon be unleashed on their country. The stroppy little madam. Now's a good time to let you know that Sabine survived. Is she the 12-year-old? Excellent. Okay, that's good. And the information from this chapter comes directly from her book, I Choose to Live, which she wrote shortly before her 21st birthday. After she was rescued, Sabine was told that some people had thought that she'd just run away, and she had explained that it made sense, and she'd just informed her parents that she'd failed maths and that she'd been in trouble over it. She was a strong-willed person and prone to throwing a tantrum when her mother asked her to help out around the house, and she was perfectly aware that her mother was often disappointed with her youngest daughter's behavior, quoting, I know people had me down as a stroppy little madam, but as long as it didn't affect what I did, I wasn't bothered what they called me. In fact, I thought this stroppy little madam was probably my best friend, and this is still the case. Sabine explains that around 7:30 a.m. on the morning of the 28th of May 1996, she was riding a bicycle to school. Sabine used to meet up with her best friend Davina, and the two of them would ride to school together. If either of them were late, the other would just continue to school. So when Davina wasn't waiting for Sabine at the gate to her house, Sabine didn't stop to wait for her and kept on riding. Not long after, Sabine heard a vehicle approaching from behind her. She pulled over to the right side of the road to let it pass and glanced over her left shoulder when the beat-up van drew even with her, quoting, It was a real old banger, the kind of beaten-up camper van that looked as if it was lived in by squatters, 3 seats in the front and a miserable bunk thing in the back, and disgusting brown and yellow check curtains with hundreds of car stickers plastered over the windows. The side door slid open, a hand closed around her mouth, and an arm came around her chest, and then a screaming Sabine was flying through the air. The next thing she knew, she'd been bundled into an old blanket, and a man was trying to force 2 pills down her throat. She spat them out, and kicked and screamed and yelled, and asked her kidnapper who the he thought he was. The van stopped, and the driver hopped out. He tossed her bike into the back of the van, and then they sped off again. Quoting again, the whole thing, the snatching, the yelling, the stop, the flinging of my things into the van, had taken no more than a minute. Sabine took to calling the man who held her down the greasy creep and referred to the driver as the little nerd. So there are 2 of them. Okay, the greasy creep was obviously in charge, and he barked orders at both the struggling Sabine and the little nerd. They both had dark hair, and they both spoke with an accent that told her that they weren't from the French-speaking region of Belgium. The greasy creep forced 2 more pills down her throat, and then pressed a Coke bottle to her mouth, forcing her to swallow. Sabine eventually stopped struggling, but she didn't know if it was because of the pills or because she was just tired. 2 hours later, the van came to a stop, and Sabine was forced to climb into a blue metal trunk. She explains that it wasn't much bigger than a toolbox, and her kidnappers had to fold her body into 4 parts to get her to fit. The 2 men then carried the trunk into a house, and Sabine was let out. She'd explained that she only saw a few rooms in the rundown house. The entire house was filthy and covered in dust and building rubble, and the racks of clothes and toys that littered the rooms told her that a woman and child had once lived here. There was the front room that contained a kitchenette, a half-built fireplace, a table and chairs, a telephone, a microwave, some toys. There was a second room that she would be kept in whenever someone unexpectedly knocked on the front door. There was a bathroom, a hallway with a makeshift sunroof, a bedroom that contained 2 bunk beds, boxes that were overflowing with clothes and other belongings, and a dinosaur poster above the wall. The main bedroom, where the greasy creep slept, was just as disorganized and dirty and contained the bed, racks of clothes, and a television. Later, she'd refer to it as the Calvary, or the agony room. I couldn't bring myself to admit that I had been well and truly kidnapped. The whole thing had been too well done, too quick, right from the first day while I was still stupefied with fear and my head muddled with drugs, so I had to believe everything I was told. For the first 3 days, Sabine was kept chained to one of the bunk beds in the second bedroom. On the second day, the greasy creep took her to the agony room, stripped her bare, chained her to the bed, took photos of her, and then had his way with her. Afterwards, he took her back to the second bedroom, chained her to the bed, sat down next to her, and graciously explained what was going on, quoting, "You're not to worry. Personally, I've got nothing against you. In fact, I saved your life, but the boss really has it in for you, so he wants money from your parents." He explained that Sabine's father, an ex-police officer, had somehow slighted the boss, and they were now holding her for ransom. Sabine asked how much money they wanted, and the creep explained the ransom amount was 3 million francs. In response, Sabine scoffed at the creep, fully aware that her parents didn't have that kind of money. He then brought the nerd in to corroborate his story, but the nerd never met her eyes, and Sabine wasn't impressed with the nerd's one-word statements and didn't believe a word he said. But on the third day, the creep told Sabine that her parents had refused to pay a ransom, and that the boss now wanted her dead. Sabine had a choice. The creep could hand her over to the boss, who would sexually torture her until she died, or she could live there with him since her parents no longer wanted her. Oh, God. Quoting again, "I can't be sure of the exact wording, but what he offered was a stark choice. Live or die. Naturally, I chose to live." The creep then took Sabine down a narrow, unfinished staircase that had been dug into the earth and ordered her not to touch the walls or he'd beat her. The staircase led into the cellar, where he'd built a hidey hole. The hidey hole was hidden behind some metal shelving that had bolted to the wall. The shelf was stacked with packs of bottled water, beer, and cool drinks. Once the shelves were cleared, the creep would pull on the bottom shelf, which then slid upwards on a metal rail and revealed a cleverly hidden door behind it. The door was heavy and made of bricks, and there was barely enough space for Sabine to squeeze past it. Behind the door was a metal gate and a tiny room that had been painted a bright yellow. The room was 3 feet by 9 feet, and it contained an old sponge mattress that was covered with a scratchy blanket. To the side, there was a bench and a little wooden shelf up on the wall and a bucket at the foot of the bed. The creep had left a shopping bag containing a few snacks for Sabine, a plastic container full of water, as well as an old television and a Sega gaming console that stood on some old boxes. Her school bag had been placed on the bed. She had 2 little lamps that provided her with some light, and the creep proudly explained that it even installed a ventilation fan for her so that she'd always have fresh air. When Sabine saw all the effort he'd put into her new accommodations, the little madam reportedly turned to him and said, "You've got to be joking." But of course he wasn't. The creep told her that the house belonged to the boss and that some of the other gang members might come looking for her. Since he was trying to save her life, he had to hide her away. If she wanted to live, she had to stay in the hidey hole, do as he said, and keep quiet. If the boss or any of his goons found out where she was, she'd die. If she heard someone else, either inside the house or inside the cellar, she couldn't call out or make a sound, or the boss and his other men would come and find her. She had to keep quiet until she heard the creep say the secret code word, "It's me." According to Sabine, quote, "I would die if I refused to be sexually assaulted. I would die if I made any noise. In fact, I lived under a permanent sentence of death." In the days and weeks that followed, Sabine would keep herself busy by reading her textbooks, trying to improve her math skills, copying out lines from her French and Dutch textbooks, drawing and playing games on the Sega console, and writing everything that happened to her down in her school diary. To keep herself sane, she kept track of the days on a small calendar in her diary. She noted when the creep was home and when he left. When he was gone, she ate expired biscuits and knickknacks and conserved the little water he'd leave for her. When he was home, he'd either take her upstairs to the agony room or to the kitchen for meals, where she made a point of nagging at him. He drank coffee, but I wasn't allowed to, so I went on at him until he gave me a little percolator and instant coffee. It was cold, so I went on him until he gave me some sort of heating. I pestered and badgered whenever I thought I could get away with it. Once he called me a bloody pain in the arse, probably when I was snivelling too much. When it dawned on me that he actually seemed to enjoy it when I cried, I decided then and there to give it up, at least in front of him. And just a reminder that this girl is 12 years old. She has excellent presence of mind for someone of that age. It's not to say that she wasn't terrified. She was only 12 after all, there we go. Emma also thought it was a good time for a reminder about that. She was terrified that he might hit her, but he never did. She was terrified that he'd leave her in her hidey hole for weeks on end. She was terrified of the lights in her little hidey hole going out and leaving her in the dark. She was terrified of the boss finding out that she was still alive, but most of all, she was terrified of the idea that her parents really had abandoned her. Quoting again, "I always felt myself to be an outsider. I knew that my parents had never wanted me, that my birth was an accident. If this was a joke, it was one that backfired, because I took it literally, communication never having been a strong point in our family." Sabine goes on to explain that her mother often reminded her that she wasn't good enough. She wasn't as smart as her older sisters. She wasn't as polite or nice or helpful. Over and over, she could hear her mother say, "Failed again, Sabine," the very words she'd said to Sabine the night before she disappeared. So of course, it made sense that when her parents had decided which of their daughters they'd be willing to sacrifice, it was Sabine. Again, this is like, I was just saying, good presence of mind for a 12-year-old, but she's still 12. Like, she could think this way. Sometime in June 1996, Sabine had asked the creep if we would allow her to write a letter to her parents. She wasn't allowed to use the telephone in the front room to call her family, since the creep had told her that the boss was always listening in and that he'd know that she was still alive. But eventually, the creep agreed to deliver a letter to her parents. Sabine estimates that she wrote 5 or 6 letters to her family. In these letters, she'd beg her parents to pay the ransom so that she could come home. She apologized for whatever she'd done wrong and promised to be a better daughter, but explained that she also understood that they were all in danger and that they would be killed if the boss found out she was still alive. These letters are not getting delivered, right? Sabine asked about their days, if they were looking after a vegetable garden, how her dog Sam and her fish Tiffy were doing, and if her grandmother's arthritis was back. And she told them that the creep wasn't giving her proper food. The meat often tasted rancid, and almost all the food he gave her was from generic brands which were well past their sell-by dates. He also didn't give her proper bread when he locked her in the hidey hole, only the pre-cut factory stuff that would go moldy after a day. She could only have margarine, not butter, and the milk he gave her was often curdled. She had to nag at him to allow her to wear underwear, otherwise she'd have to walk around naked the entire time. He wouldn't even allow her to take a proper bath, and when he did bathe her, he'd scrub her body raw. He'd even dared to cut her fringe shorter because it bothered him and referred to her as his girlfriend. She also told her mother what the creep did to her when he took her up to the agony room, how he would tie her to the bed and take nude photos of her before he put himself through his paces. Some days he'd force her to watch porn with him and sleep in the same bed as him, and then she'd try and come up with ways to escape her chains and run away. Every time he took her to the agony room, Sabine would scream and yell and fight back. She'd tell him no, she'd call him an arsehole, and tell him that what he was doing was sick and unnatural. No matter how scared she was, Sabine was determined to fight back, to let him know that she would never break, and she reassured her family of that. Her parents never wrote back to her, but the creep helpfully relayed those messages to her. He told her that her mother had said she had to count her blessings and that things could be much worse for her. Her mother reportedly said that Sabine had to learn to wash better and that she would just have to learn to like what the creep was doing to her. But after 2 months of being locked up with just the creep for company, Sabine begged him to allow her to go outside, to call someone, to allow her to have a friend. Of course, he refused, but then he went away for a week, and when he got back, Sabine was forced to spend an entire day with him in the agony room. Afterward, she crawled onto her bed and marked the date with a big red star to indicate that it had been a particularly bad day, and then wrote everything she'd experienced into a private letter addressed to her mother, telling her about all the really big problems she was having, and that she'd really appreciate if they could come and save her now. It took her body a few days to recover, and when the creep left on her trip, Sabine cried in relief. But on the 77th day after she had been kidnapped, the creep took Sabine upstairs and told her that he had a surprise for her. Asleep on the bottom bunk, in the second bedroom, was another drugged girl. The creep had brought a friend for Sabine, just like she'd asked, and all she could think was, what had I done? This is so f***ed up. I'm glad that the details are not included, because I don't need to know the details. You don't need to know the details. We don't want the details. The sixth girl. A 14-year-old Letitia Delhaz had disappeared on Friday, the 9th of August 1996 in the town of Bertrix. She'd spent the day shopping with her mother and cleaning the house, and that evening at around 7:30 p.m, she and her older sister had walked to the public pool. Since it was summer, the sun wouldn't set until around 9 p.m, so it was still light out. The town was filled with tourists and other holidaygoers, and Letitia would later explain that, quote, "Because I had my period, I didn't actually go swimming. My sister and her boyfriend went off somewhere, so I hung around for a bit until I got fed up with watching everyone else having a great time and decided to go home. The pool isn't that far from our house, so I walked back, and then this old van pulled up, and the driver asked if there was anything going on in Bertrix. I told him it was the 24-hour scootathon. The man made out as if he didn't quite understand, and in less than 2 minutes, I was bundled up, and that was that." The guy in the van was the nerd, and while he'd been distracting Letitia, the creep had come up from behind and grabbed her. Again, she barely had time to fight back before a handful of pills was shoved into her mouth and a bottle of Fanta was pressed to her lips, forcing her to swallow. She spat the first pills out, but then the creep gave her a second, heavier dose, and she eventually passed out. She didn't remember much regarding what happened over the next 3 days. She vaguely remembered arriving at the rundown house, only just remembered being chained to a bed, being forced to drink contraceptives, and being initiated by the creep. He told her the same story he had told Sabine, that he was part of a gang, and Letitia was being held for ransom. Shortly after Letitia was introduced to Sabine, the creep told her that her parents had refused to pay the ransom, and her life was now forfeit. Then he made Letitia the same offer that he'd made to Sabine. Do you want to live or not? Afterwards, she was taken down to the hidey hole, and Sabine was ordered to fill Letitia in on what would be expected of her. It was during this time when Letitia told Sabine that, quote, "I've seen you before. Your photo is everywhere, and that's where I've seen you. Belgium is covered with posters of you, and your parents are going mad trying to find you." Of course, after 2 months of being told the opposite, Sabine didn't believe her, but she was grateful to have someone to talk to, even if the other person was still mostly doozy from the drugs that she'd been given. So they shared stories and told each other about their lives outside of the hidey hole, all while lying side by side like sardines. According to Sabine, when he eventually came down into the cellar, he told me to stay where I was. It was Letitia he wanted. I could guess what he was planning to do with her, but in one little corner of my head I felt relief, knowing that for at least a bit I'd be left alone. Later, I was ashamed of even thinking like this. But back in Bertrix, the search for Letitia Delhaz was in full swing. When Letitia's sister returned home, she was surprised to hear that Letitia wasn't back yet. Letitia's mother and sister then started looking for her, calling her name and asking if anyone had seen her. When they couldn't find her, they called the police. Michael Borlée, who was a provincial King's prosecutor at the time, explains that, quote, "That Saturday morning, around 9 a.m., the phone rang and the police captain informed me that a 14-year-old girl went missing the previous evening in the village of Bertrix. The girl had left the swimming pool at 9 p.m. and hadn't come home afterward. The way from the pool to her house was about a 10 to 15 minute walk through the village and the town square. Her mother reported it to the police, who started investigating right away. They searched the route she would have taken in the area around it. They didn't find anything. Bertrix is 10 minutes away, so I showed up right away." Back then, it wasn't common for prosecutors to be on the scene that quickly, and a lot of people were shocked to see him there. According to Borlée, "At that time, I was conscious of the Julie and Melissa case and all the problems the parents had with the judicial authorities. I didn't want to fall into all of those shortcomings I had perceived and which Julie and Melissa's parents had talked about in the media, the distrust and lack of empathy and information. So I was also there to meet directly with Letitia's parents. I wasn't in my ivory tower or playing golf somewhere. I was there to show them that we were concerned and that we were there to help." Borlée started his investigation by putting together a timeline of events and correlating them to various witness statements. He also asked that Inspector Judge Jean-Marc Connereau be appointed to the case as soon as he realized that Letitia hadn't just run away. He also canvassed the streets himself and spoke to the people who claimed that they'd seen something that day. One of them was a nun named Sister Etienne. The previous evening, she'd heard a loud vehicle with a broken exhaust driving past. She noticed that it was a beat-up van and muttered to herself that it was causing a racket. It came to a stop near the swimming pool and stood there for some time. She told the police that it was clanky and had a bunch of stickers in the rear window. A friend of Letitia's, named Kathy, told the police that she'd seen a strange man enter the men's bathroom that evening and said that her boyfriend, Renier, had also seen him. Renier said that he hadn't seen the man, but he had noticed the van and thought that it looked a bit dodgy. It was a beat-up white van and stickers covered the back windows. Renier thought that it might belong to some thieves, and since his bicycle was locked up nearby, he made a note of the van's number plate, just in case. He was able to tell the police that the van was a white Renault Traffic, and its number plate started with the letters FRR. The police ran a search of all Renault Traffics in Belgium, and then worked through the list of 77 names until they came across one that was familiar, that made alarm bells go off in their head. Marc Dutroux. This is what I was saying they should have done with the Peugeot 206, right? They should have just narrowed it down and then see who's on that list and be like, oh, okay, well, that guy's a sexual predator, so let's start with him, shall we? Like that sort of thing. That would have been good a bit earlier. No? Couldn't we have done this, 6 pages ago? Come on. The Beast of Belgium. If I could have skipped this section, I would have. I would have loved nothing more than to keep referring to him as simply the creep and move on until he was finally captured, executed, and forgotten about. Unfortunately, Belgium doesn't have the death sentence, and there's a lot more to this story than just the 6 kidnappings that we've covered so far. Oh god, it's already grim enough. There's a lot we don't know about Marc Dutroux's life. We know that he was born in Belgium on the 6th of November 1956, spent some time living in the Belgian Congo, and moved to Charleroi in Belgium when he was 3. The area they lived in was poor and run down, and it was a crime hotspot. His parents were teachers, his father had numerous affairs, and his parents got divorced when he was 13. The most dramatic thing that allegedly happened to the 15-year-old Dutroux was that his mother, Janine, then became romantically involved with one of her 17-year-old students, and Dutroux didn't like the idea of having to answer to some snot-nosed idiot who now thought that he could tell him what to do. That's got to be so weird, because he's 2... Your stepdad's 2 years older than you. He might even go to the same school as you. That's f***ed up, Mum. What the hell? And I know he's Belge, but the French are into this as well. Isn't Macron? He's married to, his teacher from, back in the day. It's weird, in my opinion, allegedly. This resulted in 16-year-old Dutroux leaving home and becoming either a drifter or a sex worker. It has also been suggested that he used to live with an older man who expected the teenage Dutroux to have sex with him. We're not sure. What we do know is that Marc Dutroux is a born psychopath. After leaving school, Dutroux trained to become a mechanic and got involved in petty crimes, which included selling stolen car parts. In 1976, the 20-year-old Dutroux married his first wife, Françoise, who was just 17 at the time. 2017, that's okay. I mean, in Europe. Right? And it's not, maybe that is a bit weird. It's close to being weird. And they would go on to have 2 sons. In 1979, half your age plus 7. 17. Okay. Yeah. It meets the rule. And they would go on to have 2 sons. In 1979, he was arrested and charged with crimes related to the violent muggings of old ladies, drug dealing, and car theft, and spent 3 months in prison. Now, we know that some criminals are made in prison, and the same can be said for Dutoit, whose crimes only escalated once he was released. In the early 80s, Dutoit became even more entrenched in the criminal underworld and made a lot of trips to what was then known as Czechoslovakia, where he'd be accused of sexually assaulting several girls. He also started hanging out at ice rinks in and around Charleroi, where he made a habit of tripping or bumping into female skaters. Creepy dude. He'd then apologized profusely and held them up, taking the opportunity to fill them up as much as he could while he had an excuse to be near them. Marc Dutoit sounds like a bit of an incel. This is where he met Michelle Martin, who was around 20 at the time. The two of them started an affair, and Francois divorced Dutroux in 1983, explaining that he was unfaithful and abusive towards her. Michelle and Dutoit moved in together and would eventually have 3 sons. Still, this didn't stop Dutoit from chatting up girls, but he was now fast approaching his 30s, and teenage girls felt creeped out by this greasy old man and avoided him like the plague. Yeah, he's also like he's a born psychopath, right? So he doesn't care how other people feel. According to Michelle, I remember that Marc Dutroux accused me that I was responsible for the fact that he could no longer seduce as many women as he would have liked. He thought that other women were less interested in him because he lived with me. I remember we even slept separately for a while back then. It was at that time that Marc Dutroux told me he was planning to kidnap girls. He told me that kidnapping and sexually assaulting them took less time than hitting on them. That is some psycho shit right there. He said that would be to my advantage too, that he had way more time to spend on me. And because he did it all for me, I had to help him with the kidnappings. I don't see how that logic works, Marco. At the time, an ex-soldier named Jean Van Peteghem was living in an old caravan in their backyard. He'd recently moved to the city, was unemployed, and had just broken up with his wife. She was friends with Michelle Martin, and Dutoit graciously offered him a place to stay. In Jean's mind, Dutoit had literally picked him up off the street, had given him money and a place to live, and he felt indebted to Dutoit. He'd already been Dutoit's partner in petty crime for a few months, and when Dutoit invited him to join him for a fun night out, Jean agreed. Quoting, "We were eating at the table. At one point, Dutoit said he was planning to have fun. Martin protested briefly because Dutoit wanted to use her car. It wasn't until we were in the car that Dutoit said that he wanted to kidnap a girl." Bro. On the 7th of June 1985, they abducted 11-year-old dude, Sylvie D. She'd spent the day at a public pool with her father and older brother, and when they were on their way home that evening, Dutoit pointed her out. He was driving, so Jean was the one who opened the passenger side door, grabbed Sylvie, and covered her eyes with duct tape before they sped off. They took her to a garage where they threatened to kill her if she made a sound. They then took photos of Sylvie, telling her it was for American Magazine before Dutoit finally had his way with her. But when he asked Jean if he wanted to join in, Jean refused. Quote, "She was too young. I got out of the car, but I did think I had to kidnap her because I owed something to Dutoit. Tell you what, however much you owe to someone, it's not that much. You owe it to the girl to call the police or just fucking give him a good stabbing. Just give him a little stabby stab. Be like, don't be doing that. Everyone will be chill with it. No jury's going to convict you." They drop Sylvie off. It's like, why'd you stab him? Well, he manipulated me into kidnapping an 11-year-old who he was abusing, and I stabbed him to death. Just the jury bursts into applause. They dropped Sylvie off near a hospital and sped off. Sylvie would later tell police everything that had happened to her. On the 17th of October 1985, Dutroux and an unknown middle-aged man attacked 19-year-old Maria V. She'd been out shopping and was walking down the sidewalk when a man grabbed her from behind and shoved her into a van. They took her to a house, took photos of her, and dropped her off once they'd finished assaulting her. On the 14th of December 1985, an 18-year-old medical student named Axel D. was on her way to visit her parents after spending the weekend studying for an exam. She'd taken the train to Charleroi, caught a bus to Nalin, and was walking to her parents' house when she realized that she was being followed. "I was being followed by a dirty white van. The van passed me. A little further, a man got out. He stood behind the van. As I wanted to walk past, both back doors opened. One man pulled me in, while the other man pushed me in the back. Once I got in, they tried to make me feel comfortable. They said they would demand a ransom of 400,000 francs from my parents. They wanted that money because their friend had a rare vascular disease and needed surgery in the United States. They put the tape over her eyes and took her to a house where they kept her locked in a room and took photos of her. The two men took turns assaulting the girl and gave her fruit juice and chocolates to eat. One of her kidnappers told her that he was part of a gang and was an expert in martial arts, and oh, cringe. And her second kidnapper told her that he'd once studied law, and then went on to explain how the pre-trial detention system worked. A day after she'd disappeared, they dropped her and her belongings off outside of her parents' house, and Axel would later tell the police that they'd stolen her pencil case and 3,000 francs out of her bags. On the 18th of December, 15-year-old Elizabeth G. was riding a bicycle to school when she disappeared. According to Jean, Detroit had gone on a reconnaissance trip beforehand. He had chosen her. We dragged her from her bicycle into the van. Michelle was at the wheel while we put tape over her eyes. They took Elizabeth to their house, where Detroit took nude photos and videos of her. He assaulted Elizabeth and told her that she was being punished for something her father had done. That evening, they dropped her off near the house and gave her 500 francs so that she could visit a doctor and get a note for school. That's f***ing weird. On January the 31st of 1986, 18-year-old Catherine B. was walking down the sidewalk when she was grabbed from behind and dragged into a vehicle. Her attackers put tape over her eyes, assaulted her, took photos of her, and then dropped her off at 9:30 p.m. that night. For her trouble, they gave her some candy and an apple. All 5 of the girls had spoken to the police. All 5 of them told similar stories, and it turned out that Jean had been particularly chatty, so much so that around the 3rd of February 1986, the police were able to arrest Mark Detroit, Jean Van Petegem, and Michelle Martin on suspicion of the kidnapping and sexual assault of Sylvie, Maria, Axel, Elizabeth, and Catherine. Well, okay, great! You've covered... So you've done a kidnapping, Mark, and you're being careful to cover the people's eyes so they don't see your face. Great. But then you're just having a chat with them? And revealing all of these details? You dumbass. Following their arrest, the police searched their homes and found Axel's pencil case in Jean's house. When he was confronted with the evidence of his crimes, Jean told the police everything and admitted that he and Detroit had attacked 2 more girls in May 1985, but the police were never able to track them down or identify some of Detroit's other accomplices. Michelle initially denied any involvement, but later admitted that she'd acted as the driver during some of the kidnappings and had been the one to take the photos of the girls. It was around this time that Michelle and Detroit got married, after which she retracted her statements, claiming that they couldn't force her to provide evidence against her new husband. Really? Oh, I guess that's a thing, like, where because you're like one legal body or something weird like that. Mark Detroit, though, reportedly denied everything, and according to Nieuwsblad, a Dutch newspaper, Detroit called himself a victim of a miscarriage of justice and of society. But according to Michelle, Detroit was furious that Jean had ratted him out and had told her that if he had known that Jean would rat him out, he would have killed him immediately after the kidnappings. On the 26th of April 1989, Mark Detroit, Michelle Martin, and Jean Van Petegem all were found guilty of the kidnapping and assault of Sylvie, Maria, Axel, Elizabeth, and Catherine. Some of these people were real young, and these are major crimes. I feel like, even though it's Europe, do consecutive sentencing, not concurrent, and then sentence 10 years, 10 years, 10 years, 10 years. That's a good 50 years. That seems good. How old is he? He's 30? He'll probably die in prison. However, Detroit was sentenced to 13.5 years in prison, Jean 6.5, and Michelle 5 years. Which is not good enough. And this is the point where Simon asks, but we know he's going to kidnap some more girls, right? Emma spent the first half of the script telling us all about it. And this is the point where I say, you're not going to like what comes next. If they say he gets out of prison earlier than 13.5 years, that's going to be batty insane. While he was in prison, Detroit had more than enough time to decide what he was going to do once he got out. One of the other inmates told Detroit how he'd built hidden rooms underneath his house to hide weapons and drugs in, and told him that a lot of old European homes had cisterns built close or next to the cellar where they used to keep water. Find the cistern, and you have an unmapped secret room that you could easily hide from view. Is that true? With the secret rooms? Do I have a secret room in my house? What is a cistern? One of Detroit's old cellmates, Danielle, explains that Detroit often bragged about his old exploits, but always denied sexually assaulting the girls. Detroit once told him that the police had shown him a video that Michelle had taken of one of the girls, and then laughed when he explained that the blindfolded girl had fallen off the couch she'd been made to stand on. That was when Daniel knew Detroit was guilty of every charge against him, quoting, "At one point he told me that he wanted to build a hiding place, extremely well built and discreet, and he explains what he actually did a few years later. And he told me that he needed help to build it. I said, listen, I'm not interested. Why would I help you do that? And he said, well, you can hide your drugs there. And at that point, I clicked and said, you want to build that to hide girls? And he didn't answer. And then I remember clearly when I saw on television years later that it was Mark Detroit who kidnapped those girls. And I thought, oh my God, he did it. But before he could build this hiding place, he had to get out of prison. So Detroit did his best to convince the prison authorities that he was a model prisoner. He attended AA meetings despite not being an alcoholic, claimed that his interest in sexually abusing young girls had simply been a phase, and as a reward for his good behavior, he was granted several supervised visits to his sick grandmother's house. His prison-appointed guardian was impressed with the level of care and devotion he showed his ailing grandmother, but Dutrox's mother, Janine, would later explain that he'd used these visits to make an inventory of his mother's belongings so that he could later sell them off once he was released from prison. Janine even wrote several letters to the prison's director to warn them not to fall for Dutrox's act. I have known for a long time, and with good cause, my eldest's temperament. What I do not know, and what all the people who know him fear, is what he has in his mind for the future. That's pretty fucking scary. In 1992, the then Minister of Justice, Melchior Waltherley, announced a general plan to release several convicted criminals in an attempt to lessen their burden on the country's coffers. Well, how about we release the non-violent criminals? How about we don't release the one who kidnaps young girls? How about that instead? Or the state just bears the cost of keeping horrible people in prison. And yes, Marc Dutrox and several other sexual offenders were included in this list. Why? In his book, Mapping Murder, psychologist David Cantor explains that at the time, the Belgian authorities simply didn't think the sexual abuse of a child was that big of an issue. And if someone chose to have sex with a child, quote, it may be considered evidence that the adult is too socially inept or unattractive to obtain an adult partner. I don't understand how that doesn't make it a fucking big deal. They then, what? They then concluded that these sexual offenders didn't pose a significant risk to the rest of society. What are you talking about? Where did you get your degree, David? What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean David. David wrote the book and is saying that it's insane. It's the Belgian authorities. I'm so sorry, David. You're the good guy in this situation. The Belgian authorities are the ones that are smoking the crack. God damn! They then concluded that these sexual offenders didn't pose a risk to society. Anyway, because he'd been such a model prisoner, Dutrox was set to appear before the parole board. The prison chaplain told the board about how remorseful Dutrox was, and his guardian sang his praises and told the parole board just how kind and attentive Dutrox had been whenever he'd visited his grandmother. The king's prosecutor, who'd helped put him away, argued that Dutrox was still a danger to society, and the prison psychiatrist explained that Dutrox didn't fit the profile of a child fiddler, but he was mentally ill and was receiving treatment for his mental condition. The cautionary letters that Janine had written to the prison authorities were ignored, and somehow Dutrox's release from prison was approved. This is insane. It's insane that he only got 13 years, and it's insane that they're letting him go early. Dutrox was released from prison on the 8th of April 1992 after having spent just 6 years and 2 months of his 13-year sentence in prison. Since he'd somehow managed to convince the prison psychiatrist that he was mentally disabled, he was able to apply for disability allowance, which amounted to 80,000 francs or $1,200 a month, which meant that he didn't have to work anymore. He then started complaining about not being able to sleep, and his doctors gave him Rohypnol to help with that. Uh-oh. Rohypnol's the date R-word drug, right? Rohypnol? Roofies. Rohypnol, right? He then stole his ailing grandmother's house out from right under her and ended up owning at least 7 properties all over Belgium. What, for $1,200 a month? Dutrox and his family initially moved to a derelict house he owned on Rue de Philippeville in Charleroi, and for the next 3 years, Dutrox continued with his usual criminal activities. On the 6th of December 1995, he was arrested for vehicle theft and sentenced to spend 3 months in prison. He was released on the 20th of March 1996, and on the surface, things carried on as usual. At least, that's what the police officers who'd had his place under surveillance would later claim. Operation Othello. At the time, the police service in Belgium was organised into 3 separate branches. The municipal or local police, which handled day-to-day petty crimes, the judicial police, which handled bigger crimes, and the gendarmerie. The gendarmerie had been created in 1830 as a military police force and was mostly tasked with keeping the peace during demonstrations, riots and protests. But they were also Belgium's equivalent of Scotland Yard, or the FBI, and had an entire department dedicated to investigating organised crime, which was called the BSD. I get the feeling they're not going to be talking to each other. Usually when it's like, oh yeah, we bring up all the different police forces, and then it's like, oh yeah, they just miscommunicated something, and so some dude is like free. And they had all the information to catch him, they just didn't share. From my understanding, the judicial police, on the other hand, worked much like the National Prosecuting Authority here in South Africa, or the District Attorney's Office in the US. So they're the people who decide whether to prosecute, like the, what do we call it in the UK? God damn it, it's escaping my mind. The people at Crown Prosecution Service who decides whether it goes forward. As soon as an investigation into a major crime was opened, a prosecutor and an investigating judge would be appointed to the case, and they would lead the investigation. It was then up to the judge to decide whether or not they were going to prosecute, and that same judge would be judging the case when it went to trial. But more than one of my sources explain that the gendarmerie and the judicial police were rivals, and when Julie and Melissa went missing in 1995, the pressure was on to find them and to finally prove once and for all who the superior investigating force was. Yeah, but so they're not going to be sharing information. Is this really where we're going? Like, I get that I get that you want to measure your dicks, everybody, but when there are people missing who would be really nice to recover, maybe we should put them back in our pants and instead actually do our fucking jobs, huh? Maybe Belgium? Come on. In the days following their disappearance, the judicial police were talking to witnesses and following up leads, but the gendarmerie already had an advantage. They had several witnesses who told them that Marc Dutroux had most likely been the one who'd kidnapped the two girls, and that the red car matched the description of a vehicle that belonged to one of Dutroux's known accomplices. And it was around this point, during my research, that I started swearing profusely. You'll soon see why. Let me guess, they're not talking to each other. They're not talking to each other, that's the problem. Shortly after his release from prison, Dutroux had befriended a neighbour of his called Claude Thoreau. Claude explains that Dutroux had come across as a well-spoken and friendly guy and had asked him to help out with some renovations he was doing around the house. Dutroux explained that he'd discovered a cistern next to his cellar and that he'd dug a hole down into the ground to access it. So, I guess a cistern, to me a cistern is like that thing where the boiling water goes, right? And I guess back in the day it was like a big room devoted to holding water or some such. When Claude asked Dutroux what he was planning on doing with the cisterns, Dutroux joked that it was the perfect place to keep girls in. Bro, that's a creepy thing to say, even as a joke. I mean, just say prisoners or something. Yeah, it's a great place to keep prisoners in my dungeon. That's funny. Being like, that's a great place to keep teenage girls is fucking creepy. Claude didn't know what to make of this, but sometime later, we saw two young girls walking along the street, and he said, "Do you want to earn 150,000 Belgian francs?" And I said, "Sure, but how?" And then he said, "We had to kidnap the girls first, and then he'd show me." And I said, "Listen, I don't go around kidnapping young girls." And he said, "Look, it's easy. You grab them from behind the neck with one arm, cover their mouths, and then you throw them in the back of the van. You can then knock them out if you need to." I said, "No way, I'm not going to do that." And after he dropped me off at home, I immediately called the police and reported it, as any normal person should. If there was any other reaction than, I went home and cracked a beer and watched some TV, it'd be like, no. If someone says this to you, even if you're their friend, fucking call the police, because they're up to some weird shit. And if they're not, fine, the police will check it out. No one's upset. You're not wasting any police time. Please report that shit. Claude became a police informant and reported all of Dutroux's movements to the local gendarmerie. This included the people he was seen with, which cars he drove, which cars his acquaintances drove, and how he spent his time. And then, Julie and Melissa went missing. According to Claude, when I heard about the disappearance of Julie and Melissa, I suspected that Marc was involved, and I went back to the police. He wasn't the only one. Janine, Dutroux's mother, had also contacted the police to let them know that Dutroux was keeping two girls in a cage, and his neighbors were complaining about the amount of noise coming from his house. Are you fucking shitting me? How are the police not bursting down that door, going into his cistern, because Claude told them that he said he was going to keep girls in there, and being like, "Hello, girls, we've come to rescue," and they're like, "Yay!" But instead, I get the feeling that's not what's going to happen, which is insane. Then Anne and Yveche went missing, and their parents launched a campaign against the judicial police and accused them of not doing their jobs on public television. Good. The gendarmerie wanted to show the public that they were the superior investigating force, so they started an investigation into Dutroux called Operation Othello. The file on him was extensive, and it included all of the reports of his past crimes, his arrests, the time he spent in prison, and the reports that had been made against him. The gendarmerie added their own reports to this file, as it included information on Dutroux's known associates, his wife Michelle and their children, members of his family, and what information they had regarding the properties he owned. They also placed Dutroux under surveillance and kept an eye on his movements. Only not all the time. What? There's enough evidence to go to his house. Go into his house. You have an informant. You have weird noises. You know him. Go. They just observed him during daylight hours. Couldn't expect them to hang around his house at night, could you? I don't know, maybe you could. Maybe instead of just having daytime surveillance, maybe you just do rotate 3 shifts. This seems worth it. This is a proper crime, Belgian police. They also didn't follow him around when he left the house. What the f***? Who wants to watch a child fiddling creep cruise around in his van all day? They had better things to do, like take little afternoon naps and read the newspaper in their comfy little cars. Then news reached them that Mark Dutroux, an accomplice of his, Bernard Weinstein, and a man named Philip Divers had stolen a van. The van was later discovered in a hangar, and Divers later linked Dutroux and Weinstein to the theft. A warrant was issued for Weinstein's arrest, and the judicial police eventually arrested Dutroux in December 1995 and obtained a warrant to search his properties for any evidence relating to the theft. Great. Just go in there and be like, yeah, we really think you could be hiding stolen things like fucking people in that room in the basement. So we really need to search in there. That's what the search warrant's for. Let's go. Again, do I think that's what's going to happen? Absolutely not. The gendarmerie never told the judicial police that they had a suspicion that Dutroux had kidnapped both Julie and Melissa. They never told the police that his house had been under surveillance. They just sat and watched as the investigative team arrived to search the house. Wait, so the investigative team doesn't know about the potential kidnappings. They just literally think they're following up about a van theft. Ooh, this is nuts. You gotta talk to each other. A detective named René Michaud was in charge of searching the house on Rue de Philippeville in Charleroi, and he was accompanied by a locksmith named Lejeune. They came across 13 videotapes that were subsequently submitted into evidence, and on the 13th of December 1995, they discovered the unfinished cellar, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. But at some point during the search, Lejeune told Detective Michaud that he was sure he heard children speaking somewhere inside the house. Detective Michaud later explained that a family with 2 daughters had been standing on the street outside the house, so he told Lejeune that the voices must have been coming from outside. I mean, again, I got plenty of problems with what the police have been up to here, but that's not unreasonable. They returned to the house again on the 19th of December 1995 and again found no evidence that led them to believe that Mark Dutroux was more than a car thief. Of course, they had the videotapes, and one of them was clearly labelled Julie and Melissa. Are you Oh, well, they don't know. They don't know who Julie and Melissa are, do they? The footage captured there showed exactly what Dutroux had done to those 2 girls and would have been more than enough to link him to their disappearance. On one of those tapes, Mark Dutroux was even filmed while he was building the cage, and he proudly explained in detail what he was going to do with it. Don't videotape an advanced confession of your crimes. That's crazy. He even shows the viewer how the hidden door to the cage works. What the f*** is he? He wants to become like a DIY YouTuber. Like, what are you doing? And yet no one even bothered to watch those tapes. When they finally did, they were too late to save Julie and Melissa. No! Oh no, I just thought they'd be rescued too late. Don't say that. 24 hours. Back in Bertrix, a member of the gendarmerie approached King's prosecutor Michel Burlet and Inspector Judge Connerat to explain that he had identified a likely suspect. What's more, the officer had been a part of Operation Othello, so he was able to provide the investigative team with all the information that the gendarmerie had collected on Dutroux. Burlet explains that he provided us with all the information from that dossier which they had been collecting since July 1995. With such strong evidence, obviously, Monsieur Connerat and I decided immediately to take major action concerning Mark Dutroux. Excellent, let's go! They got a warrant, and on the 13th of August 1996, over 40 police officers were sent out to put Dutroux's properties under surveillance. Then one of the officers reported that they'd found Dutroux. His white Renault Traffic was parked outside of a house in Sarre-le-Beaussier that belonged to Michel, and this gave the police enough cause to arrest Dutroux, Michel Martin, and a known drug addict and accomplice of Dutroux named Michel Lelivre. All of them were taken back to Charleroi and were questioned about the whereabouts of Laetitia Delhez. The police searched all of Dutroux's properties, including the one on Rue de Philippeville, but found no trace of Laetitia. According to Sabine, we hadn't heard a squeak. Laetitia had been fast asleep, and I should have been sleeping too. But in any case, if we'd heard the slightest noise, we'd have frozen until we heard the words in the accent that could curdle blood. It's me. But Borlet and his men were running out of time, since they could only hold their suspects for 24 hours, and Borlet got frustrated with the way the gendarmerie were conducting the interrogations. One team was interrogating Dutroux and another was interrogating Lelivre, but no one was speaking to Michel. When Borlet suggested that one of the judicial police's teams could start interrogating Michel, the captain of the gendarmerie started complaining about how the judicial police were trying to take over their investigation. Put your penises away and get on with the investigation. This is ridiculous. Quoting, while having this altercation with the gendarmerie, I walked up to the window and see a guy leaving the station. And I said, who's that? And someone said, it was Lelivre. And I asked, is he leaving? Yes, they said. The investigators don't think he'd done anything wrong. And then another investigator arrived who'd been questioning neighbours at Dutroux house in Marcinelle, and Dutroux neighbours had said that they'd seen Dutroux arrive home in the van on Friday night, along with Michelle and Olivia, and I said, well, he just fucked off out the door. At that point, all the police, again, started looking for Olivia. They found the nerdy Olivia an hour later, trying to flee to Slovakia, and rearrested him. They found him he was trying to flee to Slovakia, and they found him within an hour. He's such a dumbass. Bolle took control of the interrogations, and in the early hours of the 15th of August 1996, the lever broke. He was suffering from withdrawal by that point, and finally admitted to the police that it helped Dutroux to kidnap Letitia, giving Bolle the cause they needed to keep interrogating their three suspects. Sergeant Michael Dumoulin was one of the officers responsible for interrogating Dutroux, quoting him here, "I realized at one point that Dutroux was a vain person, and he needed to be recognized and to be respected for what he was, so I worked with that as well," then quote. By now, Dutroux had been sitting in that investigation room for almost 24 hours, and around 4 a.m. on the morning of the 15th of August, Sergeant Dumoulin told Dutroux that he knew he'd kidnapped Letitia. Sergeant Dumoulin told Dutroux that they knew he'd pulled Letitia into his van, just like he'd done with Sylvie, Marie, Axel, Elizabeth, and Catherine. They knew that he'd then taken Letitia to his house in Rue de Philippeville, that they'd rolled her up in a blanket and carried her into the house. The neighbors had seen them, and they knew about the cage, about his plans to keep the girls there. Then Dumoulin explained that they were going to take Dutroux to the house, and they wanted him to show them where he was keeping Letitia. And then Dutroux said, "It's not one girl I'm going to give you, but two girls," before he pointed to the wall behind Dumoulin's head where Sabine's smiling face was looking down at them. 80 days. According to Sabine, quote, "It was the afternoon of 15th of August. I'd already put a cross over that date. I'd done it before when he hadn't been down to annoy us, and it signified a day of truce in this everyday war against evil. One more day, and I would have been there 80 days, and the same number of nights." Letitia was taking a nap, and Sabine was writing in one of her books when they heard the voices. Then there was the sound of dozens of boots walking up ahead and men calling out, and the two girls hid underneath their blanket, convinced that the boss and his men were coming for them and that they were going to die. Quoting again, "First we heard the noise of the bricks being scraped across the cellar floor, and then the clank and hump of bottles being moved, and then the low thump of plastic containers being taken out from the shelves. Now I was truly afraid, naked fear, the sort you can't hide, knowing that death was on its way. And then we heard his voice, exactly as it always was. It's me. I'm coming in." But Sabine and Letitia didn't trust this new development and were convinced that Dutroux was going to hand them over to the boss and his people. The door was opened, and still the two girls refused to make a sound. It was only when Letitia recognized one of the police officers from Bertrix that the two girls realized that they'd been saved, quoting again, "At the time, though everything was happening so quickly and I was trying to make sense of it, I just thought that he must have got bored with the situation and not knowing how to get out of it, had called for the police." Convinced that Dutroux had done his best to help them, Sabine asked if she could take the coloured pencils he'd given her with her, and he said that she could. In an adrenaline-fueled daze, she and Letitia then both kissed him on the cheek as a thank you for finally letting them go. Yeah, that I don't even know what to say to that. Quoting her again, "As for that thank you, if only I'd had the wit to spit in his face, when I think how I missed this opportunity." Sabine explains that she and Letitia then fell into the arms of the nearest police officers, Sergeant André Colin and Sergeant Michael Dumoulin, whom Sabine would always refer to as being her real savior. Years later, Dumoulin would tell her, "You didn't want to let go. You were holding on to me so tight." The two girls were then led out of the house and put in the back of a police car, much to the astonishment of the journalists who'd surrounded the house on Rue de Philippeville. That night, people all over Belgium heard that Letitia and Sabine Dardenne had been found alive and well, and their tearful reunions with their families were broadcast for everyone to see. Their rescue had also kindled flames of hope in the heart of the parents of Julie, Melissa, and Yvesha, and they hung to the hope that this meant their daughters might also still be alive. The White March. But it was not to be. Sadly, after Sabine and Letitia were found alive, Dutroux finally admitted to having kidnapped both Julie and Melissa, and would later confess to having kidnapped both Anne and Yvesha. On the 17th of August 1996, 2 days after Sabine and Letitia were rescued, police discovered the remains of 3 people: Julie, Melissa, and Bernard Weinstein, who'd been buried in the backyard of the house where Michelle Martin had been living at the time. And on the 3rd of September 1996, the police located the remains of Anne and Yvesha buried on another one of Dutroux's properties that had been leasing out to Bernard Weinstein. Michelle told the police that Dutroux and Weinstein often stole cars together and had been business partners. Weinstein had helped Dutroux to abduct Anne and Ifche, and after news got out in October 1995 that there was a warrant out for Weinstein's arrest, Dutroux had decided that Weinstein was a liability. If Dutroux wanted to avoid going to prison, he had to get rid of him. But Dutroux knew that Weinstein had just received a large amount of money from his mother, so Dutroux first drugged Weinstein and then tortured him until he told Dutroux where the money was. Dutroux then buried him alive in November 1995. Jesus Christ, that's some psycho shit. Burying someone alive. But Dutroux would later claim that Weinstein had been the one who'd sexually assaulted both Anne and Ifche, and that he had threatened to kill Julie and Melissa. Dutroux insisted that he'd only killed Weinstein to keep him from hurting the two girls. Yeah, dude, you got two witnesses right there who are going to be like, no, Dutroux, also a massive piece of shit, and he killed Weinstein. Dutroux would later explain that at one point, all four of the girls were living in the house on Rue de Philippeville. Anne and Ifche were in the cage, and Julie and Melissa were kept upstairs. But Anne and Ifche never stopped putting up a fight. Ifche had even managed to escape on more than one occasion by climbing through the sunroof of the house on Rue de Philippeville, and Dutroux had then decided that it was too risky to keep the two teenagers since it was too difficult to control them. He drugged them both with Rohypnol and then buried them alive. Bro, this is some psycho shit. Burying people alive is fucked up. Don't be doing that. Michelle would later testify that after Dutroux was arrested in December 1995, she'd been supposed to feed Julie and Melissa, but that she didn't want to face the two 8-year-olds, so she had just avoided the house and allowed them to starve to death. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? It didn't work, of course. He was public enemy number one. The entire country was grieving the loss of Julie, Melissa, Anne, and Ifche, and a state funeral was held for Julie and Melissa. Anne and Ifche's parents wanted a smaller affair, but hundreds of people still showed up in their hometown to mourn the two teenagers. The media reported that 3 of the letters Sabine had written to her family were discovered hidden underneath a doormat in the house on Rue de Philippeville. The police had also found the photos and videos he'd taken of her and Letitia, and had finally started watching the 13 videotapes they'd confiscated back in December 1995. Then the media started reporting on Marc Dutroux's past crimes and the fact that he was released early. Then the details regarding Operation Othello leaked, the investigating judge on the case, Jean-Marc Connereau, was fired, and all hell broke loose. Yeah, I'm not fucking surprised. Someone has to pay for this fucking incompetence. You see, the public viewed Judge Connereau and King's prosecutor Michael Borlet as heroes for saving both Letitia and Sabine. They and their families had been invited to attend a spaghetti dinner hosted by Letitia's family, and Dutroux's lawyers argued that Judge Connereau was no longer objective. This was a problem since he would not only be the judge during Dutroux's trial, but also in any case where the victims' families wanted to either sue Dutroux or the state, which meant that by attending this dinner, his objectivity was in question, so Judge Connereau had to go. I get why you would do this, though, but you gotta think like a judge, my dude. You can't go to dinner with one side. The people of Belgium saw his proof that the government was trying to cover up Dutroux's crimes and the government's role in all of it, and within days, Belgium was on the brink of revolution. Wait, what's the government got to do with this? You have separation of powers, Belgium. The police should be held accountable by the courts and the government. Crowds started gathering outside government buildings on the 14th of October 1996 and were carrying signs that read, "I'm ashamed to be a Belgian." Tensions were rising to a fever pitch, but the parents of Julie, Melissa, Anne, and Ifche called for peace and helped arrange a white march in memory of their daughters and every other victim of child abuse, including 2 girls who are still missing, Lubna Benessa and Elizabeth Brochet. On the 20th of October 1996, 300,000 people took to the streets, all of them either wearing white, carrying white flowers, or holding onto white balloons. Fire trucks sprayed government buildings with water to wash them of their sins, and the government followed Letitia and Sabine as they marched along with the rest of their countrymen. That's intense. The fire department's even like, "F you, government, piece of shit." Quoting, "The march was held to honour the missing children, but also to celebrate Letitia's and my survival. So our position with regard to the other families was, to put it mildly, tense. Yet I was alive. Yes, I was alive, but that didn't mean I wasn't affected by the death of the other girls. All I wanted was to lend my support to the parents who had lost a child, the parents who had just buried a child, the parents who were still searching. Yet how could I make things easier for them? I was living evidence of their distress. It was unbearable." After the march, tensions died down a bit, but the Belgian people were still out for blood, and a parliamentary inquiry was launched into the investigation surrounding the disappearances of Julie, Melissa, Anne, Ifche, Sabine, and Letitia. It lasted for 17 months, and during this time, the Belgian public became convinced that Dutroux had been involved in an elite P-word sex ring, and that the police and the government were trying their utmost to cover it up. I wouldn't call it an elite anything. But there was a ring. There was a group of them. I suppose if you want to call it a ring, that makes it sound way more organized than it actually was, rather than it just being one dude and a few other dudes who are just massive pieces of shit doing their pieces of shit thing, and let's just throw them in prison and throw away the key. Come on. And when news broke that a well-known businessman named Michal Nihal was somehow involved in Dutrox's crimes, it only added fuel to the fire that sounded very reminiscent of the whole #Epstein didn't kill himself saga. It had been reported on the day that Letitia was kidnapped, Dutrox and Nihal had been in constant communication with each other. Why? Why would these random, successful businessmen and, Dutrox, who just seems to be, just a piece of shit, why would they be talking to each other? Nihal had also got ties to the Hotel Brazil, which was a brothel and one of the last places where Anne and Ifja were last seen. Wait, I thought that was the bar. Didn't they say they went to a pub or a bar or something? It was actually a brothel? And then a woman came forward to explain that she had been trafficked as a young child and that she'd seen Dutrox at sex parties that were hosted by Nihal. Sex parties where children were often tortured and at least one of them died. Okay, well there's the reason that our businessman is involved with Dutrox, because he's also allegedly a piece of shit. I'm not going to go into conspiracy theories regarding Nihal's alleged crimes here, since they're only tangentially related to this case. Okay, yeah, let's just be careful there. All that's alleged. We don't know it for sure. That's what the media were saying. That's all we're saying here. We're not alleging anything. I'm not going to go into the conspiracy theories regarding Nihal's alleged crimes, since they're only tangentially related, but both Sabine and Letitia insisted that Dutrox was the only person who's assaulted them, and I honestly already have had my fill of these arseholes. But if there is anything to the story, I will cover it eventually, just not on this channel, since it's too dark even for the casual criminalist. Oh my lord. Anyway, in October 1997, the inquest, known as the Dutrox affair, found that the whole justice system had failed Julie, Melissa, Anne, Ifja and their families. They also found that the gendarmerie had failed to work with the local police and judicial police forces, which indirectly led to the deaths of Julie and Melissa. Multiple ministers and high-ranking officials resigned, and the gendarmerie was disbanded in 2001. The whole justice system in Belgium was restructured, and it now consists of the federal police and the local police. New procedures for investigating crimes against children were implemented, and hopefully the entirety of Belgium is better off for it. But according to Sabine, she knew that she couldn't move on with her life until Marc Dutrox's trial was over, quoting, "At the age of 12, the word psychopath meant nothing to me, and even now at 20, I still don't really understand what goes on in a mind like that. All I know is that I wanted to see the psychopath face to face, eyeball to eyeball. When I was 12, they stopped me, no doubt for my own protection. I had to wait a full 8 years to finally have the chance. And this time, it was he who was forced to lower his eyes." D. The Damned. Marc Dutrox's murder trial started on the 1st of March 2004. He'd been charged with the murders of Anne, Ifja, and Bernard Weinstein. He was also charged with multiple counts of car theft, kidnapping, attempted murder, attempted kidnapping, and molestation. During their preparation for the trial, the prosecution had discovered 3 more women whose assaults had been recorded on the videotapes found at Dutrox's home, and 3 more charges of sexual assault were added to his charge sheet. Michel Martin, Michal Lelivre, and Michal Nihal were being tried as accomplices, and all 4 of the accused sat inside a specially built glass cage just in case someone decided to do the world a favor and assassinate them during the trial. You're like, oh no, it turns out the glass cage was just made out of very thin plastic and they're all been killed. Oh no! Melissa's parents had gotten a hold of the prosecution's case file, and before the trial, they had explained that the prosecution didn't have any physical evidence that proved that Dutrox had been responsible for kidnapping and assaulting their daughter. They hadn't taken DNA swabs from the girl's remains because they'd been too badly decomposed. You can get DNA from decomposed things, for sure. You can get it from inside the bones. Now, what are you talking about? Guess this was back in the day, but still, come on. Thousands of hairs have been found in the cage where the girls have been kept, but none of it was tested and compared to Dutrox's. The same went for Anne, Ifja, Sabine, and Letitia. All they had against Dutrox was his criminal history, the fact that the girls were found on his properties, and the conflicting testimonies of Dutrox, Michel Martin, and Lelivre. When Dutrox took the stand, he denied kidnapping the girls. He repeated the conspiracy theories that had been floating around and continued to claim that he'd been part of a child sex trafficking ring. Jesus Christ, when that's your backup, no, I wasn't doing this. I was doing this. When this is a child sex trafficking ring, you doing some bad crimes, my dude. He told the court that Nihal was the mastermind behind it all and that he'd just returned home one day to find Julie and Melissa tied up inside his house. Quote, "My wife told me we were going to keep them in the house for a few days. I didn't know they had been kidnapped." Dutroux tried to spin the same story he'd told Sabine and Laetitia. He was only protecting them against the big bad boss. None of it was his fault. In fact, Weinstein was the one who'd abused the girls, not him, never him. He'd even built the little hidey hole because, quote, I wanted to create a hiding place to spare them from being sent to a sex trafficking ring. He did admit to kidnapping and abusing Anne and Ifja, though. He seemingly thought that the world would hate him less because they were 17 and 19 at the time, not just 8, 12, and 14. He didn't kill Anne and Ifja, though. Leliva and Weinstein did. Of course, and Michelle told a different version of events. She admitted that she'd known what Dutroux was up to. After all, she'd been complicit in his crimes back in the 80s. She told the court that Dutroux and Weinstein had abducted Julie and Melissa. Leliva had helped him to kidnap Anne, Ifja, Sabine, and Laetitia. Dutroux had killed Weinstein for his money. She had prepared the sandwiches, which had been laced with Rohypnol, and after Dutroux went to prison, she'd been too scared to face the 8-year-old Julie and Melissa and allowed them to starve to death. You gotta go to prison for that for a long-ass time. They're 8! Quote, I know I have some responsibility in the deaths of Julie and Melissa. I regret infinitely what happened. Well, guess what? An apology ain't gonna cut it. You need to go to prison forever. Piece of shit. To drive home just exactly what Dutroux and others like him were capable of, Sabine had agreed that the letters he'd written to her parents should be read out in court, particularly the last one, where she explained all the really bad things that he'd done to her and how he left her body broken, bleeding, and bruised. Quoting, until they were read out, I don't think I fully understood the impact they would have. An unearthly silence filled the court, apart, that is, from the sound of crying. The reality of the agony room, the sexual abuse and the suffering it had caused me, which I had innocently described in the letter to my mother when I was 12 years old, were unbearable to listen to. I realized that if I had died sometime during the previous 8 years, it would not have mattered. These letters would have spoken for me. Sabine and Laetitia both took the stand. Both of them were now older and wiser. But they were strong and confident and faced the middle-aged Dutroux with steely resolve. They gave their testimony, and when both Dutroux and Michelle Martin offered their apologies to them, they both refused it. On the 22nd of June 2004, Dutroux was found guilty on all charges and received life imprisonment, the maximum sentence in Belgium because the death penalty had sadly been abolished in 1996. Oh my lord, that was very recently. We just missed it. That's a real shame because this deserves to die. For her part in his crimes, Michelle Martin received 30 years in prison with the option of parole, and Leliva received 25, also with the option of parole. Nihol, on the other hand, was acquitted on all charges of kidnapping and conspiracy to kidnap, but was found guilty on drug charges. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, but only spent 2 years behind bars. After serving 16 years of her sentence, Michelle was released in August 2012 and went on to live in a convent for 5 years. She now lives in a safe house that belongs to a judge somewhere on a farm in the middle of the country. Leliva spent 23 years in prison and was released on parole in 2019, with his lawyer claiming that he had matured and is no longer a danger to society. In October 2019, the 63-year-old Dutroux agreed to undergo a psychiatric evaluation in preparation for a possible release in 2021, after having served 30 years of his sentence. Why can't life sentence for someone like this mean life? Keep him in prison! However, on the 26th of October 2020, Belgian newspapers reported that the piece of shit will never step foot out of prison again, since the psychiatrist found him to be a sadistic psychopath who has no remorse for his many victims. Good. He's going to be in prison forever. I hope he rots in prison. Yes! Sisters in Sorrow. According to Sabine, quote, a journalist asked me if Laetitia and I were bosom buddies. Let's just say we have things in common, I replied, but we're not childhood friends or school friends. Laetitia and I are sisters in sorrow. During interviews, Laetitia explains that after her release, she told her mother everything, every single detail of everything that had happened to her. The two cried together. Her mother loved her through all of it, and she's been able to move on. She still lives in Betrix and lives a quiet, happy life. Sabine had once apologized to her for asking for a friend all those years ago, and Laetitia reportedly reassured her that none of it was her fault. Still, it took some time to work through the survivor's guilt. In her book, Sabine explains that she had her own way of working through what had happened to her. She'd learned early on that feeling sorry for herself would get her nowhere, and she'd often reminded herself that she had survived. She'd made it. And if she could survive the cage, nothing could bring her down. Besides, she had the stroppy little madam to keep her company. Quote, looking back, I suppose that after my release, everyone had been expecting to see a wreck, a traumatized little girl in floods of tears. But I'd done enough crying in that hole to last me a lifetime. Sabine explains that the thing she had longed for most, though, was for her life to just return to normal. She would lock herself in her room and avoid speaking to her parents. She refused to see a therapist. She refused to tell her mother what had happened to her. And when the police found the letters she'd written in that cage, she insisted that she didn't want her parents to read them. Quote, adults saw things differently. I was the victim of a serial sadist, and that was all they saw. A victim of child abuse. I don't want to think about it anymore. I had escaped from the jaws of death, and I was alive. No more fear. No more pain. My instinct was telling me, get back to what you know. Your bed. Your teddies. Your everyday life. She explained that going back to school helped her a lot and helped her to carry on as if those 80 days in the cage had been a bad dream. Quoting again, no one, neither pupils nor teachers, ever asked me a single question. Children are naturally sensitive about not prying into each other's lives. In their world, everything is much more straightforward, and if someone upsets someone, then you don't talk about it. She finished primary school and moved on to high school. When she was 16, she fell in love for the first time, and when things between her and her new love reached a certain point, Sabine sat him down and had an open conversation with him. Of course, he knew what she'd gone through, and he treated her with love and tenderness. Their relationship didn't work out, but in her words, quote, I had leaped over the bonfire that had threatened to turn my future to ashes. Sabine has avoided the spotlight ever since, and you won't find her on social media. But she finished school, got a job, looked her abuser in the eye during the trial, and then wrote her book explaining that she's now put it all behind her and is planning on moving on with her life as if those 80 days never happened, quoting again, and for the last time today. But if I found the courage to retrace my stations of the cross, it has been, above all, so that the lawyers should never again underestimate the damage that P-words do. Never again let them off with half their sentences still to run. Never again grant parole for good conduct without other restraints in place. Please, don't ever let them forget the past. Never again.
Previously on an anthology of dark internet murders.
Kevin went on the dark web. It's like Decoding the Unknown, except really dark and horrible. Get your shit together. Struck his mother in the head with a crowbar before slitting her throat. About an hour later, he did the same to his grandmother. Then he took to Discord. Oh, shit. This got intense. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 40 years. Lu Xiao Mao Mao Zi. Lu Xiao Mao Mao Zi. Okay. Oh, Kevin, no! Don't do this. If you're an internet person, don't do this. It's a real bad idea. God, people are pieces of shit on the internet, aren't they? What the At this point, you're probably asking yourself, what the actual fuck? I was, Kevin, so allow me to explain. But this entire incident opened a couple of large debates across China. What? Why you doing what? And shooting her in the abdomen. And that he wanted to die. He told the police, y'all did a bad job at shooting me. He's a it's murder! It's murder! You gotta move to Lebanon, let's go. What is going on? This is weird. So weird. Oh my god. Okay, dude, I forgot this was a Casual Criminalist. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your host. Welcome. In this show, as always, Kevin. I mean, not always Kevin, but one of my writers, in this case Kevin's written me a script. It's another anthology one, an anthology of dark internet murders. I think the last one did really well, so we'd revisit it, which sounds very fun, doesn't it? So let's just jump in and explore it together. We had a lot of fun last time we did one of these videos. In fact, we had so much fun that by 20 minutes into the video, you'd forgotten it was a Casual Criminalist episode. Oh, did I think it was? Was that the one where I'm like, oh yeah, Decoding the Unknown? And everyone's like, Simon, do you have enough channels? You can't even remember which channel you're actually presenting. And I'm like,
never enough channels. There must be more.
More coming soon, by the way. Let the rumor mill swirl. I've got some bad news for you, Simon, but that's not going to happen this time around. Not only are today's stories much darker, but they also involve children. So if you need to take a break and go and record something else instead while you mentally prepare for this, now's your last chance to turn back. Nope, this is the first thing I'm recording today, Kevin, and there's no turning back now. I've begun. Activate compartmentalization mode. I have to say, my compartmentalization is pretty good. Like, the episodes have to be pretty goddamn horrific for me to be, like, thinking about them for a while. Like, the usual, run-of-the-mill murder, dude murders woman. Every day. But, like, when it's like, oh, no, Pedro Lopez, it's like, I'll think about that for days, and my compartmentalization fails. Or maybe you'll just take a break halfway through. I don't know. I'm not your boss. With that out of the way, it's time to begin our descent into the murderous depths of the internet. The imperfect alibi. 32-year-old Natalie McNally was living a rather peaceful, pleasant life in the town of Lurgan in Northern Ireland. She'd earned a law degree before switching paths and getting her master's in marketing and business from Queen's University Belfast, eventually getting a marketing job at TransLink, the area's public transportation provider. I had a similar path, although the other way around. Started off doing a business undergraduate. Marketing was a part of that. And then I went on to do law afterwards. So there we go. I never got a job in transportation, though. Or in marketing. Yeah, I'd be terrible at I mean, I say that I'd be terrible at marketing. I was never particularly good at it at university, but now I kind of realize that what I do and how I make money is marketing. Is everything marketing? So much stuff is marketing. Besides her job, Natalie was very involved working as an activist. Some of her activism was related to better public services for people with type 1 diabetes, a condition she had suffered with since she was only 3. But most of her activism was dedicated to fighting for women's rights and the LGBT community. Well, Natalie sounds like a nice all-round person, doesn't she? I was reading in the news yesterday, or 2 days ago, about those... Do you guys know that there's some group who I don't want to name because I don't want to give them any more publicity, but there's a group who will go out and sit on motorways for a cause, which is insane and makes no sense, and they'll just disrupt people's days. They did this on the M25, which is London's big orbital motorway, and a few days ago, 4 of them were sentenced, and the lead dude who was organizing, blocking the motorway just by sitting there, got 4 years in prison. And I was like, my mate was talking about it, and I was trying to guess, how long was the prison sentence. And I was like, if it's less than 6 months, I'll be disappointed. Fully expecting it to be less than 6 months. Bro got 4 years in prison. Don't block motorways and ruin regular people's days. It's not going to do anything. And now there's a pretty heavy precedent for nice long sentences attached to that. So don't be a douchebag. Everyone who knew Natalie described her as being very happy with her life. She lived in Lurgan with her dog and 2 cats, had a loving family who were known and respected in the area, and she had a new boyfriend, 33-year-old Stephen McCullough. How old was she? Didn't she just graduate university? That's a bit of an age difference. Oh, I'm sorry, she's 32. Oh, we were just talking about her university. That was ages ago. That's normal. The two had been together for only a few months, but they already had a baby on the way. Natalie was 15 weeks pregnant, and she couldn't have been happier. I mean, yes, but also, is that really the right way of doing things? I know a few people, and I have to say, it generally works out well for them, but it's not the norm. Who've had kids really early into a relationship, not intentionally. And it's, I don't know. I don't think that's the best move, to be honest. But I mean, you do you, Natalie. You seem like you've got your together, so that's fine. Her parents, Bernie and Noel, were happy as well. Much happier than I'd have been if my daughter was that far along in a pregnancy with a man she'd only be dating for a few months. Yes. Kevin and I, in same page on that one. I'll be like, no, you've made a huge tactical error. No, pregnancy's wonderful. Children are wonderful. Oh, God. But you are now that person who you've known for a few months. Until that kid's 18, you are very much now... I've started watching a TV show called Ozark, and the guy described it as business partners, after he's breaking up with his wife or whatever, but they need to be together because they've got kids. And he's like, we're business partners now. And I'm like, that's a good way to describe it. You've got 18 years of business partnership together now with someone you've just known for a few months, raising those kids. And also then afterwards for a long time as well, way less intense, because obviously the kids become adults and you don't really have to deal with each other that much anymore. But still, you're going to have to. You're going to know that person for the rest of your life. But apparently, Natalie's 3 brothers were all more careful than her boyfriends because this was going to be her parents' first grandchild. They were thrilled at the prospect of grandkids, plus they thought that the couple was really in love. Well, they thought Natalie was in love anyway. Bernie and Noel had barely even met Stephen by this point. On the night of Sunday, December the 18th, 2022, Natalie was... Oh, this is super recent. This is literally a year and a half ago. Natalie was visiting with her parents to watch Argentina defeat France in the World Cup finals. Fascinating. She was a huge soccer fan and would frequently spend time with her parents as their home in Craigavon was just a few minutes away from Lurgan. After the game, it was time for Natalie to head home. She had a much anticipated Christmas vacation coming up, but she still had to work the next morning. She had a doctor's appointment scheduled for 3 days later to find out the sex of her baby, which Bernie was going to accompany her to. So, Natalie, why isn't Stephen doing it? Isn't Stephen the boyfriend and Bernie's the father? Why is Stephen not in the picture? He's already not in the picture. Come on, Stephen. Wait, was Stephen really the boyfriend? Yeah, Bernie's the dad. Why isn't the boyfriend going? So Natalie packed up a car with wrapping paper and said that she'd give Bernie a call on Monday or Tuesday before driving home. Why? Because Christmas holiday's coming up. Okay, so she's going to wrap some gifts. Once she got home, Natalie took a look at social media. As you do, there was a Twitter post from Stephen saying that he was going live on YouTube soon with a special holiday stream of some GTA 4. Wait, is this guy actually a successful streamer? Is this his career? Or is he just like a random person tweeting that he's going to go live on GTA 4? She liked the post, and he texted her asking her to wish him good luck. Bro, you're streaming GTA 4. How much luck do you need? You playing it competitively, my dude? She did, then said she might take a peek at the stream a little later. Stephen's YouTube channel had over 35,000 subscribers, but it wasn't a full-time job for him. Nah, it's not your full-time job at 35,000 subscribers. I mean, it might be soon. 35,000 subscribers is a lot of subscribers. He's definitely making progress. His channel was mainly focused on collectible toys, specifically Doctor Who, and a lot of BattleBots content as well. I don't know what BattleBots are, but it seems very weird that you would stream playing GTA 4 on the same channel that you would talk about collectible toys, specifically Doctor Who and BattleBots. They should be on different channels because YouTube's going to get confused. Welcome to the Casual Criminalist, where Simon gives YouTube advice. He uploaded videos consistently and had a couple perform reasonably well, but in general he struggled to get more than just a couple of thousand views. He also wasn't really a streamer, and this was his first stream in over a year, with the previous one having been the first stream in nearly a year. Even at the height of his streaming, which was already years in the past, it looks like he barely averaged one stream per month. A lot of his other work involved producing, directing, and appearing in other digital content, but his most official job was as a part-time assistant audience editor for the Belfast Telegraph. It seems like this guy's got his shit together as well. What's going to go wrong? I had to look up what that job is, because it sounds like a combination of SEO, running social media, taking reader feedback, and so on. Yeah, I'd figure part-time assistant audience editor. It just means someone who posts on social media or something. For print media like the Belfast Telegraph, it basically sounds like the job is to be the young person who can impress the old people with a basic understanding of modern technology and current trends. Regardless, the point of all of this is that a stream was a special event that Stephen had planned. It wasn't a typical Sunday night for his channel. The next morning, Natalie didn't show up for work. If any of her co-workers were... Oh, he's setting up an alibi, isn't he? He's making an alibi for himself. He's faking it, because obviously you can fake something that's live. You see all those live channels on YouTube where it's coffee shop, jazz. And you're well, it's obviously not being performed live. It's someone playing on a PC somewhere that's streaming it, making it appear as if it's live. If any of her co-workers were aware she was pregnant, then they may just have attributed a potential tardy arrival to a particularly brutal bout of morning sickness. But as the hours dragged on, that would have become less likely. She also wasn't answering her phone, which was unexpected and a bit concerning. It wasn't just work that Natalie was ignoring either. She also wasn't answering calls from Stephen. His home in Lisburn was only about 20 minutes away, so that night he decided to go and check on her to make sure that she and their unborn baby were okay. They were not okay, and no sooner had Stephen arrived at her house than he called the emergency services. There was blood everywhere. Natalie had been viciously beaten and stabbed to death. Stephen did it. Allegedly, if he didn't. I apologize, but I think he did this. I think that stream that he set up, he's doing that. So there's thousands of people watching, a couple of thousand people watching, where he can be no, look, I was there streaming. But he recorded it ahead of time. Let's see. When police arrived on the scene, Stephen was promptly arrested, because of course he was. Everyone knows that 90% of the time it's the boyfriend or the husband, and he was the person to find the body. It would be irresponsible of them not to take Stephen into custody, and these cops were surprisingly on the ball. I know on this channel we frequently wind up hitting on local police for waiting on the FBI to come and fix things, or I guess the NCA, since this was taking place in the UK. NCA, is that the National Crime? I don't even know what NCA is. National Crime Authority? Maybe? I was going to say National Crime Office, but that's obviously not NCA. They're not as famous as the FBI, obviously. There's no TV shows about the NCA. Or maybe there are. Is that what Scotland Yard is? But these police honestly did a really good job throughout the entire investigation. How nice and refreshing. In the initial interview with Stephen, he was able to show them his YouTube live stream. It had started at 6 p.m. and run until just after midnight. Natalie's time of death had been determined to be about 24 hours before her body was reported, right in the middle of the time that he was live. When asked about anyone that might have hurt Natalie, Stephen said that she had an ex-boyfriend who had recently been harassing her. Given his alibi and the potential lead he offered police, Stephen was released from custody the day after being taken in. The following day, an unnamed 32-year-old man was arrested. It's possible that this was the ex-boyfriend that Stephen had mentioned, but there's no way to be sure. I can tell you that the ex was definitely looked into, and it was incontrovertibly proven that he was nowhere near Lurgan on the day of the murder. Yeah, why would you give them a potential suspect who you have no idea, assuming Stephen did it, you had no idea that they might have an alibi? I feel like most people would have an alibi. Would they? I don't know. I spend all my time every day, working hours, in my office, alone. So it'd be really hard for me to have an alibi. But anytime I'm at home, it's like I'm going to have an alibi. My kids are like young, but my wife's going to be there. Oh, there's a security camera in my office. I'd be shown on my security camera, like pottering around. For the second arrest, the police held a press conference. They already had announced that Natalie's death was suspicious, but this time they gave more details about the cause of death, as well as adding that she had been pregnant. Of course, they asked for information from the public as well, but this wasn't your typical, if you or anyone you know has information about this, please come forward sort of request. I mean, they said that too, but they had a much more specific request as well. Police asked for anyone who owned a dash cam and happened to be driving on Kiln Road between 8:45pm and 9:45pm on the night of the murder to come forward with their dashcam footage, as they believed someone may have unknowingly caught the murderer on camera. Wow. This is a good police work. I like this. I wouldn't really have thought of that. I mean, I'm not a policeman, so it's not really my job to think of stuff, but I feel like I've done enough Casual Criminalist episodes to have an idea of where investigations go, and that's some really clever policing. The next day, they released CCTV footage of a man they believed to be the murderer walking down the street and approaching Natalie's home. In the weeks that followed, little information was released about the case publicly. There was another arrest of an unnamed man who was later released, but it didn't seem to be amounting to much. On Christmas Day, Natalie's family held a wake for her, and the day after was her funeral. Several hundred people attended her service, with thousands attending vigils for Natalie and an end to violence against women, the sort of event that she would have been likely to partake in herself. But while little information was being released to the public, the police were doing plenty behind the scenes. They had already obtained over 4,000 hours of CCTV footage and had been able to piece together nearly the entirety of the killer's journey. Yeah, dude, you live in the UK. Does he live in the UK? Where do we say he's in Ireland? If he's in Northern Ireland, he's in the UK. If he's in regular Ireland, then he's not, obviously. In the UK, and I assume regular Ireland is like also pretty similar. There's a lot of CCTV cameras everywhere. They also recovered the murder weapon, which was a knife that had come from inside Natalie's house. There had been no sign of forced entry, and this attack seemed very targeted, so it was their belief that the killer was someone close to Natalie, who she would have felt safe letting into her house at night. The case seemed to be dragging on, but police later revealed that it took this long because it was a highly complex case in terms of evidence collection. In their guts, they almost certainly knew Stephen was the killer, but they had already let him go once, so they didn't want to arrest him again until they were sure that they had enough evidence. One of the things that made him appear so suspicious to the police was his behavior seemed incredibly strange for someone who had just lost his girlfriend and unborn child. His social media showed him continuing his life as if nothing had happened, and he never once called the police to ask for an update on the case. To be fair, I've always said that I don't put a lot of weight on things like that, as everybody grieves and handles death differently, and honestly, I'm not sure that bugging the detectives for updates would be particularly helpful for either party, unless he had new information that could be of use to them. Yeah, agreed. I think this is kind of fair. People deal with their grief in different ways, but also, police have like a really good gut for things. Like, they'll have seen stuff before, and with this one, they might be like, this is a little bit weird, isn't it? And they just have that police feeling from doing things so many times. Besides, Stephen had an alibi. He was live on YouTube to an audience of, well, I don't actually know how many people were watching him live, but it was more than zero, as evidenced by the chat. There was a funny thing about the chat, though, and about the stream in general. In addition to your basic introduction, the first 10 minutes or so of the stream was dedicated to explaining all the technical issues that Stephen had been experiencing while trying to set up his stream.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. So, by all means, talk amongst yourselves.
I mean, that's not unusual. Like, I stream once a week on another channel. And it's like, yeah, technical issues are a part of streaming. Especially if you haven't done it for a year, you'd be like, oh, for God's sake, what about this? What about that? It was a long list of lies. I mean, complaints, but the upshot was this. Stephen said that because his computer sucked and OBS was acting up, he'd be unable to read chat during the stream. That's already a bit weird, as interacting with chat, even if it's just make fun of them, is one of the main jobs of any good streamer. Otherwise, what's the point in bothering to watch live? Stephen even acknowledged that he could choose to look at chat on his phone occasionally, but that he decided against it because he hated streams where the person was just talking to chat, which again is kind of half the point of a stream. Why do you think just chatting is consistently the most popular category on Twitch? His other excuse for not looking at the chat on his phone was that if he used his phone, he'd just start scrolling through TikTok.
And also, if I go on my phone for too long, I'll end up just scrolling through TikTok, and the amount of time that I've lost scrolling through TikTok.
What, while live on a stream? And that brings us back to the evidence collection that I mentioned. A lot of the investigation was spent waiting for the results of digital forensics, who were meticulously examining the electronic devices of everyone involved, retrieving data that a lot of people don't even realize exists. Things like a complete log of every time a phone was unlocked or swiped open, and of course, deleted files. On Stephen's computer, they found a video file that was just over 6 hours long, containing the entirety of the stream. By itself, that wouldn't necessarily be weird. It's not uncommon for streamers to make a local recording in case something goes wrong with the VOD. However, this video was originally recorded days before the stream, and it was deleted as soon as the stream ended. This meant that Stephen wasn't live on YouTube at all. He just had a 6-hour pre-recorded video streaming on his channel that could serve as the perfect alibi. You know, as long as nobody on the police force knew the first thing about computers. It's like, yeah, dude. The police are experts on computers, my dude. Also, you don't know how to, permanently erase a file? Come on, use your brain. But delving deeper into the video, it's even worse than just a fake stream allegedly meant to get him away with murder. He also seemed to have filled the stream with Easter eggs regarding the true motivation for the recording. Dude, don't add Easter eggs into recordings that are supposed to be covering your crimes, you clown. How stupid do you think the police are? And to be fair, maybe you listened to Casual Criminalist and was like, I don't know, police are pretty dumb sometimes, but not in this case. A little over 3 hours into making the video, Stephen took a 10-minute break. That's not to be unexpected, especially since he was drinking heavily, but it seems like his timing was intentional. This break would have aired from about 9:15 to 9:25 p.m., believed to be the exact time that Natalie was being murdered. Near the end of the break, the background music and live stream back soon title card vanished, instead being replaced with the poster of the James Bond movie, No Time to Die. Dude, how stupid are you? At another point in the video, Stephen was complaining about the physics engine, saying that whatever happened in-game would abso-fucking-notly happen in the real world. He then paused and said, abso-fucking-Natalie, while chuckling to himself and smiling at the camera.
Abso-fucking-Natalie. Abso-fucking-Natalie.
Bro, maybe you shouldn't have been drinking. There are probably other supposed Easter eggs as well, but I'm not sitting through 6 hours of gameplay to find them. When asked about this by the police, Stephen said it was totally normal, it's not, and that streamers pre-recorded their videos all the time. They don't. When an internet performer records themselves for publication at a later date, we call those YouTube videos, like the one that you're watching now. Hello there. If you're listening to the podcast, Kevin just left you out. If you're listening to the podcast, why not leave a rating on Spotify or a review wherever you get your podcasts? Thank you so much. Though he admitted to recording the video ahead of time, Stephen said that he spent the night at home getting faced. This, even though he was supposed to not be drinking alcohol at all, in solidarity with Natalie, who was unable to drink for obvious reasons. There was another interesting recording found on Stephen's phone as well. Though he had barely met Natalie's family before her murder, he spent a lot of time at their house afterwards, trying to ingratiate himself to them by playing the part of the heartbroken and grieving boyfriends. That's some psycho right there. You murdered their kid, allegedly, and then you're like, yeah, I'm just going to go spend lots of time with the family of the kid I murdered. That's fucked up. However, during one of these visits, he accidentally left his phone at Bernie and Noel's house, recording audio for 40 minutes as a sort of makeshift bug. It's believed that he did this to determine whether or not they suspected him of Natalie's murder. On January the 31st, Stephen was again arrested, and on February the 2nd, he was officially charged with murder. Yes! It was at this time that a lot more evidence began coming out, parts of the investigation that the police had hidden from the public. In addition to the things I just mentioned, there was also a lot of CCTV footage. Police had shown a single clip of a man walking down the street, but cameras caught the man boarding a bus towards Lurgan, walking down a number of streets and arriving at Natalie's carrying a rucksack. There was even footage from inside the bus showing the man sitting almost motionlessly, except to take a sip of Coke. Unfortunately, he had a hood on and was wearing a face mask. COVID days, yes! That's good for crime. so the person couldn't be identified by their face. At one point on this journey, the man dropped some money. He removed his black glove to pick it up, but beneath the black glove was a yellow marigold glove. Though gloves are a great, though not infallible way to conceal your fingerprints, technology has come a long way. Where glove prints were once deemed useless, they can now be used to generally identify the material and often even the brand of glove being worn. And there happen to be bloody prints in Natalie's house left behind by marigold gloves. I mean, that's very circumstantial evidence, but it's pretty damn good, isn't it? This is all extremely strong evidence that the person in the CCTV clips was the killer. But was there any way to tie it directly to Stephen? Not from those videos, but the person's journey continued from Natalie's house to downtown Lurgan, where he got into a phone-a-cab taxi that he had ordered using an app. The taxi picked up the person outside of the pub, but the passenger requested to be dropped off at a different address than the one it entered in the app. He claimed that he had to go see his sick mother or some other bullshit. Obviously, the goal with this was so that the phone-a-cab wouldn't have a record of where he was really dropped off, but there was still a record of the ride taking place. It also turns out that taxi drivers have both GPS and eyes, so the cabbie was easily able to identify Stephen as his passenger, as well as identifying the location where he dropped the passenger off, which was Stephen's house. Since there was a record of the ride, the company was able to confirm that the passenger had been dropped off at 11:13 p.m, and thanks to those data logs recovered by digital forensics, it was shown that at 11:16 p.m, Stephen's phone was manually swiped open for the first time in over 5 hours. Yeah, Stephen seems to have thought this through a little bit, but not enough. It's like, I feel this is the thing where people are like, oh yeah, I can get away with a crime. And then they do all this careful stuff. They wear like the gloves, covering the gloves. They take the public transport. They wear the mask. They wear the hoodie. They're very careful. They have an alibi set up. But it's like, there's still stuff that you forget about that will get you caught. Although he has been charged with Natalie's murder, Stephen has not yet gone to trial. Well, I'm glad I said all those allegedlys then, Kevin. The trial is set to begin this September, possibly around the time this video is finally released, so until then, he is only allegedly a murderer, but the evidence of which there is a lot does definitely not look good. Of course, this does all leave one simple question. Why? What would possibly be Stephen's motivation for allegedly murdering his pregnant girlfriend? It's quite possible that Simon just said, or at least thought, that it doesn't matter what the arsehole's motivation was and to strap him in the chair. That said, the purported motive is simple jealousy. I mean, no, I do want to know what the motive is, if for no other reason than like curiosity. I mean, he murdered someone. I don't think he should be executed. But yeah, my speculation is that he met this girl, he got her pregnant, he wanted out, and because he's a psycho, he sees the best out as murdering her. And the reason we know he's a psycho, allegedly, is because he goes and hangs out with her family afterwards, which is fucking weird. It's claimed that on December the 15th, 3 days before the murder, Stephen unlocked Natalie's phone and saw WhatsApp messages between her and an ex-boyfriend. Later that same day, he recorded his fake livestream. The prosecution argues that sexualized contact with her ex and with others over a period of time was the catalyst for the murder. The terms used are pretty vague, but the implication that Stephen allegedly murdered his girlfriend of a few months for talking to other people is not. It's also worth noting that this wouldn't be the first time something like this had happened. In 2019, Stephen's then-girlfriend alleged that he hit her after seeing something on her phone that he didn't like. When interviewed by police in 2019, Stephen admitted that he hit her, but basically said that she had it coming. Oh, brilliant excuse. Why'd you hit your girlfriend? Oh, she deserved it. Not a good reason, Stephen. That was apparently good enough for the authorities, as prosecutors decided to not go forward with the case. His ex-girlfriend eventually withdrew the allegations, but again, he still admitted to getting violent with someone he was dating because he didn't like what was on their phone. For the time being, we'll just have to wait and see what the verdict is. When the trial begins, it's expected to last 3 or 4 weeks. Until then, Stephen is being held without bail. It's being argued by the prosecution that even though it failed, he had a sophisticated plan to avoid suspicion and is capable of deception beyond imagination. I don't know how accurate that is, and it seems like the judge denied him bail for the same reason he had a job, because a lot of old people don't understand technology. Wait, why does the judge still have a job? Because old people don't understand technology. You still need judges. If there was AI judges, I'd be like, oh shit, dude, what if it hallucinates my crimes? Aside from being deemed a potential flight risk, as far as I can tell, the main factor for denying bail was that because all the evidence is technology-based, so surely there'd be a way for Stephen to tamper with or destroy all of the evidence that's already been collected by the authorities. You know, because he's good with computers. Wow. They really think Stephen, the same guy whose technological prowess is recording a stream and then making it seem like it's live, is the same guy who's going to hack into Scotland Yard and delete all his evidence. Wow. That's not really how that works, and I question how tech-savvy he actually is, but I'm not going to lose any sleep about him being locked away until the trial either, especially since I suspect he'll be going right back to prison once the verdict is declared. Yes, me too. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, but allegedly, in my opinion. The disappearance of Cheyenne Kircher. On October the 13th, 2011, 14-year-old Cheyenne Kircher didn't show up for school. Oh no, Kevin, no, I don't like it. 14 years old? Like, it's bad that the last girl got murdered at 32 while she was pregnant, but this girl is 14. At first, this looked like a normal case of a girl who ran away from home. To start, she'd left a note that read,
"Dear Mom, don't try to look for me. You won't find me. I'm just not happy here. Love, Chai."
The note was in her handwriting and didn't appear to have been written under duress, which certainly suggested that she was a genuine runaway. And even a cursory investigation would have provided plenty of reasons why she might have done so. Cheyenne's home life was dysfunctional, to say the least. The small house in East Dubuque, Dubuque, Illinois, was home to more people than it could comfortably fit. There was Cheyenne, her mother, Laurie Lyons, her stepfather, Terry Abbas, her two brothers, and her mother's boyfriend, Steve Staver. Wait, what? There was her mother, her stepfather, and also her mother's boyfriend. Wait, so the mother got divorced, remarried Terry, and is still married to Terry. Is still married to Terry, while Steve lives in the house, who's her new boyfriend. What is going on in your life? Although it was her stepfather, Cheyenne had always referred to Terry as dad, and she had never met her biological father. But there was much more than just this unconventional collection of people that led people to call Cheyenne's life dysfunctional. When police initially began investigating her disappearance, one of the first things they noticed was how horrible the house smelled. There was trash, dirty laundry, dirty dishes, and open, presumably spoiled, food containers everywhere. One neighbor recounted how Cheyenne would be kicked out of the house and locked out for hours at a time on a nearly daily basis. When she was locked out, she'd often spend time with those neighbors who cooked her meals, knowing it was unlikely that she'd eaten recently. Neighbors and teachers alike noted how Cheyenne always appeared disheveled and unwashed. School wasn't necessarily better for her either, although she liked attention and desperately wanted to fit in. She was incredibly socially awkward and was in special education classes due to a mild learning disability, which led to some amount of bullying from other students. So there was reason that she might have run away, but there were still a few details that didn't make sense. Her jacket, shoes, and most importantly, phone was still in the house. Cheyenne was described as being glued to her phone, which I originally was going to say makes sense for a 14-year-old, but honestly, that's true of most people at any age these days. Yeah, dude, preach. iPhone sends you that scary thing each week where it's like, you spent this amount of time on your phone daily last week, and it's like, it's embarrassing. That's so much time. I make myself feel better, but like most of the time I just got I'm watching a YouTube video sort of in the background, just listening to it, or like a YouTube podcast, but still. Even if she left the phone behind for fear of being tracked, she would have still needed shoes, and with winter fast approaching, a jacket would have been nice too. But aside from those suspiciously forgotten items and the goodbye letter, Cheyenne hadn't really left anything behind to act as a clue, at least not that the police realized. They searched her social media, and it was mostly normal 14-year-old girl stuff. She had a couple of YouTube channels, first Shy N to 2010, and then She Love 2011, but police didn't see anything unusual in these. Unfortunately, that's only because they weren't looking hard enough. Uh-oh. This is all about people with YouTube channels. There was one thing they discovered when examining her browsing history, and that's that Cheyenne had appeared to be talking to older men from all over the country. These men were looked into, but none of them were found to have anything to do with her disappearance. Yeah, but it's indicative that she might be talking to some other older dude somewhere else who has come and abducted her. And that was the last lead the police had. Some of the details seemed suspicious, but there were no obvious signs of foul play, so the case was just largely written off as a runaway missing person case for the next 2 years. Like I said though, the police weren't looking at Cheyenne's social activity hard enough, but admittedly, I'm working with the gift of hindsight here, so I don't want to be too critical of them for missing things that might only seem obvious in retrospect. Yeah, I also can't, I don't have hindsight yet because Kevin hasn't told me what they find, but I just look into those videos really thoroughly, but let's try and be honest. I'm going to try and be honest about whether I think this is something I would have spotted. To start, there are those conversations she was having with older men. Okay, well, I think I already commented on that maybe there were conversations going on other platforms that the police hadn't found yet. No details were given, but if they were of interest to the police, then we can probably all guess what kind of conversations they were. Even if the people she was talking to weren't involved, that doesn't make this information any less important. It's very common for people who experience some sort of abuse or trauma to actively seek out ways to reenact that trauma as a way of helping them cope with it. It's not generally considered a healthy coping mechanism, no shit. But the compulsion for victims to repeat their trauma in a setting where they feel they might have some sort of control over changing the outcome is well known. If Chien was talking to a lot of older men, it might have been in the police's best interest to take a closer look at the older men in her life who had the opportunity to hurt her. Yes, and that brings us back to her YouTube channels. Most of it is weird and doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's also pretty much what you'd expect from a 14-year-old in the earliest days of YouTube. Some of the videos only feature Chien, but she would also perform skits with her brothers as well. Terry could frequently be seen in these videos too, but not because he was part of the skits. He was just there, working at his desk, and the house was so cramped that there was nowhere else for anyone else to go. When he got involved, it was mostly just playful banter with Chien, and it all seemed relatively harmless. All until the very last video on Chien's channel, a video that might have served as a warning of things to come had it not sat in total obscurity, almost completely unwatched for the 5 months between the upload and the disappearance. Well, I'm assuming that the detectives on the case watched all of her YouTube videos, at least on 2-speed. Chien had prepared a skit with her older brother, and she began streaming on YouTube. The video opens with her sitting on her bed, saying that she was bored and contemplating what to do. She then looked at the camera and loudly declared, "I know what I can do," before standing up. Presumably, this was supposed to be her brother's cue, but instead, it was Terry who walked in. As soon as Chien saw him, her bubbly on-camera persona disappeared momentarily. She grabbed his arms and tried to quietly mumble a warning to him, but her audio was still picked up clearly. "I'm on live, so be careful." He said okay, and the two quickly reverted to their on-camera personalities, engaged in a brief slap fight. Eventually, her brother joined the video as well, and it went back to the normal, somewhat incoherent content that she was used to creating. If there wasn't a murder thing about this, you'd just be like, well, it's like when you answer the phone and you're on speakerphone and you say, like, just let you know, you're on speaker. It's just polite. Like, if someone walks in and be like, "I'm live," that's completely normal. But when someone goes missing, maybe something worth looking into. Would I have picked up on it, honestly? Dunno. I'd have probably thought it's just someone saying that I'm on speaker. But the quiet warning from Chien to Terry as he stepped into her bedroom shouldn't have gone unnoticed in the investigation, especially as it occurred only 23 seconds into the video. What would have been much easier to miss, but no less unsettling, were the hints from her older brother that he might have known what was going on. In a previous video, in which Terry was working at his desk in the background, her brother said, "That's that creepy guy that lived downstairs." Oh, I mean, my stepdad, Terry. Again, it's like, if the person wasn't missing, it just feels like it could be a joke, but now it takes on a whole fucking darker meaning, doesn't it? And in the final video, when Chien started showing off her Michael Jackson shirt to the camera, coincidentally, right after Terry walked back into the room, he said, "Yeah, she's into a child molester." Of course, it's unclear whether he really did know something, or if it was just teenager making rude comments. Unfortunately, none of this was scrutinized by the investigation, and since there was no other evidence, the trail went cold. As time went on, however, an increasing sense of concern began to mount. Even though she was essentially the textbook example of a child who would legitimately run away, fitting into every high-risk category for runaways, to disappear so completely was unusual to say the least. After a few weeks, or definitely a few months, there should have been a phone call to her grandparents or a Facebook message to one of her friends, something to let a person she trusted know that she was okay. But there was nothing. Yeah, it's because she's not okay, Kevin. She's definitely not okay. In June of 2013, nearly 2 years after Chien's disappearance, a special task force was created with police from 4 cities in the country, as well as the Illinois State Police. The task force wasn't created specifically for the purpose of finding Cheyenne, but she was going to be the first case. To start, they wanted to take another look at Chien's friends and see if anyone knew anything. This led to 2 hugely important discoveries. The first was that some of Chien's friends now revealed that she had confided in them that Terry was sexually abusing her. The second was that her best friend in the world, the person she was considered to be inseparable from, had moved to Wisconsin. Police believed, or at least hoped, that her friend's family had taken Chien and moved her with them to Wisconsin. But in order to find out, the investigation was going to need to cross state lines, which meant it was time to get the FBI involved. Good. FBI, like, really super competent. An agent went to Wisconsin to interview the friend and bluntly asked her, "Where's Cheyenne? She's here, isn't she?" Her friend immediately broke down in tears and said, "She's dead." Not because she knew anything the police didn't, but because if Cheyenne hadn't shown up yet, then it seemed like the only option. And after speaking with the girl, the FBI agent was convinced as well. The home in Wisconsin had been their best chance of finding Cheyenne alive, and they no longer believed she was just a runaway. But there's still no evidence. Authorities had no proof that Terry had abused Cheyenne, nor could they prove he was responsible for killing her. Their only hope in advancing the case was either to find her body or to get Terry to confess. There wasn't enough manpower to keep Terry under constant surveillance, so instead they put a tracking device on his car. They hoped that, given the increased interest in the case, perhaps he would return to the body and move it to better conceal its location. Once the tracker was in place, agents watched from a laptop as Terry went for a drive to a gas station, then across a bridge into Iowa, at which point the tracker stopped working. There was no way to know whether Terry had found the bug and tossed it over a bridge into the Mississippi River, or if it had fallen off on its own, but either way, they would no longer be able to lead them to the body. With that option gone, all they could do was bring in Terry for questioning. Wow, that sucks. I don't think it would just stop working. If you found a bug on your car and you knew you were doing crimey stuff, wouldn't you just attach it to another car? Or wouldn't you be like, oh, Actually, more realistically, if I was in Terry's position, which is a brilliant thought to think about, isn't it? I'd be like, oh my, and I'd leave it exactly where it fucking was, and I'd drive to somewhere really boring for a reason that I could come up with later. Like, oh, I just really needed to go to this store in another state. Like, you gotta just pretend that you've never found it, and then go to move the body with a rental car or something. He was given a polygraph test, with some reports saying that he passed and others saying that he failed. The results of this test were irrelevant anyway, and not just because polygraphs are bull. After the test was administered, Terry was taken to another room to be interviewed further. Inconsistencies quickly started appearing in his story, and he finally broke down and confessed to everything. Well, sort of anyway. The first confession was full of half-truths to try and absolve him of some guilt, but eventually, the police got the real story. The day before her disappearance, Terry took Cheyenne into the woods behind their house. After having sex with her, he strangled her to death with his bare hands. Originally claimed that he dug a hole to bury her in afterwards, but he eventually confessed that he had dug the hole the day before. As if that wasn't enough evidence of premeditation, there was also the note Cheyenne had written for her mother. I think it's time. This is one of those ones where I'm like, yeah, in the last one, I'm like, we don't execute the guy. But I'm up for executing Terry, I think. He's like a child molester, a murderer. Let's execute him. The world is better off without Terrys. Terry had Cheyenne write the note a month before her death, telling her that they were going to use it to prank her mother. That never happened, and he instead had been saving the note for this occasion. He agreed to take police to Cheyenne's body, which was buried just 100 yards from the family home. Terry pled guilty to murder, aggravated criminal sexual abuse, and concealing a homicide or death. He was sentenced to life in prison, and none of the reporting mentions a possibility of parole. I can only hope that this because there is none. Nah, there probably is. They'd say life without parole if it had been specified, which is a shame, because other than the death penalty, Terry should be in prison for the rest of his life. Until he dies. I know this story was a little rough, Simon, but brace yourself, because today's final story is going to be a whole lot worse. Dude, he molested and murdered his 14-year-old stepdaughter. Bruh. Like, you got some Pedro Lopez for me, Kevin? I already don't like this. Amanda Todd and the Daily Capper. People much younger than Simon, or me, might recognize the following image. It's a, weird doll. I don't know. This is from a show called Crashbox, an educational show produced on HBO in 1999. Oh my god, this looks way older than 1999. What the f***? It was a stop-motion animation show that took place inside a computer or something, and the show targeted grade school kids who were outgrowing shows like Sesame Street. One of the recurring segments on the show was called Distraction News, which is where the above image comes from. In these segments, I feel like Kevin must have got the date on this wrong, because I know Kevin and I are roughly the same age. I think Kevin's a couple of years older than me. Much younger than me. What age is oh, okay, so maybe grade school is younger than I think. I was kind of thinking grade school, like 11-year-olds. But that would be like, and then you have lower grade school. Maybe grade school's what we call primary school. That would make more sense. One of the recurring segments on the show was called Distraction News, which is where the above image comes from. In these segments, the newscaster, Dora Smarmy, would read off random educational tidbits while all sorts of random bull kept on happening on the screen to distract you. At the end of the segment, Dora then quizzed the viewer with 5 questions about what she had just reported on. That is a great way to trick kids into learning something. That's very clever. I like that. Honestly, this seems like a really stupid idea. Kevin and I apparently on completely different pages. You're challenging the kids to remember something rather than just being like, hey, remember this. If you make things a challenge for people, they're gonna it kind of gamifies it, which helps people learn. Or maybe it just helps me learn. Like if I have to learn something to teach it, I'm going to learn it way better than if I was just learning it because I had to learn it. While there may be specific reasons that a person would want to practice focusing on something while surrounded by distractions, in general, this isn't a good way to learn. Wait, also, I feel like you do need to learn something when surrounded by distractions, because most of the time you are surrounded by distractions. Life is full of distractions. There's your phone, you're probably in an office with co-workers, or you're a student with classmates and they're constantly distracting you. I think this is a great way to learn. I don't ever remember showing up to school and having my teacher say, today I'm going to teach you how to prove the Pythagorean theorem, while these dogs bark at a screaming child and somebody puts on a laser light show. And yes, this will be on the test. No, but there's always Jeff across the room who's like, yo, Kevin. You're like, shut up, Jeff, I'm trying to learn. And then Jeff's throwing a pencil at you or whatever. While I question whether or not Distraction News was successful in teaching literally anything, a lot of people have fond memories of these segments and of Crashbox in general. But for others, the above image is the stuff of nightmares. Yeah, it is very creepy. Not because stop motion animation is inherently kind of creepy, but because of the YouTube show that used that image as their backdrop. Dora's news anchor voice was replaced with a horrible early 2000s speech-to-text voice used to narrate a show called The Daily Kappa.
Meanwhile, another girl from Blog has been talked about.
In this context, a capper is a person who takes screen caps. Specifically, the show was about people taking screen caps of predominantly underage girls who had been convinced to expose themselves on various cam sites. On YouTube? Whoa. Holy shit. The capping community was highly organized, working together to target girls who they wanted to see exposed, sharing the photos and videos, and in many cases, blackmailing them. The Daily Kappa was their weekly news program, sharing constant updates about what was going on in the capping community. This is super weird. It was all publicly available on YouTube for anybody to find, and on Dailymotion, Metacafe, Motherless, and some other places as well, though virtually all of these videos have been deleted by this point. Yeah, because YouTube ain't gonna be happy about that. In the show, they also made references to a newsletter which can only assume was far more explicit than the show designed to be safe for YouTube. Obviously, it's up that something like this existed, but the show was also a bit weird in general. It was clearly made by a member of the camping community, someone who was passionate enough about what they were doing to want to provide news and updates for everyone. They referred to the captured videos as wins or epic wins and were clearly promoting camping in general. However, the show was also written with a healthy dose of contempt directed at all parties involved, and not in a playful or satirical way, like when I broke Simon last episode by referring to him as an asexual entity. I'm just not that sort of influencer, Kevin. Obviously, the Daily Kappa was going to show contempt for their victims, who they coldly referred to as cam, but they weren't really much nicer to the Kappas either. Kappas were described on the show as being lonely perverts and P-word that I can't say on YouTube, with a file, which makes sense. I don't really disagree with that sentiment, but since they were the target audience of the show, it seems weird to talk about them like that. Well, these people know what they are. Don't they? Don't they? The show also talked about how annoying some of the members were, with one of the names that came up the most being a Kappa by the name of Viper. Whoever was behind the Daily Kappa really seemed to dislike Viper, which is actually going to be important later. Hell, this Viper guy was so annoying, he was even nominated for Most Annoying in the 2010 Kappa Awards, which apparently is a thing. That's right, there was an annual awards show, voted on by the community, and there were several thousand vote casts for each category. A lot of these categories were things you'd expect, like Cam of the Year, Cam Site of the Year, and Blackmailer of the Year. However, the last category shows just how brazen the community was 15 years ago. Yeah, this is The idea that this would be on YouTube today is absurd. You'd expect that the Daily Kappa would predominantly feature YouTube-friendly images of the girls being talked about, but the show used real images and even the real names of the blackmailers whenever possible as well. What are these people doing? You're talking about your crimes online, then having your crimes broadcast in a show. This is insane. I know 15 years feels like an eternity in internet time, so to give some sort of context to how long ago this was, the Jesse Slaughter Consequences Will Never Be the Same incident was nominated for Lul's Moment of the Year in this same show. I have no idea what that is, but I know 15 years ago was what? 2009? That is... It's a ridiculously long time ago in internet world. And I live in internet world. Like, I've been doing this thing as my life, as my career, for like 10 years. Now it's 15 years ago. It seems like forever. Speaking of brazen, one of the other categories was Shocker of the Year, featuring a truly mind-blowing event. Girls meeting their Kappas face to face. This is a properly organized thing. This is fucking weird. Obviously, the girls involved, at least not the ones being blackmailed, didn't understand that they were victims in all of this. There was even a Couple of the Year category because many of the girls believed they were in romantic relationships with the men that were just using them until they got bored. F***ing creepy, dude. But what made this truly shocking, oh Kevin, we are already at truly shocking, just what makes this more shocking is that the couples appeared live on cam together. Grown men showing their faces on live streams with girls as young as 13 who believed the older man was her boyfriend rather than a predator that was collecting and sharing compromising videos of her with his online predator buddies. This is fucked up. Also, you fucking idiots. You be going to prison, dude. These Kappas had no problem showing their faces because they thought nobody would ever see. The only people watching these streams were either other Kappas or other teenagers, and despite being available for anyone to see, the Daily Kappa lived in obscurity. You're insane. It's the internet. Someone is gonna find out, dude. Like, someone is going to be watching that. Someone's going to have recorded it or taken a screenshot or something, and you're going to go to fucking prison. I hope. Let's hope. That was the way it was for years, and that was the way they assumed it was going to remain. Of course, that didn't mean there were never consequences for the Kappa's actions. Everything they were doing was super fucking illegal, and whenever one of them got arrested, the Daily Kappa was there to broadcast headlines like, "This was arrested yesterday for blackmail," with regards to 21-year-old Trevor Shea, sentenced to 33 years in prison. Yes! For exploiting 10 girls aged 13 to 16. That's a nice, heavy prison sentence for you, Trevor. You perv. They also talked about the homeless P-word, Jimmy Lee Cook, a 42-year-old man camping in the woods behind the church and using free public Wi-Fi to coerce girls to upload videos of themselves to YouTube. It took the efforts of multiple law enforcement agencies to track him down, though he was only sentenced to 160 months, that's 13.3 years, despite already having prior convictions like armed robbery. Still, 13.3 years. It's a good sentence. I don't really know what he got up to other than convincing them, up what sort of videos. I don't know how dark this got. I guess if it was really dark, it'd have gotten more time. And what did the Daily Kappa, a show dedicated to celebrating, encouraging, and promoting these monsters, call the people who got them arrested? Heroes. YouTuber Time to Smite was even nominated for the 2010 Hero of the Year award for his role in helping police track down and apprehend Jimmy Cook. They were probably calling the people heroes ironically, seeing as this is the same time that the show reported epic win was delivered in the form of 4 13-year-old girls from Blog TV Junior who stripped it all for a room of 300. What is going on? But it honestly is really hard to tell, given the apparent contempt towards so many of the Kappas. Whoever's making this seems to have multiple personality disorder. They're encouraging it and hating on it at the same time. I don't understand. Like I said though, this was all supposed to be an obscure corner of the internet, only ever discovered by fans of child exploitation. Despite the numerous arrests of Kappas that the show reported on, authorities always seemed to believe they were isolated cases. They never considered, or at least could never prove, that the people they arrested were part of a large organized network of criminals. Well, hang on a minute. Aren't the detectives or police whose job it is to go and find this stuff on the internet, to go onto Google or the dark web or whatever and be like, oh, child exploitation, let's see what this brings up. And you just quickly find your ways to the darkest corners of the internet where you'd find this. This is on the clear web. This isn't some dark web stuff, right? Like, this should be findable. Why aren't the police going out there to find this stuff and then, like, I don't know, doing some organized crime or whatever on it? I mean, like, organized crime force, like task force or whatever, not actually doing the organized crime themselves, obviously. Don't need to clarify that. But that was all going to change on October the 10th, 2012, when 15-year-old Amanda Todd was found in her home in Coquitlam, British Columbia, after hanging herself. The story made international headlines, and all the initial reporting from mainstream media outlets claimed that she was a victim of cyberbullying and harassment. That's certainly true, and the internet has apparently turned kids into f***ing monsters, but there was much more to this story than the media seemed to be aware of, even though they wouldn't have had to look very hard to uncover the truth. Amanda was, by and large, an ordinary girl. She was involved in a lot of activities growing up, including swimming, figure skating, cheerleading, gymnastics, and ice hockey. Those things kept her busy, but above all else, she loved to sing. However, she did suffer from some unspecified language-based learning disability. The good news is that her mother, Carol, was a special education teacher, so she was able to recognize that at a very young age. Carol knew that raising Amanda was going to take more time and effort than it would for a typical child, and she was fully prepared for that. The bad news is that knowing a problem exists doesn't make the problem magically go away, so Amanda struggled academically. This rather predictably resulted in a lot of bullying and taunting from her classmates. Some of her teachers even assumed that she was just a bad child because they were either unaware or dispassionate toward Amanda's disability. What they saw as her misbehaving or being disobedient was just Amanda's inability to communicate what she wanted to say. Eventually, she was able to work past this difficulty with teachers, but it still made those early years of school undoubtedly miserable, and the bullying about her grades never stopped as she got older, as Amanda consistently remained at the bottom of her class. Like I said though, above all else, Amanda loved to sing. That was the entire reason she started visiting campsites in the first place, as it gave her a chance to sing in front of an audience and hopefully make some friends. On September the 6th, 2012, just a month before her suicide, Amanda created a YouTube channel, The Somebody to Know. The next day, she uploaded her first video to the channel. Anyone that knew her probably would have assumed that she'd upload videos of her singing, but that's not what this was. Amanda didn't say a word. Instead, she stood in front of the camera for 9 minutes, filming herself in black and white as she held up a stack of papers, turning them one by one. It was the piece of the puzzle that all those news outlets missed, and what would have made it clear to them that this was much more than just a case of online bullying. The video was titled, My Story, Struggling, Bullying, Suicide, Self-Harm. While I normally don't like to include long quotes when I can avoid it, I've decided that rather than paraphrase the video, it'd be best to let Amanda tell you her story in her own words and in its entirety, as everything she wrote was true, and without exaggeration. Hello. I've decided to tell you about my never-ending story. In 7th grade, I would go with friends on webcam, meet and talk to new people. Then got called stunning, beautiful, perfect, etc. They wanted me to flash. So I did. 1 year later, I got a message on Facebook. From him. Don't know how he knew me. It said, if you don't put on a show for me, I will send your boobs. He knew my address, school, relatives, family names. Christmas break. Knock at my door at 4 a.m. It was the police. My photo was sent to everyone. I then got really sick and got anxiety, major depression, panic disorder. I then moved and got into drugs and alcohol. My anxiety got worse, couldn't go out. A year passed, and the guy came back with my new list of friends and school, but made a Facebook page. My boobs were his profile pic. Cried every night, lost all my friends and respect people had for me. Again. Then nobody liked me. Name-calling, judged. I can never get that photo back. It's out there forever. I started cutting. I promised myself never again. Didn't have any friends, and I sat at lunch alone, so I moved schools again. Everything was better, even though I still sat alone at lunch in the library every day. After a month, I started talking to an old guy friend. We back and forth texted, and he started to say he liked me, led me on. He had a girlfriend. Then he said, come over, my girlfriend's on vacation. So I did. Huge mistake. He hooked up with me. I thought he liked me. 1 week later, I got a text, get out of your school. His girlfriend and 15 others came, including himself. The girl and 2 others just said, look around. Nobody likes you. In front of my new school. 50 people. A guy then yelled, just punch her already. So she did. She threw me to the ground and punched me several times. Kids filmed it. I was all alone and left on the ground. It felt like a joke in this world. I thought nobody deserved this. I was alone. I lied and said it was my fault and my idea. I didn't want him getting hurt. I thought he really liked me. But he just wanted the sex. Someone yelled, "Punch her already." Teachers ran over. But I just went and laid in a ditch. And my dad found me. I wanted to die so bad. When he brought me home, I drank bleach. It killed me inside. And I thought I was going to actually die. Ambulance came and brought me to the hospital and flushed me. After I got home, all I saw was on Facebook, "She deserved it. Did you wash the mud out of your hair? I hope she's dead." Nobody cared. I moved away to another city, to my mum's, another school. I didn't want to press charges because I wanted to move on. 6 months had gone by. People are pasting pictures of bleach, Clorox, and ditches, tagging me. I was doing a lot better. They said she should try a different bleach. I hope she dies this time and isn't so stupid. They said I hope she sees this and kills herself. Why do I get this? I messed up, but why follow me? I left your guy's city. I'm constantly crying now. Every day, I think, why am I still here? My anxiety is horrible now. Never went out this summer. All from my past. Life's never getting better. Can't go to school, meet or be with people. Constantly cutting. I'm really depressed. I'm on antidepressants now and counselling a month ago this summer. I overdosed. In hospital for 2 days. I'm stuck. What's left of me now? Nothing stops. I have no body. I need someone. My name is Amanda Todd. And the long quote ends. This video then showed an image of Amanda's arms covered in freshly bleeding cuts, followed by a picture of a bandaged wrist with hope written on the bandage. The final image was Amanda's arm with the words "Stay Strong" written in marker, inspired by singer Demi Lovato's wrist tattoos she'd gotten the previous year. Amanda had been begging her parents to let her get it as a real tattoo for her 16th birthday, but she never got the chance. Instead, a month after her death, just before what would have been her 16th birthday, Amanda's father, Norman, got the tattoo instead, even having some of her ashes mixed in with the tattoo ink. This tragic chain of events had begun about 3 years earlier, when a 12-year-old Amanda would stream herself singing, unaware that her audience was full of predators. They eventually convinced her to flash the camera. One of the cappers saved the image and tried to use it to blackmail Amanda into performing a private show for him, but she refused. Even if she'd given in to the blackmail, it's unlikely that things would have gone differently anyway. The typical modus operandi for these blackmailers was to threaten girls into performing private shows for them, using each subsequent recording as further blackmail to push the victims into doing more and more. Then, once the blackmailers got tired of them, they would release all the saved content to the victims' friends and families anyway. It didn't help matters. Once the picture of Amanda had been saved, it quickly spread through the capping community like so many other images. She was mentioned in the December 19th, 2010 episode of The Daily Capper, only encouraging more predators to go and harass her. It seems that Amanda had been made aware of the show, and she tried to leave a comment saying that the show should report on the fact that she had gone to the police who were looking out for the man trying to blackmail her. The channel required manual approval for every comment, so her attempt to contact the show wasn't made public until almost 2 years later. And what she said was true, at least as far as she knew. Her family had gone to the police multiple times, so she certainly had reason to believe that the police were all over this. Unfortunately, that couldn't be further from the truth. Each time Amanda's parents went to the RCMP, they were told that there was nothing they could do. The closest they came to being able to help was suggesting that Amanda stay off the internet. Do your job. About a year after she first changed schools, Amanda was contacted on Facebook by someone by the name of Tyler Boo. He identified himself as the person that had blackmailed her originally, and he attempted to again, threatening to repeat what had happened at her previous school. When she moved again, this time he did it under the name Austin Collins. This piece of shit would pose as an incoming transfer student who was moving there the following week, using that as a guise to friend as many people at Amanda's new school as possible. Once he made contact with as many of her classmates and teachers as he could, he would then spread her images to all of them, resulting in a new cycle of bullying. But this was much worse than just schoolyard bullying, like the news stories had originally portrayed it. Although clearly bullying has changed a lot since I was a kid as well. I can't even fathom what the was wrong with her classmates that would be actively encouraging someone to kill themselves, especially after Amanda switched schools. This girl hadn't even been at the school long enough for anyone to know her, let alone hate her, yet they were genuinely trying to get her to commit suicide. It does seem very bizarre. Like, kids can be dicks, but holy shit. But as fucked up and as unconscionable as all of this bullying from classmates was, it was all the result of targeted harassment, stalking, and blackmail from a grown-ass adult. And the police were powerless to do anything about it, up until the day that she took her own life. Even afterwards, the RCMP seemed to be completely useless. So much so that others had to step in, including Anonymous. Anonymous is that giant hacking collective or whatever, and they do some crazy stuff, but also some awesome stuff, and I get the feeling this is going to be one of their awesome things. So let's go! Within days of Amanda's death, Anonymous released a short video in which they named Vancouver resident Cody Maxson as Amanda's killer. They're so fucking quick. Along with a link to various documentation meant to prove the claim. Cody was picked up by the police, but they declined to press charges. They instead officially listed Cody as not a person of interest. Okay, was this a rare miss by Anonymous? This pissed off a whole lot of people because the name Cody Maxson hadn't appeared out of thin air. Cody, real name Dakota William Shane Maxson, was better known as Cody 1206, and Cody 1206 was better known as the Daily Capper's Blackmailer of the Year 2010. After being released, Cody instead pointed the finger at Viper, claiming that he was Amanda's real blackmailer. In a shocking turn of events, the Daily Capper decided to officially weigh in. After the 2010 Capper Awards, there had only been a single show in January of 2011, and then another on Halloween that year. For reasons unknown, whoever had been behind the show decided to pack it in, probably hoping to avoid legal liability in a case just like this one. Yeah, dude. You're criming it up so hard, allegedly. Shortly after Amanda's death, the Daily Capper returns after over a year of silence for one final show. Even though Cody had been Blackmailer of the Year and Viper was considered one of the most annoying, hated people in the community, the show was dedicated to declaring Viper's innocence and helping prove Cody's guilt. One of their pieces of evidence was an anonymous email that they had received, and it read, "I just got the full docs of Cody 1206, blackmailer of many like Peyton Amanda, blah blah blah. Cody Maxson dedicated a huge portion of one of your shows to him, and the details in that pic. Will get lots of attention, and eventually a lulzy arrest." What was so interesting was that the email was sent back in December of 2010, nearly 2 full years before Amanda's death, and the person was already claiming Cody as Amanda's blackmailer. The picture in the email contained the same information that was eventually released by Anonymous. Whoever was behind the show seemed absolutely convinced of Cody's guilt, as was Anonymous, and basically the entire internet. So why did the police let Cody go? Well, they didn't let him go completely. After all, he was still Blackmailer of the Year and a massive piece of shit. Even if he wasn't responsible for blackmailing Amanda, he had blackmailed a whole lot of other young girls. On October the 15th, 2012, Cody was charged with sexual assault and sexual interference of a person under 16. However, you won't find any information about a conviction related to these charges. In fact, those charges no longer show up in public records at all. Cody has a 2012 conviction that effectively amounts to petty theft, and another in 2015 for trespassing. But there are no other records related to arrests or convictions for him. Yet what you will find are a whole lot of records about changing conditions of parole dating back to 2013. So despite Cody collecting and distributing nude images of underage girls and blackmailing dozens of them at minimum, he was free and on parole in a year. And it's at this point, what the f***, Canada? That's beyond infuriating. And it probably has you wondering what the hell the police are doing up there in Canada. Indeed it does, Kevin. While lenient prison sentences often defy reason, for once I can actually explain why he got off so easy. Okay, let's see. To start, when Cody won the award for Blackmailer of the Year, he was only 16 or 17 years old. Since he was 19 when Amanda died, he's always talked about as an adult. But for most of this, he was a minor as well. That doesn't change the fact that what he did was completely fucking disgusting and deserves punishment, but does it deserve the same punishment as the 42 we mentioned getting arrested earlier? Because Cody's crimes were so horrible, I actually don't know the morally correct answer to that, but typically there is some amount of leniency granted for crimes a person committed as a minor. Yes, like stepping back from this specific situation, I absolutely think that there should be milder punishments for younger people because their brains haven't finished cooking yet. They make stupid decisions because they're young. And at some point, we have to work out what the cutoff is. And I think it's pretty low at 18, to be honest. I think there's pretty dumb 20-somethings who just get up to stupid shit. But at some point, you've got to make the cutoff. So yes, I do think, do I want to comment on this particular case? Absolutely not. This guy's a piece of shit. However, there was something else at play here, something far more important. Anonymous, the Daily Capper, and Public Opinion all got it wrong, and the police really were right. According to an IT expert who investigated the case at the time, Cody Maxson was essentially a fictitious person created to throw investigators off the scent. That probably sounds confusing. It does. Didn't Cody's been arrested, since Cody was a real person that we've just been talking about. So let me explain. All of the digital evidence used to tie the alias Cody Maxson to Amanda's blackmail was anonymous and untraceable. And if you're going to use an alias to commit crimes, why not just use the same alias as someone else who is already committing those exact crimes? No, that is pretty fucking clever. While you're at it, why not gather up a bunch of evidence linking their alias to your crimes, combine it with an actual dox of that person, then email it to a news show that enjoys mocking these people whenever they get arrested. And if that doesn't work, just send that information to Anonymous and let them handle it. So even though Cody was a disgusting piece of shit who ruined a lot of girls' lives, in Amanda's case, he was actually being framed. And that, in addition to being a minor for a lot of this, is why Cody got off so light, because he turned state witness to help bring down someone even worse than he was. Yeah, as soon as I heard that, I was like immediately, yeah, but okay, so who's the real piece of shit then? He better be going to prison. And here we go. That man was 33-year-old Aiden Coburn, a dual citizen of Turkey and the Netherlands. Aiden's treatment of Amanda was nothing new for him, as he would frequently torment his victims for years on end. Uh-oh, this is going to be complicated, because he needs to get that extradition going real fast and end up in a American prison. Let's get him there, come on! I imagine the Netherlands has a pretty good extradition policy with the United States. Not so sure about Turkey. Let's find out. However, while a lot of the cappers were careless and easy to apprehend, Aiden was much more tech-savvy. Not only did he have hundreds of dummy email addresses and Facebook accounts, but he obscured his real location using proxy servers, kind of like VPNs, but not as secure. He would also wipe all of his browsing history and cookies every time he left his computer to make himself harder to track. Even once it reached the point where authorities were certain of Aiden's guilt, they were having difficulty finding proof. That was when controversial tactics had to be utilized. A covert team of Dutch police broke into Aiden's home when he wasn't there and installed keylogging software onto his computer, allowing them to remotely see everything that he typed. Once they were able to monitor his online activities, they were able to get a proper warrant. Wait, they didn't get a proper warrant to track his keylogs? That seems like that is a really good way to get this case thrown out of court. I assume they must have had a warrant for that. And the evidence they uncovered was massive. Not only was there a lot of illegal pornography, but Aiden had a database of 5,800 names and associated social media accounts, all representing potential targets. He was arrested in 2014 at the age of 35, and he was charged with extortion, internet luring, criminal harassment, and possession and distribution of I can't say this on YouTube, but like images of young people which are not appropriate. There we go. It took almost 3 years for the case to go to trial, and some of the charges were dropped, but Aiden was convicted in the Netherlands on charges of internet fraud and blackmailing involving 39 victims. I want him to go to America. Like, the person he was committing crimes against was an American, so I'm sure there's some American crime there. And, like, love you, Netherlands, but I don't imagine your prison is as rough as American prison. And I'd like him to go to American prison, please. Which was by no means a comprehensive list. Among those victims who were excluded from this trial was Amanda. Instead, oh no, it's Canada, isn't it? It's not America. We're not even talking about America. Oh, come on, let's send him to America anyway. Oh no. Or maybe Turkish prison. That sounds tough. Instead, Canadian authorities requested Aiden's extradition so that he could be tried in Canada. And in the Netherlands, he was sentenced to 10 years and 8 months for his crimes, which seems really low given the number of victims and the extent of his torture. Yeah, that's why I was like, get him overseas. In 2020, Aiden was finally extradited to Canada while still serving his sentence to go on trial again for his crimes against Amanda. He was found guilty on all 4 counts: extortion, child luring, criminal harassment, and distribution of her photos. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Unfortunately, even though the trial was held in Canada, the sentence was to be served in the Netherlands. This meant that there had to be a conversion hearing where they basically ensured that the sentence is in line with the laws of the country where the prisoner will be serving. And it wasn't. It was decided that under Dutch law, Aiden would only serve 6 years for his crimes against Amanda. You can see why I wanted him to get out of Europe, right? He's committing those crimes elsewhere. Get him in those countries. Like Canada, that's a proper sentence. 13 years, too low, but 6 years, way too low, the Netherlands. Come on now. All Amanda had wanted to do was make friends and sing for people. But instead, she was taken advantage of, exploited, and tormented to the point of taking her own life. And for his actions that can only be equated with murder, the Dutch legal system believes that 13 years is too much for Aiden to spend in prison, despite showing a complete and total lack of remorse for his actions. He is set to be released from prison before this decade is over. All that can be done now is to hope he doesn't make it that long. Yeah, these guys don't do well in prison. And let's hope he doesn't. There's a lot of violent criminals behind bars who have children of their own. Children that they love. And you know what they do to guys like him in prison? Maybe one of them will wind up nominated for Hero of the Year. Brilliant ending to today's episode, Kevin. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear viewer or listener, for watching. And I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. Today, a script written by Matt and read by me. Never read it before. Is Johnny K9, wrestler, biker, bomber, murderer. What is with I was about to say, what is with wrestlers turning out to be criminals? I feel like we've covered that several times on this video. Like, well, they're into like a violent sport, aren't they? So the fact that they might be violent in real life, not super shocking. Although bomber, okay, let's get into it. The format of the show, I've never read this before. That's what we do. We explore it together, dear audience. I read it. You listen along. It's fun. It's fun. Let's go. That's right, Simon. As the name of the script suggests, we're heading back into the world of professional wrestling. Fourth time, in fact, that we're covering a wrestling-related case. I thought it was like a couple, but we've covered 4 people who were wrestlers who then turned into, like, terrible criminals. And to be fair, this is a fairly wild one, though certainly not as well known. Well, those are my favorite, where it's like less known, because then it's like, oh, I don't kind of vaguely know the story. And also wild one, because it's good when things are wild. It just makes it more interesting. What exactly is a heel in terms of pro wrestling? Now, Matt, I would have no idea what this meant, unless I'd previously covered scripts about wrestling. It means the bad guy. Well, it's an old term, which is still in use today, to describe the antagonist in a wrestling match. A bad guy, a villain, a no-good, rotten son of a bitch. And there have been many famous ones through the years, from Roddy Piper and Edge to Ric Flair and Triple H, from Ted DiBiase and Chris Jericho to The Rock and Roman Reigns, making adults scream and children cry. Being a villain in wrestling is an art form in and of itself. I many find it easier to be a bad guy in wrestling than being a good guy or a face. Hell, it is easier to get people to hate you than to like you, so it does ring true in a way. Of all those wrestlers, the only one I've ever heard of is The Rock. I feel like vaguely Chris Jericho, maybe, but I feel that that's because maybe just there's other people called Jericho. But The Rock, obviously, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, I didn't know he was a heel in the past. He always wants to be the good guy in the movies. And he played the bad guy in the past. There you go. Fascinating. And yeah, of course it's easier to get people to hate you. Like, infamy, much easier to get than fame. With all that said, we're here today to discuss a man who not only was a heel within the ring, but ended up being a heel outside of it as well, thanks to his own dumb choices. Although he is described as being as one of the nicest and most caring guys by his family and friends, he was a dastardly heel within professional wrestling circles. And as his career in the ring began to wind down, things started to take a turn for the worse. He was a hulking man that stood 6 foot tall and weighed 300 pounds. Siri, what's 300 pounds in kilograms? 136 kilograms. So this dude basically weighs twice as much as me and is about the same height. Good lord. He had a tuft of hair on the back of his head and a full-blown Fu Manchu mustache, which is this thing, which goes down like this. Because I got a picture of it. I had absolutely no idea what that is or who Fu Manchu is, but I see a picture of the dude. Wait, is that a mugshot? Dude, why are you doing your mugshot shirtless? He was a pro wrestler, an outlaw biker, and a mob enforcer. This was a man who, had he not made the choices he did, could have lived a relatively normal life. So as we journey into the abyss once again, let's jump right into a story entangled in drugs, motorcycles, mob hits, potential murder, and even setting off a bomb. This is the story of Arn Kreuteru, aka Bruiser Bedlam, aka Johnny K9. From pup to K9. As always, let's step back to the beginning.
Arne William Croitereau was born in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada on December the 7th, 1963. Born to working-class Romani parents, he grew up in a hard-working household, knew the value of money, and didn't mind jumping the line between law-abiding and criminal if it meant he'd have a good payday. He spent most of his childhood in Hamilton, particularly in the town of Dundas. And what kind of cash crim episode would this be if our subject's childhood wasn't all bent out of shape? Well, it wouldn't be a good episode at all, although you do get the occasional psychopath. He's just like lovely childhood, caring parents, just loved murdering. But it's rare. Most people have tough childhoods. I mean, most people who appear on Casual Criminalist. Checking off a box from our criminal checklist, K9 came from a very abusive home with a very abusive father who would come home from work and beat his wife and children. When K9 was 5 years old, his father had a habit of chasing him around the house with a broom. Wait, you could definitely find me chasing my kids around the house with a broom, but generally they're laughing. They're like, Dad, no! I go home in like an hour. I'm going to chase my kids around the house with a broom. Now picture an old school bed in the 60s, the type of bed that had the steel frame and steel support underneath. Now picture a small 5-year-old boy running into his room, climbing underneath the bed, and then clinging onto those support beams underneath with his fingers and feet for dear life. That's exactly what K9 did numerous times when his father was after him. Also, that when his dad was searching for him, when he thrust the broom under the bed, it would miss his little body every time. Yeah, that's a little bit different to me playing with my kids. If anything, it was the abuse at home that would later fuel the tough guy persona K9 would exhibit, not only in the ring, but in real life. As he grew older, this could be why K9 wanted to become as big as he possibly could, and he could frequently be found at a local gym by the name of Bad Boys during his teenage years. I have a feeling that with a name like that, it wasn't the kind of place that attracted the best sort of clientele. I go to a gym called Form Factory. It sounds like exactly the opposite of this. Though K9 did quickly become a beast of a man, picture one of those old-school carnival strongman types, and you could probably picture what K9 looked like at his best. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, hey-oh, picture on screen! As a teenager, K9 had aspirations of becoming a pro hockey player. Doesn't get any more Canadian than that, does it? While no official record of his time on the local hockey team could be found, K9 would always tell people that he'd spent some time playing junior hockey for the Kirchner Rangers in the Ontario Hockey League, but that he was benched and eventually cut from the team for being too hard-hitting and violent, which crushed any dreams he had of going pro. Wait, I thought hockey was all about being violent. Don't you? There's a huge amount of violence in hockey, like people pushing each other, slamming into each other, beating on each other. Hockey's insane for like a sport where the goal is to get the thing in the net. There's a lot of violence. Come 1984, K9 was working as a bouncer for a local bar in Hamilton. One night, he caught the eye of a patron who just happened to be a professional wrestler. Seeing this big tough guy intimidating as all get out, he decided to recruit K9 to be a wrestler. 6 months later, K9 made his debut for Stampede Wrestling under the name Orhan Turgadan, the Terrible Turk. It was the 80s after all. Sometimes they were just a little on the nose with the wrestling names. Soon, he was on the road, wrestling all throughout Canada before venturing down into the USA. This included a stint in the AWA, the American Wrestling Alliance, where he would win the AWA Southern Heavyweight Championship. However, his name only really started getting out there when he began wrestling for the WWE, then known as the WWF, and it was here that he began wrestling under the moniker of Johnny K9. And how he came up with the name, he stated in an interview, "It's a long story. I used to work at a bar. One time I got arrested. I had an assault police charge, and they threw me in the back of a paddy wagon, and I was looking. I saw a dog car come up, and I seen K9. I go, that's the name I'm going to use when I go in the ring, because I'm a dog." Sorry for my reading of that. It's I think it's supposed to have been a text interview. It's quite hard to read. However, he never rose to stardom or anything like that in the WWF, as he was used as nothing more than a jobber while there. I can already hear Simon asking, well, what the hell is a jobber? Yes, indeed. Well, in wrestling terms, a jobber is someone who essentially gets paid to lose. They come in, they get in the ring, they get beat up, they take the loss, and they get paid. It's not really a bad thing. Arguably, it's a necessary position, but not one of any luster or prominence. Basically, all K9 did in the WWF was lose, though at one time he even got in the ring with Hulk Hogan, one of the most iconic superstars of all time. It was another loss, but it still meant something. However, once 1989 wrapped up, K9's time with the WWF came to an end and he returned to the smaller independent leagues. And with that came a drop in exposure, a drop in popularity, and, most importantly, a drop in money. Because of that, K9 went back to something he was already familiar with, a life of crime. Yeah, it's much harder to go down the money thing. Like, if you got lots of money and then you don't have lots of money, that's going to be really difficult. Whereas if you just don't have lots of money, like, I don't know, complicated. Here comes the bedlam. Now, something you must understand is that for quite some time, the city of Hamilton had been in economic decline. Once known as Steel Town, Hamilton had a thriving steel industry with a large workforce made up of immigrants from the British Isles, Italy, and Eastern Europe. However, once the steel industry took a nosedive, so did the economy. Many people lost their jobs. Many people had it bad trying to make ends meet, and anyone seen as successful was a local celebrity. So even someone like a jobber in the WWF was well known and respected, and K9 couldn't walk down the street without being offered a handshake or a beer. And with that small town celebrity came attention, specifically from the Gravel family. Now, who are the Gravel family? Well, they're a local and small-time crime family in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, and from what I've been able to dig up, they're still fairly active today. They're not on the level of some of the other notorious crime families down in the US, like the Gambino or Colombo families. Hell, they're not even major players up in the Ontario area, falling behind much bigger and more dangerous families like the Lupino, Musitano, and Papalia families. They're run by the eldest of the Gravel brothers, Paul Gravel, alongside his brothers Andre, Daniel, Dennis, and Rene, and are mostly involved in the drug business, particularly hashish, in the Hamilton area, though they've attempted to branch down into the States. In fact, in 1992, the brothers were arrested in connection with a shipment of 450 kilograms of hashish in Florida worth $14 million, which netted Andre 4 years in prison while Paul served only 2. Seems like a fairly light sentence for old America there. I think you're really harsh on drug dealers. Like, 4 isn't bad for, like, a potential score of $14 million. And soon enough, Johnny K9 popped up on their radar, and they offered him a position with the family. K9 became an enforcer and a debt collector, and unfortunately, it was a role that seemed to fit K9 like a glove. I mean, if you have a 300-pound mountain of muscle rushing you, lifting you off the ground, and demanding you pay up what you owe, who's going to argue? There were multiple times that he was placed at Paul's house, and on several occasions, his significant other would see him coming home, his shirt streaked with blood. One account described one of the drug runners for the family getting heated and mouthing off to Paul Gravel. And what did he get in return for his disrespect? The beating of a lifetime at the hands of K9 in the basement of Paul Gravel's house, which ended with his blood smeared over the walls and left him with a broken nose, jaw, and orbital bone. Jesus Christ, that is a proper beating when they're breaking the bones around your eyes. Dude. For a minute, it's like, don't insult the drug lords. Don't insult, or what was he, the drug lords? Paul Gravel. Was Paul the boss? It's like, don't do that. Don't do that. He's not going to beat you up. He's going to put his soft hands in his pockets and be like, K9. He's going to take you down to the basement and beat the shit out of you. For many, even to this day, it's hard for those who knew K9 to picture him doing such things. When he was around those he held dear, he was always caring and sweet, a huge teddy bear of a man. He always wanted people to smile. He always wanted to make people laugh. He was the type of guy who would order a pizza and then answer the door completely naked just to get a laugh from his wife or the boys. But like many, K9 had a switch, and once that was flipped, he could be unpredictable. During matches, he would want his opponents to hit him as hard as they could, and he wanted to bleed as much as possible in nearly every single match, almost to prove how tough he was. Former wrestler and friend Scott D'Amore recalled that one time he'd been shorted on cash by the promoter after a show. As soon as K9 learned this, he charged back inside, found the promoter, and lifted him up against the wall by his throat, screaming at him to pay Scott what he was owed. God damn, dude. You'd be like, okay, I'm sorry. Why would you be a wrestling promoter and short the massive, scary people who work for you? That seems like a bad idea. It wasn't like his record was clean during this period, though. In 1989, he was charged with drug possession after the police found cocaine on his person. When the case went to trial, K9 blamed the long and tedious lifestyle of a pro wrestler as to why he felt the need to use coke, along with a need for a fast and luxurious way of life. It's like, why do you take cocaine? I like a luxurious life, and cocaine is part of any luxurious life, my good man. Then in 1993, after opening up his own gym in Burlington, Ontario, he was arrested and convicted of forgery, was fined $500 Canadian and placed on probation. It can't have been very serious forgery if he got fined $500. I mean, it's not exactly a lot of money for a proper crime, is it? It was during his time back on the independent circuit, after leaving the WWF and running with the Gravels, that he met the woman who would become his wife in 1993. This was Tracy Edwards, and at that time she was working as an exotic dancer in Hamilton, Ontario. She was in the middle of a rollerblading show one night when Johnny K9 came strutting into the bar, having just recently gotten out of the slammer. When recounting it for Dark Side of the Ring, Tracy remembers their first meeting as follows, quote, "When he walked into a bar, the whole establishment stopped what they were doing, and that blew me away. I was on stage, and I could just see the whole bar changed. And I looked over, and he just looked at me, and I was like, whoa." And that was it. From the moment I looked at him, I knew we would be together. Soon enough, though, K9 would get the biggest push of his pro wrestling career. In 1994, Jim Cornette, one of the most experienced wrestling personalities of all time, met K9 backstage in the locker room of an independent show. Seeing the potential for him to be a top heel in his promotion, Smoky Mountain Wrestling in Tennessee, Cornette asked if K9 wanted in, and K9 accepted, though Cornette thought he could use a better, tougher-sounding name than Johnny K9. When recounting how he came up with K9's new name, Cornette had this to say, quote, "I was always looking for heels to take back to Smoky Mountain, and Johnny K9 was not a name that thrilled me. I was a big Dick the Bruiser fan when I was a kid, and this guy had the Big Bruiser, Brock Lesnar type look to him. Bruiser Bedlam Wrestling was the clip compilation show Bruiser's WWA ended on in the early 80s, and Bedlam was a famous mental institution in England in the olden days. The word Bedlam now signifies chaos, mayhem, and confusion, so Bruiser Bedlam became his new name. It is a good name. Like, Johnny K9 is fine, but Bruiser Bedlam, that's pretty... I don't know anything about wrestling, but that sounds like a good-ass wrestling name. And so, for the entirety of 1994, Bruiser Bedlam ran roughshod over Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Pushed as the new top villain of the promotion, he would act vicious and unhinged for the camera, his crazy eyes bulging while he insulted the crowd and beat the tar out of his opponents. He was even booked to win against the Macho Man, Randy Savage, one of the biggest stars in wrestling at the time, as is considered one of the greatest of all time. His star seemed to be on the rise. He was loving life, and if things had continued as they were, he might have gone on to bigger and better things. He truly wanted to make it in the wrestling business. He wanted to be a star, but it wasn't to be. At the end of 1994, Smoky Mountain Wrestling wasn't doing too well financially, so they had to change over their roster. K9 was one of the players that had to go, and while he was understanding about it, it must have torn him up inside. Career on the upswing, and then sent back to wrestling in gyms for all of $3 and a hot dog. Over the next few years, he would appear for territories like Midwest Territorial Wrestling, Border City Wrestling, and Insane Championship Wrestling. He even got another match in the WWF and later a match in WCW. But nothing ever came of those chances. And with his wrestling career basically in the toilet, K9 turned to another dream of his, becoming an outlaw biker. Okay. This dude's just living that stereotypical tough guy lifestyle, isn't he? Satan's Choice. As things began drying up after his release from Smoky Mountain Wrestling, K9 had to start making money somehow, especially with how he was spending the money he did have. He's got that luxurious cocaine lifestyle. You know he does. Fast cars, long nights at the club, he was living large with a minimal income. He started selling steroids and continued his work with the Gravel family. But if there was one thing that K9 loved and respected ever since he was little, it was biker gangs. We haven't spoken much on this channel about motorcycle gangs, but there's still something that plagues much of the world today, from the US and Canada to Australia and Asia. Many an open road is haunted by the revving of motorcycle engines. Gangs such as Hell's Angels, the Pagans, the Outlaws, the Banditos, the Mongols, the Finks, the Rebels, the Comanchero, the Sons of Silence, and the Warlocks. Good. The only ones I've heard of are the Hell's Angels. They're still highly active today, many of them being seen as official organized crime syndicates by most of the large bodies of law enforcement, such as the US Department of Justice and Europol. I once saw, I was just in a quite nice restaurant having a meal, and I'm walking out and I see two guys just sitting at a table, or at the bar, and they've got Hell's Angels jackets on. And I'm like, do people advertise that they're a part of the Hell's Angels? Because I kind of thought that they were classified as a criminal gang, no? It seems a bit risky. As far as crimes, pick one, and it's been committed at least once by one gang or another. From assault to extortion to drug dealing and racketeering, even up to sexual assault and murder, when it comes to outlaw biker gangs, nothing is off the table. What about regicide? Have they killed any monarchs? With that said, maybe. With that said, let's talk about Satan's Choice. Founded by Bernie Guidon in 1965 in Oshawa, Ontario, Bernie Guidon sounds like the least biker name that I've ever heard. The Satan's Choice Motorcycle Club was a conglomeration of numerous different biker gangs coming to form one big super gang. Those being the Phantom Riders of Oshawa, the Canadian Lancers of Toronto, the Throttle Twisters of Cambridge, and the Wild Ones of Mississauga. Alright. Drug trafficking, prostitution, theft, assault, murder, you name it, they did it, coming to be feared all throughout Canada. They aren't active nowadays, having been absorbed into the Hells Angels in 2000, but they left a lasting impression, and part of that is because of Johnny K9. As I stated, K9 always had dreams of joining a biker gang, and that mostly stemmed from his older brother. Said brother was a member of a local bike club called the Red Devils, and he would always brag to K9, at that time still an impressionable child, about the good times he had, all while driving his Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And so when K9 got older, and he was given the opportunity to join a gang of his own, he jumped right into it. Being a minor celebrity in the area, K9 was quickly accepted into the club at large, even being offered the chance to open up his own chapter of the club right there in his hometown of Hamilton. Johnny K9 jumped at the opportunity and was elected president of the new Hamilton chapter of the Satan's Choice. Some within the gang didn't like that a newcomer like him had risen to the rank of president so quickly, since there were rules to it and ways of doing it, but they all understood why. It came down to money, and Johnny K9 was money. I think Tracy said it best on Dark Side of the Ring, quoting again here, "When people hear in the drug crime world you got Johnny K9 backing you, you make more money. People are fucking scared, right? So it was easy for him to make 20-30 grand in a matter of 20 fucking minutes, no joke." And she was right. K9, for a good while, almost totally owned Hamilton in a sense. Everything was under his thumb. He'd extort restaurants and bars, he'd shake people down, and he'd always be making money. Because who would say no to Johnny K9, right? And if he did say no, well, there were more than enough times when Tracy remembered K9 coming home with blood on his pants and shoes from someone who'd had the nerve to say no. Well, police are a thing, aren't they? Like, eventually, this has to end because police. Right? Now, even while with Satan's Choice, that showmanship within K9 from being a wrestler never left him. It was clear that he wanted to wrestle. He wanted to make it to the top as a wrestler, and he'd even ditch his duties in Satan's Choice in order to go wrestle. But as the shows got smaller and smaller, it was clear that it broke his heart that he would never be the best, so he turned his act into his real life as a biker. He'd taunt anyone he could, thinking of himself as untouchable. He wanted to be the big man on campus. He wanted to be in the spotlight, and that would eventually get him in more trouble than he could handle. In the words of Mark Carlos, a former member of Satan's Choice, he was a showman. He loved the attention, but he went down the wrong path. If that's coming from a guy who's in a biker gang called Satan's Choice, and he's saying that some dude, maybe you, has taken the wrong path, you need to check yourself. This life isn't for somebody looking to make it big. As a biker, it's not good. He would even blab on and on to the cops who were keeping an eye on him and his gang at this point. Yeah, the police had an investigation open on Johnny K9 and they wanted to bring him in however they could. Did K9 care? Of course not. He was smarter than them, stronger than them, and he was indestructible. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. He felt so sure of himself that he would just leave the bars they were frequenting, or even their own chapter house, waltz right up to the police car parked outside and start mouthing off, inadvertently giving them more information on his own operations they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Bit of an idiot. To quote Detective Sergeant Len Isnor, the head of Ontario Provincial Police's anti-biker enforcement unit, quoting, "After a while, you can tell who's cut out for the life and who isn't. I could tell right away that he wouldn't make it. Some of the guys would talk to you. If there's a guy who was really into bikes, you could talk bikes. But K9 would talk about anything, especially himself. He was just stupid that way." Savagely blunt, isn't it? It's like, yeah, he was dumb. He used to tell us all about his crimes and we're just building a case against him. Idiot. Remind me, Simon, isn't one of the main rules not to brag about your crimes? Well, K9 was breaking that in spades, absolutely is. And I'd say another rule that should be official, if it isn't already, is don't get too cocky or think yourself untouchable, that you can do anything you wish without consequence, because it always comes back to bite you in the arse. And that's exactly the mistake that Johnny K9 made. Yeah, let that be a lesson. Tick, tick, boom. It all started when the police were given permission to wiretap the Hamilton chapter house of Satan's Choice. They monitored their conversations and activities, getting really good intel for their investigation, but it was during this time that something became quite clear. The Hamilton chapter of Satan's Choice had formed a close relationship with the Sudbury chapter, and from that relationship, K9 framed a fast and strong friendship with a member of said chapter, that being one Michael Dubé. So, who's Michael Dubé? Well, he just happened to be the president of the Sudbury chapter of Satan's Choice, as well as a bona fide psycho. Considered by many to be the most dangerous biker in all of Ontario, he is suspected in the murders of at least 3 people, though some believe it could be as high as 8. The first was of a local drug dealer named Claude Briere, who had actually been a childhood friend of Dubé. Briere disappeared in September 1998, though his decomposing body was discovered in a forest outside of Whitefish a month later. Alexander Strentovich, hang-arounds with the Satan's Choice Sudbury chapter, was believed to have assisted Dubé in killing Briere and disposing of the body. Years later, though, in 1996, Strentovich would make a mistake. After getting strung out on drugs, he'd start telling people how it helped kill Briere right there with Dubé, which didn't please Dubé very much. Oh my god, dude, don't talk about your crimes, especially if your crimes involve someone else who is a psycho who is going to kill you. Come on now. It was in August of 1996 that Strenovich was last seen alive, his skeletal remains not being found until May 2019 in a forest outside of Sudbury. It's believed that Dubé murdered him in order to shut him up. The third was that of a 13-year-old boy in 1996, though Dubé tried to pass that off as a suicide. In all his time on the roads as a biker, Dubé had made his stance on the police very clear. He hated them, every last one of them, and if he could kill them all, he gladly would. According to those who knew Dubé best, he would always say that his greatest dream was to attach a powerful bomb to a loaded fuel tanker and drive it in a suicide attack into a police station in order to kill himself and as many policemen as possible. Talk about insane. Most policemen just doing their fucking job. They're like, I just want to get paid, dude. I gotta catch criminals. I just want to get paid. I don't want to die. Like, come on. Richard Dubé, Michael's own brother, has since been quoted as saying that after spending some time behind bars, his brother had lost a part of himself, quoting him here. He couldn't turn it around. Prison life was too hard for him. I think there is psychosis produced in those places. When he came out, he was scary. I was even scared of him. As the mid-90s rolled by, K9 continued to ride his hog down a very dark and dangerous path. Under his leadership, the Hamilton chapter of Satan's Choice began dealings with the Hells Angels, particularly when it came to purchasing cocaine. They continued to peddle drugs to turn a profit, but that eventually caught up with him as he was brought up on charges of cocaine trafficking. And what did he get? A slap on the wrist of 10 months. They couldn't even give him a whole year. And what did he do almost as soon as he got out? Why, he wound up arrested and put away on an assault charge, this time for only 7 months. Cocaine trafficking? 10 months? How is this guy getting such light sentences? What's going on? He'd been on the wrong side of the law most of his life, regardless of all the good that was in his life, and on multiple occasions, he had narrowly escaped spending the rest of his life behind bars. Perhaps he was just lucky, but all luck has to run out at some point, and K9's always about to in the most disastrous of ways. After getting out of the clink in 1996, one of the first things K9 did was get together with Dubé and hit the town. More specifically, a strip club by the name of Solid Gold. Now, the Solid Gold has a very simple rule when it came to local biker clubs. No club colors in the establishment or you'd be denied entry. So basically, if you were in a biker gang and wanted to come in for the show, you needed to take off your patches, your jacket, whatever you had on that showed you were affiliated with any sort of motorcycle club. That seems like a pretty sensible idea. Like, sounds good? It's a simple rule, an easy rule, one that seems like a reasonable enough policy to follow if you ask me. So, being the brainless meathead he was, what do you think K9 said when he and Dubé were getting turned away for not taking off the Satan's Choice colors? K9, we wear our colors wherever the fuck we want. Dubé, yeah. Speaking on the mindset behind this, Mark Carlos stated, he went from I'm just a wrestler to he's Al Capone. When you get the Al Capone syndrome, that means you can do whatever you want. Well, Al Capone ended up dead in prison in Alcatraz from syphilis. So doing whatever he wanted really caught the fuck up with Al Capone. Well, K9 certainly wasn't Al Capone, no matter how much he wished he could be. And so, with those declarations, K9 and Dubé, along with the other members of Satan's Choice that came with them, attempted to enter the club. The staff turned them away, refusing to serve them as long as they wore their colors, and the bouncers naturally got involved and tried to make them leave when they started getting nasty. Enraged, the bikers dug their heels in and refused to leave the club, resulting in the police being called. Turned away from the club for good, K9 and Dubé were humiliated and pissed off. Nobody says no to Satan's choice. Nobody says no to them. They were angry, and they wanted revenge. I feel like this rule is good for everyone. Like, if you start wearing your colors in there, then the other motorcycle gangs are going to wear their colors in there, and it's not going to be a good environment. People just want to go to the club and see some naked ladies. Like, leave the biker shit at the door, and everyone's going to have a better time. While stewing together over the humiliation, K9 and Dubé went to the Coulson Tavern in downtown Sudbury before going to an all-night sandwich place. While there, the least biker thing ever. Hey, bro, what you want to go eat? Maybe some sandwiches, maybe Subway. I don't know, I just feel like they should be eating steaks or something. While there, Dubé said that he would do anything to get payback to teach those nobodies a lesson. He was seething, he was enraged, and he was embarrassed. So what was the big brain plan to get the revenge on the Solid Gold Club? Why, blowing it up. What else? Something of note here, in pretty much every account I've been able to find who actually came up with the idea of the bomb, they all agree that it was Dubé's idea. But because of his need to please and be accepted by his big bad biker friends, K9 happily went along with the idea. Again, no one accused K9 of being smart. To make things even worse, K9 actually knew a guy who could make a real bomb. This was Jerry Jaretta, a former soldier from the Canadian Army that was accustomed to handling explosives and was now a member of the Hamilton chapter under K9's command. On K9's orders, Jerry managed to create a bomb as instructed, and together he and K9 delivered it to Dubé alongside Satan's Choice Vice President Brian Davies. The plan was all set. Everyone was ready, and K9 was pleased that he had been of help to his friend, until the plan changed. You see, K9 was under the impression that once the bomb was in Dubé's hands, it would be delivered and set to blow at the Solid Gold. Initially, that was the case, but soon enough, Dubé had other plans. Remember I said that Dubé had a profound and raging hatred for the police? I think you can see where this is going. Dubé, unbeknownst to K9 or anyone else for that matter, made the executive decision to forego the admittedly ridiculous act of revenge and instead go for some domestic terrorism instead, placing the dangerous explosive in an alleyway right against the outer wall of the local Sudbury police station. The night of December the 15th, 1996, was the Sudbury police station's annual Christmas party, which ended at around midnight. Just after 2 a.m., there was rumbling sounds of an explosion, and a massive hole was blown in the side of the police station's wall, with pieces of brick and other debris flying around inside. The bomb caused $133,000 worth of damages to both the station as well as a nearby bank, as well as injuring one police officer. Thankfully, no one else was hurt, and no one lost their lives, which I guess was Dubé's intention. Oh, wait. I think his intention was to kill people, no? Oh, is that what you mean, Matt? Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, no, he wanted to kill people. Safe to say, the bombing of a fucking police station sent a shockwave, pun intended, through the town. Citizens were shaken, and the police were on red alert. And it was safe to say that Johnny K9 was in disbelief. To quote the man himself while on the phone right after the incident, "What do you mean, the police station? It was supposed to be the Solid Gold." God bless wiretapping. And now, I was just wondering how they knew this. They would tap their phones, right? And now the police practically had a confession, with K9 naming both Jerry and Dubé in that same conversation. And with that, the police decided now was the time to move in on Satan's Choice and their clubhouse. K9 and the other members had done everything they could to try and stop them from getting in, barricading every entrance to the clubhouse. It wasn't enough, though, as the police and SWAT blew the doors off their hinges in order to get inside. Laser sights, flashbangs, it was a full-blown SWAT team raid of Satan's Choice, and in the end, the building and everything within it was confiscated. Yeah, I mean, you're blocking the doors. Eventually, the police are gonna get in, my dudes. Like, come on. It's not like you got hostages or something. They're just like, yeah, we're gonna come in, it's gonna take a while, but we've got big guns and basically unlimited resources. And you guys are inside a house. After all of this and the drama surrounding the police station bombing, the national leadership of Satan's Choice decided it was best to disband the Hamilton branch entirely. K9 and Tracy were in bed that night when the red and blue lights of the SWAT team flashed through their windows. Tracy, at first, thought it was some of K9's criminal enemies coming to get them, that they were about to die. Wait, why would you think it's criminals if it's red and blue lights? You'd be like, it's police. Red and blue means police. To quote her, "So the next thing you know, we're in bed, and I thought there was a hit. I thought gangsters were coming into the house to kill us. Then I realized. I looked. I could see all the boots. 50 SWAT team members came bursting into our home. Yeah, it was over at that moment." K9 was arrested in connection with the bombing, and he was taken away in cuffs. And all the while, he screamed that he never meant to hurt any officers, and the bomb wasn't meant for them. Dude, that's not smart. Stop it. Just get a lawyer, please, immediately. The bomb wasn't meant for you. I just meant to kill strippers and patrons of a club who were also super innocent. He even turned right to Detective Sergeant Len Isor while he was being led to the police car and went, "Lenny, that wasn't for the police station. That was for solid gold." Oh my god, dude, lawyer up, my dude. Like, that would have made it any better. That same night, both Jerry and Dubé were also arrested, each charged with the bombing of the police station. Before he went in, K9 had been specifically told not to tell the police a damn thing, as it's one of the unwritten rules within biker gangs to never aid the police. Now, there's conflicting stories here. On the one hand, K9 stated that he never gave the police anything, that his lips were sealed. However, the police themselves said that after speaking with a detective who specialized in biker gangs, K9 cooperated and fingered Dubé as the mastermind behind the whole bombing. Whichever way it was, K9 was labeled a rat, and well, everyone knows the old saying, snitches get stitches. And that's exactly what happened. K9 was given bail, and the moment he got out, everything went downhill. He was beaten and removed from Satan's Choice entirely, and by that time, the clubhouse he'd worked so hard to build had been taken apart, their stuff inside had been removed, and the logo over the front door had been taken down. It's as if his life's work over the last few years had crumbled before his eyes. And that wasn't the worst of it. Not only was K9 hated among the biker community, as well as his other criminal friends, but a hit was even placed on him and his wife. The hitman himself was a man by the name of Kenneth Bishop, a friend of K9, and he claims that he had been hired to take him out by the Musitano crime family, specifically Pascal Fat Pat Musiato and his younger brother Angelo Ange Musitano. Based out of Canada, the Musitanos are an Italian mafia family whose activities date back to 1940 and include such crimes as racketeering, loan sharking, money laundering, fraud, prostitution, murder, gambling, drug trafficking, smuggling, extortion, and corruption. Deep breath. The reasons for the hit on K9 were twofold. First was because of K9's connections to the Hells Angels, since the Musitano family didn't want them getting a foothold in Hamilton. Second, the brothers felt a sense of betrayal toward K9, that as he had been doing work for the Lupino family, a rival mafia house, after having done business with them. K9 was one of 4 men that Bishop was supposed to take care of, but he simply couldn't do it. They were friends after all. According to Bishop, it was August the 20th, 1997, when he strolled up to K9's house and knocked on the door. K9 didn't open it, but Bishop called out to him on the other side, "John, I've been sent here to kill you, but I'm not going to do it." K9 simply thanked him, and that was that. Bishop was later arrested for unrelated charges of extortion related to jobs that he did for the Musitano family. He'd later become a witness for the Crown after hearing tapes of how his former employers mocked him behind his back. It was almost 2 years later, in September 1998, when the trial over the police station bombing took place, and K9 had his day in court. He was convicted and sentenced to 33 months in prison, along with being convicted of illegally selling steroids. How is this guy getting off with such light things? They made a bomb that he could reasonably foresee, in my opinion, could be used to blow stuff up, like a police station or a strip club, whatever, it doesn't matter. 33 months is not even 3 years. That's nuts. Plus, he was selling drugs. The second charge was mostly based on the testimony of a man named Jimmy Rich, another member of the gang who had gotten into a fight with K9 on January the 13th, 1998, while he awaited trial. This resulted in several more charges being added to his charge sheet, which included assault, extortion, carrying a concealed weapon, and breaking the conditions of his release following the police station bombing. I've tried my best to find out if Jerry was convicted and was given jail time for his involvement in making the bomb, but unfortunately, I had no luck. I can only assume that he was made to face justice for his actions. But what about Dubé? Well, he never even allowed the justice system to take him to trial. Dubé offered himself in his jail cell on September the 22nd, 1998. To quote Detective Sergeant Len Isner on the matter, "Johnny K9 was the only friend he had left in the world, and he knew that we had him, and he was going away forever." The Gilbank murders. And with that, Johnny K9 was behind bars for the next 33 months. Tracy, however, had had enough at this point. All the drama, all the police, all the death threats, it was too much. While K9 was locked up, she divorced him, took the children, and made her way from the west coast of Canada to British Columbia. She wanted a fresh start, a new beginning to her life, away from K9 and all the crime crap that seemed to follow him around. The reason that crime crap's following her around is because he's a criminal. He's bringing on all himself. And for a while, that was going great. But then 2002 came around. That year, K9's prison sentence came to an end, and he was released. Now a free man, he had no one waiting for him when he got out, and things weren't looking good for him either. His reputation was shot. He was seen as a rat. He missed his wife and kids. To quote Tracy again, he told me that he missed me and everything. But honestly, I think he was being run out of his own hometown and he thought British Columbia was the best thing for him. He flew across, landed at Vancouver Airport, and as soon as I saw him at the airport, I was so in love with him. I wanted to believe what he was telling me. I told him, I said, let's turn something bad into something really good. He was, at one time, wanting to open a wrestling school. Instead, he went to prison again. Look. As you can see, Tracy loved K9, and she was trying to be as optimistic as possible. K9 wanted to be a good husband, he wanted to be a good father, he wanted to start anew. But the past never truly dies, does it? The night of November the 16th, 1998, was the night of a horrific double homicide in Ontario, Canada. The victims were Lynn and Fred Gilbank, a successful local lawyer, and her loving, devoted husband. You see, Lynn had been on the arse of the Gravel family for quite some time. Remember them? They're the crime family that K9 was an enforcer for back in the early 1990s. She'd been going after them for a while, and even aided in getting two witnesses, William and Angie Smith, into witness protection after old William gave the police information about the Gravels and their activities. That night, an intruder entered the Gilbank house at around 5 a.m, shotgun in hand. As the home invader made their way up the stairs, Fred Gilbank, having heard an odd noise, went out into the hall and came face to face with them. The shotgun was discharged twice, and Fred Gilbank collapsed and died in the hallway. He doesn't have a gun? I know this is Canada and all that. What's the gun situation in Canada? I feel like if you're a lawyer who is chasing after a powerful crime family, you should probably have some sort of protection or more advanced alarm system, something, anything, because you're more likely to get murdered. The killer then entered the master bedroom, where they found Lynn Gilbank still in bed. She barely had any time to react before the assassin unloaded 4 shots into her, killing the poor woman right there and then. To this day, it's believed the Gravel family had a hand in the murders, with the motives being intimidation. If any other criminals, or anyone in the legal profession, wanted to take a crack at the Gravels and their business, they now knew what would befall them if they tried. It took a long time, 9 years in fact, for the police to piece together that it was likely the Gravels that ordered this hit, specifically Andre Gravel, as retaliation for interference. And as far as K9 was concerned, he was the most well-known hard muscle for the family, so his name was of interest from the start. Does it sound plausible? Sure it does. Is that alone? Shaky at best? Well, you bet it is, but the police went with it anyway. Johnny K9 and Andre Gravel were arrested and charged on January 6, 2005 with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder in relation to Lynn and Fred Gilbank's deaths. K9 spent 7 months in prison and was released on a $100,000 bail, but that didn't last long as he was arrested again for violating it on the 2nd of December 2005. It wasn't until 2006 that a judge was given the opportunity to see the evidence against K9 and Gravel, and to say none of it was airtight or even particularly strong for that matter is an understatement. The only piece of evidence of note was testimony of one of the Crown's key witnesses, and even that was thrown out by the judge. She was a British citizen and a lip reader, and it was revealed that she'd been paid $20,000 to decipher what K9 was saying on a videotape of him at a restaurant where he supposedly spoke on the murders. Can we see the issue here? Not only is that non-evidence in my opinion, but she wasn't even as good as she claimed, apparently only able to make out a little over half of what was said on the whole tape. And on top of that, it's been reported that the police went to Pat Mustiano and attempted to have him name K9 as the killer. How did they do that? Well, by starting a rumor that Paul Gravel had been saying that the Mustiano family had Gilbanks killed. Can you say sleazy? Yeah, how about instead of manufacturing and trying to put someone away who might have done it, but also might not. How about you just look at the evidence and try not to manufacture evidence or witnesses or whatever this is. In the end, on the 12th of June 2006, 20 months after initially being arrested, K9 and Gravel were released from jail and all charges against them were dismissed. There simply was not enough evidence of any kind to pursue the case, and the police just came out of this whole debacle looking all the worse for it. Both K9 and Gravel made plans to pursue lawsuits against the prosecution for wrongful imprisonment and malicious prosecution, seeking $25 million and $15 million in damages respectively, which was settled out of court. They got some money, in my opinion, allegedly. No one in law enforcement came out looking good, with even the children of the Gilbanks calling the police corrupt and inept. Yeah, because they just want the actual person who committed the crime to be put in prison for it, not for the police to set someone up, allegedly. In an email sent to the television program W5, K9 had the following to say. I'm suing for what happened to me, so I cannot provide an interview for your program. I do want to say that what happened to me was very wrong. I did not have anything to do with the murder of Mr. and Mrs. Gilbank, and I do not know who did. It is wrong that after 6 years of investigation, they watched everything I did and wiretapped all my calls. After 6 years of investigating me, the police did not find any evidence I committed this crime. Everything showed that I'm innocent, but they charged me with 2 murders I did not commit. I sat in jail for months when there was no case, no evidence that I was guilty. What happened to me was not right. It should not happen to anyone. I mean, fair play. I don't think this guy did it. As for Andre Gravel, he denies any involvement to this day. No, that's not true. Our family is not killers. That's beyond us to do a thing like that. That's a despicable act. That's a cowardly act. Even with charges dropped and K9 being declared innocent of the murders, the police never stopped investigating, and he remained at the top of their suspect list. Until the very end. End of the road. After the murder charges were dropped, K9 moved back to Vancouver, British Columbia, in 2007. With all the nonsense seemingly behind him, K9 wanted to start fresh, and so he did that with Tracy. First step in that process, ringing the wedding bells. And that year, K9 and Tracy were married for the second time. Living in Vancouver seemed to have a positive effect on him, and he seemed to be loving life. It's beautiful out here. Oh my god, the ocean, the mountains. Hamilton makes me puke now when I think about it. All those years wasted sitting there in that garbage. You know what I mean? So of course the question is, what did K9 do for work? Well, with his wrestling career officially over after the bombing in 1998, he needed to try his hand at something else, so he tried acting. Now, he had no real experience, so he wasn't very good, but he did get a couple of roles, appearing in the TV show Reaper and having a small role as a pro wrestler in the movie Oklahoma Smugglers. He even worked as a bodyguard for Cyndi Lauper and Jack Nicholson while employed by Lionsgate. The man even planned on writing an autobiography, quote, "This will be a bestseller. I've been on every extreme in the world. The bikers. I was a wrestler. Major Junior A hockey player for the Kitchener Rangers. I've done a lot of things that people only dream about." However, no matter how much he tried, or how much his family loved and supported him and wished for him to stay on the straight and narrow, sometimes there's just no teaching some people. Despite moving to British Columbia to stay away from crime and get a fresh start, K9 couldn't help himself. He missed the biker lifestyle. He missed running with a gang, and so he tried to get into the Hells Angels, but they put him in contact with Clayton Clay Roosh, the leader of the United Nations gang. Is that really the name of a gang? The United Nations gang? And it didn't take long for K9 to be initiated, much to the chagrin of Tracy. Founded in 1997 and primarily based out of Vancouver, British Columbia, the United Nations is a multi-ethnic biker gang that still terrorizes the roads of the Great White North even to this very day. I specify multi-ethnic because it seems to be one of the things that the gang takes most pride in, with their members consisting primarily of Canadians of European, East Asian, First Nations, and Iranian heritage. As for their activities, well, it's one of those situations where you could name almost anything, and they'd probably at least done it once, with the list including arms trafficking, drug trafficking, extortion, illegal immigration, money laundering, murder, passport fraud, prostitution, robbery, bribery, theft, assault, motor vehicle theft, the list goes on deep breath. To say that Tracy was upset with the whole thing would be a bit of an understatement, regardless of how much money K9 was now bringing in. He tried to hide it from me, but it didn't last long. I mean, we have 100 pounds of weed in my kitchen while the kids were at daycare, and he'd go, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm going to spray it with whiskey and Coca-Cola. It'll weigh more and make more money." I'm like, "You're fucking crazy." So I would be there spraying the weed all over my kitchen floor, and I'd be bagging and weighing. He was coming home with like 20, 30 grand, just stacking bank, and I'm like, "John, you're doing the same thing you were doing in Hamilton." So yes, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and sadly, that includes getting involved with murder. It was May 9th, 2008, and for a young man named Jonathan Barber, it seemed like just another day in the neighborhood. He installed audio systems inside automobiles for a living, and on that day, he picked up a Porsche Cayenne SUV from a customer in Abbotsford and was simply driving it back to his shop in Vancouver for some work to get done. It was while he was on his way back, he was ambushed while driving down Kingsway Highway. The sound of gunfire filled the air as the car was shot to hell, and Jonathan was killed as a result. His girlfriend Vicky King was driving the car behind the SUV, and was also injured in the attack, but made a full recovery. As the investigation got underway, it didn't take long to put the pieces together on what happened and why. It was quickly determined that the ones responsible for the shooting were members of the United Nations gang, namely 45-year-old Johnny K9 and several others. But what was the reason why? Well, that was easy to figure out, and sadly, it was all a simple case of mistaken identity. You see, at the time of the murder, the United Nations were in an all-out gang war with the Red Scorpions biker gang. 3 specific members of said gang were the Bacon brothers, Jonathan, Jared, and Jamie Bacon. So, what does this have to do with anything? Well, Jonathan Barber just happened to have a vague resemblance to one Jonathan Bacon. And of all the heartbreaking luck, guess whose SUV Jonathan Barber had just picked up to do some work on? That's right, Jonathan Bacon's SUV. It was all a mix-up. It was all a mistake, and unfortunately, it cost an innocent young man his life. On May 15th, 2009, K9 and 7 other members were all arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder for alleging to plot to kill the Bacon brothers and other members of the Red Scorpions gang. While sitting in jail, awaiting the investigation to play out and the trial to get underway, K9 was also charged with first-degree murder in connection with the execution of Jonathan Barber and the attempted murder of Vicky King on January the 24th, 2011. It took another 2 years to get things resolved, but in the end, in exchange for the outright murder charges being dropped, K9 pled guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and was sentenced to 13 years in prison, which was reduced to 4 years and 8 months after factoring time served while awaiting trial. He applied for parole in January 2015 and tried to say that he was sorry that he only took part in the killing of an innocent man in order to impress his fellow United Nations members. Safe to say his parole was denied, with the board citing his 20-year-long criminal history before he joined the UN gang, with one member stating, "You appear comfortable using violence." It wasn't until September 1st, 2016, after he had served the 4 years, that K9 was moved to a halfway house. This was the only halfway house in Canada that was willing to accept him, but under strict conditions. 1. K9 was not to have any contact with gangsters or criminals, and 2. K9 was not to enter Hamilton under any circumstances. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, and in the words of another outlaw biker who wished to remain anonymous, he just became a nobody, lost all of his fame, lost all of his clout. Nobody wants to end up in the Kiel Center. The type of guys who go there are guys who can't go anywhere else. He had seen his better days. K9 was nearing the end of his sentence, due back home with Tracy and his 3 children, when it all came to an end. Tracy recalled the day she received the news, and he was supposed to come back to Vancouver in 6 weeks, but instead the police came to my door and they said, "Do you know Ion Kratoru?" That's K9. And I said, "Yeah." Now in my mind I'm thinking, oh shit, what's going on? And he said to me, "Arm passed away this morning." I went completely numb, and I was shocked. It was so hard. So hard. On February the 21st, 2017, the 53-year-old had passed away. To this day, the actual cause of his death is up for debate. The official story is that he passed away from a heart attack, and it's not exactly unbelievable. He was a steroid user and he lived a rough lifestyle of drugs and alcohol, so it's easy to understand how that would have caught up to him in the end. Some believe that whether intentionally or accidentally, he had been killed by the guards at the halfway house, as Tracy claims they'd maced him so badly that his lungs needed to be scraped during the autopsy. Others believe that he was killed by rival gang members. Some say that after all the hardship and misfortune that he'd admittedly caused himself, that he couldn't take it anymore and gave himself the old goodbye goodnight. For now, all we know is that the road had finally ended for K9, and I'd say that a local headline indeed said it best when reporting his demise. Natural causes succeed where mob hitmen and gangsters failed. Johnny K9 is dead. Wrap up. And that's it. The end of our story. I'll fully admit it wasn't until K9's story was covered on the show Dark Side of the Ring that I'd even heard of the man before. He most certainly isn't one of the more well-known wrestlers of all time, which almost makes his life become that much more fascinating. K9 was a monster of a man in the ring and a sweet teddy bear to his friends and family. There was so much good he could have done. He was on the cusp of breaking out and making it big in the wrestling business more than once. Had he been able to do that, we probably wouldn't be talking about him on this show today. We'd be talking about how he was one of the best heels of the 90s, maybe even into the 2000s. As Jim Cornette said, while talking about K9 following his death, he was 2 different people. There was no happier guy in the locker room, a smile on his face every time you saw him, and totally dedicated to the wrestling business. But instead, when things got tough and they didn't go the way he wanted, he turned to what he knew, which was crime. He wanted to be notorious, he wanted to be a gangster, an outlaw biker, the baddest of the bad. He turned down a dark path, and every chance he got to turn back, he simply got on the figurative chopper again and continued on down that same dark road. He hurt a lot of people, all for the sake of money, and so that he could be accepted by those he thought were his friends, his clubmates, and all it led to was a prison cell. A police station got bombed, innocent people got hurt, a young man died because of a stupid mistake and a stupid biker feud, and it cost him the last of his freedom, until he took that last big ride into the great unknown. I believe acclaimed journalist Bill Dunphy said it best while speaking on Dark Side of the Ring. His life is probably also a life of thwarted ambition. He tried to move from enforcer to leader and failed miserably. As a wrestler, he tried to make it into the bigs, and he got the edge of that, but didn't stay. He didn't have what it takes to last there either. And with that, let's remember the victims. I want to remember Lynn and Fred Gilbank. It's truly uncertain who killed them even now. It could have been Johnny K9, it could not have been, but they didn't deserve the fate they got. I want to remember Jonathan Barber, who was killed for nothing but doing his job and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I want to remember Vicky King, who was caught in the crossfire of that whole mess, and all those people K9 hurt along the way while collecting money and being an enforcer for the mob. We don't know their names, and they don't get talked about much, but they deserve to be talked about all the same. And finally, let's send our best wishes to Tracy Edwards as well as her children. Her only crime, as far as I'm concerned, is perhaps having loved this rough and tumble wayward soul and sticking by him no matter what, even when things dove headlong into the darkness. To this day, she still loves him, still expresses her belief in his innocence, and I suppose that's what true love really does look like. To her and her children, I wish nothing but happiness, even when things might get tough. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, after all. And that's where we end today's video. Thanks for being here.